Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we will talk about what happened in 2007. Kelsey Smith, 18, mysteriously disappeared after going to the store in Kansas, United States. What happened to Kelsey drew media attention, and CCTV footage helped solve the case. Kelsey Ann Smith was born May 3, 1989 in Overland Park, Johnson County, Kansas. Kelsey was the fifth child of Greg and Missy Smith. She graduated from Shawnee Mission West High School on May 24, 2007, and was excited to start college in the fall. People recognized her as an outgoing and friendly individual. Her sense of humor left no one indifferent. She was a member of a marching band and played clarinet. Kelsey worked at an AMC movie theater on June 2, 2007. She had another shift. Missy, her mother, was leaving for a friend's wedding that morning, unaware that her family's life would be forever changed and that she would never see her daughter alive again. Missy said her goodbyes to Kelsey before leaving. Kelsey drove to work in the car her parents gave her. Her morning shift concluded without incident. After work, she went to see her father and sister, Lindsay. They visited an amusement park together. It had been a wonderful day, but it did not end well. Kelsey had decided to go shopping around 6 p.m. She asked her sister if she wanted to keep her company, but she declined. Kelsey left the house alone and drove to the nearest Target. Before leaving, she told her father, Greg, about her plans and expressed her love for him. Greg, a police officer, adored his children. The man taught them basic self-defense techniques and advised them to always take precautions. Kelsey called her mother, who was returning from a friend's wedding, about an hour later to say she was going shopping. They spoke briefly before agreeing to meet at home. After a while, John, Kelsey's boyfriend, arrived at Smith's home. John was one of the guys who boosted Greg's confidence. He frequently spent time at their house, and everyone expected their relationship to develop into something more. Kelsey went shopping that evening for a gift for John. The latter attempted to call her but was unable to get through. He went to her house, but she was not present. Greg tried calling his daughter, but she did not answer. Greg, a police officer, became concerned after several unsuccessful attempts to contact Kelsey. He tried to remain calm, but as a father, he became increasingly concerned with each passing minute. Greg began calling his daughter's friends, but no one knew where Kelsey was or why she wasn't returning calls and texts. Kelsey was unlike her peers. She always called her family, even if she was a little late. After a while, John and Kelsey's sister Lindsay got into their car and began driving around the area, hoping to locate Kelsey's car. What if she gets into an accident? Perhaps the police pulled her over for speeding. They first inspect the parking lots of various stores. In one of those, they noticed a Buick belonging to Kelsey. She informed her father that she was going to the Target store. However, they discovered her car near another store. John checked the car, but Kelsey wasn't present. Lindsay called her father to say they had found Kelsey's car. Greg warned them not to touch anything because the car could be a potential crime scene. After all, if this was the case, it was critical not to destroy any evidence that may have been left there. Greg contacted the police to report his daughter missing. The police conducted an official investigation. The detectives immediately arrived at the location where John and Lindsay discovered Kelsey's car. Greg and everyone else noticed something odd right away. Her car was not in the Target parking lot. It was next to another store in a dimly lit area of the parking lot. The detectives carefully examined the car, hoping to discover anything useful about Kelsey. But all they found inside was a package of gift wrapping paper and the gift the girl had bought for her boyfriend, John. There was nothing inside the car that suggested a crime. There were no signs of struggle. There was no trace of blood or anything like that. The keys were under the driver's seat. But then, the detective noticed something strange and suspicious. They noticed some fabric that resembled a t-shirt sticking out of the trunk, causing anxiety in his heart. Greg opened the trunk. It was empty. Kelsey was not present. She bought a gift for John at Target. That meant she was present at some point. The forensic experts thoroughly examined the car and discovered a thumbprint on the seatbelt. It didn't belong to Kelsey or anyone who had access to the car. Kelsey had recently graduated from high school and was preparing to attend the University of Kansas to become a veterinarian. She was always an excellent student. Kelsey was an ambitious and cheerful young lady. She had her entire life ahead of her. But now she had mysteriously vanished, and her family was desperate for answers. The police continued their work. However, other than an unidentified fingerprint, there was no evidence that her car was a crime scene. It appeared that someone had just left the car in this parking lot. The detectives went to Target to gather new information about Kelsey's disappearance. CCTV footage could answer some questions. By the time the officers arrived, the store had already closed. Despite the fact that it was nearly 11 p.m., they were able to locate the person who let them in and showed them the recordings. The police spent several hours at the monitors, watching Kelsey's every move, but her trip to the store was routine. She found the necessary items, paid for them, and proceeded to the parking lot. There was no indication that anything was wrong. While at the store, Kelsey did not argue or speak with anyone. She remained calm and left there alone. But here's what appears strange. Kelsey got into her car and drove in the opposite direction of her house for some reason. The recording quality was poor, making it impossible to see any details. As a result, a number of new and important questions emerged. Why didn't Kelsey go home as scheduled? Did she drive the car herself? Could she have concealed her own free will? Before dawn, Greg and Missy went to the police station, where detectives questioned them. As a cop, Greg was aware that this was a common practice. When investigating such cases, detectives must rule out the possibility that someone in the family is involved in the crime. He knew that if he and Missy answered the questions quickly, they would no longer be suspects and the police would be able to focus on other leads. The couple answered all of the questions. Kelsey's parents were not the suspects. The police wanted to investigate the next person for his involvement in Kelsey. His disappearance was caused by her boyfriend John. After all, Kelsey had spent the majority of her free time with him over the last few days. He was the last person she had contact with. They needed to know where John had been before he went into Kelly's house and informed her father that he couldn't contact her partners, which is frequently linked to what happened to their soulmate. As a result, the detectives decided to put pressure on the suspect. They began asking him the same but differently phrased questions to see how he would respond and whether he would change his story. It lasted approximately 2 hours. But John insisted that he was not involved in Kelly's disappearance and that their relationship was fine. He answered all of their questions and let the detectives examine his phone. The officers were inclined to believe that John was not lying and had no involvement in Kelsey's disappearance. Still, the detectives did not remove him from the suspect list. Kelsey's family could not simply sit and wait, so they began an unofficial investigation. Greg was well aware that if his daughter had been abducted, the chances of finding her alive decreased with each passing hour. Greg, Missy, and John gathered willing volunteers and divided them into groups to search the area. Each volunteer carried a bundle of printed missing person flyers and walked around the designated streets, asking if anyone had seen Kelsey. Greg also called radio stations and requested some airtime. He inquired about his daughter's disappearance and advised anyone with any relevant information to contact the police or the Smith family. An hour after the radio stations reported Kelsey's disappearance, TV channels broadcast the news. It improved the odds of finding Kelsey as soon as possible. Her classmates joined the search. They moved from one door to another. Perhaps someone from the house heard or saw something suspicious, or something that did not appear suspicious at first glance but could aid in the investigation. Any information was critical. One of the questions the police had to answer was where Kelsey was for the 3 hours between when she left Target and when John and Lindsay found her car. To answer this question, the investigators returned to the surveillance cameras. The parking lot where they discovered Kelsey's vehicle belonged to another store. Fortunately, there were cameras there as well. However, due to the poor quality of the recordings and insufficient lighting in that area of the parking lot, the detectives were unable to see anything that would help them determine where Kelsey had gone. They observed how her car drove into an unlit area of the parking lot. after which the headlights turned off. The driver exited the vehicle and drove away shortly after, but it was just a silhouette of a person. It was unclear if it was Kelsey or someone else. The police were disappointed. Kelsey's family thought it was a good sign. The family members understood that she had no reason to hide. The most important thing to them was finding Kelsey alive. The police had no new leads yet, so they decided to look at the Target surveillance camera footage again. However, the detectives now use higher quality monitors. They retracted Kelsey's every move while she was in the store, but she discovered nothing suspicious. Everything appeared normal. Kelsey purchased the necessary items and exited the store like any other customer parking lot. What could have happened there to cause Kelsey's disappearance? Despite the poor recording quality, the detectives discovered a suspicious detail. After leaving the store, Kelsey went to the parking lot to park her car and opened the back door to store the purchased items. Then she approached the driver's door. At that moment, the investigator noticed a blurry spot following her. The police believed Kelsey had been attacked when she got into the car, indicating an abduction. The investigators repeatedly watched the recording. However, due to the viewing angle and recording quality, they were unable to see the full picture. The door closed in about 15 seconds, and the car left the parking lot. Perhaps her car turned in the opposite direction from her house because she wasn't driving, or someone threatened her. Detectives didn't want to tell Kelsey's parents that their daughter had most likely been abducted. The police had only a video recording of the abduction as evidence. However, it was impossible to see who did it. This person wore a white t-shirt and dark shorts. Thus, the investigators returned to the Target's CCTV footage. But this time, they're hoping to see someone in a white t-shirt and dark shorts. And then they noticed something new. A man in a white t-shirt and dark shorts followed Kelsey everywhere she went. He maintained his distance so Kelsey would not suspect anything, but he was always present. It was clear that this man was following Kelsey. When Kelsey approached the checkout to pay for the goods, he made his way to the exit without hurry. He obviously left the store first and waited for her in the parking lot. Soon after, the police were able to obtain a clearer image of his face. It wasn't a perfect quality, but they hoped someone could recognize this person. The police asked the community for help in identifying the man. The number of calls with potential leads surpassed 1,000. It took a long time to review this amount of data. Detectives attempted to filter out information that was unlikely to be relevant to the investigation. The police interrogated several people who resembled this man, but none of them were the one they needed to locate. The breakthrough in this case came after the police located Kelsey's phone. After she vanished, her phone was found in a wooded area near Longview Lake, Missouri, about 15 miles from Target. By this point, the FBI had joined the investigation. They focused the search in the area where Kelsey's phone was last active. Around 200 people took part in it. Kelsey was discovered 4 days after her kidnapping, and only 45 minutes after her cell phone company provided information about her cell phone activity that is worth paying close attention to. We will address this issue later. Unfortunately, she had died. The criminal attempted to conceal the evidence of the crime by hiding her body beneath the leaves and tree branches. Kelsey was naked, revealing the motive for this crime. Her belongings were a few feet from her. During the forensic examination, the experts determined that Kelsey died from strangulation. The criminal committed suicide with her own belt. The police had to deliver the worst news of her parents' lives. Kelsey's death devastated her family and friends. The criminal was still out there, and the police needed to find him as soon as possible because they feared he would kidnap another person. At this stage of the investigation, the police only had CCTV footage. As a result, the researchers decided to conduct another study on them. Knowing that someone had abandoned Kelsey's car in the parking lot at 9:17 p.m., the officers decided to look into what was going on in the Target parking lot at the same time. They saw a man rush up to a dark pickup truck parked in the parking lot, get inside, and drive away. It was around 9:22 p.m. However, it is possible that this was just a coincidence unrelated to the case. The pickup truck left the Target parking lot after it had already gotten dark. But what if the person driving the car arrived during daylight hours? The investigators reviewed the recording, which confirmed their assumptions. The blue pickup truck arrived in the Target parking lot at 6:55 p.m. Kelsey pulled into the parking lot a minute later, parking next to this pickup truck by some evil coincidence. Perhaps that was the first time the criminals saw her. The police released images of the pickup truck and the man who was following Kelsey in the hopes that someone could identify him, and it resulted in people calling the police station to say they knew the man in the picture. One of the callers introduced himself as a colleague and the other as a friend. Both callers gave the same name, Edwin Hall. He was 26 years old, owned a pickup truck, was married with a son. The police investigated Hall's past and discovered that, while he had no adult convictions, he did have a juvenile record for threatening his adoptive sister with a bread knife when he was 15 years old. If Hall was the one who kidnapped and murdered Kelsey Smith, he may have attempted to flee after his image appeared in the media. As a result, the police went to his home right away. When the cops arrived, they noticed Hall packing things into his car. He intended to flee with his family, but the police apprehended him first. They arrested Edwin Hall and transported him to a police station for questioning. He told detectives that he had no involvement in Kelsey Smith's disappearance and death. He said he had no idea who she was. However, everyone knew he was lying because Target's CCTV footage clearly showed Hall following Kelsey. When they told him about the recording, they were able to refute his claims. He admitted that he watched Kelsey because he admired her legs. However, Edwin continued to deny any contact with Kelsey after she left the store. He agreed to give the police his DNA sample and fingerprints so that he would be removed from the suspect list. Hall was certain he'd left no trace. However, he was mistaken in believing that his thumbprint matched those found on the seatbelt and Kelsey's car. This information directly linked Hall to the kidnapping and death of Kelsey Smith. After all, there was no other explanation for his fingerprint on the seatbelt. Hence, regardless of what Edwin Hall said. The police knew he was the one who approached Kelsey in the parking lot. After the detectives informed him of the fingerprint match, he decided not to wait for the DNA results and confessed all, to avoid the death sentence. Hall agreed to reveal all of the details of the crime he committed. He stated that he liked Kelsey when he saw her in the Target parking lot. Hall began following her while she was shopping and then waited until she reached the car. After this, he pulled out his gun and attacked her. Hall pushed her into her car and took her to a wooded area outside the city. There, he told Kelsey to undress and eventually killed her because he was afraid she'd tell him everything. Then Hall hid Kelsey's body beneath branches and leaves and drove away. After leaving Kelsey's car in a nearby parking lot, he returned to Target, where he had previously parked his pickup truck, and drove home. Missy and Greg Smith stated that following Kelsey's death, they noticed that the majority of violent crimes targeted children and young adults. We wanted to stop this from happening to others. Missy Smith stated that with that goal in mind, they developed safety awareness seminars. Greg Smith was a police officer when his daughter died, so he applied the training methods he learned in the military to a civilian environment. The Kelsey Smith Act was passed in Kansas in 2009, and similar laws exist in 23 other states. However, in 2016, it failed to pass the United States House of Representatives. Members of Congress who voted against the bill cited privacy concerns and the ability for law enforcement to access information without subpoenas. The Smiths state that only one location will be released, so texts, pictures, and phone calls would be prohibited. For 13 years, the couple has been advocating for change in Congress. One thing keeps them going. It's Kelsey, without a doubt. Greg Smith identified Kelsey as an 18-year-old recent high school graduate who walked out of a Target in Overland Park and vanished. It took a cell phone company 4 days to release her phone's location information. Once it did, police discovered her body within 45 minutes. The Smiths dedicated their lives to enacting legislation to speed up the process for other families. It would have saved you days of searching for her and not knowing if your child was still alive or what her fate was. Missy Smith stated that if law enforcement determines that an emergency exists, the Kelsey Smith Act requires wireless communication providers to disclose a device's location information. It also grants the phone company immunity for doing so. Overall, it serves as a tool for law enforcement. We live in a technological age, so why not give them every tool they need to find someone? According to Greg Smith, the legislation states that the information should be released if officers believe the phone was used to call 911 within the previous 48 hours, or if there is reason to believe someone is in danger of death or serious physical harm. In September 2008, the jury found Edwin Hall guilty of all charges. During the trial, he apologized to Kelsey's family and expressed deep regret. The court sentenced him to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Kelsey, who would have turned 34 on May 3rd, has become the face of a movement to force telecommunications providers to be more responsive in emergency situations, particularly as GPS and cell phone technology have improved and evolved over the last 16 years. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A 17-year-old young woman and her friend went on a trip to Australia and, at one point, disappeared. Without a trace, despite an extensive search and many witnesses, her fate remained unknown for 18 years. When this terrible mystery was finally solved, one shocking fact surfaced: the police had everything they needed to close the case in a matter of days, but their negligence and unprofessionalism stretched it into nearly 2 decades. In this video, we will tell you what happened to Haley. Haley Dodd was born on November 30th, 1981, in England. When the girl was young, her parents and other children moved to Australia, settling in the small town of Mandorah. The young woman was an excellent student of sports and planned to go to study to be a veterinarian or a school teacher, but before finally deciding on her choice of future profession, she wanted to travel around Australia. Graduating high school in 1999 at the age of 17, she set off on a trip to Western Australia with her best friend Lisa. Their plan wasn't just to drive through local towns and attractions, but to spend a few months away from home. The young women were going to look for temporary jobs along the way to cover their living, food, and travel expenses. They planned a hitchhike between cities, which in the 1990s in Australia didn't sound like such a dangerous idea. At the time, there had been a number of murders of young women hitchhiking in the country, but compared to the overall number of people hitchhiking safely, these crimes did not cause any mass fear. However, Haley feared that her parents would not allow her to travel that way, even in the company of a friend. For this reason, she assured them that she planned to travel by bus. At the end of July, she and Lisa traveled to a town called Bengara. There, they were going to work as day laborers on a local farm. They were staying at a camping site where they could get a place to sleep for a small fee. Such places are in high demand in Australia, mainly because of their cheapness. A few days before going to work, Haley decided to use the remaining free time and go to a farm to family friends, which was 200 kilometers away. She decided to hitchhike to it, and Lisa didn't want to let her go alone, but Haley insisted she had nothing to worry about and would be back in a few days to say goodbye. Lisa gave her a folding knife for self-defense and some change so Haley could call her. The phone booth. After saying goodbye, hit the road at about 8 a.m. Family and friends at the farm awaited her arrival, but Haley never showed up. Worried, they called her mother and informed her that the woman feared something might have happened to her daughter, so she immediately called the police. The first thing she did was dial an emergency number and describe the situation. After listening to her story, the operator thought that nothing urgent had happened, so she advised her to go to the local police department and file a missing person report. So she did. The detectives began their search for Haley, beginning to reconstruct the chronology of events. The first thing they did was arrive at the campsite where Lisa was staying. She was mortified at the news that her friend had never made it to the farm, but the young woman was able to give the police a comprehensive introduction. She accurately described all the clothes Haley was wearing that day and even drew a sketch of the earrings she was wearing for the police. Haley had bought these earrings a few days before the incident. She and Lisa had gone to the store to treat themselves to some inexpensive items, and the young woman was attracted to this jewelry at that time. She couldn't have imagined that those earrings would be the key to solving this terrible mystery of her disappearance. Detectives disseminated information about the missing young woman along with Their description: although she was almost 18 years old, Haley looked much younger. She was 152 centimeters tall and weighed just over 40 pounds. The police were able to locate the first witness fairly quickly. It turned out to be the truck driver who had given her a ride that day. According to the man's story, she had knocked on his cab window at a gas station and asked for a ride to Mora, a town near where there was a farm. The trucker was on his way to another town, but he agreed to give her a ride most of the way. The man dropped her off at a turnoff above 50 kilometers from Mora, near the town of Ashangara, where she was to turn off the main road and onto a country road. According to the trucker, Haley was in high spirits, chatting with him the whole way and talking about her journey. After she said she was almost out of money, he gave her $15 so the young woman could buy something to eat. The man also left her his number in case she hitchhiked back. He made trips down that road almost every day and could have let her down again later. Detectives received several more calls from people who had seen Haley in that area. Based on their statements, police concluded that the young woman had been on foot along the northwest road towards Mora. Apparently, she could not find any driver at the gas station to give her a ride. For this reason, she decided to walk along the road and try to hitch a ride. Based on the testimony of the next witness, he gave Haley a ride to the turnoff on Goonder Doe Road, after which she headed further in her direction on foot. A woman driving along the road, she spotted Haley just as the young woman was getting out of her car and moving on foot towards Mora. In all, the police were contacted by more than 10 witnesses. After putting their statements together, detectives concluded that the young woman was last seen at about 12 noon on the northwest road, about 50 kilometers from Mora. There was another witness, though he had not seen Haley but still shared a disturbing observation with police. The man pulled over on the side of the northwest road because his engine was overheating. At one point, he heard a dog barking, followed by a piercing female scream. He couldn't see the source of the sound, as it might have been far enough away. The road passed through an empty, flat area where there was virtually no extraneous noise. With all this information in hand, the police's prognosis was disappointing from the start. Lead detective Eddie Rowe decided that they should look for the body and not consider the possibility that Haley might be alive, but management forbade him to investigate in such a manner, leaving it to the status of the search for the missing person. It's worth clarifying here that a murder investigation would have given the police more options than a missing person investigation, but the police had no leads that could help them get on the young woman's trail, so they quickly set about looking for potential kidnappers. In a short time, they were able to identify several dozen suspects who lived in the area, but eventually the police focused on 3 men. One worked as a teacher at a local school, another was a part-time gardener there, and the third lived not far from where Haley disappeared. When questioned, each of them pleaded not guilty and provided alibis. The police could not conclude with certainty of their innocence, but they could not find any evidence to the contrary. But soon the situation changed dramatically. The investigators were approached by a neighbor of one of the suspects. A 43-year-old school gardener named Francis told them that the day Haley disappeared, Francis borrowed his car to go shopping in Mora. When the man returned home around 1 p.m., a neighbor noticed damage inside the car. The turn signal knob was broken, and the dashboard also showed signs of impact. The neighbor didn't even have time to ask what happened to the car. Francis came home done with the shopping bags in the kitchen, got on his motorcycle, and drove off. This story seemed strange to the police, and they decided to re-interview Francis. The man said that at the time of Haley's disappearance, he was many kilometers away from the alleged place of her abduction. According to his story, after returning home, he immediately went to a party in the city of Perth on his motorcycle. But he was not supposed to get there that day. On the way there, he exceeded the speed limit and had a serious accident that took him to the hospital. The information available was enough for the detectives to ask the perfectly logical question: where was he going in such a hurry? His own testimony seemed very strange, and investigators decided to apply for a search warrant of his home. The officers searched his residence, but they were unable to find any potential evidence. They also searched the car and removed the seat covers so that experts could examine them in the lab. Unfortunately, none of this yielded any results, and Francis was left alone. Almost immediately after that, he moved to the other side of the country, to Queensland, and the detectives were left empty-handed, and the case went into a long drawer. They tried to find new witnesses and evidence to move the investigation forward, but to no avail. This went on for 8 whole years until Francis came back on the police radar in 2007. At the time, he was living in a remote outback in a small settlement. One morning, an elderly couple who lived next door to him were sitting on the porch of their house. At some point, they noticed with horror that a young woman with absolutely no clothes was running in their direction, and her head was Covered with blood, she asked for help, and the residents of the house called the police. The victim said that she had tried to catch a ride the night before a man stopped in front of her and offered her a ride. At one point, he told her he needed to go to a place to get gas and fill up his car. They drove up to a house in the middle of nowhere, and he called the woman inside and offered her some tea. Unfortunately for her, she said yes almost immediately thereafter. He attacked her, and after a brief struggle tied her up. For the next few hours, the victim was subject to indescribable torture and violence. Her assailant also tore off one of her earrings and took it for himself. As you may have guessed, this man was Francis. By morning, the woman realized that she could get the rope off her hands and then free her legs and run. She loosened the rope, waited for the right moment for Francis to move as far away as possible, and rushed to the back door of the house. Before she left, she removed her pendant and tossed it under the bed. The woman feared that the police might not find any corroboration of her story, so she decided to leave some personal item in his house, and it really worked. The police searched Francis's house, found the very same pendant, and arrested the man. At the trial, he quickly realized that he could not get away with it and decided to confess to what he had done. He was sentenced to 12 years in prison. The police in Western Australia, who handled the Haley Dodd case, were notified of Francis's arrest, but they did not appear to be at all interested. No action was taken by the detectives to revive the 8-year-old case, which was so closely resembling the circumstances of Francis's crime. Only through the insistence of Haley's mother did the detectives agree to reopen the case, but they quickly concluded that there was still no evidence against Francis, which meant there was nothing they could do about it. All these years, Haley's family tried to get the police to investigate thoroughly, but they assured them that they had done everything in their power. Desperate to wait for help from law enforcement, the relatives spent tens of thousands of dollars on private investigators, but all to no avail. The case did not take a new turn until 6 long years later, in 2013, when an extremely outrageous fact came to light. It turned out that the police had simply forgotten about the evidence that ended up being the key to the case. The medical examiner Tracy Horn filed a request to reopen the investigation. The reason was that the very same car seat covers from Francis's neighbor's car in 1999 were found in evidence storage. Suddenly, it turned out that for 14 years they had never been tested for blood, DNA, and other evidence. When experts did retrieve them, they were immediately able to find a woman's earring that had snagged on the fabric of the covers, taking a drawing of Lisa's, which she drew for the police just after her friend's disappearance. Detectives were horrified to see it was the same earring that Haley was wearing the morning of her disappearance. But that wasn't all. A human hair was found in one of the car mats that had also been removed from the car. The hair was very likely Haley's own, but that probability was not 100%, which made it very difficult to prosecute Francis in the shortest possible time. As soon as the news leaked to the media, a wave of criticism poured in against the police. For 14 years, as evidence lay literally under the noses of the investigators, but in all that time they never remembered it. Of course, such a find instantly changed the course of the case, and the detectives went to the other side of the country to interrogate Francis again. At the time, he was still in prison for assaulting a woman in 2007. The man gave them the same story he had told them 14 years earlier. He denied his involvement and assured them that he was shopping in Mora at the time of Haley's abduction. The interrogation, which lasted nearly 4 hours, was inconclusive, so the police had to prepare the case to go to trial. It wasn't until 2015 that he was formally charged with Haley's murder and deported to Western Australia. 2 more years later, in late 2017, the trial began. Francis's defense insisted that all the evidence presented was circumstantial. The earring Haley bought at a local store was very cheap and popular, so it could have been left in the car by another woman. The hair found in the car showed an almost 100% match to Haley's DNA, but not an absolute exact match. Although a mistake here would have been highly unlikely, that was enough for the lawyers, but all these arguments seemed unconvincing to the judge. Perhaps Francis would still have had a chance to get away with it if not for his crime in 2007. But then he didn't just kidnap a woman who was hitchhiking, he also took her earring. The prosecution believed that the man was collecting the victim's earrings as trophies, which only increased the suspicion against him. In the end, as a result, the judge found him guilty of kidnapping and murdering Haley Dodd, sentencing him to 21 years in prison. All of this took place while his previous sentence was still pending. Francis was 62 years old at the time of his sentencing, but the story did not end there. The court believed Francis kidnapped and killed Haley, then hid her body, but it was never found, and the man himself refused to plead guilty. Haley's mother repeatedly asked the killer to tell her where he hid the body, but to no avail, and in 2018, she helped pass a new law that says murderers are not eligible for parole if they refuse to reveal the location of their victims' bodies. In 2020, another high-profile event occurred when the court granted Francis an appeal to overturn his sentence and scheduled a new hearing. His lawyers again tried to insist that the man would not have had time to kidnap Haley between his trip to Mora and his return home, but the court felt that the time frame allowed him well enough to do so, especially given the rush with which he arrived home and immediately set off for Perth on his motorcycle. Moreover, the earring along with the hair were still on the list of key evidence against him, but Francis still managed to get his sentence changed. The court found him guilty of involuntary manslaughter, reducing his sentence from 21 years to 18 years, but thanks to a law passed in 2018, he would not be able to go free even after that time if he refused to identify the location of the body. There is another point in the whole story that keeps the detectives busy to this day. They are sure that many more women have become victims of Francis, and that none of them managed to escape. This maniac could have been picking up young women on the roads for decades, and what happened to them next only he knows. One of the most likely similar cases is the disappearance of a woman in late 2005. She hitched a ride to another city and was never seen again. The detective handling the case is certain that Francis kidnapped her because he knew the victim personally, but there is no evidence at this time. Perhaps the police will find it again in their warehouse a few years later, but it won't make a difference to the perpetrator. If the police had examined the car more thoroughly, Francis would have been arrested back in 1999. Now we can only guess how many lives he ruined in the ensuing years, but sooner or later the mystery may be solved. There's another creepy thing about this whole story. Remember that in the initial stages of the investigation, the police identified 3 main suspects, including Francis. Now, one of them killed his wife 5 months after Haley disappeared, and the other, who worked as a school teacher, turned out to be one of the worst child molesters in Australian history. Too bad the police had no way to solve them at the time. If you liked this video, don't forget to support the channel with a like and share your opinion in the comments. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Today we will look at a case that occurred in Minnesota. In 2013, Kira Steger, 30, worked as a store clerk at a mall-based clothing store. She was enthusiastic about her job and never missed a shift. So, on February 23, 2013, she did not show up for work. Her co-workers became worried. They attempted to contact Kira, but she did not return their calls or text messages, and the police were quickly informed that she was missing. Kira K. Steger was born on November 19, 1982 in Des Plaines, Illinois. She was Marcy and Jay's daughter. Steger described her as a lively, dedicated, and affectionate daughter. Kira worked for 2 Mall of America stores, Wet Seal, and, most recently, Delia's. Kira considered her co-workers to be more than just friends. They were like family. Kira had a unique talent for identifying people's strengths that they themselves did not notice. She envisioned and hoped for a bright and peaceful future. Unfortunately, all of her dreams came to an abrupt end when Kira mysteriously vanished. On Thursday, February 21, 2013, Kira worked a shift. Her co-workers reported that she had been feeling well and planned to go to a nice restaurant with her husband after the store closed. Kira and Jeffrey Trevino met 3 years ago and immediately struck up a romantic relationship, which eventually led to a wedding. Overall, Kira and Jeffrey appear to be a happy and stable married couple. There may have been occasional disagreements between them, but everything was kept within their immediate circle. At least 2 days later, on Saturday, February 23rd, no relatives, friends, or co-workers knew about them. When Kira failed to show up for work, her co-workers were concerned because such behavior was unusual for her. She was punctual and strict with herself, and others would never tolerate being late or not sticking to her schedule. After failing to reach Kira, her co-workers contacted Jeffrey, who had no idea where his wife had gone. Kira had left the house the previous morning and had not returned since. Kira had a habit of disappearing for a day or two at a time, so he wasn't worried. She would spend the night at a friend's house or visit a relative unannounced. One factor that could have caused concern was the bad weather that day, as it had been snowing heavily. Jeffrey suggested that perhaps something had happened to her along the way. Perhaps her car became stuck and her phone battery ran out of charge. On the same day, after not hearing from his wife, Jeffrey filed a missing persons report and contacted Kara's family. Her family members were taken aback by their loved one's mysterious disappearance, which was a devastating blow to them. After receiving a missing persons report for Kira Steger, detectives immediately went to work, as is customary in such cases. The investigation began by questioning the spouse and searching the immediate surroundings. This was no exception. Detectives went to Jeffrey's home to speak with him. Jeffrey told detectives that he and Kira planned to spend time together on Thursday. They had dinner, talked, bowled, and then left the mall. According to Jeffrey, he and Kira immediately went home because Kira wanted to watch a movie. Jeffrey also told detectives that his wife left their home the following day, a Friday, around 8:30 a.m. An event was scheduled at work, and her presence was mandatory. He noticed nothing unusual about her behavior. Jeffrey thought it was normal for Kira to disappear on occasion, despite the fact that he had no idea where she was or who she was with. They'd been having relationship problems for a few months, Jeffrey explained. However, he did not consider it serious or alarming. Consider them to be minor conflicts that occur in all families. The detective began asking Jeffrey who Kira might be staying with and if she had a lover. The man refused this suggestion because he had personally asked Kira about it and received a negative response. Jeffrey describes his wife as someone he truly loves and trusts. The investigators relayed all of the information they gathered about Kira and her car to the on-duty patrols. The detectives went to the Mall of America to confirm the credibility of Jeffrey's statements and possibly find some clues. The Mall of America ranks among the world's largest shopping malls. It is located in Bloomington. It includes 520 stores and theme parks. There is an ocean area movie theater, a golf course, and much more. As a result, it's unsurprising that the mall is outfitted with numerous security cameras. Knowing what time Kira had left work on February 21st, the detectives investigated that moment. The footage showed nothing unusual. Jeffrey's account proved accurate. He met Kara after work, and they spent some time at the mall before heading to the parking lot and driving away. There were no arguments between them, and the evening appeared to have gone well. Nothing is worse than waiting without knowing what is going on. And with each passing day, Kira's anxiety about her life grew worse. After not hearing from her and growing tired of waiting for a cure, his family traveled to Bloomington to assist with the investigation. They printed flyers with her pictures on them, posted them on poles, and handed them out to passers-by on the street. Their goal was to draw as much attention as possible to the search for Kira. They realized they couldn't just stand by and had to do everything they could to find their loved one. The wild, curious family was handing out leaflets, and the investigators continued their investigation. When officers interviewed the couple's neighbors, they discovered a surveillance camera installed on one of their homes. The camera rotated sideways, and one of its angles captured Kira and Jeffrey's house. Thus, the investigators requested that the homeowner copy the camera footage for them in the hopes of uncovering some clues. Meanwhile, investigators received records from a cell phone company, which provided them with a new lead. According to his phone records, she was dating someone other than Jeffrey. He turned out to be Ryan Go, the manager of the store chain where she worked. They had an intense and long-term relationship and communicated frequently. Police discovered Ryan was out of state, and while the search for Kira was ongoing, Ryan was driving to Colorado. This man was highly relevant to the investigation because, in addition to having a romantic relationship with Kira, he relocated out of state around the same time she vanished. Maybe it was just a coincidence, or perhaps things were completely different, and his escape concealed something. The investigators would be responsible for determining the answer to that question. Regardless, the detectives were able to reach Ryan, who agreed to appear for questioning in Colorado, where he was asked numerous questions. He stated that he last contacted Kira while driving across South Dakota and texted her. These text messages were sent shortly before Kira disappeared. Detectives discovered that Kira had communicated with her new lover while dining with her husband. The correspondence made it abundantly clear that Kira was growing apart from Jeffrey. The investigators examined Ryan's phone to determine his location in relation to the cell towers and reviewed his credit card statements. He appeared to be completely out of it that evening and had no way of being connected to solve his disappearance. He was released and removed from the suspect list on that basis. The message's timestamps revealed that Kira was still texting Ryan when she arrived home with her husband. However, their conversation ended at 11:44 p.m., and their curious phone has since been inactive. Meanwhile, another team of investigators was preparing to examine video footage from the surveillance camera installed at Kira's neighbor's home. This camera covered most of the street, sweeping left and right. However, it was turning far too quickly. And this made observation difficult because if the investigator spotted something suspicious, the camera would immediately rotate to the other side. Jeffrey and the curious house were only seen for a few seconds. As the camera shifted to the right, Jeffrey explained that after dinner and bowling, he and Kira returned home, watched a movie, and went to bed. However, when investigators reviewed the video footage, they discovered that Kira's car reversed into the yard shortly after 2 a.m. Because of the poor quality of the footage and the camera's constant movement from side to side, it was difficult to tell exactly what was happening on screen at the time, but the car soon drove away from their house. Jeffrey attributed the night drive to Kira's request that he pump gas in her car before her commute tomorrow, so he headed to the gas station. Interestingly enough, his story was true. He was actually seen at the gas station around 3:30 a.m. However, the detectives discovered that after leaving the gas station, he did not return home but instead proceeded to the highway for unknown reasons. It's unclear where he's going next. The neighbor's camera did not record him returning home, but this could have been a coincidence because it rotated constantly. Thus, it is theoretically possible that Jeffrey returned home later in the day, when the camera was facing the opposite direction. When investigators examined the footage further, they discovered that the curious Chevrolet drove away at 9:21 a.m., but there was no way to tell who was behind the wheel. On Saturday, February 23rd, police received a missing person report, and the police department received a call on Monday, February 25th. 2 multi-story parking lots near the shopping center where Kira worked are available for reporting the discovery of a suspicious vehicle. Security guards noticed that a specific car had been parked there for several days and requested a tow truck. The tow truck driver examined the car before picking it up and discovered suspicious-looking red smudges on the trunk lid. He then called the police. It turned out to be a white Chevrolet. There wasn't much blood, just a few minor stains, but it was present. That was an extremely bad sign. Kira's purse, which was recovered from her abandoned car, contained divorce court forms that appeared to have been downloaded from the internet. In addition, the investigators noticed a small, dark item lying in the snow behind the car. When they got closer, they noticed a rolled-up trunk mat with dark stains on the reverse side. DNA testing revealed that it was Curious Digger's blood. With regret, the investigators realized Kira was most likely no longer alive. Her family and friends were devastated by this horrific discovery. Their last hope of seeing Kira again was dashed. But this sparked a slew of questions in their minds. How did she die? Did she suffer? Who could have resented her enough to take her life? The absence of care in his body exacerbated the situation, as it was much more difficult to bear the grief that had befallen them without it. The detective's top priority was now to identify the person who had abandoned the vehicle in the parking lot. The car left the house at 9:21 a.m. About 20 minutes later, the mall's cameras caught it. There were no cameras in the lot where the car was found, but there was a camera pointed at the path leading to the car. The camera was near Kira's car. After reviewing the camera footage, the detectives noticed that a few minutes later, the white Chevrolet drove into the parking lot. The footage showed a man with a hood covering his head. It was fairly cold, and the man's hoodie didn't seem unusual, but the detectives wanted to know where he was going. The hooded man was seen crossing the street and walking to a taxi stand, where he spoke briefly with one of the drivers before getting into the car and driving away. Based on the time the hooded man interacted with the driver, the police were able to determine which company owned the cabs parked in the shopping center's parking lot. The police were able to easily identify the license plate number of that particular vehicle. All of the cabs were outfitted with GPS tracking devices, revealing that the hooded man finished his trip a block away from Kira and Jeffrey's house and then exited the vehicle after paying cash as it left the neighborhood. The cab was caught in the lens of the same camera that had captured some of Kira and Jeffrey's home footage. After 2 minutes, a hooded man entered the scene. The low resolution of the video made it difficult to see his face, but what stood out was the white logo on his hoodie. As the investigators continued to watch the footage, they noticed the hooded man walk into the house where Kira and Jeffrey lived. Kira had gone missing, making it almost certain that the hooded man was Jeffrey. After obtaining a search warrant, law enforcement officers proceeded to the house. At first glance, it appeared to be an ordinary, unremarkable house, but this was only the first impression. Under closer examination, the criminalists discovered dark red stains in the spouse's bedrooms. There were a few stains on the wall beside the bed, and approximately 100 on the mattress. It was clear that the bedroom had recently been rearranged and cleaned. When the forensics team sprayed luminol, the floor carpet practically glowed. It had many bloodstains that could not be seen with the naked eye. Those stains originated in the bedroom and spread to the other side of the house. Forensics confirmed that the blood was unusual, which convinced investigators that she was no longer alive. Aside from searching the inside of the house, police examined Jeffrey's car. Despite the fact that there was no blood in the car and no evidence of a struggle, they were able to discover something interesting. Jeffrey's car contained a gas station receipt from an hour and 40 minutes before Kira's car was left in the mall parking lot. The receipt indicates that the purchase was made with Jeffrey's card. Detectives went to the gas station to review the security footage. The video shows Jeffrey filling up his car, then going inside and withdrawing money from an ATM. This footage provided a glimpse of Jeffrey's face and revealed that he wore a logo on his jacket in the chest area that resembled the logo on the man seen earlier. Jeffrey Trevino, 39, was arrested based on this recording and other evidence discovered in the house. He was brought to the station for questioning and became the primary suspect. Directly from the interrogation room, Jeffrey contacted his attorney, who advised him to exercise his right to remain silent. The police had enough evidence to charge him, but the body provided the most compelling evidence of his guilt. Nobody had any doubts that Kira had died. In late March, as the snowdrift began to clear, the police, Kira, his family, and some volunteers searched for her for months. Volunteers discovered a strange bag by the roadside at Keller Lake, a few miles from Trevino's home, and contacted the police. The bag held a bloodied pillow, a shirt, and a bra. The forensics team linked the discovery to Kira because her DNA was found on the items. The lake was still encrusted with ice, which hampered the search, but divers continued to survey it. They still found no remains in it. The area surrounding the lake was searched several times with search dogs trained to locate bodies, but this, too, proved fruitless. 2.5 months after Kira's disappearance, on May 8, 2013, the St. Paul Police Department received a disturbing call. The male caller informed the operator that he saw what appeared to be a dead body in the Mississippi River. What police recovered from the water turned out to be a body. There was no clothing on it. Kira Steger's body was identified through dental records. She sustained severe blunt force trauma to her forehead and a fractured index finger on her left hand. Due to the level of decomposition, the medical examiners were unable to determine an exact cause of death. Using the new evidence, investigators attempted to reconstruct the timeline of events leading up to his death and what happened afterward. They speculated that when Kira and Jeffrey returned home, he became aware or noticed that she was texting someone else. Kira refused to show her husband the correspondence, so he violently snatched her phone and broke her finger. After seeing the romantic correspondence, Jeffrey became even angrier and, in a fit of rage, took his own life before attempting to conceal evidence of the crime. He drove her car to the house, put the body in the trunk, and then went to a gas station before disposing of it in the river. He then drove back home, dumping the bag with the pillow and clothes along the way. The next morning, he went to a gas station and took out cash from an ATM because he knew he'd have to pay for a cab after leaving his car in the mall's parking lot, and he'd rather do so in cash. After disposing of the curious car, Jeffrey returned home and spent the rest of the day cleaning the house. Jeffrey's trickery was intended to give the impression that Kira had driven away in her car by herself that morning and was fine. However, due to surveillance cameras, his plan failed. In October 2013, a jury convicted 39-year-old Jeffrey Trevino, agreeing with the defense that his actions were not premeditated and that the crime was the result of a heated and unexpected argument after discovering his wife's infidelity. Before the judge announced the sentence, curious family members made statements. Carrie Ann Steger, a curious sister, described the monster as a calculated criminal who deserves no mercy. Marcy stated that Trevino showed no mercy to her daughter and dumped her like trash into the nation's most polluted body of water. She said. But her father Jay insisted that no punishment would ever compensate for the pain Trevino had caused their family. No amount of time spent with Mr. Trevino will suffice. Never enough, he said. In November 2013, Jeffrey Trevino received a 27.5-year prison sentence. He will be eligible for parole in 2031. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The events depicted in this video occurred in 2008 in Auburn, Alabama, USA, and despite the passage of 15 years, the Lauren Burke case has yet to be resolved. Lauren Ashley Burke was born December 30th, 1989, in Marietta, Georgia. Her parents, James Burke and Vivian Gorchon, eventually divorced. Lauren has a sister, Jacqueline Burke, and a brother, Chad Burke. Lauren attended Auburn University to study graphic design after graduating from high school. She was a Delta Gamma sorority member, lacrosse player, and all-around campus community participant. Lauren was described by her friends as a popular, excellent student who was always smiling, happy, and helpful. Lauren began dating Sean McQuaid when she was still a high school student. After high school, they both attended Auburn University, where they maintained their relationship. At this point in their lives, both young people prioritized their education, but that did not prevent them from planning their future together. Unfortunately, not all of Lauren's plans and dreams were meant to come true. She began the morning of March 4th, 2008, by eating breakfast at a cafe with her boyfriend Sean. Lauren went to class at 11 a.m. and then called her father, James, to discuss spring break plans and a dentist appointment. After finishing her conversation with her father, she went to Sean's dorm and stayed until 8:30 p.m. She had an appointment with her classmate Michael. They agreed to meet in the library to work on a study assignment together. Around 8 p.m., Lauren left Sean's room. It was already dark outside her car. A black 2001 Honda Civic was parked in the parking lot next to the dorm, so she approached it. That was the last time Sean saw Lauren. Michael, whom Lauren was supposed to meet at the library, began calling her cell phone after she failed to show up for her appointment. But Lauren did not respond for some reason. He kept calling, and eventually he heard Lauren's voice on the other end. She said she wouldn't be coming to the library because she had forgotten about the appointment. She hung up a little later, around 9 p.m. 911 received a call about an injured girl who was seen lying on the road between Farmville Baptist Church and Route 280 on the 147 freeway. Lauren drivers stopped on the road, obstructing traffic in both directions. Lauren was lying on her back in the middle of the road, breathing slowly and deeply. She was suffocating. She had numerous wounds on her body and was only wearing socks on her feet. At 9:12 p.m., when the first police car arrived on the scene, Lauren was already unconscious. Paramedics arrived a few minutes later, and as they loaded Lauren into the ambulance, her pulse was barely palpable. Lauren was transported to East Alabama Medical Center at 9:35 p.m., where doctors began their efforts to save her life. 8 minutes earlier, at 9:27 p.m., 911 dispatchers received multiple reports of a car fire on Auburn University campus. Firefighters and police were dispatched to the address provided by the caller, but were unable to locate the owner of the burning car among the crowd of curious students drawn to the fire from their dormitories. Police checked the license plates and discovered that the car's owner was James Burke, a Georgia resident. James Burke is Lauren's father. The police contacted James by phone and discovered that the actual owner of the fire-ravaged Honda was his daughter Lauren, who attends Auburn University. James immediately inquired as to what was wrong with his daughter, but the police officers responded with silence. They had no idea where Lauren was, and they informed James that no one was inside the burning car. After speaking with the police officer, James immediately began calling his daughter's cell phone, but she did not answer, which only added to his anxiety. Unable to reach Lauren, James initially contacted friends of his daughter, but none of them knew anything about her whereabouts or the car fire. He then called his ex-wife and Lauren's mother, Vivian Gorkon, hoping that she might know where their daughter was. Lauren's mother had no idea what had happened either. At 9:40 p.m., Vivian called Sean, her daughter's boyfriend. That's how Sean learned Lauren was missing and her car had been burned. Sean called Lauren's mutual acquaintances to see if anyone had seen her that evening and discovered that she had canceled a library meeting, claiming to have forgotten about it. Sean, on the other hand, knew Lauren hadn't forgotten about her appointment for the evening, because when she left his room about 2 hours ago, she had intended to go straight to the library. While family and friends tried to figure out where Lauren had gone, doctors at East Alabama Medical Center fought to keep her alive. Lauren was brought in unconscious and without any personal belongings or documents, so the doctors had no idea what her name was. However, despite their best efforts, doctors were unable to save Lauren's life. She was pronounced dead approximately 1 hour after being admitted to the medical facility. A single bullet wound claimed her life. The bullet that had exited had punctured both of Lauren's lungs. Experts determined that the gun's muzzle was only a few inches from Lauren's skin at the time of the shot. When police officers compared the girl's deaths at the hospital to the burned-out car on campus whose owner was missing, they realized Lauren Burke was the victim who doctors could not save. The very next day was March 5, 2008. James Burke identified his daughter's body after visiting Atlanta. The news of Lauren's death spread quickly around campus. Auburn University issued a statement following Lauren Burke's death, urging students and staff to exercise extra caution on and off campus while assuring them that the campus is safe. Many of you and your parents have called, and your concerns are understandable, but there is no indication of any additional threat to campus or student safety. According to the statement, the Delta Gamma Society released a statement regarding what fraternity representatives described as an unexpected and disturbing crime. The society urged sisters from the Auburn branch to fully cooperate with detectives as they investigated what happened. Lauren's family and friends were devastated. Police were trying to figure out who killed her, how the car fire was connected, and whether other students should be concerned. Both locations along the road where Lauren Burke was discovered in the vicinity of her car were investigated for evidence. We have used every resource available to find the person responsible for this crime, said Auburn Police spokesman Captain Tom Stuffer. Auburn, Alabama, is a relatively quiet student community, and we take these things seriously. If someone is hurt or killed, we all feel it, and we will not stop until we find the perpetrator. Stuffer also stated that Alabama Governor Bob Riley offered a $10,000 reward for information leading to an arrest in Burke's case, and Lauren's charred car was delivered to the Auburn Police Department. Investigators from the State Forensic Laboratory and officers from the State Fire Chief's office combed through the burned interiors of the vehicles. They discovered burned clothing remnants, Lauren's melted digital camera, and the car owner's manual. A .38 caliber bullet was discovered under the front seat, which could indicate that the interior of the car was the scene of the crime, and the perpetrator set it on fire to destroy the evidence. Detectives questioned Lauren's family, friends, and boyfriend. None of them could identify a single person who wanted to harm Lauren and was capable of doing so. Knowing Lauren was in a dorm at Sean's before her death, investigators searched his room but found no evidence linking Sean to the crime. After speaking with Michael, whom Lauren was supposed to meet in the library, detectives discovered that when Lauren answered his phone, he heard a noise similar to a moving car. At the same time, it was revealed that someone had used Lauren's bank card several times shortly after she was discovered lying in the road. Most likely, the person who had Lauren's bank card was involved in her incident, so the police began looking for them. However, events quickly took an unexpected turn. Less than 3 days after Lauren's death at 9:55 a.m., on March 7, 2008, in the parking lot of the Walmart supermarket in Newnan, Georgia, about 75 miles from Auburn, an African-American man attacked a 72-year-old woman as she was getting into her car. The attacker hit her on the head, threatened her, and ordered her to sit in the passenger seat. He got into the driver's seat and attempted to drive away from the parking lot. However, an eyewitness to the attack was following him while talking on the phone. The perpetrator returned to the Walmart parking lot after the bystander threatened to call the police. He came to a halt and exited the stolen vehicle, running over to a nearby silver Chrysler. Sebring entered and fled the scene quickly. A few hours later, officers pursued the fleeing Chrysler at high speeds towards Columbus, West Georgia. The driver did not take any action to stop endangering other road users. During that time, Chase police noticed the driver of the Chrysler throwing an object out the window. One of the chase crews came to a halt and searched for the object. Police officers discovered a .38 caliber revolver on the side of the road. Meanwhile, the chase continued, but at one point the perpetrator's vehicle broke down, spewing smoke from beneath the hood. The driver came to an abrupt stop in the road and opened the door. Next, a police officer pursuing a motorcycle collided with the open door. Following the collision, the officer flew over the motorcycle's handlebars and fell to the pavement, fortunately without serious injury. The perpetrator stopped on a road that led through a forest, and he fled into the woods. He was unable to escape. However, the police quickly apprehended him and placed handcuffs around his wrists. Courtney Lockhart was born October 20, 1984. His family described him as a nice, fun-loving guy before joining the U.S. Army. He was sent to Iraq in 2004, and then returned to someone else in 2005. According to his mother, he was not the Courtney I knew. Courtney was a cheerful guy. However, after returning from Iraq, he never smiled again, never let anyone stand behind him, and he occasionally hid in the closet or under the bed. Lockhart and his ex-girlfriend had a daughter in 2006. He was also court-martialed in 2006 for assaulting other soldiers while under the influence of illegal substances and deserting his unit without permission. He served 7 months in detention before being dishonorably discharged from the Army in December 2006. As 2008 approached, Lockhart was said to have gotten increasingly out of control. He barely showered, stopped visiting his daughter, and was heavily addicted to illegal substances. Again in February 2008. He committed a series of burglaries, and with the exception of a convenience store robbery, his methods were consistently the same. He would approach the victim from behind as she was getting into her car in the parking lot, threaten her with a gun, demand her purse, and attempt to take control of the vehicle. One such crime resulted in Lauren Burke's death. Lockhart's spree of assaults ended on March 7, 2008, when he attacked a 72-year-old woman and failed to flee a police pursuit. Courtney Lockhart, 23, was arrested and taken to the police station, where he confessed to kidnapping and murdering Lauren Burke. The interrogation was videotaped and used as key evidence at trial. Lauren's personal belongings, including her iPod and bank cards, were discovered in his car. He gave a detailed account of what happened the day he kidnapped Lauren. On Tuesday, March 4, 2008, Lockhart awoke in his silver Chrysler Sebring. He'd spent the previous night in his car near East Alabama Medical Center. He needed money, so he began driving around Auburn, searching for another victim. It is worth noting that he only attacked women, not men. He arrived at Auburn University's campus and parked next to the student dorms. He spent several hours sitting in his car, observing the students. Around 8 p.m., he noticed some girls approach the car parked next to him and casually open the door. It was Lauren. Without having to think too long, Lockhart grabbed his revolver and approached Lauren from behind, poking her with the gun's muzzle. He asked her how much money she had on her. When he did not receive an answer, he pushed Lauren into the car's front passenger seat and took the wheel. According to Lockhart, Lauren said nothing but screamed in terror. When she finally calmed down, she took $200 from her purse and handed it to him, begging him to leave. Instead of leaving, he ordered Lauren to remove her clothes at gunpoint after receiving threats against her. Lauren complied, stripping down to a pair of socks. Lockhart claimed there was only one reason he made Lauren undress. He reasoned that if she had no clothes on, she would not want to leave. Lockhart then began driving through Auburn streets, one hand on the wheel and the other holding Lauren at gunpoint. She attempted to stop him from committing the crime, and when he said his life was over, Lauren promised to help him find work. Her phone eventually started ringing. Lockhart instructed her to respond and make something up so that no one would suspect anything. It was a call from Michael, the person Lauren was supposed to meet at the library. When she answered, she said she had forgotten about the meeting and hung up immediately. Lockhart stated that they continued to drive through the city's streets, and Lauren refused to give up on convincing him to let her go. She promised to help him overcome his difficulties. Lauren opened the car door and jumped out as they drove down Highway 147. At that point, Lockhart claimed he accidentally fired a shot. We now know that the fired bullet pierced both of Lauren's lungs. In addition, she was injured in the fall. She managed to wave at passing drivers before her strength failed and she passed out. Lockhart told investigators that he parked outside the church and watched as his cars came to a stop next to Lauren, who was lying on the pavement. Realizing that the police were on their way, he fled, intending to destroy the evidence he had left in the car. He drove to a gas station and purchased a can of gas, which he paid for with Lauren's card. He doused the interior of the car with the gasoline he purchased before driving to the campus and abducting Lauren because his Chrysler was parked there. According to Lockhart, as he drove, the gasoline fumes made him dizzy, so he rolled down the windows to let air in from the street. You might be wondering why he didn't go to campus first and douse Lauren's car with gasoline. Why did he drive on a powder keg when a short circuit or spark could have caused the car to burn along with him? Perhaps it had to do with Lockhart's mental issues or low IQ. But we'll talk about that later. When Courtney arrived on campus, she stole $46, an iPod, and Lauren's bank cards from her car. Before setting fire to the car and driving away in his Chrysler, he stopped at a gas station and paid with Lauren's money. He returned to campus to see if the car had completely burned down. Investigators began to question whether Lockhart's entire testimony was true. They speculated that Lockhart had forced Lauren to undress, not to prevent her from fleeing, as he claimed, but for another reason. But he couldn't get what he wanted because Lauren unexpectedly jumped out of the moving car. Furthermore, the investigators questioned Lockhart's claim that he shot Lauren by accident given Courtney's military background and knowledge of firearms. This seemed unlikely. It seemed more logical that Lauren realized Lockhart was not going to let her go and decided that her only way out was to jump. She opened the door, and as she jumped out, Lockhart shot her. Ballistics testing confirmed that the bullet found in Lauren's car came from the gun Lockhart threw out the window while fleeing a police chase. In addition, experts conducted tests to rule out the possibility of an accidental discharge. The trigger had to be pulled hard enough to fire the shot. Lauren's family and friends said a bitter farewell on March 9th. The same day, investigators questioned Lockhart for the second time. The next day, he was formally charged with multiple counts in the Lauren Burke case. The trial started on November 8, 2010. Law court attorneys claimed that their client suffered from a mental illness as a result of his military service, and that Lauren's shooting was an accident. According to court documents, Lockhart pleaded not guilty because of a mental defect or insanity. The court heard testimony from a psychologist who stated that Lockhart had an IQ of 86, which is below average, that he had some symptoms from being in combat in the military, but did not have PTSD, and that Lockhart was immature and not thinking clearly. Although the state attempted to introduce evidence of Lockhart's other crimes and dishonorable conduct in the military, the trial judge rejected it. Following the guilt phase of the trial, the sentencing phase began immediately. Lockhart presented witness testimony and evidence in an attempt to portray himself as a war hero who was psychologically disturbed by combat and the death of his superior officer. The jury returned a special verdict, with the death of a person during the kidnapping serving as an additional aggravating factor. The jury voted 1-0 to recommend a life sentence without parole. The trial judge later rejected the jury's advisory sentence and sentenced Lockhart to death, a 28-page sentencing order. The judge explained why he disagreed with the jury's findings. He came to the conclusion that the kidnapping was a strong case for the death penalty. Lockhart chose the victim at random, as she was alone and unarmed. The kidnapping is even worse because she was taken from a college campus, where students should feel safe, and forced into her own car. Lockhart forced her to undress and held her at gunpoint in order to prevent her from fleeing. The court also stated that the jury was unaware of Lockhart's crimes and the true nature of his military service. Although the jury heard testimony about Lockhart's service, they were unaware of the full scope of his military disciplinary record. They wrote to the judge because, if the jury had been aware of the additional facts known to the court, their sentencing recommendation would have likely been different. 15 years after Lauren's death, Lockhart remains on death row in Alabama and has not given up on appealing his sentence. Following his conviction and death sentence, he appealed to an Alabama court which upheld the sentence in August 2013. In April 2014, the Alabama Court of Criminal Appeals denied Lockhart's request for a new trial. He then filed an appeal with Alabama's Supreme Court, but his motion was denied again in September 2014. In January 2015, Lockhart filed an appeal with the United States Supreme Court. In April of that year, the Supreme Court of the United States rejected his petition. In 2018, Lockhart attempted to challenge the sentence again. Lawyers for a human rights organization who represented him attempted to persuade the court that the lawyers defending Lockhart in 2010 mishandled the case. Although the Lockhart 2010 defense had some flaws, it did not change the outcome, and the death sentence was upheld again. In April 2021, the Alabama Court of Criminal Appeals upheld Lockhart's death penalty. Lauren's parents stated that they would never give up and would do everything in their power to prevent Lockhart's death sentence from being overturned. Courtney Lockhart sentenced my daughter to the death penalty. There is no reason why he shouldn't face the death penalty. This is all I have to say. Burke's father, James, stated that he did not give her a second chance, and he should not receive one either. Lauren's mother, Vivian, spoke. As of today, Courtney Lockhart is still on death row in Alabama. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we will discuss what happened in Germany in 2016. The story of Maria Lodberger, a 19-year-old Freiburg resident, sparked widespread outrage in German society, raising concerns not only about the work of local police, but also about Germany's entire government. Maria was born on December 6, 1996, to Clemens and Friederike Lodberger. According to the German press, her parents were both lawyers. Furthermore, her father was a senior official in the European Union. In 2016, Maria was a medical student at the University of Freiburg. In her spare time, she worked part-time in an urban center that assisted immigrants. Maria attended a medical faculty organized party on the night of October 15 to 16, 2016. She had a good time with her friends, and when she started getting ready to go home, it was around 2:30 a.m. Maria lived on campus, approximately 3 miles from the university where the party was held. After saying goodbye to her friends, she went outside and rode her bike to campus. It was 2:37 a.m. At 8:20 a.m., on the same day, someone jogging along the river discovered a woman's body in the water near the shore. Witnesses called the police and an ambulance. However, there was nothing the medics could do to assist. They identified the victim as Maria Lodberger, who was 19 years old. She never made it to her dorm. A jogger discovered her body about a mile away. During the forensic examination, experts determined that Maria died from drowning. At the same time, someone attempted to strangle her with a scarf, which police discovered on the scene. That scarf contained a sample of male DNA, presumably belonging to the perpetrator. The police also determined the most likely motive for Maria's attack. The forensic medical examination determined that someone forced the girl into intimacy prior to her death. The police established a special commission of 68 investigators to investigate this case. In addition to the DNA on the scarf, police discovered several black hairs with bleach stains 7 inches long in the bushes near the crime scene. Importantly, this strand of hair contained the roots, allowing authorities to collect another sample of male DNA. This sample matched the one found on the scarf used to strangle Maria. The police were unable to determine the identity of the person to whom the DNA samples belonged because there was no information about him in the databases. On November 8th, the police offered a €6,000 reward for information that could help solve this case. Thanks to several individuals, the reward amount quickly grew to €35,000. The police questioned over 1,000 people, including those who attended Maria's last party. At the same time, over 100 people voluntarily donated DNA samples for comparative analysis. The majority of those who provided DNA were partygoers. However, none of the samples matched the DNA found at the crime scene. The residents of Freiburg were shocked when news of Maria's death surfaced in the media. People purchased all of the pepper spray in the city, knowing that the criminal was still at large. Furthermore, cases of harassment against women have increased in the city. A few days before Maria Lodberger's death, several refugees harassed a young woman in the same neighborhood. A similar incident occurred 2 weeks prior. Self-defense classes have never been so popular in Freiburg, when many people visited local sports centers to learn how to defend themselves. Meanwhile, 25 more officers began patrolling the city to improve security. People are afraid of going out alone at night. Mayor Dieter Salomon stated that we cannot put up with this situation. 25 more officers may appear to be a small number. However, in a city with a high crime rate, it signaled that the authorities were finally paying attention to the Freiburg problems. The police investigated all possible leads. However, the hair and scar discovered at the scene proved to be the deciding factor in identifying the perpetrator. Knowing that the man they were looking for wore long black hair with bleached ends. The police began analyzing the recordings from numerous city cameras. They discovered a man with similar hair color and length while reviewing CCTV footage from the city tram. The man wore an undercut, with short hair on the sides and back and longer on top. This recording is from the night of October 16th. At 1:57 a.m., 40 minutes before Maria left the party, the suspect boarded a tram near the university. After about 20 minutes, he got off at the last stop, which was less than a mile from where a jogger discovered Maria's body. According to the police, the suspect was bothering 2 girls on the tram, but they were eventually able to avoid his attention. On December 3, 2016, nearly 7 weeks after Maria's death, police arrested a suspect. Hussein Kavari, 17, considered himself an immigrant from Afghanistan when he first arrived in Germany. However, the investigation revealed that he was not 17 years old and did not hold Afghan citizenship. Kavari entered Germany without an ID card in November 2015. When crossing the border, he stated that he is from Afghanistan and was born in 1999. Hussein Kavari stated that he was 16 years old when he entered the country, but he did not have any documents to back up his claim. Due to his stated age, Germany accepted him as an underage, unaccompanied refugee. They placed Kavari with a foster German family in a picturesque town near the Black Forest, where he attended a local school, learned German, and received government benefits. Such a trick with age fabrication became common, giving an advantage not only when applying for asylum, but also when breaking the law. After all, juvenile offenders are punished less severely. We will return to the suspect's age later because it is only the tip of the iceberg in his biography. After Khavari was arrested as the main suspect in the Maria Loebner case, his image appeared in the press, despite German media attempts to conceal his face. Other European TV channels and newspapers did not follow suit, instead publishing a non-blurred image of his face. Maria Elena Anakopoulou, a lawyer from Greece, recognized the arrested young man after seeing photos of him in the media. She defended him in court in spring 2013. He was then charged with and convicted of a life-threatening attack on a young student on the Greek island of Corfu. Khavari robbed and threw a 20-year-old student off a cliff. The girl flew about 25 feet down and miraculously survived, thanks to the bushes on which she fell. She spent 17 days in the hospital and had 3 surgeries. Khavari was arrested, and when the girl recovered, she identified him as the attacker. However, Guevara did not understand the reason for his arrest and told the police that she was just a woman. A court sentenced a young asylum seeker to 10 years in prison for theft and attempted life deprivation. What's important to note here is that he claimed during the trial that he was born in Iran in 1996. However, when he entered Germany, he claimed to have been born in 1999. So the question is, how did Hüseyin Khavari get to Germany in 2015? If he was sentenced to 10 years in prison in Greece in 2014, here's why. He was released on parole in October 2015. Due to prison overcrowding in Greece, he violated his probation by failing to report to a police station on a regular basis, only visiting once. They put him on the wanted list, but only for Greece. At the time, the borders were open, and Khavari, along with thousands of other refugees, traveled to Germany, where he pretended to be an unaccompanied minor seeking asylum. Khavari was arrested as a suspect in the Maria Loebner investigation. His fingerprints were compared to those from a crime scene in Greece. This confirmed that he was the same person who attacked the woman on Corfu. After learning all of this, Germany posed numerous questions to the Greek authorities. Because the police did not initiate an Interpol search for Khavari, he was able to enter Germany without incident. Thomas de Maizière, Germany's federal minister of the interior, described it as gross negligence and expressed outrage that Greece had not shared information about this refugee. If we had received information from Greece, the suspect would have been apprehended at the border and investigated by German security authorities. All of this happened in a reprehensible manner. We will need to discuss this process with the Greeks. Maizière stated that while German and Greek police were attempting to resolve issues among themselves, ordinary Germans, including those from Freiburg, demanded that the authorities take action against uncontrolled immigration. In response to residents' discontent, Freiburg Mayor Dieter Salomon stated that they should not use Guevara's origin as a case against immigration policy. Instead, he proposed treating it as a separate incident. At the same time, the Alternative for Germany party contacted Maria Loebner, a victim of Angela Merkel's welcome culture. Unfortunately, the Maria Loebner story was not unique. On December 27, 2017, in Kandel, an Afghan refugee, Abdul Dalwadzai, 15, attacked his classmate, Mia Valentin, 15, with a knife in broad daylight. The reason for the attack was that Mia had stopped talking to him. As a result, she died in the hospital, prompting police to arrest Dalwadzai. The girl's parents doubted that I was 15 years old and demanded to know his age. They determined his age using X-rays of his arm, collarbone, and teeth. The expert concluded that Dalwadzai was at least 17 years old and probably around 20. Nonetheless, he was tried as a minor, which meant the maximum sentence was 10 years in prison. On September 3, 2018, the court sentenced him to 8.5 years in prison, causing outrage not only among the girl's parents but also throughout society. It is worth noting that Dalwadzai died in his prison cell a year after being convicted. He had self-harmed, and doctors did not have time to treat him. On March 12, 2018, Ahmad, an underage unaccompanied Afghan refugee, attacked 17-year-old Maria Bold in her Flensburg apartment. Maria and Ahmad dated for 2 years, but when he began controlling her every move, she ended the relationship and began dating another man. As a result, she died of 14 stab wounds. At the trial, Ahmad claimed that he was 17 years old at the time of the attack and that he should be tried as a minor, which implied a maximum sentence of 10 years. However, the examination revealed that Ahmad was approximately 29 years old, not 17 as he claimed. The judge agreed with the exam results and decided to try Ahmad as an adult. The court sentenced him to life in prison. However, under certain conditions, the German law on life imprisonment allows for an early release after 15 years. Authorities were also urged not to forget that Germans commit the exact same crimes. When the police revealed that the perpetrator was a refugee, tensions in society grew. Maria's parents were free to travel to Riga, and Clemens Leidenberger avoided condemning speeches. Instead, they established the Maria Lorger Foundation in memory of their daughter. This foundation earned them a civic award of 20,000 euros from the Federal Association of German Newspaper Publishers in Berlin. If my children or grandchildren ever ask me what I did to help the world develop in the direction I believed was best, I'd like to say that I took advantage of the opportunities that came my way. This quote from Maria served as the foundation for building this structure. It assists students at the University of Freiburg in difficult life situations. For example, Friederike Leidenberger stated that she wants people to remember her daughter's name, not only because of a terrible act, but also because of her life. Clemens Lodberger stated that the crime against Maria has deeply shocked Germans. Along with other events, it sparked public debate on a number of political issues. As Maria's parents, we do not want acts of hatred or cold-blooded contempt in our society to inspire hatred and incitement in others. Otherwise, the destructive spiral threatens to undermine the foundations of social cohesion. As parents, they considered expressing their Christian beliefs but chose not to do so publicly. We believe that our restraint and interest in an objective discussion of these complex political issues will ultimately benefit us. By establishing the foundation, they wanted to encourage people to use their educational opportunities and unique characteristics to find their place in society. When our lives became filled with darkness, pain, and confusion, a profound sense of gratitude settled in the United States. Thank you for your gift to Maria. According to Friederike Lodberger, having this attitude helps you control your fate. We felt as if God had given us the strength to deal with this fate. He is with us, accompanying us. We realized we had a new life task to deal with our daughter's violent death, and we will cope. We've been saying this to each other from the beginning. We keep saying it now, and the feeling of gratitude that we discussed helps us prevent all other feelings from becoming so strong that they take over, said Clemens Leidenberger. Now let's return to Maria's case. In addition to DNA evidence, police have Hussein Kavari's confession. The trial began in September 2017, and Guevara admitted to forcing Maria into intimacy before killing her. Furthermore, the man admitted that he lied about his age. He did not tell the court how old he was, only that he was of legal age. Under oath, the forensic dentist stated that the defendant was probably between the ages of 22 and 29. Kavari had his tooth extracted 8 months before the attack on Maria Leidenberger during a routine dental procedure. He kept it as a souvenir after the police discovered it while searching his apartment. According to the expert, the annual rings in a person's tooth root can be used to determine their age. That is how the forensic dentist came to know Hussein Guevara, who was between the ages of 22 and 29. The method is safe and produces accurate results. X-ray examinations of risky bones, which are frequently used to diagnose aging, are considered relatively imprecise. Senior prosecutor Eckhard Berger described the dental examination as critical evidence in determining the defendant's age. Kavari stated that his father died many years ago in Afghanistan. However, the police discovered that his father was alive and living in Iran. The prosecutor contacted Kavari's father by phone, which provided the court with a clearer picture of his age. According to the father, his son was born in Iran on January 29, 1984, so he was 32 years old when Maria died. Consequently, they tried him as an adult. During the trial, he claimed that a few hours before the attack, he and his friends had consumed a large amount of alcohol and taken some illegal substances. After partying with his friends, he boarded a tram and drove to the location where he later attacked Maria. Maria spent her spare time working at Freiburg's Immigrant Assistance Center. She attempted to assist people who had been thrust into a difficult life situation due to some unfortunate circumstance. She died at the hands of one of these people, and the crime sparked widespread outrage and disgust. Chancellor Angela Merkel received sarcastic thank you messages on social media for her liberal policy, which welcomed more than 1 million refugees and immigrants. During the trial, prosecutor Eckhard Berger reminded the 2 jurors and 3 judges that the defendant is on trial for a criminal offense, not Germany's refugee policy. Khavari sobbed in court as he read a statement of apology to the victim's family. He claimed to have nightmares about Maria's death every day. "I beg your pardon. I'd like to apologize to Maria's family. I wish I could undo it." He stated, "I deeply regret what I have done. I live with the anguish of what I did. This torment will eventually destroy my life." Hussein Khavari appeared at the trial. He informed everyone about his perilous fate. He described his journey from Iran to Turkey, then Greece, Serbia, and Slovenia before arriving in Germany. He talked about life in the ruins, eating garbage in Greece, stealing and using illegal drugs and alcohol, while living in a foster home in Germany as an underage refugee. In court, he stated that he suffers from psychological conditions, including nightmares and frequent insomnia. Among other things, his stress stemmed from concerns about his homeland. "I have a lot of problems. I've got a lot of problems," Khavari spoke. During his testimony, he described the night he killed Maria. He claims that he and his friends drank 2 bottles of vodka just hours before the crime. He then drank beer and wine alone. He also smoked a few cigarettes and used illegal drugs. He then boarded a tram near the future crime scene. He bothered the other girls on the tram, and when he got to the last stop, he stole a bicycle. He did, however, fall off his bike because he was too drunk. When he saw Maria, he pushed her off the bike and covered her mouth. She began screaming, and he decided to strangle her with a scarf, causing her to lose consciousness. According to Khavari, he noticed Maria Lattenberger's beauty and decided to take advantage of her unconscious state. He then carried Maria into the water, where she drowned. Authorities believed Khavari moved Maria into the water to destroy the evidence on her body. Khavari claimed that he was too drunk and couldn't control his actions. He expressed his dissatisfaction with the way things ended. Prosecutors challenged his version of events, alleging that his actions were premeditated. A psychiatric expert testified that he believed Khavari's remorse was phony, telling the court that the defendant demonstrated a strong and persistent desire for violence and warned there was a high risk of reoffending. Khavari had an interest in aggressive sexual practices and a hostile attitude toward women. He also stated that he has no remorse or compassion for other people's suffering. Maria's parents chose not to attend the trial. They hired a lawyer to represent their interests. Maria's father, Clemens Leidenberger, stated that we wanted the most constructive objective possible, but without any additional media hype, political statements, or impact on the course of the trial as a result of emotional statements made by the victims. When asked by a journalist if they wanted to meet face-to-face with the criminal, Maria's father replied, "We left this question open in any case. It was unclear from the start whether we would remain absent from the process from beginning to end. However, during the discussion, we asked each other if Maria wanted us there, and we concluded that she did not. Furthermore, based on the criminal's characteristics and behavior in court, we became increasingly convinced that we would not gain anything from this confrontation. We knew it wouldn't help us." On September 22, 2018, Hussein Khavari was found guilty. Presiding Judge Catherine Schenk condemned Khavari's extreme lack of empathy, who was handcuffed and dressed in a black hooded jumper. Before I read the verdict and sentence, many in the courtroom applauded. The court sentenced him to life in prison. As previously stated, the German law on life imprisonment provides for the right to early release after 15 years if the parole board determines that the convict does not pose a threat to society. However, during the sentencing, the judge emphasized the gravity of Hussein Khavari's guilt. It means that his early release from prison after 15 years is legally feasible but practically impossible. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A young woman was found dead at her workplace. Detectives found several unusual clues, but they were unable to catch the culprit several years later. When the police re-examined all the clues, they made a very unexpected breakthrough. Harry Nelson was born on December 13, 1980, in the small American town of Laverne, Minnesota. She had loving parents, a younger sister, and many friends. Carrie was kind and empathetic and always tried to help her loved ones. After graduating from the local high school, she enrolled in college in the neighboring state of North Dakota. She wanted to become a doctor so that she could help others. While in college, she met a young man named Mike Callan, and they became engaged. After a while, Carrie tried to balance her college studies with part-time work at the National Blue Mound State Park located near her hometown. Her duties included selling park tickets and escorting guests who came to relax at the camping site to go hiking or see the bison. Carrie worked there for the second season in a row, and she loved the place. In addition to being a relatively easy job, she can also spend a lot of time in nature, enjoying the picturesque landscapes. On May 20, 2001, she went to work as usual. Besides, only one young woman named Rebecca, who was doing an internship at the park, was working there. In addition to her main duties, Carrie had to train and introduce her to the work process. Carrie's shift started at 8 a.m. and was supposed to end at 3 p.m. for most of the day. She was with Rebecca, explaining the work nuances, around 12:45. Rebecca went to the office building located at the other end of the park, and Carrie stayed in a small room at the entrance. Rebecca returned around 2:30 p.m. She entered the building through the back door and immediately saw a horrific scene. Carrie lay motionless on the floor with a pool of blood near her head at around the same time as a shocked Rebecca heard the front door, thinking it might be the same person who attacked her colleague. She immediately ran out through the back door and rushed home. The young woman lived in a house located within the park grounds because her father was a manager, so she quickly ran there. Rebecca told her parents what had happened, and her father immediately ran there while the young woman's mother called the police. The man arrived at the building and found no one there except Carrie. He tried to feel her pulse and realized that she was dead. After that, he closed the curtains, locked the front door, and called 911. At around the same time, another call came in to the police. It turned out that Rebecca discovered her colleague's body inside a park. The visitor walked in, not the attacker. The woman went to the registration desk and saw Carrie's body next to a puddle of blood. She then returned to her car and also called 911. The police arrived on the scene and began their investigation. The young woman's body was lying behind the registration desk where phones and cash registers were located, and things and papers were scattered around. One of the phone receivers was off the hook, the plastic pen of Carrie's chair was broken, and its pieces were on the floor. Based on this, the police assumed that a struggle had taken place between the victim and the attacker. After talking to the managers, the investigators found out that 2 bank bags intended for money storage had disappeared from the building. In addition, cash was taken from the cash register, with the total amount stolen being approximately $2,000. Men's wristwatches with a torn strap and a pack of cigarettes. Considering that Carrie did not smoke, the police assumed that the cigarettes were left by her killer. They assumed that the young woman tore them off the perpetrator's wrist during the struggle. Large particles of orange-colored stone were also found on the floor. The manager told investigators that these particles likely came from the decorative stone with the park's name, which was located on the registration desk. The police searched all the rooms and could not find the perpetrator. Considering the blood spatters were visible on the walls and ceiling of the room, they immediately assumed that this stone was the murder weapon. At the same time, their colleagues blocked the road leading to the park entrance and began questioning all visitors. The couple who stopped at the campground reported that around 2:30 p.m. a white car with a brown vinyl top drove past them at high speed. Unfortunately, they did not remember the model or license plate number of the vehicle. The investigation was complicated by the fact that there were no surveillance cameras in the park since crimes were very rare. The available evidence included a wristwatch, a pack of cigarettes, and the vague testimony of witnesses. Medical experts examined the victim's body and concluded that the cause of death was blowing the head with a heavy object. They suggested that the perpetrator may have used a large decorative stone, but this version could only be confirmed after its discovery. According to the investigators, the attack on Carr occurred between 2 p.m. and 2 p.m. They found a love letter that Carrie had written to her fiancé at her workplace. In the letter, Carrie expressed her eagerness for their wedding and described her desire to have 2 children. She put the date and time of 2 p.m. that day on the letter. Another interesting fact was that the men's watch found next to the victim's body stopped at 2 p.m. Perhaps they stopped working just after Carrie had taken them off for the attacker's wrist. Police cordoned off the park and began searching for additional clues. 5 days later, they found the decorative stone in a nearby stream. Apparently, the killer took it with him and threw it into the stream from a bridge while driving over it. Medical experts compared the relief of the stone with Carrie's head injuries and confirmed that it was the murder weapon. However, the water had washed away all fingerprints and DNA traces that the perpetrator may have left. No other clues were found, and the police began searching for a possible suspect. They first looked closely at Carrie's fiancé, but he had a reliable alibi. At the time of the murder, he was attending a funeral about 110 kilometers away from the park around 3 p.m. that day. He tried to call Carrie at her work phone, but at that time he had no idea that his fiancée was dead. Detectives interviewed park employees and received an interesting lead. Several people told them that Carrie had complained to them multiple times about her 26-year-old colleague named Stephen Carey, who reported that he continuously asked her out on a date, despite her being engaged. Stephen ignored her refusals and behaved quite persistently, causing Carrie to fear him. Additionally, the man used heavy narcotics and sold them to park visitors. Carrie mentioned to her colleagues that she was considering reporting him to the police or management. The detectives immediately questioned him, and he did not have a reliable alibi for the time of the murder. He did not work that day and claimed he was at his daughter's birthday party a few kilometers away from the park. However, he arrived at the party around 3 p.m., which means he could have had enough time to commit the crime. In addition, he drove a white Cadillac, while witnesses saw a light-colored vehicle leaving the park at high speed. Digging deeper, the detectives found out that Stephen had financial difficulties. This gave him a motive to commit robbery, especially since he knew where the money was kept. The detectives also suspected that he may have learned about Carrie's plans to report him and decided to murder her. They seized his car and took a DNA sample from him. Meanwhile, the forensic team finished collecting fingerprints and DNA samples from the crime scene, including DNA from a man's wristwatch. In total, 135 different fingerprints were found at the scene, excluding all park employees, leaving 38 unknown prints. As for the wristwatch, 3 different DNA samples were found on it. The problem was that these samples were not enough to create a full profile, since DNA analysis technology was not yet advanced enough in 2001. As a result, experts had to work with partial profiles. They tried to add them to databases, but the results were inconclusive. The system showed them 19 possible matches, and during the investigation, the police confirmed that none of these people were related to the murder. However, the experts were able to directly compare the obtained samples with other DNA. They determined that one of the samples belonged to Carrie and the other 2 did not match any of the park employees, including Stephen. Detectives did not rush to rule him out, as he had a motive and opportunity to commit the crime, but there was no evidence against him. No other leads were found, and the caves remained unsolved for months. A year after the murder, a prisoner serving time in the local jail came forward to the police. He told them that his cellmate Anthony Powers had boasted to him about being responsible for Carrie's murder. Detectives investigated and found that Powers had an extensive criminal history, mostly for bank robberies, which had landed him in jail multiple times. Interestingly, Powers had escaped from prison shortly before Carrie's murder and was caught after the fact. His fingerprints and DNA did not match those found at the crime scene. Moreover, the witness's description of the murder did not match reality. The detectives concluded that both prisoners were attempting to deceive them for a reward of $50,000 for information, leading to the solving of the case. Since Powers was already serving a life sentence, additional charges did not scare him. Additionally, in the event of a guilty verdict, he could have avoided being transferred to a federal prison and remained in the state correctional facility, which he preferred. The case remained unsolved for several years. Detectives regularly reviewed the case, hoping to find new evidence, but their efforts were fruitless. They even put up a photo of Carrie in their office to remind themselves of the case every day. In 2007, the case was reopened. By that time, DNA analysis technology had significantly advanced, and experts re-examined the wristwatch. This time, they were able to identify 3 precise DNA profiles, one belonging to Carrie, the second to an unknown man, and the third to an unknown woman. Both of these samples were run through the state database, but no matches were found. The detectives, it was remembered an interesting detail that a special sticker was found on the pack of cigarettes discovered next to the victim's body. In those days, each state had a label for tobacco products, so the police knew for sure that the pack was purchased in South Dakota. The detectives then sent the DNA samples to their colleagues in that state, and here. They had a long-awaited breakthrough when they ran these profiles with the South Dakota database. One of them showed a complete match. The man turned out to be 35-year-old Randy LeRoyal Swaney. This name had never appeared in police reports in Carey's case, so it was a surprise for the investigators. Randy turned out to be a serial robber, and at that time he was serving a 30-month sentence in a South Dakota prison. At the time of the murder, he was out on parole. The police also discovered that he had a light-colored Oldsmobile Delta at that time, which matched the witness's description. The investigators checked his fingerprints, and they matched several prints found at the murder scene. Despite all this, the detectives wanted to gather as much evidence as possible before charging him. Randy had only 1 month left to serve in prison, so the police decided to act as quickly as possible. They spoke to his wife, not mentioning what her husband was suspected of. The woman was already used to Randy regularly coming to the attention of the police for robberies and thefts, so she was not surprised by their visit. The detective showed her photos of a watch, and the woman immediately confirmed that they belonged to her husband. She also said that she sometimes wore them, and the investigators immediately realized that the last DNA sample from the watch belonged to her. Then they decided to reveal everything and told her that they suspected her husband of killing a young woman. The woman burst into tears, but the police quickly realized that she was primarily scared for herself, learning that her DNA might be on the watch. She thought that she too would be accused of the murder. On April 19th, detectives came to visit Randy in prison and attempted to speak with him without specifying what he was being suspected of. However, Randy refused to talk without a lawyer present. After the unsuccessful interrogation, Randy called his wife, as all prison calls are recorded. The police were able to listen, and the woman was angry and asked what did he do. She revealed the detectives were investigating him for a murder that occurred in Blue Mound State Park, and was more worried about her DNA being found on a watch. At times, she began to cry and scream that she didn't want to go to jail for a crime she had nothing to do with. Randy, on the other hand, she repeated that he knew nothing about it. The woman actively cooperated with the police, providing her DNA samples and allowing them to search their home. She also gave them several photos of Randy, one of which showed him sitting behind the wheel of a white car similar to the one witnesses saw in another photo. The man's watch was visible and was fastened to the fourth clasp, just like the watch found at the crime scene. Additionally, his wife confirmed that Randy smoked the same brand of cigarettes that were found near the body. All of this was enough to take the case to trial. Randy was charged on May 8, 2007, 1 day before his release. He was immediately transferred to a prison in Minnesota, and the prosecution began preparing for the trial according to their version of events. Randy initially chose the Park building as an easy target for robbery. There were no cameras or guards, but there was cash. When he entered Carey, he may have been in another room, seeing that nobody was there. Randy began stealing money from the cash register, but the young woman returned and caught him in the act. A struggle ensued, and the man may have used threats to make her open the safe. Afterward, he took a decade of stone and struck her more than 5 times because he feared leaving a witness alive. Even his relatives, including his wife, testified against him in court. They all said that Randy regularly committed thefts, used banned substances, and had serious gambling problems, which constantly put him in debt. His former cellmate told how Randy mentioned leaving his watch at the crime scene. Another cellmate claimed that after the police came to interrogate Randy in jail, he said, "This time they got me. I'm looking at life." Randy's lawyers insisted that he had nothing to do with the murder, according to their version. Randy lost his watch sometime before the incident, and the real killer found it. However, this version conflicted with the results of DNA analysis. There were 3 samples of genetic material on the watch. Randy's wives and Carey's Randy claimed that on that day he went fishing near a town about 150 kilometers away from the park. However, since he was supposedly there alone, no one could confirm his alibi. He also said that he had been in the park only once. Long before the murder, he admitted that he left his fingerprints there at that time, but there was another discrepancy. One of Randy's fingerprints was found on a leaflet that was made only 4 days before the murder. All defense arguments had no weight and contradicted real evidence. and Randy's lawyers tried to blame someone else. First, he called Powers and another inmate to testify, but their story still did not match reality. Then he began to harass the victim's fiancée, constantly hinting that he could be the real killer. Trial lasted until August 15, 2008. After 6 hours of deliberation, the jury found Randy guilty. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. After that, he continued to insist on his innocence and filed multiple appeals, but they were all rejected from the beginning. All his defense was built on absurd versions that contradicted DNA analysis and other evidence, so there are no chances for his case to ever be reconsidered. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The student disappeared on her way to the dormitory, and at first the police thought that the solution was right in front of them. However, with each passing day of the investigation, they became more convinced that there were many tangled moments in this case, and it was only by chance in the end that the truth was uncovered. Amy Blau was born on October 1, 1969, in Homestead, Florida. She grew up in a loving family and had many friends, largely due to her cheerful and kind nature. When she was 14 years old, her father passed away. Despite this painful loss, Amy found the strength to maintain a positive outlook on life. After high school, she enrolled at Flagler College, located in St. Augustine, near Jacksonville. Although it was home to only 13,000 people, it was the oldest city in the USA. It was founded by Spanish explorers. So many architectural elements still differ dramatically from familiar American things. Amy loved studying at college, and in 3 years she made many friends there. By that time she was 21 years old and had only a little laugh before graduation. On November 6, 1990, her friend Kim came to St. Augustine, and they decided to go to a local bar popular among students. Amy's roommate and best friend Kelly also went with them. The young women had a great time enjoying the long-awaited meeting. At some point, their mutual acquaintance Sean Nolan joined them. He and Amy had mutual sympathy, but they were not in a relationship. In the evening, Kelly said that she felt sick and went back to the dorm, and a little later Kim also left, leaving Sean and Amy alone. The next morning, the young women had to go to classes. However, when Kelly woke up, she found that Amy's bedroom door was wide open. She was not there. It seemed strange to her, but she decided that she would see Amy in class. However, the young woman never showed up. Kelly and Kim were worried about her absence and decided to talk to Sean, who stayed with her at the bar the night before. The guy worked at a place near the college, and the young women went to see him. His story seemed strange to them. At first, he said that he had a strong hangover, and it was difficult for him to remember the chronology of that night. After gathering his thoughts, he finally told them that after the bar, he and Amy went towards the beach to take a walk, but soon they decided to go home. The guy called a taxi from the nearest payphone, and while they were waiting for the car, he and Amy had an argument. In the end, she went on foot to the dorm, which was only a few minutes away. Kelly was upset that the guy left Amy alone and didn't walk her to her dorm. At the same time, she became even more worried. Amy had nowhere else to go but the dorm, but she never showed up in her room. Her friend was afraid that something bad had happened to her and began to seriously suspect Sean's strange behavior only heightened her anxiety. It seemed like the guy was not at all worried that Amy had disappeared. Kelly decided to continue her search and went to the university campus, asking all her acquaintances if they had seen Amy. The answer was the same. No one had met her that day, and no one knew where she could be. At around 6 p.m., her friend decided to call the police. She informed investigators about the young woman's disappearance, and they began to check the information. They called all local hospitals, but no one resembling Amy had been admitted. The taxi operators were also contacted, but none of the drivers had picked up the young woman that night. The police could not find any evidence that Amy had been in trouble or become a victim of a crime. Moreover, at the time, the young woman was already 21 years old, so they did not officially declare her missing despite her friend's requests. By that time, Kelly was 100% sure that something bad had happened to Amy. Realizing that she could not convince the police to start searching, she decided to call Amy's mother. Later, the young woman admitted that it was the hardest call of her life. The next morning, Amy's sister arrived in St. Augustine to participate in the search. The first thing they did was go to the police station, where they received the same response. They couldn't start an investigation because there was no indication of a threat to life. The investigators believed that the young woman had simply left for a couple of days without warning, So the sisters, along with Kelly and other friends of the missing young woman, decided to organize their own search operation. They printed flyers with information about Amy and began posting them all over the city. Soon a local television channel came to their aid, spreading information about the young woman's disappearance. All of this led to a large number of volunteers offering to participate in the search. They split into groups and began combing both the city and the surrounding area. Volunteers searched forests, beaches, abandoned houses, but they were unable to find any clues. This continued for 3 days until the police finally decided to start an investigation. By that time, the whole town was talking about Amy's disappearance, apparently putting pressure on the local police department and forcing them to take action. The first thing they decided to do was talk to Sean, as he was the last person to see Amy, and here they encountered the first suspicious moment. The guy told them a story that was different from the one Kelly and Kim heard. Sean said that he and Amy left the bar and headed towards the beach, but on the way they decided to split up and go home. He approached the payphone and called the taxi, but when he turned around, Amy was nowhere to be seen. After waiting for some time, he got in the taxi and went home. Investigators found the story strange. How could a young woman disappear from the street in a matter of seconds and Sean, who was standing a meter away from her, not notice? Moreover, why did he give his friends a different version of events? All of this was enough to start considering Sean as a suspect. Decided to verify his story and find the taxi driver who was supposed to take him home that night, and soon they succeeded. The only problem was that his story also differed from the two versions told by Sean. The driver claimed that he did indeed pick up the young man near the phone booth. However, when he arrived at the location, Sean was sleeping on a bench, and the taxi driver had to wake him up. There was no young woman present at the time. On the one hand, this provided the boy with an alibi, but on the other hand, he had for some reason shared his version of what had happened, which only raised suspicion with the detectives. Despite this, there was no evidence against him, so the police continued to search for new leads. 10 days had passed since Amy's disappearance. During that time, there had been no activity on her bank accounts, which only confirmed that she had not left on her own initiative. By that time, the residents of St. Augustine and the police began to suspect that Amy's disappearance might be related to another series of gruesome crimes, about which we have a separate video. In August of the same year, an unknown maniac killed 5 students in the city of Gainesville, which was 120 kilometers away. People began to fear that this criminal had moved to their town and that they were all in mortal danger. Investigators contacted colleagues from Gainesville and began to compare the cases, but soon they realized that there were many inconsistencies. The Gainesville killer attacked students in their homes and left their bodies there. In Amy's case, the police didn't even know if she was still alive or what had happened to her. Furthermore, at the time of her disappearance, the police had already arrested a man who was highly likely to be the killer. Several serious pieces of evidence pointed to him. Therefore, soon the detectives stopped looking for a connection between that series of crimes and Amy's disappearance. Meanwhile, the police department offered a reward of $10,000 for any information that would help find Amy. They immediately received hundreds of tips, but most of them were lead. This happens in any case where authorities offer money for information. People come up with various stories hoping to get an easy check. It was also about 6 potentially important leads. Witnesses reported seeing her in different parts of the city, and many of them added that she got into some cars. Out of all this one call was much more interesting. A man reported seeing Amy in the city center on the night of her disappearance. A fairly old car similar to a Chevrolet Camaro pulled up to her. There were 2 men inside, and after a brief conversation with them, Amy got into the passenger seat, and they drove off. At that time, this was the most detailed lead in the hands of detectives. However, something in the witness's behavior made them suspicious. After the call, he agreed to come to the station, answered all the questions, and tried to help, but for some reason the investigators treated him with suspicion. Detectives called it a police instinct and couldn't explain their doubts. They offered him to take a lie detector test to verify his testimony, and the man agreed. They asked him only 2 questions: whether he had anything to do with Amy's disappearance and whether he could take detectives to her. The witness answered negatively, and the polygraph operator did not detect any signs of lying. Thus, investigators understood that they finally had honest testimony that could help find Amy. The police began searching for all cars that fit the witness's descriptions, establishing the identities of the drivers, and checking their aliases for the night of the young woman's disappearance. All of this continued for several weeks, but the detective never managed to find a single potential suspect. Since then, there have been no leads in this case. But on January 1st, 2 months after Amy's disappearance, a disturbing call was made to the police. A man was walking his dog on the outskirts of St. Augustine. At some point, his dog noticed a pile of logs with bricks and started acting strangely, barking and pulling on the leash, trying to run there. The owner decided to see what is so upset his dog and was almost speechless when he saw a skeleton hand sticking out from under the pile. He immediately called the police, and investigators began to extract the body. Due to the high degree of decomposition, they were unable to quickly establish her identity, but one detail immediately caught their attention. The body was wearing a green shirt, just like Amy Blount on the night she disappeared. The body was wrapped in a sheet. Medical experts conducted a more detailed analysis and concluded that the deceased was a young woman. She had received 5 sharp object wounds, indicated by cuts on her shirt. In addition, 2 serious abrasions were found on the body. Investigators suspected that the victim was Amy, so they immediately sent her dental records to experts, who soon confirmed that it was indeed her. Friends and relatives of the young woman were devastated by the news. They had hoped until the very end that Amy would return to them unharmed. Now the police had to investigate her murder. Along with the discovery of the body, they received their first lead. Amy had been partially buried and covered with logs on the outskirts of a large private property. Upon learning the name of the owner of this plot, they called him in for questioning. For understandable reasons, the man immediately became a suspect. However, after talking to him, the investigators began to doubt his involvement. First, it was a huge plot of land without a fence, and anyone could enter it. Secondly, there were 2 residential trailers on the property whose owners paid the landowner for rent. He added that he constantly had problems with one of the tenants. When they heard his name, the police were shocked. It was the same witness who had been polygraphed. The man was 22-year-old Timothy Gatchell. The police immediately asked the trailer owner to let them search the residence while the man was not at home, and he agreed. The first thing the police saw was a sheet very similar to the one in which Amy's body was wrapped. Upon further investigation, they found long female hair stuck in the mechanism of a floor exercise machine. It was the same color as Amy's hair. In addition, using special chemicals, forensic experts discovered blood traces in the living room. A sheet of paper with the name Toby and a phone number were also found in the house. The landowner said that a guy with that name did often visit Timothy. The police allowed that this person might also be related to the murder and contacted him. Toby agreed to meet with the detectives and told them his story. According to Toby's words, on the night of Amy's disappearance, he and Timothy were driving around town, stopping at different bars. At some point, they saw Amy walking alone on the street. Timothy asked Toby to stop the car, got out, and approached the young woman. He invited her to join them, and she got into the car. Together they went to Timothy's trailer and had a party. However, Toby's story started to sound strange, like a detective story. At first, he claimed that he just dropped off Amy and Timothy near the trailer and immediately left. Then he changed his version and said that he went inside with them, had a beer, then went to the bathroom and left immediately without going into the living room, and got into the car and left. Investigators doubted that he was completely honest with them. They didn't believe that Amy would go to the outskirts of the city with 2 unknown men at night. In the morning, she had to go to classes and was supposed to go to the dormitory right after the bar. It looked like Toby constructed his story in such a way that he couldn't be made, and an accomplice. Detectives did not rule out that Timothy and Toby might have actually abducted the young woman on the empty night street, but could not prove it yet. Moreover, Toby told something else. According to him, in the first week of the investigation, he saw flyers about Amy's disappearance and recognized her. When he asked Timothy what happened that night, he claimed that he took the young woman to the city center and dropped her off there. After that, she approached another car and soon got into it. Toby told him that he should share this information with the police. Despite the fact that his story raised serious doubts, the police had enough evidence to arrest Timothy. They arrived at his house, and the man came out with his hands raised. During the interrogation, he told the investigators the same story. When Toby left, he began to flirt with Amy, but she rejected him. Then he got angry and decided to take her back to the city. Considering that he did not have his own car, he took the owner of the land's pickup truck and drove her to the center, where Amy allegedly got into another car. But the detectives immediately realized that this was a lie. At that point, they already knew that the rental pickup truck had 3 flats and worn-out tires. For many months, the investigators immediately told him about it, and Timothy became nervous. The detectives asked him, "Did you kill Amy?" And the man replied, "I don't know, it seems so." From that moment on, he began to talk about the events of that night. According to him, he didn't remember much of what happened. At some point, he tried to kiss Amy, and the next thing he remembers is her holding a knife. He allegedly got scared that she might attack him, so he tried to take the weapon away from her. After that, Timothy didn't remember anything, as if he had lost consciousness. According to him, this had happened to him before he had completely lost some memories. When he found the knife in his hand and Amy lying on the floor, showing no signs of life. Scared, he decided to get rid of the body. Timothy went to the shed for the shovel and started digging a hole. He then wrapped Amy in a sheet and buried her there, covering the grave with logs and bricks. After that, he prayed to God. Went to clean up the blood in the room. With his confession in hand, Timothy was charged with murder, but no evidence was found against Toby, so he was only used as a witness. On July 15, 1991, a trial was held where the man planned to defend himself and receive a lesser punishment. He wanted to make it look like self-defense and used the story of memory loss. However, everything changed when the prosecutor addressed the judge and requested the death penalty. Almost immediately after that, Timothy stood up and said he was ready to confess the first-degree murder if the prosecution would drop the death penalty in favor of life imprisonment. After some brief consideration, the court agreed to these conditions, and Timothy was sentenced to life in prison. Amy's relatives and friends supported this decision. They all harbored hatred toward the person who took her away from them and wanted him to spend the rest of his life in a prison cell. As for Toby, no charges were ever brought against him. Nevertheless, his story still seemed suspicious, and I wouldn't rule out the possibility that he was directly involved in the murder. Timothy remains behind bars to this day. He is currently 53 years old. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Today we'll look at a story that occurred in 2022. This case involves multiple countries, and the sentence was issued less than a month ago. What began as a fairy tale ended as a horror film. Ekaterina Bowman was born on May 13, 1989, in Leningrad, one of Russia's largest cities, which was later renamed St. Petersburg. The chain of events that resulted in something horrific began in Turkey in 2009, when Ekaterina, 20, went on vacation with her family. It was here that she met Walter Bowman, a German citizen, 13 years her senior. Walter was fluent in Russian because he was born in Kazakhstan, which, like Russia, was a part of the USSR until 1991. Walter completed his education in Germany and made a good living, but his personal life was not going so well. He was constantly looking for the ideal woman and dreamed of meeting her. But he didn't meet the definition of a perfect man. He lived with his parents, didn't care about his appearance, dressed sloppily, and looked repulsive overall. He met many women on the internet, and almost all of them were Russian. He spent a long time chatting with one of them before deciding to travel to Russia to see her in person. But when she met Walter in person, he did not leave a good impression on her, and she no longer wanted to communicate with him. That's why, when he had a holiday romance in Turkey, his friends couldn't believe it. Ekaterina was young and gorgeous. She must have had many admirers, but for whatever reason, she chose Walter. This romantic love story began like many others, with two lonely hearts feeling attracted to each other. After Ekaterina returned to Russia and Walter returned to Germany, they continued to communicate via social media and lengthy phone calls. He told his friends how good and beautiful she is, and how they spend hours on the phone and write poetry to each other. He would then pay a lot of money to travel to St. Petersburg to see her on occasion. At the time, Ekaterina was in her second year of university in St. Petersburg. Walter was serious about his intentions, so he helped her transition to Hamburg University. Ekaterina left Russia and relocated to Germany in 2010. People in Bremerhaven, a port city on the North Sea coast, described Ekaterina as a smart, attractive, and cheerful young woman. After moving, she maintained constant contact with her Russian family. Through Germany, she continued her studies in business administration, which she had begun in Russia. She enjoyed running and practicing yoga, and she was always looking for quiet places. A few months later, the lovers were married. Walter's friend Alexandra described their wedding ceremony as follows. They had a lavish wedding. I used to be a wedding photographer, so I've seen a lot, but Ekaterina was the most beautiful and happy bride I'd ever seen. They undoubtedly spent a lot of money on their celebrations. The registration took place at a lighthouse, from which they took off in a massive white horse-drawn carriage. Nobody had ever seen anything like this in Germany, and there were only a few guests, which seemed strange. According to Alexander, the wedding ended well before dawn. Their wedding photograph captures a happy scene. Walter appears to be a man who supports his young wife, whereas Ekaterina hugs him gently and smiles blissfully. It appeared that two people who were perfect matches had finally found each other. The couple settled into a happy family life, and their story read like a fairy tale. Instead of a luxurious castle, the newlyweds settled into Walter's parents' home. And this is when Ekaterina encountered her first problem since moving to Germany. Living with Walter's parents proved difficult. The fairy tale began to fall apart. Walter's mother was a tough woman, and she will play a significant, if not the primary role in how this story ends. So it's best to give her a brief introduction. Ludmila Bowman spent her first 38 years of life in Kazakhstan. She was an exceptional student. She began as an assistant chemist and technologist, progressed to chemical engineer, and finally to middle school teacher. She married when she was 18 and had her only child, which may explain why he was the most important person in her life. The Bowman family had German roots, so they moved from Kazakhstan to Germany, where they settled in Bremerhaven. Ludmila spent many years working at a marine institute, researching the problem of global warming. She was in a good position. They would frequently go out to sea and participate in about 25 expeditions, including those in the Arctic. Her migration history served as a model for many German immigrants, which is why her 1-meter-long portrait hangs on the facade of Bremerhaven's Immigration Center, alongside 30 other portraits. But Ludmila couldn't accept that her son Walter was no longer a small boy, but rather a fully grown man in his 30s. When he wasn't present, she would call him every hour, asking when he would return, where he was and with whom, because he was her only child and she didn't have a healthy distance from him. Ekaterina has also faced prejudice from Ludmila, but she continues to strive to please her husband's mother in every way. Ludmila constantly interfered with her son's marriage and criticized Ekaterina. She accused her of being a bad housewife. Ekaterina attempted to combat this attitude, but her efforts were never successful. When she went outside, she changed into a gray mouse. Otherwise, she'd have to hear from her mother-in-law about how she dressed like a prostitute. Walter worked in a port, earning approximately 4,000 euros per month. He was always at work on weekends and holidays because it paid better. He was not a workaholic, but rather greedy. He saved the majority of his earnings and had substantial savings that he didn't want to spend. In 2017, when Ekaterina got pregnant, Walter decided to spend some of his savings. He bought a house and moved away from his parents. The search took a long time because Walter wanted to spend as little money as possible. Ekaterina had hoped that the move would improve their relationship, but it did not. Ludmila was a constant visitor to their home and continued to interfere in all aspects of her son's life. Around the same time, Ekaterina gave birth to her daughter, further straining the couple's relationship. Following the birth of his daughter, Walter became more strict and controlling of his wife. He spoke down to her and forbade her from learning to drive a car, as well as from communicating with her daughter in German, because he wanted her to know only one language, Russian. Ekaterina had no idea what the changes in her husband's behavior were about. He developed even more resentment, jealousy, and control than before. It was becoming increasingly difficult to predict his behavior. He could lose his temper over trivial matters. The couple's relationship deteriorated, and Walter went so far as to use his physical superiority against his wife, beating her. Authorities first learned about the Bauman family in late 2019, when the couple told the social worker that they had reconciled, but Ekaterina and her husband continued to berate and curse at each other. Walter secretly took photos and videos of Ekaterina while recording their phone conversations, sometimes in front of their baby. Walter asked a computer expert from his circle of friends to hack his wife's phone, but he declined. Walter accused his wife of being a bad mother and mentally unstable. Ekaterina, in turn, accused Walter of losing interest in her work and becoming burned out as a result. She could no longer live in constant stress and fear, so she sought help from a domestic violence support center. The first time she asked for assistance was in the fall of 2020. After his wife and daughter left, Walter did everything he could to get them back. He promised to change, admitting that he had acted inappropriately and telling Ekaterina that he couldn't live without her and their daughter. As a result, Ekaterina forgives him and returns home with their daughter, but the fighting between the spouses continues. When Walter realized he had wronged his wife, He would give her gifts or plan a family trip. The man changed his attitude toward both his wife and the child. Walter's attitude toward his daughter can only be described as complete control. When he was at home, he wanted his daughter to be constantly in his sight. If they went somewhere, he would not let her leave his arms. Despite the fact that she was only 3 years old, he reduced his work hours at the port in half in order to spend more time with his daughter. He would take his daughter to kindergarten and pick her up in the evening. He cooked for her, and she slept in the parents' room at night. Those who knew Walter well described him as a dramatizing strategist. He was skilled at manipulating others, and one of his primary goals in life was to be frugal with money. He often appeared nervous and impatient. After becoming a mother, Ekaterina visited her family in Russia several times, always accompanied by Walter. He feared that his wife would return to Russia, depriving him of the opportunity to be with his daughter. Ekaterina began considering divorce as she witnessed her husband's increasingly abusive behavior. At the same time, she discovered that all of her documents had disappeared. As it turns out, Walter took all of his wife's papers and left them at his mother's house. When Walter's mother paid them a visit, the couple got into another argument, and Ekaterina was kicked out. She was thrown away like a useless item. She contacted the police, and the situation was resolved. Ekaterina and Walter once got into such a heated argument right before kindergarten that administration notified youth support services about the situation. The quarreling couples began receiving child education assistance. For 6 weeks, a family crisis counselor would accompany the family and monitor the child's well-being. The counselor concluded that leaving the child with their parents was too dangerous. Ekaterina only continued to live with her husband because of her daughter, but she was unable to accompany her to Russia. For her daughter to leave Germany, Ekaterina must have obtained Walter's permission, indicating that he is not opposed to his child leaving the country. In August 2021, Ekaterina took the daughter for the second time and reported to a women's crisis center that her husband had threatened her life. Social services wanted to place a 5-year-old girl in an orphanage, and the Youth Affairs Department's psychologist described the situation as severe. Ekaterina agreed to the Youth Affairs Service placing her daughter in foster care, but Walter and his mother opposed it. That's why both parents had to care for the child. The girl lived with her father for a few days before moving to a women's shelter with her mother, always alternate and under the condition that the couple's daughter attend kindergarten to learn German. In a few weeks, the family was reunited again. According to some Russian sources, Ekaterina had bad roommates at the women's shelter, and the kindergarten that the daughter must have visited was too far away. As a result, she returned home, but the couple has begun the divorce process and lives in separate rooms. Ekaterina's desire to return to Russia was increasing. Walter wasn't against it, but only if his daughter stayed with him in Germany. That is why Ekaterina only visited St. Petersburg in 2021 and 2022. In Russia, she went on a date with a man she met online. He came from the Siberian city of Omsk and was a pilot. Ekaterina returned to Germany in mid-January 2022 and communicated with the Russian pilot on a daily basis. They exchanged many love messages, but a few weeks after returning to Germany, on February 4, 2022, the 32-year-old woman stopped communicating with her family and new lover. When Ekaterina ran away again, she only took an empty suitcase and 13,000 euros from her husband's stash. She left behind her phone, keys, clothes, and, most importantly, her 5-year-old daughter. This is what Walter told the police on February 6, 2022. When Ekaterina's parents couldn't reach her for 2 days, they contacted the German police and requested a welfare check. We learned about her disappearance in a strange way. I couldn't reach her on the phone for several days. Walter then picked her up and explained that he hadn't seen her since February 5th. He also stated that she does not respond because she does not have funds on her account. Svetlana Ekaterina is a mother of journalists. The entire city went searching for Ekaterina. People searched every square meter, posted flyers, and investigated every version of what happened. Walter was one of the few people who did not care about Ekaterina's disappearance. Concerned citizens distributed flyers throughout the city. The man was busy renovating his home. They assumed the worst immediately after the woman's disappearance, and her husband was the focus of attention. Only 4 days after Ekaterina allegedly fled the Beaumont family home, the police conducted a search. Walter had completed the renovations at this point, having painted the floors in the guest room and replaced a couch. He was also seen buying a large amount of cleansers from the local store. The police discovered that the surveillance footage from the house's video cameras had mysteriously vanished. Officers searched the house for 3 hours for evidence of the crime, leading a detection dog through the garage and into the house. In the garage, the dog became agitated but did not give a signal. The first tests conducted by criminalists revealed no evidence within the house or garage. Police discovered a knife and an electric shocker in the littered car and seized them as potential evidence. Officers noted that Walter was unconcerned about his wife, who had gone missing. Instead, he wanted to know if he would be granted sole custody of his daughter, aged 5. If his wife did not return, the search for Ekaterina continued day after day, but nothing was discovered. It's as if she disappeared. Officers recognized that the chances of a young mother fleeing and leaving her daughter's documents and phone behind in a foreign country are extremely low. Walter had the police's suspicion, as evidenced by his statement that Ekaterina fled with an empty suitcase. Ekaterina's mysterious disappearance alarmed people throughout the city and beyond. Women who didn't know Ekaterina organized a search. "We'll keep looking for her until we figure out what happened," said one of the organizers. 2 weeks after the young mother went missing, approximately 400 volunteers from across North Germany searched for her in Bremerhaven several times, aided by rescue dogs. This incident elicited a massive response on social media. Ekaterina's family brought attention to her disappearance in Russia, and the story aired on the major Russian channels. "My daughter was with this man for 12 years, but for a year and a half, their marriage was nothing but fights, and he hit her several times," according to Ekaterina, a journalist's mother. "He kept my daughter in isolation and confiscated her IDs and bank cards. He didn't let her meet anyone." On March 1, 2020, 25 days after Ekaterina's disappearance, shocking news spread first in Bremerhaven, then across the country, and eventually in Russia. During a walk along the Weser River, an ordinary passerby noticed a strange suitcase that had washed ashore. He was horrified when he opened it. Inside were fragments of a woman's body, packed in garbage bags. It is important to note that not all fragments were contained within the suitcase. Several of them were missing. Sadly, the victim was 32-year-old Ekaterina Bowman. By a strange coincidence, the suitcase was discovered near the lighthouse where she got married. The suitcase washed ashore, which was a stroke of luck for the investigation. According to experts, it could have swum to the North Sea, leaving Ekaterina missing indefinitely. This is how her hopes for a happy resolution to her relative's mysterious disappearance were dashed. They could only say goodbye to their dear daughter, mother, and friend. The city residents organized a small impromptu memorial. Their neighbors, who were not unconcerned about what happened, left flowers, lit candles, and even wrote letters. Walter Bowman was arrested as the primary and sole suspect. After discovering the body, the family home was searched a second time. This time, experts worked for several days. The police discovered a bottle containing a strong sedative in Ekaterina's blood. The police also discovered single-use gloves, foil, and adhesive tape, as well as a large supply of garbage bags and cleaners. Furthermore, canisters containing acetic acid solvents, bleached suitcase keys, and the pink scarf worn by Ekaterina in her most recent selfie were discovered in the garage and shed. Investigators also noticed that Ekaterina has few personal items. The majority of her clothes were discarded, and her wedding photograph, a memento of happy times, was hidden behind the piano. The police have also discovered the white jacket that Ekaterina was wearing in her last selfie. The jacket was discovered in a trash can at the workplace of Ludmila Baumann Walter's mother. While in custody, the man frequently wrote letters to his mother, confessing his love for her and referring to her as his son. The letters contained urgent appeals, such as "Help us all, Mother, save us. You can do it. You represent my only hope for the future, and please save me." 8 months later, it became clear what he meant. Ekaterina died on Friday, February 4, 2022. At 4:30 time, she took a 10-minute walk wearing our light-colored jacket and yellow skirt. Neighbors' video cameras captured the event. In the evening, the family ate dinner, which included tuna, halibut, mashed potatoes, and olives. It was a bottle of wine. According to Walter, Ekaterina drank only 1 glass while he consumed the remainder. That's why he fell asleep at 8 p.m. According to court documents, Ekaterina's phone was last connected to the network at 7. 8:41 p.m. At 8:25 p.m., she called her new lover via video chat on her computer. She was in a good mood and promised to call him again as soon as she put her child to bed. But she did not call him that evening. She did not call anyone. 2 hours later, the Russian pilot sent a message wishing her a good night, but it went unread. A forensic examination revealed that Ekaterina had died 2 hours after dinner. This was confirmed by an examination of her stomach contents. Forensic experts discovered strong sedatives and alcohol in her blood, as well as a broken hyoid bone. The cause of death was determined to be strangulation. Experts claim that everything else done to the body was done with extremely sharp tools. Walter opened his car briefly the next morning, at 7:22 a.m. At 10:20 a.m., the car drove away and returned at 4:49 p.m. 3 days later. Walter called his wife's phone number, most likely to confirm his legend that she had run away. He also messaged her a few times, asking the most obvious question, "Where are you, Ekaterina?" Prior to Ekaterina's disappearance, Walter and his mother communicated frequently via WhatsApp, but after February 4, they went silent, which is completely unusual. In the middle of February, Walter drove his car to auto service, where he informed an employee that the interior needed to be thoroughly cleaned from top to bottom. On August 26, 2022, the trial began. The prosecutor claimed that Walter slipped sedatives into his wife's drink and strangled her after she fell asleep. Walter planned out what he was going to do with her body. The prosecutor's office cited the husband's fear of losing custody of his daughter in the event of divorce, as well as financial losses, as motivators. It was also revealed that traces of blood were discovered in the garage, which Ekaterina's husband intended to clean in accordance with online advice. They were found beneath the shelf, on the floor, on the stairs, and in the seams. Traces of blood were also discovered on the carpet in his car's trunk. Despite thorough cleaning, experts from the Institute of Forensic Medicine determined that Ekaterina had blood in all of the places mentioned above. Walter's phone and computer were seized by police, and they provided answers to numerous questions. Not long before the tragedy, he searched for information on how to avoid punishment for taking someone's life, including which acid dissolves, how many liters of acid are required to fill a bathtub, and how to read other people's WhatsApp conversations. How long does it take to die from a sedative? Can you be convicted without evidence in Germany between December 2021 and the end of February 2022? He conducted approximately 500 search queries. Everything indicated that Walter had planned this crime. On the day of his wife's disappearance, he Googled the electric shocker twice, and forensic experts discovered evidence of electrocution on Ekaterina's body. Investigators believe Walter was using a shocker to see if his wife was still alive. In court, Walter wore his wedding ring and stated that he had been widowed for far too long. He remained silent and made no comments about the charges brought against him. He would sometimes plug his ears while the witnesses were testifying, as if it had nothing to do with him. The most emotion he displayed was when he saw his mother in court. He cried when she was questioned as a witness. He looked at her with his hands folded, as if in prayer. "Get me out of here." He begged his mother in a letter, and it appears that she agreed to help her son. During her testimony, Ludmila Bowman stated that she was the one who killed Ekaterina, not her son. She said this to the astonished court. She arrived at her son and daughter-in-law's house in the middle of the night after her son called and asked her to care for the granddaughter. When she arrived, she found Ekaterina on the couch, soundly asleep. Ludmila explained that she wanted to wake her up and began shaking her. Ekaterina awoke and struck her in the face. They got into a fight, and Ludmila claims that she choked her son's wife during it. She also stated that she was the one who performed the following actions on Ekaterina's body. "I loved Ekaterina as a daughter. I did not want this, but was it Ludmila who did the crime? It's possible that her love for her son was so strong that she decided to accept the blame for him." As I previously stated, mother and son were extremely close and spoke on the phone frequently. The entire WhatsApp chat between mother and son occupied 1699 pages of investigation files. Despite her self-incrimination, Ludmila left the courtroom as a free citizen on that and all other days of the trial. The jury in the prosecutor's office did not believe the woman's statement and assumed she was only trying to protect her son. Even experienced attorneys were taken aback by the mother-in-law's incrimination. The attorney for a 66-year-old woman demanded her arrest and her son's lawyers demanded Walter's release, but it did not come to this. The mother was released while her son remained in jail, but she refused to give up. Ludmila wrote a letter to the court detailing her actions with the body. She stated again, "My son did not do this." She stated again, "My son did not do this." She wished to be questioned again and charged. However, the court denied her request and refused to believe her again. Ludmila was able to prove that she took part in the crime. As previously stated, not all fragments were found in the suitcase. Ludmila Bowman demonstrated where to look for the missing fragment, which did not fit in the suitcase. The provided information proved to be correct, and the police discovered another bag that was weighed down so that it did not float. The bag was discovered exactly where Ludmila pointed. The pedometer on Ludmila's phone also indicated that she walked 220 yards on the night of the murder, around 0:40 a.m. Neighbors' video cameras near Walter's and Ekaterina's house captured a person passing by Walter's father's phone, who was also active at the time. He drove Ludmila to his son's house, despite telling investigators he was asleep. Experts determined that by this time Ekaterina had died, implying that the 66-year-old woman was giving false testimony. Then, there's this unusual detail. Ludmila Baumann arrived at the son's house after Ekaterina had died, and she was present during the subsequent actions involving the body. Even though she didn't take part in the process, she helped clean the house. Essentially, she assisted her son in concealing the crime's evidence and served as an accomplice. However, it appears that the corresponding laws work differently in Germany. Ludmila was not arrested or charged with anything. This appears strange, doesn't it? Please share your thoughts on this in the comments. The mother became increasingly desperate to save her son as the verdict date approached. She wrote another letter to the judge, stating that she, not Walter, committed the crime. Now the letter stated that I despised Ekaterina, but couldn't tell my son about it. He was fighting for his wife's love, and I was afraid she would want to end his life. That's why I decided to get rid of Ekaterina by making it appear as if she poisoned herself over her tragic love for a Russian pilot. In her words, she printed a goodbye letter in Ekaterina's name and planned to place it next to her when she died. She spiked the juice with various drugs and gave it to her son, not telling him what it was, but instructing him to give it to his wife at dinner. Ludmila stated that she came to the son's house to leave a farewell note under the name Ekaterina, but when she woke up, Ludmila had to strangle her. However, the court did not believe the woman's confession because all evidence pointed to the crime being committed by her son. Walter remained silent throughout the entire process. During one of the final hearings, he recited his notes on 230 sheets of paper about his time in Kazakhstan, his life, and love. The main message of his statement was that I had always loved Ekaterina and our daughter, but her emotional burnout and psychological problems caused many arguments over 230 sheets of paper, but he only mentioned the night that changed everything. He stated that he was sleeping when his mother murdered his wife and dragged her into the garage. Walter blamed his mother for the horrific crime, claiming she betrayed him, used him, and threw him in prison. When addressing the judge, he also stated that my daughter had lost her mother, and she should not lose her father as well. The scariest part of this story isn't even the details of the terrifying crime. However, all of this occurred in front of the couple's 5-year-old daughter. The Russian grandmother is currently barred from communicating with her granddaughter, who is believed to have been placed with a German foster family. Walter was at home with his daughter. Everything happened in front of her. He created a psychotraumatic environment for the girl. She frequently mumbled something while pointing to her head and forearms. She saw everything that indicated that Ekaterina was Svetlana's mother. The girl is currently living in a traumatized children's facility and has been given a new name so that she does not learn the truth about her real family. Svetlana is attempting to obtain guardianship for her granddaughter, but German authorities will not even allow her to speak with her on the phone. The verdict was announced on May 23, 2023, when Ekaterina's daughter was 6 years old. Walter Baumann was handed a life sentence. Under German law, he is eligible for parole after 15 years. The urn containing Ekaterina's ashes was buried in her hometown of St. Petersburg. The case of Ludmila Baumann remains open. The prosecutor's office may charge her as an accomplice, but so far, this has not occurred. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The events described in this video occurred 6 years ago. On May 15, 2017, around 1 a.m., the Florida Coast Guard received a distress signal. According to the report, a yacht traveling from Cuba's Varadero resort to Florida collided with something and began to sink. There were originally 2 people on board the vessel, and when rescuers discovered only one of them, many began to wonder where things really were. Louis Bennett and Isabella Hellman met online in 2015. Louis was born in 1977 in England. He moved to Australia with his family at a young age, and by 2017 he held dual British and Australian citizenship. Isabella Rodriguez was born in 1975 in Colombia. Her family relocated to Florida in the 1990s, eventually obtaining residency and then US citizenship in 2002. Isabella married William Hellman at the age of 27. However, the couple divorced after 10 years. She met Louis Bennett online in 2015, and their online communication quickly evolved into a real-life romantic relationship. In July 2016, Louis and Isabella welcomed a daughter named Amelia. 6 months after the baby's birth, the couple bought an apartment in Delray Beach on Florida's Atlantic coast. The following month, in February 2017, Isabella married Louis. On April 30, 2017, Isabella worked as a real estate agent, while Louis owned a small solar panel company. After leaving her 9-month-old daughter with family, Isabella flew to St. Maarten, a small Caribbean island where she met Louis. They planned a honeymoon, returning to Florida on a sailing catamaran Louis had purchased prior to meeting Isabella. On April 30, the couple departed St. Maarten. They were in the British Virgin Islands on May 1 and off the coast of Puerto Rico on May 2nd. The next stop on their itinerary was Cuba, where they spent the majority of their time and planned to return from. On May 14, around 5:30 p.m., the catamaran set sail from Varadero, Cuba. 3 hours later, Isabella called her sister on her cell phone to say she'd be home tomorrow, but Louis had already signaled a distress call around 1 a.m. He contacted the U.S. Coast Guard and reported that the ship had begun to sink due to a collision with an unknown object and that his wife had gone missing. Around 4 a.m., a Coast Guard helicopter crew found the Bennett life raft. A catamaran was also discovered floating upside down at dawn, but it had not yet sunk. Bennett was taken to Key West Island, the southernmost point of Florida. During his interview with investigators, Louis stated that he and his wife took turns on duty and that the accident occurred when Isabella's turn came up. He was sleeping in his stateroom when he awoke to find that the ship had collided with something on deck and that he had not seen his wife. He started calling her name but never received a response. According to him, the mast was loose and could have thrown Isabella overboard. He also mentioned that when he last saw his wife, she was wearing a life jacket. Bennett was rescued by the Coast Guard, and a rescue swimmer reported that his backpack was unusually heavy. While inspecting the items he had loaded onto the life raft, the officers discovered 225 collectible coins whose origins had yet to be determined. The same day, May 15, Isabella Hellman was reported missing. A search and rescue operation took place in both the water and the air. However, on May 18, after 4 days of searching and no sign of the missing woman, the Coast Guard officially ended the rescue operation. Authorities suspected something was wrong when, less than 24 hours after the search for Isabella concluded, Louis Bennett requested a letter from the Coast Guard stating that his wife was presumed dead. His request was denied because issuing such a certificate is not within the Coast Guard's jurisdiction. Bennett told a television station on May 24 that he was leaving for Cuba, where he planned to rent a boat and continue his search for his wife alone. 3 days later, on May 27, he met Isabella's sister and informed her that he had just returned from Cuba. He stated that I met with authorities there and checked every hospital, but there was no sign of her. She has now been missing for 2 weeks, so I'm not holding out much hope for seeing her, so I have to accept that. This is completely devastating to me. She's my soulmate. I thought we would be together forever. The next day, May 28, Louis and the police arrived at the house where his wife's family lived to pick up their daughter, but Isabella's family refused to give her up. With scandal and the assistance of the police, Bennett took his daughter after all. Throughout the argument, Isabella's sister Elizabeth insisted that Louis was to blame for Isabella's death. Bennett's quiet demeanor and behavior following his wife's disappearance piqued the interest of Isabella's family and the police. Detectives repeatedly heard during interviews with the missing woman's family and friends that quarrels between Isabella and Louis had become more frequent since the child was born. The couple's neighbors also testified. Isabella told loved ones that Louis insisted on moving to Australia, despite her desire to remain in the United States. Bennett denied any involvement in his wife's disappearance during an interview on May 30. He claimed that he and Isabella had planned a wonderful life together, but now he was alone, and their daughter would grow up without a mother. In parallel with the investigation into Isabella Hellman's disappearance, police began to investigate the origin of the gold and silver coins discovered among Bennett's possessions. Bennett had served as first mate on a yacht a year prior, and the captain had a stash of 617 collectible silver and gold coins worth approximately $100,000. Someone broke into the yacht while it was docked in the Caribbean and no one was on board, and stole all of the coins. The person who committed the theft could not be located at the time. However, now that the FBI has begun to investigate the origins of the coins, the captain of the yacht has identified the coins discovered on Louis Bennett as part of those stolen from him. Based on this information, the FBI obtained a search warrant for Bennett's apartment. Remember that when the man was rescued, 225 coins were discovered in his belongings. On June 16, 2017, a search of the apartment revealed an additional 162 gold coins hidden in a closet. Bennett had successfully left our territory and relocated his daughter to England, where his parents lived. The man's financial situation was not ideal, and he was apparently forced to return to the United States because there remained an apartment worth $125,000 and other personal belongings. He was also eligible for insurance payments in the United States for a lost catamaran. On August 28, 2017, Louis Bennett was arrested in Florida. He was accused of stealing coins and pleaded not guilty. A few days later, a federal judge set Bennett's bail at $250,000. He was unable to pay $250,000, so he remained in custody. While awaiting trial, Louis attempted to have his wife declared dead. This would have allowed him to dispose of his and Isabella's property, as well as the funds in her bank account. However, the judge twice refused to declare Isabella dead while the investigation into her disappearance was still ongoing. Bennett pleaded guilty in November 2017 to both stealing the coins and knowingly transporting them to the United States. Bennett's parents wrote a letter to the judge in the case, pleading for leniency and sentencing because his young daughter had already lost her mother. Bennett received a 7-month prison sentence on February 20, 2018, followed by 3 years of probation. On the same day, the verdict in the stolen coin case was announced. Bennett was charged with second-degree murder. Authorities claimed he intentionally caused the catamaran in which he and Isabella were traveling to crash. The prosecutor planned to base the charge on the staged wreck, claiming that Bennett orchestrated it to conceal evidence of the crime. Bennett, according to investigators, wanted to inherit his wife's fortune in order to pay off his own debts before moving to Australia with their young daughter, Amelia. Isabella confessed to being afraid of her husband via text message a few months before she died. Her text messages revealed that she felt Bennett no longer respected her, and when she returned home, she discovered an angry person. Isabella also stated that she was afraid to return home months before Miss Hellman disappeared. "If you no longer like or love me, please let us work it out as soon as possible, because the way you treat me all the time is pathetic." An inspection of the catamaran prior to its sinking revealed that the portholes below the waterline were open, and the damage to the twin hulls appeared to be caused from within. The waterline is the point of contact between the calm surface of the water and the hole in a floating vessel. An expert hired by the FBI to assist with the high seas mystery determined Bennett's story could not be true after reviewing photos and video taken by the U.S. Coast Guard of the catamaran before it sank. According to the analysis, it does not appear that the vessel sank due to accidental damage. According to court records, an associate professor of nautical architecture and ocean engineering at the U.S. Coast Guard Academy believes the vessel was intentionally scuttled. Coast Guard officers who discovered the sinking catamaran found no evidence of a collision with divers inspecting the vessel. They were hesitant to enter because it could have collapsed at any moment. Eventually it did. The catamaran sank at a depth of over 4,000 feet, and no thorough inspection was conducted. 2 years after her disappearance, Isabella Hellman was declared dead. In a series of orders, The judge confirmed what most people believe happened almost immediately after Isabella Hellman was reported missing at sea. According to Palm Beach County Circuit Judge Scott Scour, Hellman is presumed dead on May 14, 2017. Ms. Hellman has yet to be found and has not been in contact with any of her family members. Ms. Hellman is undoubtedly deceased, according to all available evidence. The statement was issued in January 2019. U.S. District Judge Federico Moreno rescheduled Bennett's February sentencing hearing in Miami for May 28, saying he would not act until Isabella Hellman's family could visit her daughter Amelia, who turned 3 in July 2019. Bennett was charged with manslaughter as part of a plea deal, and the second-degree murder charge was dropped. While he could have received a life sentence for second-degree murder, the plea agreement now limits his sentence to 8 years in prison. Isabella's family described the deal as bizarre, but acknowledged that authorities had consulted with them when making the decision. According to a document signed by Bennett and filed with the court by the prosecutor, he was unsure whether he was looking for or calling for his wife. When he discovered she was missing, he did not send out flares or search for her on the catamaran or in the water. Bennett did not immediately ask for assistance. Instead, he loaded everything he needed onto a life raft, then attempted to stage a collision that caused the catamaran to flood before abandoning the vessel on the raft himself. According to the prosecutor's office, he called for help 45 minutes after coming to a stop and discovering that his wife was nowhere to be found. It is also worth noting that, according to the U.S. Attorney's Office, Bennett has extensive experience sailing in open water, including emergency training, and has previously traveled from St. Martin to Australia. He was aware of the emergency procedures, but for some reason he failed to apply them. The prosecutor stated that he did not require Isabella to wear a life jacket harness or a personal locator. In essence, Bennett admitted to negligence, specifically handing over control of the catamaran to his wife, who lacked the necessary experience, causing her to fall overboard and drown. Bennett is an experienced sailor who's been certified as a coastal skipper by the Royal Yachting Association of the United Kingdom. This training covered emergency procedures such as overboard protocols, and nighttime sailing safety. The Department of Justice issued a statement confirming this. In contrast to Bennett, his wife had not received emergency sailing training, did not hold a sailing certification, and had significantly less sailing experience. Only Bennett knows what really happened that night on the catamaran, and he is unlikely to reveal it. Following Bennett's guilty plea, Isabella Hellman's family issued a desperate statement through her lawyer, pleading with him to show remorse. Specifically, this statement states that the pain he has caused them is unbearable and will never go away. Lewis can do nothing to alleviate the pain he has caused by removing Isabella from them. However, he has caused additional pain by denying them contact with his and Isabella's daughter Amelia. She was as much theirs as anyone else's, and they adore and miss her. They've only had 3 FaceTime chats with Amelia, and they haven't seen or hugged her in a long time. They want to hug, love, and be with her. She, after all, is an equal member of their family as he is. According to the statement, they want Bennett to do the right thing. On May 28, 2019, Lewis Bennett, 42, was sentenced to 8 years in prison after pleading guilty to manslaughter in the death of his wife, Isabella Hellman. Bennett apologized to Isabella's family at the hearing. "I would like to extend my heartfelt apologies to Isabella's family. I know they have endured unimaginable pain as a result of my actions, and for that, I deeply apologize. I made poor decisions that exacerbated a tragedy of such magnitude that I hope no one else ever has to go through it." Bennett stated this in federal court in Miami. He agreed to waive his right to appeal as part of the plea bargain. Bennett requested that he be released from prison early in order to continue raising his daughter. Bennett asked if he could be with his daughter as soon as possible. He wants to raise her in a way that respects his wife's wishes. However, Judge Moreno sided with the prosecutors and sentenced the defendant to 8 years in prison, followed by 3 years of supervised release. After the verdict was announced, members of Isabella Hellman's family stated that they intend to visit Amelia, who lives with Bennett's parents in England. At this point, I think all we can do is hope that the visits continue. There will be more of these so that Amelia grows up knowing she has 2 loving families, according to Michael Quatros, the attorney representing Hellman's family. She has lost her mother, but not her mother's family. I believe that the ideal scenario would be for both families to be involved in her life as she grows up, so that she has as many people supporting her as possible. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we'll look at a story that happened in Pennsylvania in the year 2017. On June 28, 2017, witnesses began calling 911 to report a car accident on one of the highways. When police arrived on the scene, they discovered a Chevy Malibu that had gone off the road. Unfortunately, the driver, Bianca Robertson, 18, did not survive. However, her death was not an accident, as initially assumed. Bianca Nicole Robertson was born on October 17, 1998, in Pennsylvania. She graduated from Bayard Rustin High School in Westchester with all A's. Bianca was a member of the Black Student Union at Rustin, where she also received several awards and was on the honor roll her senior year. She received a 4-year merit scholarship to Jacksonville University in Jacksonville, Florida, and plans to major in criminal justice and become an FBI forensic agent. She has previously been a Girl Scout, a cheerleader, and a basketball player. She studied flute, violin, clarinet, and guitar. She was also an artist. Bianca, who lived with her mother and maternal grandmother, Josephine Perry, was excited to experience the freedoms and challenges of dorm life. Her mother explained that, unfortunately, all of her plans failed. On June 28, 2017, Bianca, her mother and grandmother went shopping at Walmart. Bianca was preparing to relocate to Florida and looking forward to a new chapter in her life. After purchasing everything, Bianca and her family went to the parking lot. They all got into separate cars. They intended to meet at home later, but her mother and grandmother had other plans, and Bianca immediately returned home. She had to drive approximately 10 miles. Bianca was very familiar with this road. However, this was the young woman's last car ride. About 10 minutes after she left the Walmart parking lot, witnesses to the accident began calling 911. The first responders arrived at the scene right away. Bianca Robertson was the driver of the Chevrolet Malibu. The paramedics were unable to help her, and she was pronounced dead on the scene. At first glance, Bianca's head injuries appeared to be the result of a severe blow when the car veered off the road. Many people driving along the highway at the time of the accident came to a stop near the scene before the police and ambulance arrived. After interviewing eyewitnesses, the police discovered one crucial detail. One of the witnesses claimed Bianca went off the road after colliding with a red pickup truck, which then fled the scene without stopping. "I hope it isn't Bianca." That was what the grandmother told herself as she drove past the car crash scene, intended to meet her granddaughter at home. She had no idea that the traffic she was stuck in was caused by a crash involving her granddaughter. When Bianca's grandmother returned home, 2 police officers had already arrived to report the car accident that claimed her granddaughter's life. Bianca's mother, Michelle, could not believe what was happening to her. The death of a child is one of the most devastating events that parents can experience. Michelle, a nurse in Delaware County, said she never imagined anything like this would happen. After losing her 22-year-old son, Michael James Rowley, to a heart condition in 2013, she hoped her pain would ease. Instead, it's doubled. "I'm not even sure who I am right now. I'm just existing," Michelle said. "They were my breath. My reason is to get up. I don't have any children right now." Michelle Robertson has lost her second child, and this is heartbreaking. She claimed she did not leave the house for quite some time and was constantly crying. Michelle and Rodney Robertson, who divorced in 2006, have become amicable co-parents thanks to Bianca. "Our divorce was not pleasant," Rodney admits. "Bianca didn't like the way I was talking to her mother, so she corrected me. Because we loved her, it caused everything to calm down." Bianca was devoted to her family, and she particularly enjoyed being her daddy's girl. "If I had a favorite, it would be Bianca who, as her father put it, was looking forward to being on her own." Bianca's parents said she was pleased to be getting closer to realizing her dream of becoming a forensic specialist for the FBI. She was focused on her future, and nothing was going to stand in her way, said Bianca's father, who proudly stated that his daughter had received a 4-year merit scholarship to Jacksonville University. one of the 4 schools to which she applied, and one of the 3 to which she was accepted. She was also accepted at Coastal Carolina and the University of Georgia. Detectives requested CCTV footage to confirm Bianca's claim that her car veered off the road after colliding with a red pickup truck. After all, if Bianca's death was caused by a collision with another vehicle, it was more than just an accident. It was a crime. If this was the case, the police had to find the perpetrator. But what they quickly discovered was even more shocking. While the detectives waited for the footage, there was another watershed moment in this case. Everyone assumed Bianca died after going off the road and hitting her head. However, during the autopsy, forensic experts determined that the cause of her death was not a car accident. They discovered a bullet in Bianca's head. It drastically altered everything. What appeared to be an accident, followed by a collision with a red pickup truck, turned out to be death from a gunshot to the head. After receiving the autopsy report, the detectives visited Bianca's family. They had to inform Bianca, her parents, that her death was not an accident. It was an even bigger surprise for everyone, particularly her mother. Michelle was puzzled. Why would anyone do that to her daughter? The family was unable to identify anyone who could wish Bianca harm. She had a friendly relationship with everyone. Robertson needed answers, and investigators were doing everything they could to find the person responsible for Bianca's death. The detectives found nothing suspicious while reviewing footage from cameras at Walmart, where Bianca and her family had gone on the day of her death. They scrutinized every move Bianca and her family made, from getting out of their cars to leaving the parking lot. The detectives ruled out the possibility that someone at Walmart chased Bianca and fatally shot her. After all, she did not get into any fights while shopping at Walmart. They simply bought what they needed, loaded it into Bianca's car, and left. It is possible that Bianca died as a result of an incident that occurred while she was driving down the highway toward her home. "We loaded all of the bags into Bianca's car," her mother explained, referring to the 2009 Chevy Malibu the family purchased from CarMax for her 16th birthday. Bianca did not ask for much, but when she did, she asked for big things, such as a car, according to her mother, who added that Bianca had chosen the car when she received her permit. "She got what she wanted," Michelle Robertson stated. "I do not call it spoiled, I call it loved." But Bianca was willing to work for her goals. She got her first job at McDonald's at the age of 15. She left fast food after 2 weeks to work as a dietary aide at the White Horse Village retirement community in Delaware County. Michelle said she has a stack of letters and cards from residents who loved Bianca. Soon after, the police obtained the traffic surveillance footage. There were no cameras near where Bianca veered off the road, but one was about a mile away. Let us look at Google Maps. Here's where Bianca got off the road. As you can see, the 2 lanes merge into one at this point. When the investigators watched the recording, they discovered evidence that confirmed Bianca's story about a disagreement with the driver of the red pickup truck. The video captured their cars driving side by side. They're approaching the point where the 2 lanes merge into one. Perhaps the conflict arose because one did not yield to the other. Knowing the outcome of the confrontation, the investigators suspected that the driver of the red pickup truck fired the fatal shot. Unfortunately, the footage was of low quality. The pickup truck's license plates were obscured, as was the driver's face. However, from that point forward, the driver of the red pickup truck was the primary and sole suspect in Bianca Robertson's death. Detectives needed to identify this man, but all they had at the time was a blurry image. None of Bianca's family members knew anyone with a red pickup truck. The police returned to speak with those who were present at the scene of the incident, and those who dialed 911. None of them noticed the license plate on this car. Friends and stuff, rangers young and old, too many to count, have reached out to the Robertsons in support, beginning with a vigil 2 days after her death. They've heard from teachers who have known Bianca for years. "Bianca changed my mind about how I would teach." According to one educator, Michelle Bianca was our Save the World child. Michelle confronted Bianca, saying that if a parent put a child out, she would sneak them into our house. Bianca might say something like, "Mom, wouldn't you want someone to do the same for me?" Bianca once saw a car accident and asked her mother if they could stop and help. If she noticed someone dining alone, her first thought was to invite them to the family table. The investigators determined the direction of the pickup truck's movement after the incident by reviewing recordings from cameras located further away from where Bianca's car crashed. They needed a higher quality recording to determine the car's make, model, and license plate. The police also asked the media to spread information about the red pickup truck, hoping that the public could help identify its owner. Detectives determined that following an incident, the driver of a red pickup truck turned onto Paoli Pike. They began walking around the neighborhood, visiting houses and shopping centers. I was looking for cameras that could have recorded the pickup truck. They discovered one surveillance camera, and the footage was of high quality this time. While analyzing the recording, the detective noticed a red pickup truck driving down the road about 5 minutes after witnesses called 911 to report an accident involving Bianca Robertson's car, but the license plate could not be seen. Furthermore, it was unclear whether it was the same car or another that matched the description. While the investigators searched for additional recordings and moved from one door to the next, another breakthrough occurred in the case. 2 days after the incident, a woman called the police and said she had seen the car they were looking for. She also saw the face of the person sitting behind the wheel. This woman stated that her red pickup truck overtook her, came to a stop at the Paoli Pike intersection, and then turned left. This information was critical to the investigation because it limited the search area. Furthermore, it indicated that the pickup truck in this video was not the vehicle they were looking for. It was simply a similar-looking truck. The woman who contacted police assisted the forensic artist in creating the suspect's sketch. She described him as a white male between the ages of 25 and 35, with brown hair and a stubble beard. The police were hoping that someone would recognize this person and report it to them. They presented the suspect's sketch to Bianca's family. However, they didn't know anyone who resembled the sketch. The investigators also began to suspect that Bianca's death was a hate crime. Knowing that the red pickup truck had turned left at this intersection, the detectives went around the shops and houses on this street, hoping to find a high-quality recording that could answer some questions. Soon, they discovered what they were looking for. The owner of the house, which is less than half a mile from the intersection, provided the police with a recording from a surveillance camera pointed at his driveway. After calculating the approximate time it would take to get there from the crime scene, the police quickly located the required vehicle. Although the footage was of higher quality than the previous one, the angle of view prevented law enforcement officers from identifying the vehicle or the driver. The police worked hard to find another recording from the camera at a closer distance, and luck was on their side. Although they couldn't see the license plate, they did notice the car's distinguishing features. The vehicle had a sticker on the right side window, a vertical dent on the passenger door, and damage to the hood. These distinguishing characteristics could greatly simplify the search for this vehicle. The police wanted to expedite the process. As a result, they used the media to request assistance from the general public. They offered a $5,000 reward for information that could help them locate the truck or its driver. The investigators were confident that someone would recognize this particular vehicle. 3 days after Bianca Robertson died, a lawyer called the police station and said he had a client who wanted to turn himself in, mentioning the latter's involvement in the incident that resulted in the death of 18-year-old Bianca Robertson. This incident occurred on Wednesday, around 5:30 p.m. Bianca Robertson: I am 18 years old and recently graduated from Westchester Ruston High School. I am on my way to Jacksonville University. Her entire summer and life were spent in front of her loving family. She was driving on Route 100. Route 100 is a 2-lane highway that connects to Route 100 Spur just a few miles away before merging with Route 202. And where it merges, it reduces from 2 lanes to 1. That is the same merge that people in southeastern Pennsylvania perform thousands of times per day. People all over the world do this without issue. But last Wednesday, as Bianca was merging from 2 lanes to 1, a man in a red pickup truck joined her, and they were jockeying for position, which irritated him. So he pulled out his gun and shot Bianca in the head. The driver of the red pickup truck was identified as David Desper, 28, of Pennsylvania. He arrived at the police station with his lawyer. Desper refused to testify but consented to a search of his home. He also told them where his pickup truck was. Desper was arrested and charged with killing Bianca Robertson. The police found the pickup truck at the location indicated by Desper stickers on the side windows, and the rims made it clear that it was the vehicle they were looking for. During a search of Desper's home, investigators discovered the gun used to shoot Bianca Robertson in the head. The police were certain they had found the culprit. However, the motive for this crime was unknown. On July 7, over 800 heartbroken friends, and community supporters gathered at St. Paul's Baptist Church in the borough of Westchester, 25 miles west of Philadelphia, for her homegoing service. During the funeral service, a church banner read patience, kindness, goodness, gentleness, and self-control. Among those who paid tribute were her brothers, officials from Bayard Rustin High School, where she had recently graduated as chief admissions officer at Jacksonville University, where she was set to enroll in the fall, and friends. What emerged was a portrait of an extraordinary young woman, with speaker after speaker after speaker praising her brilliance and virtues. In his eulogy, Pastor Wayne Croft Sr. compared the shooter to George Zimmerman and Michael Dunn. Zimmerman killed black teenager Trayvon Martin in Florida in 2012. Zimmerman was acquitted of murder in 2013. In 2012, Dunn fatally shot Jordan Davis, another black teenage male, in Florida. A verbal altercation over music in the teenager's car escalated when he fired shots into the vehicle while it was driving away. He was convicted and sentenced to life plus 90 years in prison. The black community is unconcerned about whether Bianca's murder was motivated by rage or racism. All we know is that we have lost another bright young black star. The pastor announced that another good sister had passed away. At the September 2018 trial, they asked David Desper to explain his motivation for committing the crime. Instead of responding to this question, he asked for forgiveness from the Roberson family. Bianca's parents were not looking forward to confronting her alleged killer. Rodney had ordered t-shirts featuring Bianca's face on the front for family and friends to wear as they gathered at the Chester County Government Services Center. They also had bracelets engraved with the words, "Bianca Roberson, a rose in God's garden," and a banner reading "Justice for Bianca Nicole Roberson, who was murdered on Wednesday, June 28, 2017. I'm not sure how I'll react when I see him. My daughter was shot by the man who held the gun. I know I won't do anything stupid. Rodney claimed Desper simply stole her dreams. He did not have that. Right, Michelle claimed I couldn't get her back. I need to get her back, and I can't. I need to comfort her, but I can't. I'm her mother, and I can't do that while he's still here. She shed more tears, and he was able to talk to his parents and hug them. He is 28. She's just a teen, a baby. The prosecutor suggested that the traffic jam was caused by Bianca's failure to yield to Desper when the two lanes merged. He then rolled down the passenger side window and pulled the trigger. Recognizing the consequences of his actions, Desper fled the scene, leaving his pickup truck with a friend in Pennsylvania and attempting to flee to Delaware. However, when his sketch and the distinctive features of his pickup truck made the news, he decided to hire a lawyer and turn himself in. The police investigated his social media accounts and interviewed his friends, but found no evidence of a bias-motivated crime. As a result, they did not charge the man with a hate crime. District Attorney Hogan added that there was no evidence that we were aware that this was a race or hate crime. Many people disagree with that assertion. Before the sentencing, the defense described Desper as a harmless, almost juvenile 28-year-old who enjoyed playing with cars in his spare time. They called him a big kid and claimed that Desper essentially gave the government the case by turning himself in. According to the defense, Desper was driving home when a car unexpectedly approached him. He took the gun and shot it. They claimed there was no monster or threat. If you're a 28-year-old man driving a car with a loaded firearm, you're not a big kid, argued prosecutor Chris Miller. It turned out that Desper's mother had shared a Facebook post about police searching for the man who killed Bianca Roberson. She later realized it was her own son. Wendy Desper expressed her love for Bianca's family and prayed for her. "I apologize for what my son did." She said this while her son sobbed. Rodney Roberson struggled to speak through tears as he confronted his daughter's murderer. "My questions to the defendant are simple. Why in God's name did you shoot my daughter because she was young and black? Because she was a girl? You wanted to be the first on the road because you had a bad day? All of my dreams for Bianca were coming true." He continued, "Until the day the defendant murdered my daughter, all I had of Bianca were my memories." David Desper admitted to third-degree deprivation of life. The court sentenced him to 40 years in prison, with the option of applying for parole in 20 years. Judge Anne Marie Wheatcraft wiped away tears as she announced the sentence, telling Desper, "I don't believe you were afraid. I believe it was anger." County Judge Anne Marie Wheatcraft imposed the maximum sentence for that level of homicide, which ranged from 20 to 40 years. Desper attempted to appeal his sentence, but it was denied. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The student rode her bicycle and disappeared. Without a trace, the police launched a search, but none of them could have imagined the disturbing revelations that awaited them in just a few days. So many shocking details emerged in the case that even seasoned FBI agents were horrified, and none of them expected such an ending. Sierra Jacob was born on February 11, 1996, in the small American town of Delta, Ohio. The girl grew up in a very large and friendly family. She had 2 sisters and 2 brothers. Sierra loved to play sports and was on the school volleyball team. She also loved to travel. The girl dreamed of visiting Italy and put a lot of effort into making that wish come true until she finally managed to go there. During her studies, she started dating a guy named Josh. After graduating high school, they went to different universities. Sierra planned to get a job with her uncle, who owned a metal fabrication company, and the young woman decided to major in human resources. She enrolled at Toledo University, located 50 kilometers from her home. Despite the distance, she and Josh planned to keep dating and made plans for their future. The couple even began to take their time choosing engagement rings for their future wedding. After 2 years at university, the young woman went to her hometown for a summer vacation. At that point, she still had some school work to close, but she decided to do it from home so she could spend more time with her family and her boyfriend. In addition to that, Sierra was also doing an internship with her uncle's company she was in her 20s at the time, and the young woman was thoroughly preparing to work there. After graduation on July 19, 2016, Sierra decided to drive to her boyfriend's house. She had bought a new bike a few days before, and she couldn't wait to try it out. The young woman left the house at about 5 p.m. and headed toward Josh's house. Around 9 p.m. her mother came home and found her daughter not there. This struck her as a little strange. She thought Sierra would have come home by now, but it was summer, and it was just starting to get dark outside. Besides, the young woman was already in her 20s, and her mother didn't worry about it. She had assumed that her daughter would stay at the boyfriend's house, but that all changed when Josh called her at 1:30 p.m. He asked if Sarah was home since the boyfriend couldn't reach her. According to the young man, they broke up at about 7 p.m., and she hasn't been in touch since. Considering that more than 3 hours had passed since then, the young woman's mother began to get seriously worried. Together with Josh, they started calling friends and relatives of the young woman, hoping she had stopped by one of them. But no one had seen her that night. Then the mother called all the nearby hospitals, but there was no one there either. Eventually, the woman decided to go to the police, and around midnight she filed a missing persons report. Despite the fact that Sierra was 20 years old, the police immediately began their search. Given that Josh was the last person to see her, they went to him. The guy said that the young woman arrived at his house shortly after 5 p.m. After about an hour and a half, they decided to go for a ride together. Sierra rode her bike, and Josh rode his motorcycle. The couple rode along country roads along numerous cornfields. Josh even took a picture of Sierra on her bike, and the young woman posted it on social media. After riding around for a while, they decided to go their separate ways. Sierra and Josh separated about a mile away from her house. The guy rode back on his motorcycle, and she headed home on her bike. While the police talked to the young man, other officers drove around looking for Sierra. They headed for the road near where the young woman had begun her journey home alone, and soon they were able to spot the first disturbing tip-off. As they drove along the road along the fields, one of the officers saw that the corn stalks in one place were heavily pinched, as if someone had waded through them. He walked over there with a flashlight, and after a few yards saw Sierra's bicycle. On examining it, the policeman saw traces of blood on the handles and seat. Next to the bicycle was a woman's sock, which also had blood stains on it. He reported the find to his colleagues, and soon other police officers arrived on the scene. On closer inspection, they found several other items not far from the bike. They were men's sunglasses, a screwdriver, and some car fuses. Just as interesting was the fact that motorcycle tire tracks led to the bicycle across the cornfield. All this was enough for the investigators to come to a disappointing conclusion. It was likely that Sarah had been stolen. As the case took a serious turn, they began to look closely at Josh as a possible suspect. First of all, statistically speaking, it is the people closest to them who are most likely to turn out to be the perpetrators. Second, that night Josh was riding a motorcycle, and next to the bike, Sierra found similar tire tracks. Besides that, the detectives wondered why the guy didn't walk the young woman home. She had less than a mile to go, and he was on a motorcycle and could have gotten home quickly anyway. Josh allowed the police officers to look around his house, his car, and his motorcycle, and that's where the officers came across his work overalls, which showed signs of blood. The young man said he wore the clothes when he was hunting, and the blood belonged to animals. Investigators turned the overalls over to experts, and they quickly confirmed that he was telling the truth otherwise. There was nothing to suggest Josh was involved. The experts also examined the items found in the field and extracted one DNA sample from them that belonged to an unknown person. Josh immediately volunteered a sample, and they did not match. As a result, he was no longer considered a suspect, and the police started looking for other leads. The next day, they received a call from a farmer. The man told them that on the evening of Sierra's disappearance, he was driving down the same road with his son. At one point, they noticed a motorcycle helmet on the side of the road, and the father told his son to bring it to the car. The farmer later examined it more closely and saw traces of blood on it, and then contacted the police. Detectives admitted that the helmet may have belonged to the kidnapper, but his identity remained a mystery at this point. The FBI was already involved in the case, and the agents decided to take a close look at the photo that Josh had taken of Sierra shortly before her disappearance. Thanks to the photo, they knew what kind of clothes she was wearing, but the detectives noticed something else. The young woman was wearing a fitness bracelet on her wrist. They immediately requested geolocation data for the device, but here the investigators were unsuccessful. The device had been turned off shortly after Sierra disappeared. The police received another tip shortly thereafter. Josh told them that as he and the young woman were driving down the road, a suspicious white van followed them. The guy got the feeling that the driver was following them. The vehicle was traveling at a slow speed and slowed down. When the couple slowed down at one point, Josh even tried to drive up to him, but the driver pulled away. The guy thought it was strange, and he even remembered part of his license plate number. The police quickly found the vehicle and its owner. She turned out to be a woman, and detectives determined that she had nothing to do with the crime. During the conversation, she herself accused Josh of trying to drive up to her and push her off the road. As a result, investigators decided that there had simply been a miscommunication between them and continued to look for more leads. Several days had passed since Sierra's disappearance, but the police were still unable to find any additional clues. Then they decided to go through all the residents who had been previously convicted of violent crimes and lived in nearby communities. Going through the list of these people, they immediately noticed one man, 57-year-old James Worley. He lived only a few kilometers from the field where Sierra's bicycle was found. The reason the police were so interested in him was very simple. James had been convicted of kidnapping a young woman in the 1990s. She was riding her bicycle when suddenly a man ran over her in his van, threatening her with his screwdriver. He tried to force the young woman into the car, but she managed to escape. Given that Sierra disappeared during the bike ride and the screwdriver was found next to him, police quickly suspected James of kidnapping her. Investigators went to him to verify this theory. The man was clearly unhappy about the visit and stated that he had not killed anyone. Nevertheless, he voluntarily allowed the officers to inspect his home. James and his mother lived on a 120-acre farm, and there were many different structures on this huge property. It took the detectives a long time to look at them all. During this process, James kept repeating to the police that he had not kidnapped Sierra and had only heard about the case from the news. This behavior began to seem strange to them. The man was literally repeating the same thing over and over again, but something more interestingly awaited them next. Suddenly, James said that on the night of Sierra's disappearance, he had just driven along that road and his motorcycle had stalled near the very spot where the police later found the young woman's bicycle. According to James, he saw her bike and decided to get closer, so he headed into the field, pushing his motorcycle nearby. The man added that, as he walked there, his car fuses, sunglasses, screwdriver, and helmet fell out. Suddenly, his motorcycle started up again, and James drove on, forgetting to pick up all those items. As you might have guessed, the detectives were very suspicious of this story. In addition, just a few hours earlier, a witness had approached them and said that the evening of Sierra's disappearance, he had seen a strange van on that road. The witness noticed it because the vehicle was driving at a very high speed, breaking all possible rules. He memorized the license plate number and gave that information to the police. After running the blades, detectives learned that the van belonged to James, and during a search he spotted it near the house. The man also allowed them to examine the van, and the officers found something of interest inside, where a ski mask, duct tape, plastic clamps, handcuffs, and amazed, the items themselves did not in any way indicate his guilt, but given James's criminal record for kidnapping, such a set made investigators suspicious. But the creepiest finds awaited them in one of the barns. Detectives found a separate room where behind a hidden door inside which was an air mattress beside it were chains that looked as if they had been designed to keep a person in the room. Next to the mattress was a refrigerator inside of which the police found traces of blood. There is also a strong smell of bleach from which they deduced that the blood had been thoroughly cleaned, but the main clue was the contents of a small box. There were bras and several pairs of women's underwear, one of which had blood on it. All this was enough to arrest James, at least temporarily, while experts examined the collected evidence. The man was taken in for questioning and asked to explain the secret room with the blood and chains. In response, James gave them another dubious story. He said he had made the room because he wanted to set up his own studio to shoot adult material, so it was just his improvised film set. Of course, the detectives didn't believe what he said. The room looked as if it had originally been made to hold people against their will. Nevertheless, they still could not connect it to Sierra's disappearance, nor could they determine her whereabouts. But that all changed on the third day after her disappearance. During a lengthy search, the police found a freshly dug grave in a field that contained Sierra's body. Her hands were handcuffed, and the young woman had a large plastic toy in her mouth. She was also wearing an adult diaper. Medical examiners determined that the victim died from strangulation, but they were unable to determine even the approximate time of death. In addition, they did not find any signs of violence. Around the same time, forensic scientists were actively examining all the evidence collected from James' barn. They found female DNA on one of the pieces of duct tape lying next to the mattress, and it matched Sierra's DNA. The cops also obtained geolocation data on James' smartphone. It turned out that on the night of the young woman's disappearance, he had spent almost 2 hours near that location. They received another disturbing piece of evidence from the psychologist James had court appointed for a previous abduction. According to him, during one of his sessions, James stated that he was learning from his mistakes with each new abduction, and then next time he was going to bury the bodies. Apparently, the psychologist decided not to inform the police of such disturbing statements made by his client, and did so only after he had been accused of murder. With this set of clues, the detectives formed the most likely chronology of events. Apparently, James spotted Sierra on the road that night, hit her with his helmet, and dragged her into a field with his bicycle. Based on his geolocation data, the man sat there until the sun went down. During that time, he called his brother and told him that his motorcycle had broken down. Apparently, this was his way of creating an alibi. As soon as it got dark outside, James drove home, got off his motorcycle onto his van, and returned to the field, picked up Sierra, and took her to his barn. At that point, the young woman was either unconscious or restrained. What happened next, only James knew. He apparently abused the victim for some time before killing her and burying her in a field. Experts only speculated that the victim may have been there for 3 days. The man himself continued to deny all of these allegations, and the case went to trial. The trial began in March 2018, with the prosecution presenting additional evidence that further pointed to his guilt. It turned out that the key to the handcuffs placed on the victim's hands was found on James' keychain. His lawyers decided to stick with the theory that James simply wanted to set up an adult film studio in his barn, and the cops pulled that into the murder. However, they did not provide any adequate arguments for their client's innocence. The trial ended in less than a month, and on March 28th, the jury found him guilty. As a result, James received the death penalty, with his execution scheduled for May 20th, 2025. Of course, this story was far from over for the detectives. Given everything they had learned about the man, the police were certain that James had committed similar crimes before, but he had managed to avoid responsibility. Investigators were still working on his case, trying to tie the unsolved disappearances to James, but it had yet to yield concrete results. The victim's parents established the Sierra Scholarship and also participated in the creation of a bill that would have required the state to make an open registry of people previously convicted of murder and kidnapping. The bill was quickly supported and went into effect on March 20th, 2019. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we will look at the events that occurred in Austin, Texas. Diane Hollick, 43, was a successful woman with a senior position at IBM. On the morning of November 16, 2001. She missed a scheduled work call, which caused immediate concern among her coworkers because they knew she was a responsible person. As a result, when colleagues couldn't reach her, They called the police and asked them to check Diane's house. When the officers arrived, they discovered something terrible. Diane Tammy Hollick was born in 1958 in New York City. Friends and family described her as a hard worker and a happy person. Her determination and work performance helped her become financially secure. She has spent more than 20 years at IBM, one of the world's largest manufacturers and suppliers of hardware and software. In 1996, she relocated to Austin, Texas. She had advanced to a senior position in the company by this point, allowing her to work from home. Diane purchased a luxury home in Austin's suburbs and lived a lifestyle that many people can only dream of. She hosted wine-tasting parties for friends, went to the most expensive restaurants and dance clubs, and was involved in charity work. At the same time, she attempted to improve her personal life in mid-November 2001. A storm warning was in effect in Texas. Torrential rains and tornadoes hit Austin on November 16th, so Diane worked from home that morning. Her company had scheduled a work call, but she stopped answering the phone. Diane owned several phones, including her home phone. However, she didn't respond to any of them. Her colleagues left messages asking her to call back. They quickly realized there was something wrong. As a result, they contacted the police and requested that someone be dispatched to Diane's home to investigate what had occurred. When the officers arrived at Diane's house, her neighbor noticed them and offered them a spare key. The police went inside, where there was complete silence, interrupted only by dogs emerging from the kitchen. After receiving no response from Diane, they began inspecting the house. In the bedroom on the second floor, after discovering Diane Hollick's lifeless body, detectives went to her home. Diane's house became one of the cleanest crime scenes they had to work with. There was no evidence of theft, struggle, or illegal entry into the home. Diane's fully dressed body lay in the bedroom, next to her bed. However, the detectives quickly realized they were dealing with a crime. The woman's neck bore distinct strangulation marks caused by what appeared to be a rope. There were also traces of someone binding her wrists with what appeared to be cable ties. The cleanliness of the house, untouched valuables, and lack of signs of forced entry led detectives to believe Diane died at the hands of someone she knew and trusted enough to let into her home. There was no evidence that anyone forced her into intimacy prior to her death. However, the detectives discovered several dark spots and red stains on the carpet near the bedroom entrance. The only thing that drew the detectives' attention was a towel lying on the back of the sofa in the living room, which did not fit into the overall picture of cleanliness and order. They therefore sent it to the laboratory for examination. The police interviewed those who knew Diane and discovered she had no enemies, or at least no one was aware of them. They also found out she was in a relationship with Dennis Conley. Diane wished to spend the rest of her life with this man. She was previously married, but the marriage ended quickly. Diane and Dennis connected through a dating service. He had 2 children from his previous marriage and was a businessman. Dennis lived in Houston, about 150 miles from Austin, where Diane resided. Despite the distance and infrequent meetings, they quickly grew close. After 2 months of communication, Dennis proposed to Diane with a $17,500 platinum ring. The woman said yes. Diane's closest friends told investigators that her relationship with dentists had recently deteriorated. She was an independent woman who dedicated her life to advancing her career, despite occasional attempts by dentists to control her. Diane was also dissatisfied with her decision to relocate to Houston. She and Dennis decided to build a life together on his land. Diane decided to sell her house in Austin's suburbs. However, realtors were unable to find any. He refused to pay $435,000 for the property, prompting the detective to investigate whether Dennis was responsible for Diane's death. They invited him to the police station, and he agreed to a candid conversation without a lawyer. The medical examiner determined that Diane died around 3 p.m. on November 15th, 3 a.m. on November 16. However, there was another intriguing detail. The wedding ring Dennis gave her was not on her finger, but her other jewelry remained in the bedroom. Perhaps the perpetrator had personal motives, or perhaps the criminal took the ring from the victim's hand to confuse investigators. Throughout the interview, Dennis exuded a sense of loss. They questioned him about his relationship with Diane and his whereabouts on the day his fiancée died. He claimed to have been in Houston on the day they discovered her body. On Thursday morning, November 15th, he and Diane spoke on the phone. He worked all day and didn't contact her again. Dennis couldn't get through to Diane the next morning, so he left a message on her voicemail. As we now know, the woman had already died by this point. He admitted that their relationship was far from ideal, mentioning recent arguments. Before ending the conversation, the police collected his fingerprints and a DNA sample. In theory, he could travel to Austin to deal with Diane before returning to Houston in the morning. However, the detectives investigated his alibi. The man did not leave the city. As a result, the police had to search for a new suspect. Dennis was the one who altered the course of the investigation. Before leaving the police station, he stated that one of Diane's colleagues was overly attentive to her. As detectives discovered, Ray, the man Dennis mentioned, paid regular visits to Diane's home and occasionally walked her dogs. However, Ray had a solid alibi and was not considered a suspect. However, after speaking with Diane's colleagues, the authorities discovered that a man had inspected her house a few days before her death. He sold the ranch and intended to purchase her home if he liked it after inspection. He said he'd make a cash offer. This man inspected the house and promised to return with his wife in a few days to make a joint decision on the purchase. Because this information was one of the few clues the police had, they focused all of their efforts on finding this mysterious buyer. Perhaps someone noticed him when he came to Diane's house. Detectives began interviewing the owners of all the properties for sale in Diane's neighborhood, implying that the victim's home was not the only one this mysterious buyer visited. 7 of the women interviewed told the same story. According to them, on the day Diane died, a 35-year-old man with a large nose and dark hair combed back came to see their homes without the presence of a real estate agent. While 6 women refused to let the man in, one allowed him to go inside and see the house. As this woman mentioned, the potential buyer behaved strangely after entering. He did not open any doors or examine the layout of the rooms. He was only interested in the bedroom on the 2nd floor, so he asked the woman to show him. The woman felt something was wrong and asked him to leave her house. The important thing to note here is that, when requesting permission to inspect the house, this man identified himself as Walter Miller. The police looked up this name in their databases, and the forensic artist drew this man. There were 2 Walter Millers in Austin, neither of whom matched the age or appearance description. Detectives were attempting to determine the motive behind the crime. Did the criminal only take the wedding ring? Could he have taken more jewelry or money? After all, the victim was wealthy and had lived alone for quite some time. As a result, no one could tell how much jewelry she actually owned. Why did he remove the cable ties that bound Diane's hands and carry them away? Did he know her? Diane was fully clothed when the police discovered her body, and the autopsy revealed no evidence of her being forced into intimacy prior to her death. Nonetheless, the detectives decided to return to her home and look for signs of sperm. They assumed that the criminal had left fluids somewhere in the house, but they found nothing. A sketch of a possible criminal began to appear on evening newscasts, with a request for anyone who knew someone similar to report it. A few short hairs discovered on a towel from Diane's house provided one of the few clues available to the police. Unfortunately, the hair lacked roots, preventing the experts from obtaining a complete DNA sample of its owner. Nonetheless, the investigators were optimistic about the results of the partial profile. Meanwhile, a woman called police after seeing a sketch of a man who could be considered a suspect in the Diane Hollick case. During the interview with detectives, the caller stated that she and her husband listed their house for sale about 6 months ago. One afternoon, a man approached and stated that he wanted to buy a house for cash. However, he needed to see it first, as in previous stories, a real estate agent was not present. This woman refused to let the stranger into her home, so he was forced to leave. After about 2 months, she noticed the same man on her doorstep. The latter identified himself as Jim Taylor. Her husband had just left for work and she was home with her young daughter. The man again requested to look around inside, but was denied. It enraged him. so he began shouting and demanding to go inside. The pseudo-buyer only left after the woman threatened to call the police. The woman was terrified. She took a piece of paper and wrote down his name and the license plate number of his minivan, which was parked in the driveway. When she saw the suspect's portrait on the news, she assumed he was the person who came to look at her house back then. The police now had the license plate number at their disposal. Using a database, they discovered that the vehicle's owner was not Jen Taylor, but Patrick Anthony Russo. At first glance, it appeared unlikely that Russo was involved in Diane's death. He lived 40 minutes from Austin, was married, had 2 children, and played in a church band. However, a more in-depth look into his background revealed that he was an ex-convict who had served time for a series of attacks on women. One of them resulted in abduction. He tied up his victim with cable ties and began strangling her, but stopped at the last moment. The court sentenced him to 20 years in prison for this offense. While behind bars, he met his future wife Janet, a church volunteer. Despite his criminal record, Russo was released from prison on parole after serving 8 of his 20-year sentence. The police did not think it was a coincidence. So they went to Anthony Russo's house after receiving a search warrant, giving the impression that he was not surprised by the police's visit. Anthony opened the door. However, the police discovered no evidence in his home. Diane's ring and other belongings were not present. A search of his minivan yielded no results either. But what was important was that the neighbors noticed a similar car at Diane's house on the day she died. In the utility room, they discovered several cable ties that were identical to those that had left marks on Diane's wrists. Even if we consider it evidence, it is only an indirect one. After all, anyone can purchase these ties from any hardware store. The investigator informed Anthony that his name came up during the investigation of one of the cases and invited him to the station for a more in-depth conversation. There, they inquired about Russo's whereabouts on November 15th and 16th. He stated that on Thursday, the 15th, he went to Austin to visit a religious radio station, but was unable to enter because no one opened the door. This radio station happened to be close to Diane Hollick's house. He said he went home around 4 p.m., but I got a little lost due to a hurricane. He arrived home around 6 p.m. I'd like to remind you that, according to the forensic medical expert's report, Diane died around 3 p.m. and 3 a.m. When the police asked Russo if he was looking for a house to buy, he said he had never looked at any for sale. It's a critical moment because his words will have consequences. When they showed him a picture of Diane, he had no reaction and claimed he had never met her. There was no evidence linking him to the crime. So the cops had to let him go. But the next day, when the detectives went to the radio station Russo was talking about, it became clear that his claims about the closed doors were false. The employees stated that they did not close the doors because a large crowd had gathered in the lobby as a tornado approached. Meanwhile, another woman called the police. She was also selling a house and came across a man who resembled the suspect sketch. The young mother was at home with her child when she received a knock on the door. She opened it. She saw a man with a pamphlet. The pamphlet outlined how she sold advertisements, including her own. The stranger stated that he wanted to buy a house and requested permission to enter and look around. When he mentioned that he would make a cash offer, she let him in. He attempted to attack her after she showed him one of the bedrooms. But when he heard a child crying in the next room, he quickly left. The woman kept the pamphlet that the man was holding in her hands. When the police received it, they discovered a well-preserved fingerprint on it. Those are Anthony Russo's fingerprints. However, he claimed he had never looked at the houses for sale. The new evidence indicated that he made a false statement. He was still on probation. And by lying to the police, he committed a misdemeanor. Russo was arrested because he failed to comply with the parole conditions. The authorities were concerned that he would flee while they searched for evidence linking him to Diane's death. They believed it would be safer to keep him in prison. The police were able to locate 15 women with whom Russo had come to see the houses. All of these women came to identify the suspect. On the other side of the glass stood 5 equally dressed and similar men, one of whom was Anthony Russo. Each of those men repeated specific phrases in turn. The following phrase, "You have a beautiful house, you have a gorgeous home," 10 of the 15 women identified Anthony Russo as the person who came to see the house before making a purchase. The other 5 couldn't identify anyone. Russo was interrogated again by the police, but this time he realized they had exposed his lies. However, this did not stop him from declaring his innocence. He eventually said he wanted to see his wife and stopped answering questions. Soon after, the detectives received a report from the lab. The mitochondrial sequence of the hair found on the towel from Diane's house was confirmed to match Anthony Russo's DNA, but it was only partial evidence, leaving the possibility that the hair belonged to someone else. According to court documents, the odds of someone else having the same DNA profile as Russo were 1 in 12,900,000. Thus, the investigation had a lot of indirect evidence, but not a single direct clue linking Russo to Diane Hollick's death. Another indirect proof was a report on the location of his cell phone, which revealed that Russo was in the same area as Diane on the day she died. After examining the computer seized from his home, the experts discovered a very detailed search history. Russo, a 37-year-old father of 2 who attended church on a regular basis, was a frequent user of the adult website. There, he watched videos and read articles about strangulation during intimacy. The website's materials were not free. What is even more revealing is that a few days before Diane's death, he read a story in which a male character enters a lonely woman's home under the guise of a buyer, strangles her, and takes valuables with him when he leaves, leading everyone to believe that the motive was robbery rather than a desire to quench his thirst for strangulation. The detectives conducted an extensive investigation into Russo and his wife's finances. With only $2,000 in savings, he couldn't afford to buy a new house. In addition, he and his wife have yet to pay the bank for the house where they live. On February 5, 2004, police charged Anthony Russo with the murder of Diane Hollick, despite the lack of direct evidence. He made his court appearance more than 2 years after Diane's death. 14 women testified under oath, saying Russo approached them about purchasing a home. He went to see some of them on the day Diane died, but they refused to let him into their homes. One woman made an exception, allowing him in before quickly telling him to leave due to his strange behavior. Everyone Russo met was around the same age. It indicated that he was observing the owners before knocking on their doors. He was only interested in certain types of women. The prosecution presented all of the evidence mentioned in the video and detailed the alleged events on that fateful November day. As previously stated, Diane informed one of her colleagues that a potential buyer had visited her to see the house. The prosecutor suggested that Russo realized Diane lived alone when he first saw the house on November 15th. Russo toured the homes for sale, but only one woman let him in. However, when he arrived at Diane's house, Russo most likely requested that Diane show him around again. Nonetheless, he went there with a specific goal in mind, planning out all of his actions and attempting to leave no trace. It was raining outside, so Diane unexpectedly handed him a towel to wipe his hands and face. He casually tossed this towel onto the back of the sofa. She again showed him around the house. When they arrived on the second floor, Russo attacked her. Prosecutors believed Russo enjoyed the strangulation process, which resulted in Diane's death during their second meeting. Before leaving, Russo took cable ties and Diane's wedding ring, which the police were unable to locate. He locked the door using a spare key kept at the front door. It was a representation of the prosecutor's office. Russo, as former and current wives testified at the trial, both stated that Anthony enjoyed the strangulation process. It's worth noting that the man's first conviction was for a similar offense. After an 11-hour deliberation, the jury convicted Patrick Anthony Russo. The court sentenced him to life in prison, but he never admitted guilt. Regardless of his criminal record, Russo will be eligible for parole again. He can submit his first petition in 2044. He'll be just over 80 years old by then. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. On July 3rd, 1989, another child was born in the municipality of Estreitão in Maranhão, Brazil. The boy was named Danilo, which is a common Portuguese name. This child was not spoon-fed or stroked on the head with bedtime stories. When he reached school age, he was not escorted there. He grew up on the streets, like all the other children in this impoverished neighborhood. Adults and children in Brazil's favelas live in conditions of oppressive poverty, low living standards, and unemployment. All of these factors provide the foundation for street crime to flourish. From childhood, there was only dirt, poverty, a lack of human contact, and ordinary food. All existing instincts for self-preservation are activated. Everyone survives in their own way. Unfortunately, more often than not, a person who has seen only violence and the speed with which results are obtained through force will choose the same path in life because he does not know how else. Our story today is about the horrific brutality and unwavering obsession that destroy people. Sara Brandão was looking forward to seeing her younger sister Deborah and two nephews, a boy named Ian and a girl named Yasmin, at the airport in 2019. Deborah, 30, had a failed relationship with her children's father. Driven by a genuine desire to provide a better life for her children, she relocated from Brazil to Pennsylvania to live with her sister. The family quickly settled into their new home. I grew accustomed to my cozy home and the new standard of living. Deborah Brandão and her sister Sarah were inseparable. They not only worked together in the cleaning service, but they also spoke on the phone throughout the day. They lived a peaceful and happy life. They had moved to another country. However, an unexpected encounter altered the fates of all the heroes forever. Deborah met her compatriot, 31-year-old Danilo Cavalcante, in the park during a day off with children in 2020. The young people quickly developed a trusting relationship with one another. The man was extremely attentive to her and kind to her children. Deborah fell in love with her Brazilian neighbor, Danilo Cavalcante, and concluded that she had found a suitable and trustworthy man. After a few months together, they rented a small house and began living as a full-fledged family. After a while, the hot and emotional Danilo became bored with his ideal family life. As their relationship with Deborah grew closer, he became more jealous and obsessive. Mistrust arose from nothing and gradually evolved into complete control. Scandals between the couple erupted on a regular basis, eventually leading to violence. Danilo drank every night and returned home in a completely different person. He acted like an angry animal. He demanded complete obedience and submission from Deborah. In the event of resistance, he punished her severely in front of the children. The woman was not weak. She defended herself to the best of her ability and refused to let her beloved children suffer harm. Unwilling to tolerate such treatment, she returned to her sister's house, and after receiving repeated threats, she went to the police and then to court to obtain an order of protection prohibiting Cavalcante from approaching her. Despite Deborah's numerous attempts to distance herself from Cavalcante, he pursued her relentlessly, threatening violence if she dared to end the relationship. Deborah, fearing for her life, conducts a small investigation to learn more about Danilo Cavalcante's identity. After contacting acquaintances in Brazil via social media, she learns about Danilo's previous life and the reasons for his entry into the United States. The woman realizes her lover is not who he claims to be, and the revelation shocks her. On November 5, 2017, while in his native Brazil, Danilo Cavalcante fatally wounded 20-year-old student Walter J.R. Moreira dos Reis shot him 5 times near a restaurant in the city of Figueirópolis. An investigation revealed that the two were friends, and the killing was motivated by Walter's car repair debt. A week following the crime, the Brazilian judicial system granted the prosecutor's office's request for preventive detention, issuing an arrest warrant. However, Brazilian authorities did not have time to detain Danilo. Cavalcante was able to flee the country via Brasilia International Airport due to a disagreement with the Tocantins judicial system, which did not request that the decision be entered into the National Warrant Registry until 7 months after the crime. Cavalcante entered Puerto Rico illegally. A warrant for his arrest was issued in Brazil in June 2018. Cavalcante obtained a fake ID after entering Puerto Rico and eventually moved to Chester County, Pennsylvania, to live with his sister. Danilo's real identity was revealed. Deborah gave him an ultimatum: either leave her alone or she would reveal his identity. This was the woman's fatal error. Deborah was walking with her children in front of her house on the evening of April 18, 2021. The children were playing catch-up, and the woman was quietly conversing with an elderly neighbor. Danilo Cavalcante took her aside to talk. The neighbor remained waiting for Deborah and only observed the ex-lovers chatting. The conversation was calm until Cavalcante pulled out 2 knives and suddenly attacked her. Deborah fell, and he stabbed her multiple times. Deborah's children screamed down the street for him not to touch their mother. However, the man was in agony. He stabbed Deborah 38 times. A neighbor who witnessed the brutal scene desperately attempted to provide emergency aid and stop the bleeding. Deborah's daughter dashed to a neighbor's house to seek assistance and call emergency services. Deborah Brandau was taken to Pauli Hospital but died of her injuries. Meanwhile, Daniel Cavalcanti fled Pennsylvania to avoid arrest and remained on the run for several hours before being apprehended and arrested by Virginia State Police. He was extradited to Pennsylvania and arrested pending trial on August 16, 2023, in Chester County. Danilo Cavalcanti's trial for first-degree murder began. The investigation found that Cavalcante refused to accept the end of their relationship and had been intimidating Deborah since 2020. During the Cavalcante's trial, Deborah's crying child testified repeatedly about the horrifying events of that bloody day. It only took the jury 15 minutes to reach a guilty verdict. Cavalcante was sentenced to life in prison with no possibility of parole. After the verdict was announced, Cavalcanti was transferred to the Chester County Jail in Poquoson, where he was awaiting transfer to a federal prison. However, on August 31, 2023, at approximately 9 a.m., he escaped from the Chester County Jail via a chimney, much like Spider-Man. He climbed across the wall between 2 cramped hallways, ascended through the chimney to the roof, deftly avoiding the barbed wire fences, and escaped. Surveillance footage captured the prisoner in the narrow space between 2 walls in the exercise yard. He walked up with his arms and legs to either side. He then ran across the roof, climbed over the fence, and pushed through the barbed wire to escape. Prison officials were well aware of all the vulnerabilities discovered in the prison after Igor Bolt escaped and believed they had been addressed. Officials believed that the barbed wire installed following a similar escape by an inmate named Igor Boller a few months prior would prevent a jailbreak planned by the acting warden. According to court documents from May, an inmate named Igor Boller climbed onto the jail roof and jumped to a less secure location. He was apprehended less than a mile from the prison, approximately 5 minutes after escaping. Again, we neglected to account for the failure on the human factors side. We concentrated solely on the physical infrastructure, not the human factor. According to Holland, 160 cells did not witness the escape, and a guard and a tower that watched over the prisoners did not notice the Cavalcante disappear. The tower guard was initially placed on administrative leave and then fired. As a matter of urgency, the prison was closed, and the hunt for a particularly dangerous criminal began. Alerts were everywhere. Danilo Cavalcante, 33, has black hair and is possibly armed and dangerous. The escape of a dangerous killer from a state prison has garnered a lot of attention. Every day, the search for the fugitive was broadcast on all media channels. The Pennsylvania State Police Chief, who led the search for Cavalcante, held regular press conferences and briefings to provide state residents with accurate information about the special operation. He urged residents to take an active role in the situation by holding vigils. It's an observation to help figure out the perpetrator's path, and it worked. So, a few hours after his escape, Danilo Cavalcante was seen walking along a road about 2 miles west of the prison. Cavalcante was discovered using a surveillance camera in the early morning hours of September 2nd after receiving reports from local residents. Police established a search perimeter around the area, securing the roads and railroads that run through it to prevent Cavalcante's possible escape, and offered a $10,000 reward for any information leading to his capture. Authorities began searching within 2 miles of the jail in a heavily wooded pickup area and township in Chester County. A local resident discovered the fugitive in a creek bed just days after his escape, but he fled into the woods before police could locate him. The search continued. After a week on the run, the search area expanded. Cavalcante was captured on a security camera at Longwood Gardens, a popular botanical garden nearly 3 miles from the jail and just south of where police initially searched for him. There are a lot of ravines, high fields, grass, and cover for a guy who is 5 feet tall and weighs 120 pounds. Robert Clark, Deputy U.S. Marshal for the Eastern District of Pennsylvania, stated on September 5th. In addition to the difficult, rugged terrain, searchers struggled to deal with the extreme heat and humidity that persisted for days following a week of desperate searches for the fugitive felon. The number of officers searching for Cavalcante on the ground has increased from 250 to nearly 400. We have a large perimeter secured, and we are very optimistic. According to the police chief, the search team has been strengthened not only in numbers but also in terms of equipment. Helicopters flying over the search area began playing a recorded message from Cavalcante's Portuguese-speaking mother, begging him to surrender peacefully to authorities. The next morning, a security camera caught Cavalcante on a property about 2 miles south of the prison. Police have moved in to set up a new perimeter around the facility, and Longwood Gardens and nearby schools will be closed while the search is conducted. Police continued their intensive search for the object for the rest of the week, and Longwood Gardens briefly reopened with limited access before being forced to evacuate and close again on September 7th after another sighting of the object. On the same day, police increased the reward for information leading to his capture from $10,000 to $20,000. After nearly a week of searching, nerves were frayed. Locals knew a man convicted of murder was on the loose, but authorities had yet to explain how Cavalcante escaped from prison. Police in Philadelphia's Chester County have asked residents to lock all doors and windows, secure vehicles, and stay indoors. CBS News reported that Danilo Cavalcante, 34, escaped from a Pennsylvania prison. The intense search continued until September 9th, when Cavalcante was seen on a video intercom call standing on the front porch of a former colleague's home near Phoenixville, nearly 20 miles northeast of the search perimeter. Cavalcante had a deft way of altering his appearance. He shaved and dressed in new clothes. Danilo moved around the state with sophistication and remained undetected, so he stole a van from a nearby dairy store and drove it to Phoenixville, hoping to find assistance and shelter from acquaintances. On the morning of September 10th, a stolen van with an empty gas tank was discovered abandoned in a field in East Nantmeal. The search was expanded to include the northern part of Chester County. On September 11th, the fugitives' movements caused the search perimeter to change again. As the search continued, Cavalcante was added to Interpol's wanted list, and authorities increased the reward for information on his whereabouts. The same night, a local resident called emergency services. He reported that a man with a similar description had broken into his garage. The homeowner was forced to open fire in self-defense, shooting him 7 times. However, Cavalcante was able to escape and steal a .point-caliber rifle with a scope and flashlight from the house. Police responded quickly and discovered Cavalcante's sweatshirts and shoes near the home after confirming the perpetrator's identity and determining that the dangerous felon was now armed. Police urged residents of the South Coventry neighborhood to lock all doors, windows, and vehicles and stay indoors if possible. The convicted felon carries a handgun and is especially dangerous. Many residents in the area have been alarmed by the chemical contest escape. School districts canceled classes for the day after Cavalcante was captured on surveillance video. The police expanded their search and advised residents to keep their doors locked. Police established a new search perimeter in South Coventry Township that was tighter than previous ones because they believed Cavalcante was now surrounded. The search continued throughout the day on September 12th until around 1 a.m. On September 13th, an aircraft equipped with thermal imaging technology spotted Cavalcante in the woods. Despite the sighting, police had to wait until sunrise to approach because bad weather prevented the surveillance plane from flying safely. The big breakthrough came in the early hours of September 13th, when authorities discovered that a security alarm had gone off shortly after midnight within the final search perimeter. According to Bill Evans, an illegal drug enforcement aircraft using thermal imaging technology detected a heat signal in the area around 1 a.m. An alarm was triggered. Ron Johnson, a retired Missouri State Highway Patrol captain, stated that technology was extremely important in this case. Things went against law enforcement for a long time, but they were able to detect the heat signature of a DA spy plane around 8 a.m. On September 13th, police discovered Cavalcante sleeping with the rifle he had stolen from his home 2 nights before. Danilo Cavalcante, a dangerous criminal, attempted to flee by crawling into dense undergrowth, but a police dog named Yoda apprehended him by biting his head and holding him until officers arrived. Lieutenant Colonel George Bivens stated at a press conference that Yoda caused Cavalcante minor head injuries during his capture. They were able to land quietly. Bivens stated that we had the element of surprise, which allowed us to capture the fugitive with no casualties. Cavalcante was questioned by police shortly after his capture, where he stated that he survived on watermelons and creek water, only traveled at night, and once nearly got caught by a police officer while hiding. Travel content intends to steal a car and travel to Canada since returning from prison. Cavalcante has been charged with several crimes stemming from his escape, including burglary, trespassing, and theft. Following the capture of high-risk felon Danilo Cavalcante, local and state officials, including Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, thanked the numerous law enforcement officers who helped with the search. Chester County District Attorney Deb Ryan stated, "Today is a great day in Chester County. Our nightmare has finally ended, and one for the good guys. We are grateful to all of the first responders for their tireless and dedicated efforts to bring this fugitive to justice. They worked around the clock, and we are very grateful to them all." Chief George Bivens, who led the search, discussed the various challenges law enforcement officers faced in finding Cavalcante, mentioning the intense heat and thunderstorms that occurred during the search, as well as the fact that each of the search perimeters established during the search were in heavily wooded areas. The search team consisted of about 500 law enforcement officers, including Pennsylvania State Police, FBI, ATF, and US Marshals, who searched the area surrounding the shooting scene. The police set up a perimeter of several miles in each direction. After Cavalcante's escape, the Chester County Jail Board, which oversees the Chester County Jail, was heavily chastised by locals for failing to prevent Cavalcante's escape. Residents pointed out that the jail had the opportunity to make appropriate security improvements following Igor Bolt's May 19th escape attempt, which could have potentially prevented Cavalcante's escape because he used the same method Bolt did. The prison guard who was on duty during Cavalcante's escape on September 7th has already been fired, according to prison officials, who claimed the guard had the opportunity to spot Cavalcante during the escape, days after the offenders were apprehended. The Chester County Jail announced the installation of a tin roof over the area where Cavalcante climbed up walls to access the roof and escape, as well as a number of other security measures and improvements. "I believe Chester County officials will have to answer questions about how the suspect was able to escape, particularly given the prison's history," said Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro. The communication and cooperation of all law enforcement agencies and local residents who banded together during the state's lengthy search assisted in apprehending and honorably punishing the evil. Daniela will never be free. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we'll look at a story from 2016. Michelle Lang, 25, had always wanted to study in Australia, and one day she realized her dream. Unfortunately, her story did not have a happy conclusion. Meng Mei Lang, also known by her middle name Michelle, was born on January 29, 1991, in Chengdu, Sichuan Province, China. Michelle grew up to be a kind, responsible, and respectful young lady. Michelle had a very close relationship with her parents, so it was devastating for her when her father died in an earthquake in 2008. She excelled in school and aspired to live in Australia. Her mother, Mei Zhong Leong, remained supportive throughout and believed that if her daughter received an education in Australia, she would have a bright future. Michelle began attending the University of Technology, Sydney in 2011. This enabled her to travel to Australia and realize her long-held dream. Michelle's aunt, her mother's sister, lives in Australia and has offered her a room in her apartment. She also had a daughter who was 2 years younger than Michelle. Michelle's aunt, who was 44 at the time, married Derek Barrett, a man 20 years her junior. Derek was a temporary unemployed professional who was only 3 years older than Michelle. Michelle, her aunt, cousin, and Derek have since lived together in suburban Campsie, New South Wales. The first few years went well. Michelle excelled in her studies, made new friends, and found a part-time job. Begin in 2016. Michelle's aunt frequently visited Wollongong for work, and Michelle, her cousin, and Derek continued to live in an apartment in Campsie. Michelle's aunt left for another business trip in April 2016, with a return date of April 24th. Michelle, 25, had been out with friends 3 days before that date. Around noon, she took a bus from the University of Technology Sydney to a downtown shopping mall. Around 3 p.m., security cameras captured Michelle shopping on Pitt Street in Sydney's central business district. She was alone, and the footage showed she was fine, unconcerned about anything. The vision also showed her taking a train from St. James to Campsie, arriving around 4:30 p.m. Michelle Lang was last seen alive at the Campsie train station. However, she used her cell phone to communicate with friends and family until late that evening. Those who spoke with Michelle that evening reported no anxiety or unusual tones in her voice. Derek drove to the train station on Sunday, April 24th, to meet his wife after she returned from a business trip. And when Michelle asked Derek about her niece, he said he hadn't seen her in 2 days. Derek was unemployed at the time, so he spent his time on the computer and slept late. So he claimed he and Michelle had not seen each other. He also mentioned that Michelle had been spending a lot of time with her girlfriends and going to nightclubs recently. Michelle's cousin often stayed overnight at friends' houses, so she didn't see her for a few days. Michelle hadn't been seen since April 22nd, and her phone was turned off. This was unusual because she communicated with friends and family members living in China on a daily basis. It was also odd that Michelle didn't log into her social media accounts. The truth is that if someone who was previously an active user of social media and spent several hours per day on it suddenly stops logging into their accounts, there is a good chance that something has gone wrong. Michelle's aunt searched her room, trying to figure out where she had gone. The room was in perfect condition. Michelle's belongings were all in their proper places, and it appeared that she had simply vanished. The next day, Michelle's aunt and husband, Derek, went to the police station to file a missing persons report. They also informed the Chinese embassy about Michelle's disappearance at the police station. Derek told them about the last time he saw Michelle, and her aunt explained that she had just returned from a business trip yesterday, and they had been unable to locate Michelle on their own, much to the disappointment of everyone who cared about Michelle. Her body had already been discovered when the police report was filed the day before, around 10:30 a.m. On Sunday, April 24th, several people called the police after seeing a body floating in the water near Snapper Point. That's approximately 80 miles from Campsie. The same day, some Australian media outlets reported the discovery of a woman's body. According to the report, a woman's body was found face down inside a blowhole on the New South Wales Central Coast. Police said the death was suspicious, and a crime scene was set up yesterday at Snapper Point in the Munmora State Recreation Area. The unidentified woman was found near Mooney Beach between Gosford and Newcastle. She is described as Asian in appearance, between the ages of 20 and 35, and stands about 170 centimeters tall. A post-mortem examination will be performed to determine the cause of death. A rescue helicopter spokesman said it was unclear how long the woman had been there or how she ended up in the water. Detective Chief Inspector Gary Jubilan of the New South Wales Homicide Unit stated, "We are creative in the way that we recapture the area and what has happened in the area, so we're looking through CCTV footage to see if we can find anything like that. I won't say what we discovered, but we're getting a pretty good idea of what happened in that area." During that time, he stated, now that the police had received a report of Michelle's disappearance, they quickly cross-referenced this information with a woman whose body had been discovered at Snapper Point and whose identity had yet to be determined. Michelle's relatives were devastated to learn that she had been discovered dead. Inspector Jubilan stated that police had informed Ms. Ling's family, who live both in Australia and overseas, of the news. "We spoke with Michelle's auntie, who she lives with. Then I called Michelle's brother, who lives with her in China. He said it was terrible news to deliver, and you can imagine how upset they were." Police have asked anyone with information about Michelle's weekend activities to come forward and report it so that detectives can determine who is responsible for this heinous crime as quickly as possible. When the body was retrieved from the water, there were several injuries indicating that Michelle had been severely assaulted. During the autopsy, the medical examiner found over 30 stab wounds on her body. She fought for her life and attempted to fight back against the perpetrator, resulting in defensive wounds to her arms. Michelle's mother flew to Australia a few days after learning of her daughter's death, still unable to accept her loss. "Even today, we cannot accept that she has left us and that we are still in great pain. Miss Lang stated that the time when Meng Mei and I lived happily together would never come back. She said, "You cannot imagine how painful it is for me. The saddest thing in life is losing someone you care deeply about." While investigating the case, the detective spoke with Michelle's aunt and husband because she lived in their apartment and they were the most familiar with her. Derek stated that he last saw Michelle on the evening of Thursday, April 21st. Following dinner, they watched a movie before Michelle went to bed in her room on Friday, April 22nd. When he awoke, Michelle had left the house. He woke up late, so it was not surprising that she had already left. According to him, Michelle had not yet returned when he went to bed, so he assumed she was out having fun with friends. The following day, he awoke late, and Michelle was still missing. He wasn't sure if she was coming home, so he texted her, asking where she was and if she was all right, but the message went unread. Michelle's aunt didn't say anything because she was on a business trip. According to some Australian media, Michelle's aunt told the detective that she checked Michelle's Facebook correspondence on her laptop and discovered that her niece had recently dated an Australian guy whom she described as having golden hair, pale skin, and fierce eyes. As a result, the police assumed Michelle had gone on a date with a man she met online. However, that version was quickly pushed aside. In fact, investigators had already identified a suspect in Michelle Lung's death. Derek Barrett was the last person who saw her alive. The police were skeptical of his claims about waking up late and not seeing Michelle. They called him in for questioning and began asking him about his relationship with Michelle, when he last saw her, and so on. Derek then refused to answer the questions and requested a lawyer, after which he was informed that he had been arrested as a suspect. The truth is that investigators checked his cell phone signal and discovered that he had been in the same area where Michelle's body was found on April 24th. This information contradicted the man's claim that he had not visited Snapper Point that day. A police officer also obtained camera footage of a car matching Barrett's description in the early hours of April 24th. Near Snapper Point, however, the image was blurry, and Barrett began to claim it wasn't his car, which the police denied. Detectives discovered video footage of Derek Barrett paying for gas and purchasing beverages at a gas station on his way to Snapper Point. The image is of good quality and clearly shows Barrett. When told that he was lying about what he was doing on April 24th, he began to claim that he had memory problems and couldn't recall specific periods of time because he frequently used illegal substances. Barrett's phone was seized and handed over to experts for analysis and recovery of previously deleted data. What was discovered on the phone proved beyond doubt that Derek Barrett was not only involved in Michelle's death, but also had an unhealthy interest in her. His own stepdaughter was also the focus of his desire. A 15-minute video from September 2014 shows his wife's daughter, his stepdaughter, taking a shower. Derek installed a hidden camera in the shared bathroom, concealing it behind toiletries. In another video, investigators saw Derek enter his stepdaughter's room while she slept, stand next to her bed, and express his satisfaction. After some time, Derek Barrett's attention shifted from his stepdaughter to his niece. Experts recovered a half-hour video of Michelle taking a shower from his phone. In another video, Derek satisfied himself by standing next to Michelle's bed while she slept. The phone also contained images taken shortly before Michelle died. We now know that Michelle returned home around 5 p.m. On April 21st, she sent her last text message around midnight, and no one has heard from or seen her since. Derek Barrett began carrying out his insidious plan shortly after midnight. He attacked, so Michelle tied her up and taped her mouth shut. In pictures on his phone, investigators saw Michelle, bound and naked, lying on a bed, terrified. Michelle had not yet sustained the injuries that caused her death, according to the 17 photos. Derek's last picture was taken around 8 a.m. Michelle was still alive around 4 p.m. On April 22nd, that same day, when Derek's stepdaughter returned home, she had no idea her cousin was tied up in the next room. When questioned by investigators about that day, she stated that she had been home for approximately 3 hours before leaving again. She didn't hear Michelle's call for help. Experts were unable to determine the precise time of death, so it's unclear whether Michelle was alive at the time, but she was definitely present in the apartment. She spent the entire 3 hours at home. Derek was in the bathroom with the shower the following day, April 23rd. Derek left the apartment 4 times to remove trash bags. This was captured on surveillance cameras. Michelle was reportedly dead by this point, and Derek was cleaning the house. Michelle's aunt, Derek's wife, told investigators that when she returned home from a business trip, it was spotless, but she didn't think much about it at the time. At 3:19 a.m. on April 24th, Derek drove to Snapper Point. On the way, he stopped at a gas station to buy drinks and fill up his car with gas. When he arrived at Snapper Point, he disposed of Michelle's body and took some photos around 9 a.m. An hour and a half later, police received information from eyewitnesses who saw the body in the water. Derek visited his parents in the meantime, who did not notice anything unusual about his behavior, and then returned home to Campsie. Derek Barrett was indicted on 27 counts, including unlawful imprisonment, secret videotaping, and murdering Michelle Lang. It is worth noting, in particular, that he was not accused of soliciting for lustful purposes. Derek, like many criminals, began to complain about his difficult childhood, including being bullied at school. Some people believe that a difficult childhood is an excuse for their abusive behavior. The trial started in October 2017. The psychiatrist who examined Derek concluded that he could be held fully accountable for his actions. A psychiatrist testified that Barrett told him, "I lost everything because of a stupid weekend." Derek wrote a letter of apology to his wife and Michelle's family, stating, "No words can begin to describe the emotional pain I have caused you and your family. I can only imagine what you're going through after your loss. Every single moment of my life. I wish I could go back in time and undo that terrible day. My own problems spilled over into the family home, and they paid the price. In some small way, all I can do is dedicate my life to making amends for what I have done." Tam-Mei Jiang, in her mother's translated victim impact statement, requested that the judge sentence this vicious rapist, malicious torturer, and cold-hearted murderer to life in prison. In April 2016, the death of Hamong may have caused great pain to my entire family, and as a single mother attempting to support her daughter, who was an international student in Sydney, she stated that my healthy mother was in such grief that she also died. Not long after learning of Meng Mei's death, my family was dealt such devastating blows that we are still suffering irreversibly. Derek Barrett pleaded guilty after being charged with multiple counts. In December 2017, he was sentenced to 46 years in prison, with the possibility of parole at 34 years and 6 months. Barrett sat with his head down during his sentencing, barely reacting. He was supposed to become eligible for parole in 2050. But circumstances changed. Detective Gary Jubilin spoke to the media outside court, welcoming the lengthy sentence. The courts recognized the gravity of the offense with the sentence imposed on Mr. Barrett. He stated, "From an investigative standpoint, it is satisfying that we have justice, but there is no joy in a situation like this. It's just a very sad case." Michelle's family asked the judge to sentence Barrett to life in prison, so they were dissatisfied with the outcome. The story does not end there. However, another event occurred, forcing Barrett back into the courtroom and causing additional distress for Michelle's family. For years after the crime, a woman discovered a USB drive in the hands of her elderly mother, who suffered from dementia. The elderly woman was not related to Derek Barrett and lived about 6 miles from where he lived before being arrested in 2016. Because of her memory issues, she couldn't recall where she obtained the USB drive. It's still a mystery. Her daughter decided to view the contents of the flash drive on her computer. The video she saw shocked her, so she immediately called the cops. Derek Barrett was identified by investigators as the man who repeatedly satisfied his desire and treated Michelle as an object rather than a person in the videos. The footage was captured on April 22nd and 23rd, 2016. An offender who enjoyed hurting, humiliating, and degrading Ms. Ling defiled her personal integrity cruelly. According to the police statement, the new videos were discovered and reported to Michelle's mother. This caused her even more distress, and she claimed that when the police informed her of the contents of the videos, she began to faint. Barrett set up 2 video cameras in Michelle's room to record his actions from various perspectives. Supreme Court Justice Helen Wilson, who handed down Barrett's original maximum sentence of 46 years, told the court that if she had known the full extent of his crimes in 2017, she would have sentenced him to life in prison. Judge Wilson described the disgusting contents of the 9 videos discovered on the USB drive. She said a compilation of the videos provided by police lasted about 60 minutes and began with Barrett entering his bedroom. She was clearly shocked and alarmed by his entry into her bedroom and didn't want him there. The recordings clearly show that Justice Wilson intended to relive that enjoyment later. She claimed that the offender went to great lengths to make the USB stick and that his disposal of it indicated a desire not to be caught. After new evidence was discovered, Derek Barrett was charged with Michelle Lang's carnal abuse. Barrett pleaded guilty and made no statements. In March 2021, he was sentenced to another 20 years in prison. Unfortunately, both of his sentences will run concurrently. Nevertheless, he will be eligible for parole 2 years later than originally planned. He will be released from prison no earlier than October 27, 2052. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we will discuss a story that occurred in England in 2011. Emily Longley, 17, was full of hope and saw a bright future ahead of her. But, unfortunately, all of her plans failed. This case drew a lot of attention, not only because of the death of a young woman, but also because of how things turned out after she died. Emily Longley was born in England in 1994 to Mark and Caroline Longley. Hannah, Emily's younger sister, was born 2 years later. The girls had been close since childhood. They had a loving and caring family. When Emily was 9 and Hannah was 7, the family relocated to New Zealand. Auckland was their new home. Emily fell into the wrong crowd after emigrating to New Zealand. Her middle-class parents sent her back to the UK to begin a new life with her grandparents. Emily flew to England in 2010 to attend Brockenhurst College. She wanted to study business and become a model in England. She lived at her grandparents' house in Bournemouth. Bournemouth, located to the west of the Pool, is a town in the county of Dorset and a popular resort on the English Channel coastline. Emily moved to England while her sister, Hannah, was still in school, and her parents, Mark and Caroline, divorced but remained friendly. Emily was a stunning young woman who attracted a lot of attention. She met Elliot Turner, a 20-year-old, and he left an impression on her. Their communication eventually developed into a romantic relationship. Emily returned to New Zealand in April 2011 to see her family after a 6-month absence. Her father met her at the airport, and she ran up to him, hugging him tightly and telling him how much she missed him. Emily had a very close relationship with her father, who adored her and missed her infectious smile, laughter, and dirty jokes. The following day, the entire family visited Emily's favorite pizzeria. She informed her parents that, in addition to attending college, she was involved in modeling and had made some incredible friends. She also mentioned her current boyfriend, Elliot Turner, who was 20 years old. They'd only been dating for a few months, and she felt too young for anything serious. "I think I'll end it when I get back," she said. Emily spent the next few weeks socializing with friends and family. She had a great time. No one expected to lose her so soon. Emily found it difficult to say goodbye to her family as her flight boarded. However, Emily promised to return in 5 months. She wanted to see the Rugby World Cup matches, which were scheduled to begin on September 9. A few days later, Emily texted her father to tell him she was breaking up with Elliot, but she didn't go into detail. Elliot acted strangely after seeing photos of Emily that she had posted on social media while in New Zealand. Elliot was envious of the guys in these photos. Elliot Turner, the wealthy jeweler's son, was 20 years old and appeared to be living a carefree life. Turner was a well-known figure in the Bournemouth and pool bar and club scenes, as well as a member of the firm. a group of wealthy young men. Turner's friends all talk about him because he brags. He met Emily in December 2010. The couple had a great time at the resort and frequently partied late into the night. Turner, who had a history of obsessing over women, soon became jealous. As a result, their relationship quickly turned violent. Some described him as being threatening, aggressive, violent, controlling, and possessive. He received a harassment warning letter from the police in January 2008, when he was 16, telling him not to contact his ex-girlfriend after he bombarded her with text messages and emails after she ended their relationship. Turner loved being the center of attention. He did not have to work for a living. His parents provided him with everything he needed. Elliot everything he needed others, including his parents. His life revolved around parties, women, alcohol, and illegal substances. He saw himself as a man who could do whatever he wanted. Elliot carried a hammer in case anyone attempted to contradict him. Turner's friends believed he fancied himself a gangster and aspired to be the person everyone went to for help. He could come to the bar and buy drinks for everyone. Elliot brags about driving a new Mini Whopper, which was a gift from his grandmother. He attempted to maintain his bad boy image by posting a series of supposedly streetwise messages on social networking sites, and he frequently referred to himself as Scarface or God. He did not lack female attention, but when he met Emily, he became deeply attached to her. She praised his image as a successful person, which he had worked hard to develop. As their relationship progressed, Turner began to exhibit more controlling behavior. He even threatened to kill Emily, an emotional plea to Turner. Emily wrote him a note a few months before she died saying, "I love you too. Do not say you will kill me." 3. Stop talking about your ex-girlfriends. Stop being so aggressive and become more cool, because that is far more attractive, and you scare me because you are so intimidating. When Turner began to reveal his true face and his controlling behavior began to exceed all reasonable limits, Emily realized he was not the person she wanted to be with. However, people like Turner do not understand rejection. Emily spent the evening of May 6, 2011, with friends at one of the entertainment venues. Surveillance cameras captured how she arrived at a nightclub with her friends. That evening, Turner read Emily's Facebook messages and discovered she was dating another man. It annoyed him. He entered the club and started arguing with Emily. The entire story ended with a girl throwing her drink in his face. Turner verbally abused and threatened her with violence. He did not like Emily's outfit. He felt it was too revealing. He dismissed Emily's breakup with him. The man was not going to let her leave. Elliot spoiled her evening, so she chose to leave. However, her ex-boyfriend followed her. His friends overheard him say, "I'll kill her. I'll go to prison for it and still be a millionaire. I would do 10 years. It would not bother me." Turner caught up with Emily and persuaded her to go to his house. He stated that he wanted to talk in a more relaxed setting. Elliot Turner lived with his parents. Maybe that's why Emily joined him. Perhaps she expected him to behave more calmly in the presence of his parents. Neighbors saw them enter the house. The following morning, Nina Turner, Elliot's mother, called 911 to report Emily's inability to wake up. It was approximately 9 a.m. Before the ambulance arrived, there was a need to follow the operator's instructions on how to help Emily. Unfortunately, when the ambulance arrived, they could only announce Emily Longley's death. Anita, an Indonesian citizen, came to the UK to marry Lee Turner. When the couple had a son, they refused to deny him anything, which was a huge mistake. During her conversation with the emergency services operator, his voice did not sound like that of a mother who had just discovered her son's girlfriend dead. She was too calm, as if nothing unusual had happened in New Zealand, thousands of miles away from England. Emily's father, Mark, awoke at 2 in the morning to find a slew of missed calls from his ex-wife, Caroline, and younger daughter, Hannah. Hannah also left a voice message, which Mark could barely understand. Then he heard Caroline scream in the background, followed by her words, "Emily has died." Mark refused to believe it. He phoned his mother in England. When she responded, his entire world fell apart. His mother was crying uncontrollably. Moments later, one of the cops grabbed her phone. "I'm sorry to inform you that your daughter Emily has died," he said. Mark could not believe it. After all, Emily was sitting on his couch, smiling, just a week ago. Even after flying to the United Kingdom, the bereaved father refused to accept that his daughter had passed away. Unfortunately, it was not a dream. Emily's parents faced a heartbreaking challenge when their eldest daughter passed away. The police informed them that Emily had died in her sleep. It did not make any sense. She was young and healthy. The police gathered some evidence, but it was unclear what had happened to Emily. They needed to wait for the autopsy results. Elliot Turner's parents, Anita and Lee, told investigators that they had been home all night and had heard nothing suspicious. Elliot publicly mourned Emily by sharing photos of them together on his Facebook page. The police had no evidence to refute Turner and his parents' claims that Emily mysteriously died in her sleep. The most important aspect of any death investigation is determining the cause. When investigators discover the cause of the victim's death, they have a better understanding of the situation and how to proceed with the investigation. While awaiting the autopsy results, the investigators discovered that Emily had posted something strange on her Facebook page just a few days before her death. "I have a stalker." She added that someone had just called me, and I was like, "Who is this?" And they said, "You don't know me, but I know everything about you." And I was like, "How did you get my number?" And he said, "I'll tell you when I see you," and he kept inviting me out. So I hung up and they haven't stopped calling. Emily posted on Thursday, May 5. Simultaneously, the police discovered that Emily had a fight with Elliot Turner in front of other nightclub patrons before dying. Investigators discovered that Turner tried to control Emily's every move, that he was aware of her meeting with another man, and, most importantly, that Elliot threatened to kill her several times. However, his friends dismissed this as meaningless, believing that Turner's words were simply meant to strengthen his image as a gangster. The autopsy did not reveal the exact cause of Emily's death. However, experts speculated that it could be strangulation, with one stating that the physical findings are entirely consistent with pressure being applied to the neck. Investigators suspected that one of the Turner family members was involved in Emily's death, so they installed listening devices in their home. The police were right to investigate whether they were hiding anything. They overheard Elliot instructing his mother on how to interact with the police and what she should say. His father, Lee Turner, appeared to be the only one who recognized that what he was doing was wrong. He eventually submitted to his son and wife's will. While listening to the recordings, investigators also learned what happened to Emily Longley. Elliot Turner admitted to causing her death. They arrested Elliot Turner a week after Emily died. He, of course, denied any guilt. His lawyers attempted to challenge the authenticity of the audio recordings. However, after reviewing all aspects of the case, the judge permitted the prosecution to use the recordings as evidence. Not realizing the police were listening, Elliot admitted that he was angry every day, and no one had ever irritated him more than Emily. During the trial in May 2012, his lawyer claimed that his client acted in self-defense. Elliot Turner claimed that the corral in his bedroom became violent, and he had to grab Emily by the neck. He said he did not strangle her. He discovered her dead in his bed the next morning. During the second day of the trial, Turner expressed disgust with his actions that night, allegedly after discovering Emily's death. He wrote a letter to his mother telling her how ashamed he was and that he was leaving for Spain. One can assume Elliot Turner intended to leave the country on the day Emily died, but changed his mind for some reason. When the police arrived at Turner's home, following the 999 call, they discovered packed bags. Elliot's passport was in his pocket. He admitted in court that he threatened Emily and felt upset and deceived the night before her death, after discovering false emails on her phone claiming he had smashed her face into a table. When describing their fight before she died, he mentioned that Emily had begun beating him with her hands and feet. He attempted to calm her down before giving up and throwing her a 20-pound note for a taxi. He claimed she simply ignored me at first. Then, 5 seconds later, she went crazy. I'd never seen Emily become so enraged. I wasn't sure what to do. She wouldn't stop. I kept repeating myself, "Stop it. Calm down." At this point, I grabbed her by the neck with my right hand. Defense attorney Anthony Dunn inquired, "Why did you do that?" Turner responded, "To keep her from going crazy. I didn't know what to do. My right hand came into contact with her neck." When the defense counsel asked how hard he grabbed her turn, she replied, "Not very hard, but quite hard." I grabbed her and pushed her down on the bed. I pressed down on her neck while she was lying down. He claimed to have held her for 5 or 6 seconds before releasing her and storming out of the room. When asked if he intended to kill Emily Turner, he said no. He said he thought Emily had fallen asleep. He allegedly realized Emily was dead only after she failed to wake up the next morning. Emily's father, Mark, told the Herald newspaper how difficult it was for him to lose his daughter. The truth is that death is unpleasant. It doesn't matter whether it's your child, your partner, or your 99-year-old grandmother. It stinks that someone is present one day, but not the next. Well, it is not something we can handle easily. Every anniversary is difficult. Birthdays are difficult. Christmas is difficult. Easter is also difficult because it marks the last time I truly spent time with her. Mark Longley said the most difficult part was that he would never see the woman she could have become. I miss witnessing the life she was denied. We caught a glimpse of the woman she was becoming, and I was so proud of her. I am her father. Of course I am biased, but the world was a better place with her in it. It was certainly a lot more enjoyable. During the trial, they portrayed Elliot Turner as a spoiled, wealthy child whose parents wanted to help him avoid punishment. The court heard that he was given full control of the family's home in Bournemouth's affluent Queen's Park neighborhood, where he would host parties for his middle-class friends. His father, Lee, described him as wild. He was given his own living space in the converted garage of his parents' home, allowing him to come and go without disturbing them. He strangled Emily on his bed in his minibar-equipped room. The police searched the computers seized from Turner and discovered the following search queries: death by strangulation and how to avoid punishment for a crime. The primary motivation for the crime was jealousy. The court heard testimony from Luke Ashford, who spent the night with Emily. As previously stated, Elliot Turner learned about it. Even when in custody, Turner boasted that the jury would believe his twisted story that Emily had attacked him and that he had acted in self-defense by strangling her out of jealousy. In letters written from his prison cell to his friends, he announced that he would soon drive a new Range Rover and relocate to Spain. He intends to sell the rights to his story and live a fashionable lifestyle. However, when the jury found him guilty, he quickly lost his illusions. On May 22, 2012, the court sentenced Elliot Turner to life in prison with a minimum of 16 years. Announcing the verdict, Mrs. Justice Dobbs described Turner as a man who exuded arrogance. She described Emily as a lovely, kind, and fun-loving girl who made everyone around her happy. You have suddenly and needlessly extinguished that light. You didn't love her. She was only a trophy. The relationship, if you can call it that, was entirely about you. It was about control, which you exercised through aggression and threats. You can set aside thoughts of champagne, Bentleys, and girls and focus on why you were serving a life sentence. Mrs. Justice Dobbs also sentenced Turner to 9 months concurrent imprisonment for perverting the course of justice. But Elliot Turner was not the only one on trial. Turner's parents, Nita and Lee, whom he used for cash to fund his extravagant partying, adored their son so much that they attempted to conceal his crime. Lee destroyed Turner's confession letter, and Anita removed the jacket from the bedroom where the letter was allegedly found. His mother even put off calling an ambulance so that her son could cover his tracks and the family could come up with a convincing story for the police. When asked why she did not call an ambulance, Anita Turner said she did not believe Emily had died. Under cross-examination, they asked if she believed Emily had ruined her son's life. After a 6-second pause, she replied, "No." In the recording, Lee asks Anita if they did the right thing. "We have done the right thing." Anita responded. Both Nina Turner, 51, and Lee Turner, 54, were found guilty of perverting the course of justice and sentenced to 27 months in prison. Mrs. Justice Linda Dobbs stated that the two of you chose to fight the case with little remorse. Mr. Turner, you claimed you were unaware of the letter's contents when you destroyed it. The fact that it was burning in your conscience is clear from your anguished tone of voice on the recording. They were released in 2013, having served half of their sentence, and they continue to live in the house where Emily Longley died. Emily's father, Mark, burst into tears as he discussed the verdicts following the trial. Supported by former wife Caroline and daughter Hannah, he stated, "What we have heard over the last 5 weeks has shocked and disgusted us. That a man so evil as Turner could treat a gentle and loving girl like Emily so violently is beyond belief. We are so proud of her for traveling halfway around the world to improve her life. This is the life Turner chose to end." Mark stated that there was a lot of discussion about Turner's boasting, and that no one took his threat seriously until it was too late. He went on to say that even his mother didn't believe him when he texted her that he was going to break Emily's neck. If someone had taken his threats seriously, Emily might still be with us today. I hope Turner suffers every day in prison for what he did. In October 2020, according to the press, Elliot Turner's cellmates beat him in prison. It happened after he hung pictures of Emily in his cell and boasted about receiving letters from female fans. Some of his cellmates attacked him after he announced that he would return to his life of champagne, Bentleys, and birds in 5 years. Turner will be eligible to apply for early release from prison. One can only hope that common sense will prevail and that the parole board will make the correct decision regarding a person who has still shown no remorse for his actions. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A woman mysteriously disappeared from her own home, and her friends decided to go to the police. At first, it looked as if she herself had gone somewhere, but with each new clue, the case became more and more creepy. Eventually, investigators were able to uncover the mystery, and the truth turned out to be quite frightening. Mindy Schloss was born in 1955 in New York City. When she was 25, she moved to Alaska, where she graduated from a local medical university. The woman earned a degree in psychiatry and took a job as a nurse at Fairbanks Hospital. Though most of the time she had to work on the field, many people in remote areas of Alaska were not able to go to the hospital on their own, so Mindy and her colleagues would use all manner of transportation, including boats and airplanes, to get to them. She loved her job and took it as seriously as she could. Mindy lived about 600 kilometers from the hospital in Anchorage. She took a plane to work and stayed in a hotel all weekdays, going home on weekends. It was August 2007. Mindy, who was 52 years old at the time, returned to Anchorage for the weekend and was soon to fly back to work during her absence. She always asked her best friend Jerry to stop by her house to feed her cat and give him the medicine he needed. On Saturday, August 4th, her friend called her to discuss the matter, but Mindy never came to the phone. She still hadn't been able to reach her all day, and it was strange, so Jerry contacted their mutual friend, but he too had not called Mindy that day. At first, Jerry thought Mindy had gone somewhere on business, but she didn't answer her phone the next day either. Then her friend decided to drive to her house. No one answered the door knock either, and Jerry used her spare key. At first glance, everything seemed normal. The house was in order. There were no signs of a struggle or any other evidence that something bad had happened to Mindy. It was only on the way out the jury noticed something strange. The doorknob of the front door was loose, and the woman decided to tighten the screws with the screwdriver. After that, she went to work without knowing where her friend had disappeared to. On Monday, August 6th, Jerry called the hospital where Mindy worked. To her surprise, the woman never showed up for work, which was completely out of character for her, nor did she contact any of her co-workers to alert them of her absence. All this indicated that something might have happened to the woman, and Jerry decided to contact the police. The police department took a missing persons report, and Jerry and the detective went to Mindy's house again. No sign of a break-in was found. There was also nothing of value missing from the house. This ruled out the possibility that a burglar had broken into the woman's home. What's more, Mindy had some medications in her home that were only available with a doctor's prescription. Any burglar would most likely have taken them, since they were in demand among people with drug addictions. Upon entering the garage, they discovered that Mindy's car was missing. It was also very strange. The woman always took a cab to the airport and only used her car to get around town. The police concluded that something really bad had happened to the woman. A forensic team examined the house, trying to find any clues, but it was inconclusive. At the time, the kidnapping theory was unlikely. The police thought Mindy might have probably had an accident. She often went to the countryside, and the terrain in those parts was quite dangerous. People could have fallen prey to wild animals, or just accidentally fallen off a cliff, but this theory did not bring the police any closer to solving the case, and they decided to begin a search for suspects who in theory could have been involved in her disappearance. The first thing they did was check on Bob, Mindy and Jerry's mutual friend. The man was eager to cooperate with the investigation, and the detectives quickly determined that on the day of the woman's disappearance, he was at work many miles away from her home. As the exact time of Mindy's disappearance, the police had no clear answer. The woman had now been in touch since Saturday. After examining her computer, experts determined that the last time she used it was at 1:30 a.m. that same day. With no solid leads, police decided to enlist the help of the public. They posted flyers around town with information about the missing woman and distributed the information to local TV stations. The same day, they began receiving calls from witnesses, but most of the leads led nowhere. People reported seeing Mindy in various places and even in other states. None of these leads were ever helpful. Meanwhile, Bob and his co-workers decided to comb the area where Mindy might have gone. She had been out in the countryside quite often for berries or just out for a walk. Unfortunately, the search also yielded no results. The detectives decided to go a different route and contacted the bank the woman used. They asked them to check to see if there had been any activity on her cards in recent days, and this is where a serious lead finally awaited them. Early Sunday morning, the day after Mindy went missing, someone had withdrawn $500 from her debit card, the maximum amount available for withdrawing in a 24-hour period. Police immediately obtained the ATM camera footage from the bank, and they got a disturbing sighting. It turned out that the money had been withdrawn by an unknown man. His face was covered by a bandana, so they could not identify him. He pulled down the bandana only after his face was out of the camera's field of view. As a result, the police had no choice but to wait until the man tried to use someone else's card again. Meanwhile, the detectives received another tip. They learned from Mindy's co-workers that the woman was planning to renovate her home and had hired workers. At some point, she had a conflict with their supervisor over the cause of the work. Mindy later admitted to her co-workers that she was afraid of him because he acted strangely during visits to her home. The police checked on the man, but he turned out to have an alibi for the day the woman disappeared. They also questioned another worker who came to her house on Friday around 7 p.m. The man was also uninvolved, and he couldn't remember anything suspicious that night. It wasn't long before detectives had a new lead. Bank security reported that Mindy's card had been charged $500 again in the early morning hours, but this time from a different ATM. After studying the security footage, the police immediately realized it was the same man as the first time, but there was something odd on the tape. The man withdrew the money and left, but returned to the ATM a few seconds later. He walked around it for a while, pushing buttons, and eventually left. Again, after calling the bank, detectives found out the reason for his strange behavior. The unknown person forgot to take the card out, and the ATM then takes it away to prevent the theft. The real owner can get it back by going to the bank with his ID. Of course, this was not an option for the criminal, so he lost access to Minnie's account forever. This time, the police managed to find a witness. He drove up to the very same ATM when an unidentified man came out of there. According to the witness, he got on his bicycle and rode away. It was a significant lead since most people were traveling by car or on foot, but all that information was still not enough to get any closer to a clue, and detectives decided to interview everyone in the Mindy area. They asked people to recall any oddities or to point them to neighbors who were suspicious. To their surprise, many residents named one particular house right near Mindy's house. According to them, parties were constantly held there. The residents were always making noise and disturbing the peace. The detectives went there and found out that quite a number of people were living there, but they weren't willing to talk to the police. The detectives then went to a woman who lived directly across the street from the house. She said she did not see anything suspicious, but her demeanor showed that she was very nervous. The next day, the woman called the police station and asked the detectives to meet, but not at her house. They met at another location, and the woman shared a creepy story. Shortly before the detectives first visited, a man who lived across the street had stopped by to see her. He said police were walking around the neighborhood and asked the woman not to tell them he lived here. When asked why, he said he was on parole and did not want the police to know his location. At night, the woman heard someone walking on the porch of her house. She looked out the window and saw that it was the same man. He stomped around, looked in several windows, and left. The woman was greatly frightened and decided to tell the police about it. Detectives learned his name was Josh Wayne, who was 27 years old at the time. After running him through the database, they found out that the guy had been convicted of murder 7 years earlier. At the time, he was accused of beating a woman to death, but a jury acquitted him. As a result, Josh was accused of tampering with evidence and sentenced to 6.5 years in prison. After spending 3 years behind bars, he was released early. Detectives immediately identified him as a prime suspect. After talking to his housemates, they found out that Josh didn't have a car and that he got around mainly by bicycle, but there was just one problem. When the police began looking for him, the man had disappeared without a trace. On Thursday, August 9th, police suddenly had another lead. A local trucker called them and said he had spotted Mindy's car in a parking lot near the airport. He had seen its picture in the newspapers and immediately recognized the car. Detectives arrived on a scene and confirmed that the car was indeed Mindy's. They also noticed that a surveillance camera was pointed at the parking lot from a nearby building and requested a recording. It showed a man driving this car into the parking lot at 2:30 p.m. on August 4th, getting out and wiping down the door handle. Apparently he was wiping off his fingerprints. Unfortunately, the quality of the recording did not allow his face to be seen. CSI examined the car for prints or traces of DNA and were able to recover some samples. However, it took time to study them, and there was no guarantee they would be useful. In the case of Mindy's purse, which could indicate that the woman had been in the car with the perpetrator alive or dead, they are now getting the results they wanted using modern analysis tools. The detectives decided to use search dogs. Few believed this idea would succeed since it had been a week since Mindy had disappeared, but for lack of other options, they still turned to film dogs. The service dog was taken to the ATMs from which the unknown man had withdrawn money, as well as Mindy's car. The dog picked up the trail and headed down the street toward the woman's house, located 3 blocks from that location. After sniffing the front door, she went straight to the very house where Josh Wayne had previously lived. The detectives, who until recently had not believed in the search dog idea, were shocked. The service dog directly pointed them to the fact that Josh was in Mindy's car, near her house and near those ATMs. The next day, the police repeated the experiment with another search dog. The result was the same. The dogs walked the entire distance and stopped at Josh's house. Though it was not an unqualified piece of evidence that would work in court, the detectives decided not to waste their time and obtained a warrant for the suspect's arrest. They went to his house, but the man hadn't been there in days. After searching the building, they found the same jacket that the unidentified man had been wearing on the cameras near the ATMs, and in the pocket was a cash withdrawal slip from Mindy's card. Next, they discovered a woman's gold watch and immediately showed it to Jerry. The woman confirmed that the watch belonged to Mindy. The experts were able to compare the DNA samples found on the steering wheel of Mindy's car, the samples from items from his home, and they matched. This indicated that Josh had been in the missing woman's car. This evidence was already much more serious, and the police were focused on catching the suspect. Leaflets with his name were posted all over the city, and they even rented several billboards. According to detectives, it was one of the largest manhunt operations in Alaskan history. Virtually every law enforcement officer was working on the matter, and locals reported any suspicious evidence. At one point, police released ATM camera photos and were approached almost immediately by a woman named Lisa. She said she had met Josh before and was sure he was the one in the photo. The important thing here is that the police did not name the main suspect, but what followed was the turning point in the case. Another acquaintance of Josh's came to the police with a confession. For the past week, she had been helping him get around town by transporting him in her car. One day, he left his backpack in the back seat, and the young woman and her mother looked inside. They found several more ATM receipts as well as a phone in the gallery. They also found a photo in which Josh was supposedly holding a gun in his hand. This information only added to the alarm. Detectives already feared that the suspect might attack someone else while they were looking for him, and thanks to his phone, they found out that it was also armed. The cops tried to convince his girlfriend to help them catch Josh. They wanted the young woman to take a tape recorder with her and go to meet him, where they would try to get him to talk about what he had done to Mindy, but the young woman was too scared and refused. Soon, however, she had to participate against her own will. On September 2nd, Josh came to her house and, in an aggressive manner, began demanding her backpack. Given that the young woman gave it to the police, she had to come up with an excuse on the fly. Realizing she didn't have the backpack, Josh asked her to take him somewhere far away from here to hide from the police, but the young woman refused. Instead, she offered to let him stay at her house, but Josh suspected something was wrong and left. The young woman realized that she would now be safe until the police caught the man, so she decided to follow him discreetly in her car, calling the detectives along the way. At some point, Josh reached his acquaintance's house and went inside. By that time, the police, SWAT, and FBI had already begun to converge on the scene. Everyone feared that the suspect would not surrender without a fight, and those fears proved to be true when using weapons. Josh took 2 people who were in the house with him hostage. A lawyer was invited to negotiate with him, who after several hours managed to convince him to surrender during the interrogation. He hardly spoke to the police, but the investigators were in no hurry to accuse him of killing Mindy. At that point, they already thought the woman was probably dead, but without her body it would have been extremely difficult to prove it, so Josh was only charged with stealing Mindy's bank card and watch. The FBI agent decided to get crafty. He listed the charges to Josh and he said they were all lies. The investigator then stated that they had evidence that he was the one who withdrew the money from someone else's card and Mindy herself had gone to the police to report the card theft. Upon hearing this, the suspect ruined and asked what games they were trying to play with him. From this reaction, the FBI agent was finally convinced that Josh had killed Mindy, but the police still had to find her body. In order to charge Josh with murder, they had to work against the weather. It was snowing early in that area, and they would have no chance of finding Mindy if her remains got snowed in. On September 13th, police received a call from an electrician working near the town of Wasilla, about 100 miles from Anchorage. He spotted the body of a woman in a wooded area and immediately thought it was Mindy, and experts from the lab confirmed it. The deceased was indeed Minish Laws. The medical examination revealed that the woman had been shot in the back of the head, and her remains had been disposed of by fire. After the bullet was recovered, it was determined that it had been fired from the very weapon with which Josh had been apprehended. All the police had to do now was figure out how the events that led to Mindy's death unfolded. Meanwhile, the experts continued to examine every millimeter of her house, trying to find any trace of Josh's presence. It was extremely difficult to do so they had to collect virtually every hair from the floor of Mindy's house and then examine it in the lab. It took months, but eventually they were able to find a hair that belonged to Josh. This in the lab. It took months. This was confirmed by DNA testing, and the detectives now had proof in hand of the suspect's presence in the victim's home. On May 18, 2008, 10 months after the murder, he was finally charged and brought to trial while gathering witnesses to testify against Josh. An interesting situation occurred. His ex-girlfriend Lisa, who had identified him from a photo near an ATM, refused to testify in court. She regularly visited her ex-boyfriend in prison, and at one point the couple announced their intention to marry. Investigators were shocked by this turn of events, but they quickly realized what was behind the move. The U.S. Constitution allows relatives not to testify against each other, and in all likelihood, Josh convinced Lisa to marry him for these reasons. There was one problem, though soon after the marriage was consummated, it was declared null and void. The estate law prohibited weddings with inmates, but the detectives wondered why Josh was so intense in shielding Lisa from questioning and testifying. Was it really all about some pictures outside an ATM where you couldn't even see his face? Most likely, the young woman knew a lot more. Investigators tried to get her to talk, but at first they did not succeed. However, at some point Lisa herself contacted them and said that Josh confessed to her about the murder during one of her visits to the prison. According to his story, there was a party at his house Friday night. Josh, who had no means of livelihood, decided to sneak into the house next door and steal something. That house turned out to be Mindy's place. Josh opened the door of the house and began to search the house for valuables. At one point, Mindy walked into the room, and he immediately realized that if he let her live now, he wouldn't be able to avoid jail. He didn't want to go there again, so he grabbed the woman, took her to the bathroom, and tied her hands. The perpetrator then went to his house to get a gun, taking some handy things to kidnap her with. Before returning to Mindy's house, he put bags on her legs and secured them with duct tape so as not to leave any trace. He then took the woman to the garage, put her in his own car, and drove out on her legs and secured them with duct tape so as not to leave any trace. After an hour of driving, he stopped in a wooded area and drove Mindy away from the road where he killed Josh, then returned to her house, cleaned, vacuumed the carpet, and left. The trial did not begin until the spring of 2009. The prosecution had offered Josh a deal. He would confess to killing Mindy and another woman 7 years earlier in exchange for waiving the death penalty. This way, the authorities hoped to close two high-profile cases at once, and Josh agreed. As a result, he was sentenced to 99 years in prison without parole. During the reading of the sentence, Josh cried, but at one point things heated up when the judge called him a coward for taking the lives of two women. The criminal jumped up and shouted, "What about the man I killed?" At this point, his lawyers grabbed him and silenced him before he could say anything else. That shouting kept the detectives busy for 5 long years until in 2014, Josh himself offered authorities a new deal. He agreed to confess to the murders of 3 men if he was transferred from a local prison to a federal prison. Apparently, the conditions there were much higher. Considering that the criminal's request was insignificant, the authorities agreed. Josh said he killed one man in Anchorage in 1994. When he was only 14 years old, he committed the next murder in 1999, and he killed the 3rd man a year later. On the same day, he massacred the woman. The first 2 men had been identified. but the identity of the third is still a mystery. Investigators have no doubt that Josh was indeed involved in the murders, but they are more concerned about another question: whether there are no other crimes under his belt about which he is silent. In any case, the police have managed to permanently isolate him from society and prevent other murders that would surely have followed. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we will look at the events that took place in California. Corey Desmond, 28, went missing in Redondo Beach while leaving her bartending job on Valentine's Day, 2009. A few days later, her body was discovered in a plastic trash bag on the side of the road and in Running Springs in San Bernardino County. The police had differing accounts of what happened. However, after a few months, the investigation came to a halt. The breakthrough came after a woman saw a billboard with a picture of Corey and called the police. Corey Desmond was born March 18, 1980, at the Torrance Memorial Hospital, and she was the center of attention from the start because she needed to fight for her life. She had to undergo multiple surgeries due to a hole in her diaphragm, and her chances of survival were only 20. Miraculously, she not only survived, but thrived. Desmond's friends and family described her as a smart, self-confident young woman who was not afraid to express her opinions, was energetic, and had a lot of affection for the people she cared about. Desmond graduated from North Torrance High School and later earned a master's degree in criminal justice from Long Beach State. Unsure of her life's purpose, she changed her mind and decided to become a teacher. Her goal was to educate autistic children. A week after her death, she received a notice in the mail that she had earned her teaching certificate. She was adored by many people, including her friends. She was sweet at times, but tough as nails. She could command a bar full of customers whenever she wanted, and all the while she was singing one of her favorite karaoke songs, like Black Velvet or These Boots Were Made for Walking, and was once again the center of attention. Corey's secondary family, which she formed while working in various establishments, kept her coming back regardless of what her family wanted her to do. In 2009, Corey worked in a bar. On Saturday, February 14, she worked a shift that ended at 9:30 p.m. She then went 2 blocks to the popular bar and street lounge. Corey was well known among the bar's employees because she had friends who worked here. She was captured on surveillance cameras assisting her friends at the bar. She left only after it closed around 2 a.m. Following that, none of her friends saw her again on Monday, February 16, at around 2:20 p.m. The San Bernardino County Sheriff's Office received a terrifying call approximately 100 miles from the bar where Corey was last seen. The driver paused to remove the snow chains from the wheels. The man noticed a strong, unpleasant odor as soon as he got out of the car. He suspected the source of the stench was an animal hit by a car, but he decided to investigate. Not far from the car, he discovered something strange. He noticed a black plastic garbage bag with a woman's body inside. In a panic, the man ran out into the road, stopping cars and asking them to call the police because his phone's battery had died. They identified the victim using fingerprints and a driver's license. Corey Desmond, 28, was the victim of a brutal attack. The woman died of strangulation. She had multiple bruises on her face and neck, as well as injuries to the back of her head. Corey attempted to fight back because she had several defense wounds. Although the exact time of death was unknown, medical experts estimated Corey was on the street for approximately 12-36 hours before the man's pants were unbuttoned and pulled to her knees. However, no evidence of intimate contact was found. The first conclusion that investigators reached was that the location where the driver discovered Corey's body was not the site of her death. The criminal disposed of her body by the side of the road, hoping it would take some time to be discovered. Before the man discovered her body, the rain had destroyed all possible evidence. The most difficult aspect of a police officer's job is breaking bad news to the families of the deceased or missing. Corey was then living with her grandmother. The woman was shocked to learn that her granddaughter's body had been discovered in a garbage bag, and Mark was equally devastated. Corey's father, Mark, was fully aware of how the system worked. The police may delay an investigation for months because they require a warrant to conduct searches, interrogations, and fingerprinting. In some cases, time-consuming bureaucracy slows the criminal investigation process. As a result, Mark decided not to sit and wait for the police to find the person who had taken away his daughter. He chose to act. He claimed that his love for his daughter gave him the courage to look for the criminal. Mark discovered Corey's Jeep Wrangler in an alley near the bar where she worked. He also discovered that Corey had vanished on the night of February 15. Unfortunately, nobody knew about it. Grandma didn't panic because Corey was an adult who could spend the night with a friend or friends. In addition, she frequently worked late into the night and returned home when her grandmother was already asleep. Investigators searched the bar where Desmond worked for potential witnesses or leads. They spoke with other employees and learned that Corey had finished her shift at 9:30 p.m. and then visited another bar. Corey frequently did this because her friends worked at that bar and Corey would often pay them a visit at the end of the shift. She assisted at the bar or chatted with friends while sitting at the counter. In addition, it provided her with extra tips. Many bar patrons recognized Corey's face and mistook her for another employee. Surveillance cameras confirmed the visitor's words, capturing the girl assisting her friends at the bar. Unfortunately, a bartender's job entails more than just serving drinks and entertaining guests. After drinking alcohol, some people lose control of their emotions and behave inappropriately. Corey had the misfortune of meeting such a person that evening. According to eyewitnesses, she argued with a provocative man who bothered women and unceremoniously touched them, offering unflattering compliments. While everyone else remained silent and refused to confront this man, Corey stood up for the bar's customers. In other words, the girl told the man that he wasn't welcome there. The violent guest was furious but agreed to leave. Corey continued to assist her friends and serve drinks at the bar as if nothing had occurred. She consumed alcohol that evening, but it had no effect on her behavior. She left the bar alone after 2 a.m. with the intention of returning home. However, as we now know, a man discovered his lifeless body 100 miles from the bar the following day. Mark gave the police all of the information he could find. He appealed to everyone on television to report any relevant information for the investigation. Meanwhile, during a conversation with investigators, the police identified the man Corey had a disagreement with prior to her death. The man stated that he had no idea who Corey Desmond was. However, he did not deny having a heated argument with the girl in a bar on February 14. The man stated that alcohol made him uncontrollable, confirming that he was kicked out of the bar. He then went home to sleep. The suspect denied involvement in the crime. He agreed to a polygraph test and allowed the police to search his home and car. They carefully examined the suspect's vehicle. After all, there could have been traces like bloodstains, hair, or something from a quarry. The car was filthy both inside and out. Nonetheless, forensic experts found no evidence there. While searching the man's home, they discovered no evidence of his involvement in the crime. The investigators' last hope of catching the man in a lie was a polygraph test, which he passed without difficulty, answering all of the police's questions. In addition, his wife confirmed that he arrived home before 2 a.m. I immediately went to bed. Corey exited the bar around 2 a.m. This means that he was not involved in her death. As a result, the police removed him from the list of suspects, but there were no other persons of interest in this investigation. They investigated Korea's personal life to see if she had any enemies who could cause her harm. Investigators discovered another strange detail. The owner of the bar where Corey worked stated that she arrived that night and requested permission to use the restroom. But because the bar was closed, he declined the girl's request and advised her to return home. It was around 2:20 in the morning. What happened next remained a mystery because Corey never got in the car and did not return home. Investigators assumed she had been abducted or assaulted near her workplace. However, the bar's surveillance cameras did not capture this, and there were no witnesses on the street at that late hour. Corey died with a blood alcohol content more than 4 times the legal limit for driving. It was unclear whether she intended to drive or find another way home. Unfortunately, she didn't meet anyone who could help her that night. A month later, the investigation came to a dead end. The police investigated all versions and clues, but discovered no new suspects. Korea's father, Mark, was not about to give up. He rented 3 billboards along Artesia Boulevard in Redondo Beach. The billboards featured a photo of his daughter in the question, who killed Corey Desmond. The man offered a $15,000 reward for any information that helped the police. I'm going to leave them up there to let people know the guy is still out there. Mark Desmond said it might save someone to some extent. This story is comparable to that of Alexandria Camp. Roger, the latter's father, did everything he could to find the criminal, and billboards were crucial in solving the crime. If you haven't seen this story yet, please click the link at the end of the video. Corey's information was periodically displayed on 50 electronic billboards. Eventually, it produced results. When the phone rang at the police station in May 2009, Tiffany noticed one of the billboards featuring Corey's photo. This woman helped the police solve this case. Tiffany spoke quietly. The woman was distressed and terrified. She rambled as if she didn't know where to begin. Finally, she focused and said, "Hello, my name is Tiffany. I believe my boyfriend, Tony Lopez Perez, murdered that bartender girl, Corey Desmond. Please check on him. He is behaving strangely, but I will tell you more when we meet." Tiffany called multiple times to set up a meeting with the detective. During their conversation in the park, the woman revealed her suspicions. According to her, on February 14, she and Tony planned a romantic Valentine's Day dinner. She spent the entire evening preparing for her date. Tiffany took the children to see their grandparents, went to a beauty salon, and purchased a new red dress. Tony enjoyed it when she wore red clothes. It drove him crazy. He was working that day but had to get home around 11:30 p.m. Tiffany waited for Tony almost all night. The woman attempted to contact him, but he did not return calls or messages. Tony returned home at 4:30 a.m., as if nothing had happened, and claimed he was too drunk to go home. He claimed he fell asleep in his car. Tiffany mentioned that Tony rarely cleans the interior of his car. However, after a few days, he purchased the entire set of cleaning supplies. He washed the car thoroughly without her assistance. The guy's behavior appears strange, but at the time, she didn't give it much thought. A few days later, Tony sold his white Dodge for nearly nothing and purchased another vehicle. He also changed his phone number for no discernible reason. A little later, they went on a joint trip to Big Bear Lake. They chatted the whole way, and everything seemed normal until Tony abruptly stopped the car on the side of the road. He turned to Tiffany and asked, "Do you think this dead girl, what was her name, the bartender, was dumped here? I'm almost certain that the police found her body here." Tony Lopez Perez and Tiffany lived together for about 4 years. They had a 6-year-old son together but never got married. He was a hardworking individual who got along well with everyone. He has never had an issue with the law. Perez came from a large family of 8 siblings. Perez's parents grew up in the Los Angeles area, and he attended Manhattan Beach High School. Tony's absence on the day of Corey's death, cleaning and urgently selling the car, a strange trip, an equally strange comment about where the police discovered her body, a change of phone number, and strange behavior. Putting these facts together, Tiffany realized that Tony could have killed Corey Desmond. She did not want to believe it. The investigators decided to speak with Tony and went to his house to keep him from suspecting anything. Tiffany agreed to cooperate with the police and not tell him anything about the conversation. It appeared that they were conducting routine interviews of people to find witnesses in the Corey Desmond case. Tony appeared calm, like he had nothing to hide. He wasn't nervous as he answered all the questions. He said he didn't know her and had only seen Corey in the newspapers. However, hard evidence was required to charge Tony Lopez Perez with Corey's murder. Thus, the police discovered the new owner of Tony's Dodge, which he sold shortly after learning of his death. The new owner confirmed that Tony sold him the car at a low price. He allowed the police to search the vehicle for evidence. Tiffany claimed Tony thoroughly cleaned the interior before selling his car. However, when the experts applied luminol and used an ultraviolet lamp, it became clear why Tony Lopez Perez sold his car. The interior of the car was lit up in bright blue. Tony was asked to come to the police station. They kept the discovery a secret from him in order to keep him from fleeing. He initially claimed he had never seen Corey, but later changed his story, saying he saw her near the bar and whistled at her. When the police noticed the man changing his testimony, they showed him photos of the car he had sold and informed him that they had discovered crucial evidence there. This time, Tony claimed to have seen Corey outside the bar standing under a streetlight. She lost consciousness and fell to the sidewalk. He tried to help her, but she did not recover consciousness. Then he started slapping Corey's cheeks. Corey opened her eyes and began screaming. She told him to leave and asked him to let her go. According to Tony, he became scared, put his hands over her mouth, and accidentally strangled her. Fearing that he would be blamed for Corey's death, He placed her body in the back seat of his car and drove home. Perez claimed he awoke during the night and went outside to see if it was a nightmare. I opened the door, and it wasn't a nightmare. Perez told detectives that it was true. Perez said he went back inside and tried to sleep. In the morning, he drove to work with Desmond's body still in the back seat. At the end of the day, he placed her body in 2 garbage bags, drove to a remote location, and left it by the side of the road. Tony claims what he did to Corey was an accident. He claimed he was drunk and scared. In his panic, he strangled her unintentionally, but Corey's injury indicated otherwise. She had serious injuries to the back of her head, bruises on her face and neck, and defense wounds on her hands. Furthermore, Correa's pants were down to her knees. Tony Perez was arrested and charged with first-degree deprivation of life. The next day, he showed the police where he had dumped the core of his body. In addition to Tony's confession, they now had DNA test results. Corey's blood matched that found in the car Tony sold shortly after committing the crime. Coroner Jack testified at the 2011 trial about the victim's multiple head contusions, strangulation evidence, and blunt force trauma to her face. Sheridan also claimed she had scratches on her body, implying the criminal dragged her after her death. Based on Correa's injuries, prosecutors claim Perez assaulted her and attempted to force her into intimacy on February 15, 2009. Corey resisted. Unable to get his way, Perez strangled her. Tiffany testified in the trial. She told the San Bernardino County jury that her ex-boyfriend Tony Lopez Perez had an insatiable desire for sex in January and February 2009. Even though they were making love almost every day, where claimed Perez was still unsatisfied. Tiffany also testified in court that Tony had twice engaged in sexual activity with her against her will. It occurred approximately 1 month after the birth of their son. Both incidents occurred while she was fast asleep on the couch after taking painkillers for severe back pain. Perez, who declined to testify at the trial, delivered his first statements to the court during his sentencing. He stated that he was taught to love and respect those around him, but that he occasionally strayed from this path. I forgot the most important lessons I learned in life, which make me a man, a father, a loving uncle to many, and a responsible person who supports his family, Perez said. Ultimately, I fell short. He mostly stuck to the story his attorney, Andrew Hale, told during the trial, that he was scared and did not mean to hurt Desmond at all. He told a jury of 6 men and 6 women that Perez discovered her passed out on the sidewalk. He claimed he tried to calm her down and didn't intend to kill her. I should have thought before acting. Perez said I should have taken a step back and cleared my mind. Fear took over. I was extremely scared and careless. Correa's father, Mark Desmond, stated that his daughter had a bright future ahead of her before her life was cut short at the age of 28. Tony Perez should live the rest of his miserable life, knowing that he killed his own children's hopes and dreams while killing Corey. Her father claimed that he represents all of the characteristics that women in society fear. Perez begged God in the court for mercy just before his sentence was handed down. My heartfelt apologies to the Desmond family and to my own family. I have caused the Desmonds so much pain and sorrow that their lives will be forever changed. Beverly Desmond's grandmother commented, "I hope he never gets out on the street again. I hope he suffers as much as she did." In July 2011, a jury of 6 men and 6 women convicted Tony Lopez Perez, 36, of first-degree deprivation of life. He was sentenced to life imprisonment with the possibility of parole after 25 years. Corey Desmond's family thanked Tiffany Ware for helping the police solve this case. "If it hadn't been for her, I don't think they would have ever discovered it was him," said Leslie Schwab, a family friend who attended every day of the trial, along with about a dozen others in San Bernardino County. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we'll look at an incident that happened in Florida, USA, on July 14, 2012, when Adrienne Robert, 29, was discovered dead by her roommate. Her eyes were open, but she didn't breathe. CCTV cameras were instrumental in the investigation of this case, assisting detectives in locating and apprehending the criminal. Adrienne was born January 4, 1983, in Brunswick, Maine, and 1983, in Brunswick, Maine. She graduated from Leavitt High School in Maine in 2001 and from the University of Maine at Augusta in 2005. In 2007, she relocated from Maine to Clearwater, Florida. Adrianne's family and friends described her as a beautiful, unkind person who was always cheerful and energetic. She looked forward to the future with excitement. She and her boyfriend, Justin, were preparing to start a life together. Adrianne was renting a home with her friend Jay at the time. The relationship with Justin was progressing, and in July 2012, they found a home where they planned to live together. Adrianne packed her belongings and decided to throw a goodbye party on the evening of July 13, 2012. She told her boyfriend Justin that she and her roommate Jay planned to go to a movie, a bar or something. Justin was unable to join them due to an urgent business matter. At the same time, Justin had no objection to Adrianne spending the evening in Jay's company. After all, they were both roommates and friends. Jay and Adrianne began their celebrations at home. They had a few drinks, recalling happy memories from the past, but then decided to continue the night elsewhere, going to the Diamond Dolls strip club. This establishment is still in operation today and appears to be the same from the outside. At 3:34 a.m., Jay called 911 and told the operator that he had just returned home and discovered his roommate dead. Jay stated that he and Adrianne were at a nightclub, but she had left earlier, so he spent more time there. And when he returned home, he discovered her on the bathroom floor. Her eyes were open, but she didn't breathe. There were also signs of a struggle, implying a crime. The operator told Jay to concentrate and perform CPR on Adrianne while giving him instructions. Jay followed them all, attempting to restart Adrianne's heart until the paramedics arrived. Unfortunately, when the ambulance arrived, she had died, and they were unable to assist her in any way. She was pronounced dead on the scene. The police had to answer the following questions. Who killed Adrianne Roberts, and was her roommate involved? They began by thoroughly searching the house, inspecting every closet and checking under each bed. The police needed to ensure that the criminal was not hiding somewhere inside the house. When detectives and forensic experts arrived at the crime scene, they noticed that there were no forced entry signs on the front door. Adrianne was lying on the bathroom floor. She was wearing only a bra. Her death was caused by a stab wound to the chest. Adrianne was trying to protect herself, as evidenced by the signs of a struggle in the bathroom. The fact that she was nearly naked led the detectives to believe the criminal was a man. They had to wait for more details from the forensic experts who performed the autopsy. Detectives discovered something strange while further inspecting the house. While looking around Adrianne's bedroom, they noticed that a portion of the sheet on her bed had been cut. Without a doubt, that detective had a reason for suggesting that was how the criminal was attempting to destroy the evidence. Maybe the criminal's DNA was on the sheet. However, it was strange that the person who did it did not take the entire sheet. After all, the remaining portion of the sheet did contain some DNA. They discovered something similar to seminal fluid and sent the samples to the lab for testing. Adrianne's car was also discovered to be missing from the parking lot next to the house, implying that it had been stolen by a criminal. The police searched for potential witnesses to the crime and placed an AB on the victim's car. To resolve this case, detectives needed to learn every detail of Adrianne's final hours. But first, they had to inform her family of the tragic news about her. Adrianne's parents were shocked by what had happened to her. They couldn't believe someone had taken away their beloved daughter. Adrianne's boyfriend, Justin, learned about the incident the next morning. When he noticed that the police had cordoned off Adrianne's house, he knew something was wrong. The detectives informed him that Adrianne had died last night. Criminals frequently returned to the scene of a crime. Given this, and the fact that Justin was in a relationship with Adrianne, the detectives began to investigate him for possible involvement in the crime. The closest individuals become the first suspects. It is a common practice, and there is nothing surprising about it. On the same day, a few hours later, they discovered Adrianne's car a few blocks from her home. The headlights were turned on, and the keys were inside the ignition. The abandoned car only confirmed the investigators' assumption that the criminal used the victim's car to flee the crime scene. Forensic experts carefully examined the vehicle's interior, hoping to find something that could help solve the case. Investigators turned to CCTV footage to determine who was driving Adrianne's car. Unfortunately, the location where the police discovered Adrianne's car lacked cameras. Nonetheless, there were cameras on nearby buildings. Looking through the recordings, the investigators noticed a man wearing shorts, a baseball cap, and long hair. It was around the same time that the 911 call came in. He was slowly walking in the opposite direction of Adrianne's car, and it was critical to know where he was going next. There was another surveillance camera around the corner. However, the investigators were greatly disappointed. This man went the opposite way. As a result, they lost track of his location. They replayed the recording dozens of times, hoping to catch something they hadn't noticed before. However, it was difficult to see anything but the general features of this man. Because the recording was done at night, interviewing witnesses provided the police with new information to consider while sitting on the porch of his house at night. One of the neighbors noticed Adrianne and a man running down the sidewalk. It was unusual for several reasons. First, it was late at night. Second, it did not appear that they'd gone for a run. Adrianne wore a dress rather than sportswear. Furthermore, she had shoes in her hand. The man running after her was not dressed in sportswear, but it did not appear to be stalking because Adrianne was not screaming or calling for help. As a result, the neighbor placed little importance on what he saw. As I previously stated, the investigators needed to reconstruct the sequence of events preceding the 911 call about Adrianne, the victim's roommate. Jay was invited to the police station for questioning. After all, Adrianne accompanied him to the club, and he later discovered her on the bathroom floor, or so he claimed. During a conversation with the detective, Jay stated that he and Adrianne had a few drinks at home before going to Diamond Dolls. They used to go there to relax and get away from their daily problems. According to Jay, they went there on foot because they had already consumed alcohol and didn't want to drive in such a state. As a result, the police decided to focus on Diamond Dolls, as visitors with questionable reputations frequent such locations. Jay said he and Adrianne arrived at the club around 10:30 p.m. I stayed there for several hours. When they were sitting at a table, another man they had never met before joined them. Jay referred to him as an African American with a beard and a baseball cap. Adrianne returned home a few hours later, and Jay is said to have stayed behind. He noticed that the guy sitting at the table with them had also left, hoping to confirm Jay's testimony and uncover new clues. The investigators headed to the Diamond Dolls. They were confident that the club had surveillance cameras that would allow them to determine whether Jay was telling the truth or had something to hide. The wide-angle camera aimed at the road recorded everyone who entered and exited the club that evening. Looking through the footage, the investigators discovered the moment Jay and Adrianne arrived at the club. They were relaxed, and nothing unusual was happening. The other camera was positioned at the club's entrance. Furthermore, the recording quality was quite good. It enabled the police to make. The CCTV footage verified Jay's testimony. He exited the club alone at 2:53 a.m. He stepped outside, crossed the parking lot, and walked to his house. Adrianne also left the club earlier than Jay, at 1:38 a.m., according to security cameras. When Adrianne entered the club, the most observant viewers likely noticed something was wrong. She was dressed in a dress and what appeared to be a jacket. However, when she returns home, she only wears a dress. Adrianne had left the club and was about to head home. But 4 seconds later, a man wearing a baseball cap emerged from the club. He dashed out after her to return the jacket she had left inside. After he handed Adrianne the jacket, they appeared to be discussing something. We'll never know what they were discussing at that point. Instead of returning to the club, this man followed Adrianne out of the parking lot, where they turned right. As you can see, the street isn't crowded. There are almost no houses here. Did Adrianne feel in danger at that time? Perhaps. We will never know for sure. Investigators concluded that the man caught on camera at the club and the man seen near Adrianne's abandoned car were not the same person. Given all of the circumstances surrounding her death, they concluded that the perpetrator was most likely the man they saw on the club's key TV footage, and that the man in this recording could be a random passerby. In any case, the police were investigating all possible scenarios and hoped to provide answers to Adrianne's parents as soon as possible. Her family traveled to Florida to pick up her belongings. The investigators met with Mark and Dolores and promised to do everything possible to locate and prosecute the criminal. Adrianne's parents described her as a friendly person who had no enemies. She got along well with her boyfriend, Justin, and her roommate, Jay. Investigators believe Adrianne had no real connection to the person who murdered her. Soon, the laboratory report arrived. Although the criminal cut out a portion of the sheet, In an attempt to avoid responsibility, forensic experts discovered male DNA there. Furthermore, it appeared not only on the sheet but also on Adrianne's body within the walls. When the investigators compared the obtained DNA to the database, they were disappointed that there were no matches. Thus, the police had an unknown man's DNA and CCTV footage from the club where Adrianne spent her final evening. At this point in the investigation, detectives considered the footage to be the most important clue in solving the case. They examined the recordings again, but this time they watched not only the night recordings but also the day recordings, which yielded results approximately 8 hours before Adrianne died. Investigators saw the same man Adrianne was talking to in the parking lot and who left with her. The police now had a better view of his face. But that is not all. I was trying to figure out how this unknown man got into the club. The investigators noticed that he had arrived by taxi. The phone number printed on the taxi's body was visible on the recording, and the car's brand was easily identified. This man could now be identified much more easily. Detectives discovered the phone number used to order a taxi, which was captured on video near Diamond Dolls, and discovered it belonged to Thomas Frederick. When they compared his driver's license photo to the image of the man on the CCTV footage, they realized they were looking at the same person. Thomas Frederick had become the primary suspect in this case, and the police needed irrefutable evidence to arrest him. The recordings from the cameras alone were insufficient. As a result, they secretly watched Frederick. The police were afraid of scaring him away, so they decided to obtain his DNA without his knowledge. The officers monitored him for a week and a half, waiting for the right moment. They followed him to work. They spent the entire night watching him at his house. They were always there, patiently waiting for him to give them something, and it paid off. One day, Frederick threw a cigarette butt on the road. They collected the cigarette buttocks and sent them to the lab for DNA testing. It was necessary to determine whether Thomas Frederick was responsible for the traces found in Adrianne Roberts' home. While awaiting the results of the tests, police officers continued to keep an eye on him in secret, fearing he would flee the state. Everyone was eagerly awaiting the laboratory's report shortly after it was issued. That concludes. Isn't it strange that the DNA on the sheet on the walls of the house and Adrianne's body belonged to Thomas Frederick? After receiving this information, police officers arrested him and transported him to the police station. During the interrogation, the man stated that he frequently visits different clubs and bars and almost always meets new people there. When the police showed him a photo of Adrianne Robert, he stated that he met her at Diamond Dolls. Adrianne allegedly treated him to a drink, after which they danced and talked. Frederick said he went to work after the club, but the CCTV footage contradicted his claims. When the detectives pointed out the inconsistency, it revealed that he had left with Adrianne. He stated that he and Adrianne walked together to the end of the street before departing in different directions. Sounds convenient, right? Especially when it is said by someone who could face life in prison. When asked if he had ever been to Adrianne's house, Frederick said he couldn't remember because he had drunk too much. As a result, he began to contradict his own statements. Or perhaps Frederick had only a few memories from that night. He remembered they had arrived at the end of the street and then parted ways. The man remembered going to work after the club, but he couldn't recall being at Adrianne's house. The investigators knew he was lying because they had a witness who saw Adrianne running barefoot with her shoes in her hands, and this man running after her. When they told Frederick about it, he said Adrianne asked to walk her home and then said she needed to hurry up. She took off her shoes and ran. The man claimed he had no choice but to run with her. He claimed he didn't pursue her and instead kept her company. The detectives grew tired of hearing his constantly changing stories and accused him of attacking Adrianne. They told him that his DNA was on the sheet, Adrianne's body, and a variety of other items in her home. Frederick realized he could not get away with it. He claimed he was acting in self-defense. Now his memory has returned. He claimed he and Adrianne went to her house and had consensual intercourse. Adrianne became ill shortly after, and they went to the bathroom, where she vomited. Then they started fighting. Adrianne took out a knife, threatened him, and attempted to injure him. He exercised his right to self-defense, resulting in Adrianne's death. Frederick allegedly panicked and had no idea what to do, so he chose not to call 911. Instead, he fled because he knew they'd blame him for the woman's death. Thomas Frederick was charged with first-degree deprivation of life. When he appeared in court for the trial in January 2014, the prosecutor gave his version of what happened that night. Adrienne and Jay drank some alcohol at home before heading to Diamond Dolls in good spirits. Thomas Friedrich sat down at a table alongside them. They thought the man was a fairly ordinary person. They were chatting casually and simply relaxing. Adrienne needed to move her belongings to her and Justin's new home the next day, so she decided to leave early. Jay chose to stay at the club. Frederick decided to take advantage of the situation by following her. She did not want him to accompany her, so she attempted to flee from him, but she couldn't. He chased her all the way home, and when she went inside, he broke in, stole a knife from the kitchen, and did what he came after Adrienne for. According to the prosecutor, the injuries on her body indicated that her encounter with Frederick was not consensual. He then decided to end Adrienne's life so that she could report him to the police. He attempted to cover his tracks by cutting out the area of the sheet where his seminal fluid remained. However, it did not prevent the police from obtaining the criminal's DNA. After all, it was found in numerous other locations, including Adrienne's body. Then he took her car keys, drove a few blocks, and left the vehicle. Adrienne's parents left the courtroom while the medical examiner was giving his statement. "I did not want to hear that. Mark Roberts stated that does not bring her back, and I did not want to know what she went through. According to what I've heard, she fought extremely hard. Mark and Dolores, Robert, have found it difficult to live without their daughter. It will undoubtedly take some time for us because we have recently lost the most important thing in our lives." He said, "We'll get back on our feet because Adrienne would want that, and it'll take some time, but we'll get there." Thomas Frederick's defense attempted to make Adrienne look bad. At the trial, his lawyer stated that Adrienne also invited Frederick to her home to engage in consensual intercourse with him. This version has no basis and could simply be an attempt by the perpetrator to justify his presence in the victim's home. The presence of DNA, which can only be traced back to one individual, is undeniable. Frederick's defense team also attempted to persuade the jury that he acted in self-defense. She did sustain a stab wound while he was fighting her off, according to his lawyer, and his attempt to convince the jury that it was self-defense was unsuccessful. Due to a lack of evidence, the jury convicted Thomas Frederick of first-degree life deprivation and stealing Adrienne's car. They did not accuse him of coercing her into intimacy by threatening her with a knife. The court sentenced Thomas Hampton Frederick, 25, to life in prison without parole. Adrienne's father stated that he and his wife were thrilled to learn that Frederick would spend the rest of his life in prison. It does not bring Adrienne back, but justice was done today. It was difficult to be in the same room as the man who had hurt his daughter and keep his emotions under control. He claimed Frederick showed no sympathy or remorse, even when the jury returned its verdict. Instead, the man acted arrogantly. Robert and his wife Dolores sobbed as the verdict was read aloud in court. "We were extremely happy." He said, "She simply loved to live life. Her smile was contagious. It's unfortunate that we will never see that again." Adrienne's family thanked everyone who helped them through this difficult time, including the police and the prosecutor, who ensured the criminal received a well-deserved punishment. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Today we'll look at a story from 1992. Milleke van Doorn, a resident of Zaandam, Netherlands, was attacked after missing her bus. It took over 20 years for authorities to find the perpetrator of this crime. The development of DNA testing methods also played an important role. Milleke came from a typical, ordinary family. She lived in Zaandam with her parents and 2 sisters. Zaandam is a city in the province of North Holland. It is the main city of the municipality of Zaanstad and was granted city rights in 1811. It is located on the river, just north of Amsterdam. Milleke was not a troublesome child. She did nothing wrong and was friendly to everyone. She had recently graduated from high school, where she had a solid reputation. She believed that her life was only beginning and that she had a bright future ahead of her. Unfortunately, one summer night changed everything. Milleke became well known throughout the country, and her fate received a lot of attention. Milleke attended a friend's birthday party on Sunday evening, June 7, 1992. The party took place in one of the apartments in this building. The place looked the same in 1992, and little has changed since then except that the trees have grown taller. Milika decided to leave before the birthday celebration ended. She was having a great time with her closest friends, but because she lived in a different part of town, she had to leave while public transportation was still operational. Just before midnight, she said her goodbyes to her friends and headed outside. Milika walked to the nearest bus stop, which was approximately 160 yards away. This bus stop had not changed much in 3 decades. According to investigators, when Milika arrived at the stop, she discovered that the last bus had left a half-hour earlier. She was aware of the bus schedule but did not consider it due to the Christian holiday of Pentecost that day. The last bus left half an hour earlier than usual. Milika had a different way to get home. It involved taking the train. The train station was located on the same street as the bus stop. Milika would have had to walk approximately half a mile to get there. Nonetheless, she never returned home. She frequently slept over at her friends' houses, so her parents did not immediately sound the alarm. There is a church near the train station, and there is a pond nearby. The following day is Monday morning. The pastor of St. Joseph's Church was taking a morning walk when he noticed a body floating in the pond and was shocked. He called the police at 8:54 a.m. Detectives arrived on the scene in 5 minutes, and the Van Dorn family was overcome with despair and sadness that morning. Milika's body had been recovered from the water. On first inspection, investigators realized they were dealing with a crime. She had numerous injuries on her neck, face, and body, including several stab wounds. She was also partly undressed. The perpetrator wanted to hide the body so that passersby couldn't see it, so he covered it with reed stalks. However, this plan failed, and Milika discovered the body because her family was devastated by her death. She had been young and dreamed of a beautiful future. But now her parents had to mourn her. They had no idea who could have do such a thing to their daughter or why. Following the autopsy, investigators gained some insight into the motive for the crime. The medical examiner discovered semen and pubic hair inside me, just like in his body. Even after the body was removed from the pond, there was no water in his lungs. This meant she had died somewhere else. It wasn't until after she died that the body attempted to be hidden in the pond. It was also unclear when Milika died. It could have occurred shortly after she left the party. However, it could have been several hours later. Because her body was submerged in water, body temperature could not be used to determine when she died. The pond is where the perpetrator disposed of the body. Milika, however, died somewhere else. The police were attempting to locate the crime scene, and investigators believed that because of the severity of the wounds, traces should have been left behind as one piece of evidence that could point to the crime scene and possibly the perpetrator. Was one of Milika's shoes missing? Police distributed informational flyers, among other things, stating that one of Milika's shoes was missing and asking anyone who found it to report it to detectives. The second shoe would eventually be discovered, but we'll talk about that later. It was 1992. DNA research was still in its early stages of development. As a result, DNA samples from Milika's body were ineffective in aiding the police investigation at the time. The detectives initially addressed me as if I were a member of their family. They wanted to know if Milika was in a conflict with anyone, or if she had rejected an obsessive man who couldn't accept rejection. Milika, however, was not at odds with anyone, according to her family members. Her personal life was also fine. She dated a guy her own age, and they rarely fought. After discovering that Milika was at a birthday party before she died, investigators decided to interview all of the guests who had invited their milk, including his boyfriend. Numerous interviews yielded nothing. Everyone at the party told the same story. Milika left shortly before midnight and was supposed to take a bus to her neighborhood. Milika's friends knew that the last bus had already left before she arrived at the bus stop that day. Today, almost everyone owns a cell phone. However, things were different in 1992. As a result, it was impossible to contact Milika to determine whether she boarded the bus or not, and whether she arrived home safely. After ruling me out, they look at my friends as possible suspects. Police officers began searching for potential witnesses to the crime. They went door to door, interviewing residents in the area where the body was discovered. This yielded a wealth of information but few specifics. Several people reported hearing a woman scream at night, but it quickly stopped, so they did not give it much thought. Witnesses reported seeing a man with a Turkish appearance riding a bicycle to the location where Milika's body was found. Investigators decided to focus on members of the Turkish community who live in the Kogerveld neighborhood, where Milika's body was discovered. Some young Turkish men had legal problems and were the focus of police attention. However, months later, investigators were still unable to identify the suspect. All of the men they spoke with denied being near the pond on the night of the crime. As a result, the investigation was deadlocked. 6 months after the crime, a roofer working on the roof of St. Joseph's Church discovered Milika's second shoe, which had been there all along. It was impossible to get to the church's roof without a ladder, so it was determined that the perpetrator had, for some reason, thrown one of Milika's shoes onto the roof while he was at the pond, regardless of whether there were any other marks on the church roof. They had long been erased by wind and bad weather. Months and years passed, but Milika van Doren's case remained unsolved. This was another factor that deeply affected her parents. After all, whoever had so coldly and brutally taken their daughter from them remained free and happy, whereas the Van Doren family's lives were irreversibly altered. Over time, the police have returned to this case. Investigators had repeatedly interviewed residents in the area where the body was discovered, hoping that someone would recall something and provide previously unknown information, but this did not happen. The Milika story was also discussed on various television shows, and the police received calls with leads. However, this did not help in getting closer to the suspect. Nonetheless, the authorities had samples of the perpetrator's DNA at their disposal, which could be described as lying in wait as DNA testing technology advanced. Medical analysts speculated that the perpetrator was a man of Turkish descent who lived in the Kogerveld area in 1992 and was aged between 16 and 30. Approximately 200 men voluntarily submitted buccal swabs for DNA testing, but no results were obtained. A significant event occurred in April 2012, nearly 20 years after Milika's death, which shaped the investigation even further. Thanks to a change in the law in the Netherlands, DNA kinship testing became possible. Based on the autopsy results, evidence, and the perpetrator's behavior, a psychological portrait of him was created. The police profiler believed Milika was an unintentional victim of a frustrated man who was resentful of women in general. She was in the wrong place at the wrong time. The perpetrator may have only spoken to her briefly, but he then grabbed her violently and began threatening her. After satisfying his basic needs, he realized Milika would recognize him, so he decided to kill her. He remained silent for several weeks after committing the crime. Perhaps he pretended to be ill so he wouldn't see anyone or go out because he had scratches on his body from his fight with Milika. He is a hot-tempered man who takes criticism poorly, is selfish, has few friends, and mistreats his girlfriends. In 1992, the police profiler believed the offender to be between the ages of 18 and 25. In April 2016, the investigation into Milika van Doren's case was reopened. While there had been no serious reports in over 20 years, a specific report surfaced in June 2016, mentioning the names of 2 Turkish men. Both of these men had lived in Zaandam in 1992, and they had both left shortly after Milika died. This needed to be determined. Whether the 2 men had any involvement in the crime, it wasn't easy. They turned out to be in Turkey, and it took over a year to find them and take the necessary steps. However, DNA analysis of the 2 men revealed no matches to the DNA discovered on Milika's body in 2017. 25 years after Milika's death, authorities decided to try to identify the suspect using DNA typing technology. In November 2017, scientific tests on DNA samples found on Milika's body revealed that the DNA almost certainly belonged to a man of Turkish ancestry. The police requested a voluntary DNA sample from 133 men of Turkish origin who lived in the area where the body was discovered and neighboring areas in 1992. The Netherlands Institute of Forensic Medicine was tasked with analyzing the Y chromosome pattern, which is the DNA pattern passed down from father to son, in order to send out a request for voluntary DNA. Authorities promised that the samples would be used only in the investigation of Milica Van Doorn and then destroyed. Police also stressed that none of the men to whom the request was sent were suspects in the case. Nearly all of the 133 men of Turkish descent who received the request agreed to voluntarily provide a DNA sample for testing, but a few refused. According to a police statement, 126 of the 133 men provided DNA samples. A police spokesman called it fantastic, saying that the fact that so many men agreed to cooperate was respectful and demonstrated that they all wanted Doorn to be held accountable and the case resolved. It took about a month to analyze the DNA samples, but it was worth it. The DNA of the man who attacked Milica 25 years ago was not one of the samples tested by these experts. However, among them was a DNA sample from a man who had no idea he was related to the perpetrator. On Monday, December 10, 2017, police announced the suspect's arrest. He turned out to be Hussein, a 47-year-old man whose last name and image were not published in accordance with local laws. He was one of 7 people who did not provide DNA for verification. Hussein, on the other hand, had a brother who had nothing to hide and gave the authorities his DNA without knowing where it would lead. By identifying family ties and compiling a list of individuals who refused to provide DNA to the police, investigators quickly figured out who had been hiding from justice for 25 years. These are the only photos of the suspect that I could find. The police obtained a warrant to collect a DNA sample from Hussein, and this time his consent was not required. A comparative analysis revealed a perfect match to the DNA samples taken from Milica's body. Based on this information, Hussein, who had established a family and fathered 4 daughters since the crime, was formally charged in the Milica Van Doorn case, and he denied guilt during his 2018 trial. He initially claimed that he was possessed by an evil spirit, which is why he did not recall attacking Milica. However, he later changed his strategy and claimed that he had a secret and very close relationship with Milica, which is why his DNA ended up in her body. He claimed to be hiding his relationship with Milica because he had recently married. However, the judge did not believe him because Hussein made the statement only a year after being arrested, and because no one could confirm Milica and Hussein knew each other, let alone had an intimate relationship. Only immediate family members testified at the trial. According to one sister, the man who did this remained silent for years, refusing to reveal his identity or cooperate. When police asked for his DNA, he continued to live freely in the neighborhood, starting a family with 4 daughters. She addressed the suspect, stating, "You are an unidentified man who ruined my life. It disgusts me that there are men like you who exploit women, discard them like garbage, and then go on with their lives." The other sister stated, "I had hoped that you would talk about your motives in Milica's last hours, but instead, you made a completely implausible claim that you had a secret relationship with her and complained about how difficult it was for you and your own family. However, your family is welcome to visit you in prison. If I want to see Milica, my only option is to go to her gravesite." She concluded that Milica died in a terrible way, and so I hope for justice she deserved it. When her father was offered the opportunity to speak in court, Milica Van Doorn and her family were overcome with emotion. He was furious and said, "If you keep your mouth shut for 25 years, you're a coward." Hussein's treatment of Milica was appalling. According to the attorney, "It's shocking when the police come to your house and tell you that someone has taken your child's life because the family lived in constant fear for years, because they didn't know if this was a targeted act against the family." Hussein was found guilty on December 11, 2018, based on DNA evidence, despite his continued denials of involvement in Milica Van Doorn's case. He was convicted of taking Milica's life, which the court determined was Doorn's, to conceal the evidence of another crime, a crime against sexual integrity. He was sentenced to 20 years in prison. In addition, the judge ordered Hussein to pay Milica's family €10,000 in compensation. Hussein refused to appear in court during the pronouncement of his sentence. He was taken to court, but opted to remain in a cell outside the courtroom. Hussein filed an appeal in February 2019, and his sentence was reduced from 20 years to 19 years and 7 months. His time in prison, however, was brief. Hussein died on Sunday, June 13, 2022. According to his lawyer's report, Hussein died after working out, and the resuscitation treatments he received were ineffective. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A young woman arrived in the parking lot of her school to go to a sporting event and disappeared. Without a trace, soon a very creepy discovery awaited everyone, and the police got involved in the case. It took detectives a full 28 years to solve this creepy mystery, and none of them had any idea that this case would be the first of its kind. Sarah Yarborough was born on June 12, 1975, in Portland. Her parents soon moved to another state, settling in the town of Federal Way. It is near Seattle, and is essentially a suburb of it. Sarah also had two brothers, helped her parents take care of the younger one, and was very close to him from an early age. Sarah was involved in music and ballet. The girl always strived to do well in school so she could get into a good college because of her academic performance. She flew twice to New Zealand in the school program. Later, Sarah joined her school's cheerleading team. She also had a great many friends. She was a kind and non-confrontational person trying to help anyone in need. On Saturday morning, December 14, 1991, when she was 16, Sarah gathered for an event with her cheerleading team. They were together at the school building where the bus would pick them up. She took her dad's car and drove to school, only Sarah got the time wrong. She thought the bus would pick them up at 8 a.m. when in fact it wasn't supposed to arrive until 9. All her friends gradually started arriving at the place, but none of them saw Sarah. Some students saw her car in the parking lot, but there was no young woman inside, not even when the bus arrived for the students. Her friends thought this was strange, but no one could contact Sarah because none of them had cell phones at that time. Around the same time, two 12-year-old boys were walking around the school grounds, walking through the wooded area behind the school tennis courts. They noticed a strange man. He came out from behind the bushes, looked at them, and walked away in the opposite direction. He seemed strange to the children, but they did not pay much attention and walked just a few meters away. A shocking sight awaited them: a young woman lying on the ground with no signs of life, thinking she was dead. The school children ran home to tell their parents, while the parents of one of the boys went with him to the place. The father of the other decided to follow the suspicious man the children had seen. His son told him that he saw a car that looked like a Chevrolet Nova pulling away from that spot. Given that he lived near the school, his father decided to go outside and try to track down that car. At one point, he managed to locate a similar car, but it quickly disappeared from his sight, and the man was unable to find it again. Meanwhile, the other boy's parents came to the school and realized that the young woman on the ground was probably dead. They immediately ran to the school building and called the police offices. They arrived on the scene and confirmed that the young woman was indeed dead. They were also quickly able to determine that the deceased was Sarah. From the marks on her neck, the officers concluded that the victim had most likely been strangled. Next, the body was some of her belongings, including a jacket, underwear, and socks, with no other items near her. The officers found her purse and car keys inside the car in the school parking lot, leading them to believe that the perpetrator may have attacked her directly next to the car and then dragged her behind the trees. The body was turned over to medical examiners, and the police set about looking for clues. The first thing they did was try to interview all the people who were on and near the school grounds. The two guys who found Sarah gave a rough description of the man who had come out from behind the bushes near her body. They said he was a tall man in his early 20s with shoulder-length blonde hair, a dark raincoat, and black pants. Soon the police found another witness, and here a very surprising story awaited them. A man out for a jog noticed a strange picture in the same wooded area. A young woman was lying next to the bushes with a man hovering over her. The young woman was not moving at all, and the witness thought that some couple had just decided to have some privacy. A few minutes later, he ran down the same road in the opposite direction, and the man and the young woman were still there. In both cases, it did not appear to him that he was watching a felony being committed. The witness himself explained to the police that he had only recently immigrated to the United States from another culture and was not sure what behavior was the norm in that country. But nevertheless, this witness gave the police a rough description of the killer which matched the words of the children who discovered the body. Detectives interviewed several dozen other people who had been near the school, but no other useful leads were found. Meanwhile, medical experts examined Sarah's body and concluded this triangulation was the cause of her death. Apparently, the perpetrator used her own pantyhose. In addition, a serious injury was found on the young woman's head. The experts assumed that from this below the victim lost consciousness, which was consistent with the runner's story. He saw that the young woman on the ground did not move at all. Forensic investigators studied Sarah's clothing, and on almost every item, they found traces of male semen belonging to the same person. But in 1991, there was no common DNA database yet, so all the investigators could rely on was a direct comparison of DNA samples from specific suspects. There was another nuance that was brought to the detectives' attention. Even though forensic scientists found traces of male semen on Sarah's clothes, the medical examiner stated that there were no signs of sexual abuse on her body. With all this information in hand, investigators formed their own view of what happened. Sarah arrived at the school almost an hour early, and there was no one in the parking lot, but her attacker most likely spotted her there, waited for the young woman to get out of the car, hit her on the head with an object, and Sarah lost consciousness. He then dragged her from the parking lot behind the trees, where her body would later be found. The perpetrator removed some of her clothing and performed lewd acts on her before strangling the victim with her own stockings. When one of the children who found Sarah's body told police about the car in which the perpetrator allegedly fled, the scene detectives put out a search for a Chevrolet Nova, and soon they were able to find her, but here they were disappointed. It turned out that the driver of that car had just been delivering donuts that morning. He provided his DNA sample, which did not match that found on Sarah's clothes. Apparently, the kids just saw the car that drove down the road next to them and thought the perpetrator was behind the wheel. In fact, none of the boys could recall exactly whether they saw a man approaching any car from the bushes. Over the next few days, police continued to search for witnesses and new leads, but no significant progress was made. On Monday, school classes resumed even though all the students were horrified by what had happened. In addition to the fact that the murder had taken place only a few meters from their school, the perpetrator was still at large and his identity remained unknown. The young women were afraid to walk the grounds alone, so the boys on the sports teams arranged to walk each student to her car or bus so they would not be left alone on the street. Detectives determined that there were about 70 potential witnesses in and around the school that morning, and they talked to each of them, but no new details could be learned. Based on the accounts of the two children and the jogger, a rough portrait of the killer was compiled and distributed to all local newspapers and television stations. The story received extensive media coverage, and over the following weeks, the police received hundreds of tips. Investigators checked every one of them, but in all cases they hit a dead end. At one point, they received a tip about a man who matched the killer's description and had a criminal history, but here the detectives encountered a setback. His DNA did not match the perpetrator sample. Since then, the case has been stalled for many months. In total, the police received about 4,000 different leads, and the detectives encountered a setback. His DNA did not match the perpetrator sample. Since then, the case has been stalled for many months, and they tried to work with each of them, but the resources of the local police department were simply not enough to cope with so much information. Time also played against them, even as investigators continued to search for the perpetrator, and each month there were new cases to be investigated. When Sarah's family learned that the police didn't have enough resources to handle all the tips, her grandfather tried to help as much as he could. He worked for a technology company and convinced management to temporarily provide the police department with a very powerful computer for $150,000. It was a colossal sum in the 90s, but management still went along for $150,000. With this computer, police officers could store information about all the leads in one place, process them at an increased speed, and sort them in a convenient form for quick study. Despite all this, every lead led them down a dead end, and they made no progress in the years that followed. 2 years later, Sarah's classmates graduated, and before graduation, they decided to memorialize their friend. They raised an impressive sum of money and spent it to create a memorial. It was a bench on which Sarah's things were cast in metal. Next to these things, there was also a picture of the young woman's dog reaching for her purse. Over the years that followed, the case was periodically reopened, re-examining all the available evidence, but the result was the same. They were still unable to get any closer to catching the culprit. During this time, The police interviewed several thousand people and took DNA samples from nearly 300 possible suspects, but all this was inconclusive. He heard about a company that began working in the field of genetic genealogy. The policeman contacted them and asked if they could try to locate relatives of the person who left his DNA on the victim's body. The experts undertook the task, but unfortunately they failed. First of all, in 2011, genetic genealogy was just gaining momentum, and the experts were very limited in their capabilities. For example, they had not learned to search for male and female relatives in one sample. If they had the DNA of a man, they could only look for family ties with other men, and vice versa. Second, they had another obstacle in front of them in the form of various laws that prohibited the use of genetic data samples to search for relatives of suspects. Nevertheless, it bore some interesting fruit for one thing. The team of researchers approached by the detective had already been working for several years to create a genetic pedigree of the first people who sailed to the United States from Great Britain in 1620 on the ship Mayflower after studying the DNA of the killer Sarah. They discovered that the man was related to one of the ship's passengers, Robert Fuller. However, it was almost impossible to trace him through this chain, especially in those years when there were just over 100 people on the ship. But over the centuries, the number of their descendants has exceeded 25 million, and secondly, the detectives had no idea that he had made the Sarah Yarborough case the first of its kind. Although his idea was not successful, it was the first crime that was attempted to solve. With the help of genetic genealogy, the detective tried to use the information available and track down several men with the Fuller surname who were living in the area of his town. At the time of Sarah's murder, he found photos of them and met the only business, a jogger and two men who had found the body as children. Unfortunately, neither of them recognized the killer in the photo. Finally, the investigators asked for DNA samples from all Fuller in the area and sent them to the laboratory. None of them matched the DNA of the killer, but something interesting happened here. The experts established that one of those men was indeed a distant descendant of Robert Fuller from that very ship. However, he was definitely not the killer, and also did not know that any distant relatives live near him. The perpetrator may have been so distantly related to him that their families simply never knew of the connection. The detective retired in 2017, and the case was turned over to a new team of investigators who revisited the company, which had taken on the killer's DNA sample in 2011. By that time, the ability to study genetic material had advanced a great deal, and experts agreed to try to trace the perpetrator's lineage. It took 2 whole years. The experts used public databases to find even the most distant relatives of the killer, then manually tried to trace their family ties and reach people who lived in Federal Way at the time of Sarah's death. In all, they had to weed out several thousand people before they finally got lucky. Experts determined that a DNA sample from Sarah's clothes was highly likely to belong to one of the 2 brothers at the time of the murder. The older one turned out to be a criminal with an impressive criminal record. He had been imprisoned for violent crimes, and his DNA sample was in the FBI database, which meant that he had nothing to do with Sarah's murder, because then his DNA would have shown a match back in the 90s. As for the younger brother named Patrick Nicholas, he too has been on the police's radar for violent crimes, including crimes against minors, but that was before the DNA samples of such criminals were added to the database. Detectives immediately organized a surveillance of the man who was 55 at the time, lived in a neighboring town called Wellington. The cops had been following his every move for 2 days, and soon the opportunity presented itself. Patrick went to the laundry, and while he was waiting for his clothes to be washed, he went out to smoke and threw a cigarette butt on the ground. One of the cops immediately took it into an evidence bag and returned to his car. Patrick went out to smoke a second time, and this time a rake handkerchief fell out of his pocket. The men didn't pick it up and went back to the laundry room, and the police were happy to take the second piece of evidence in case the experts were not able to get a DNA sample from the cigarette. However, the experts were easily able to extract samples from all these items, and the very next day they told the detective the long-awaited news: Patrick's DNA was a perfect match for the semen found on Sarah's clothes in 1991. The judge immediately issued a warrant for the man's arrest, and the police took him into custody. It all took 5 days from when investigators first learned his name to the formal murder charges. When his biography was leaked to the media, many began to ask the perfectly logical question: why was a man with such a criminal history not even considered a suspect for all those 28 years at age 19? Patrick Nicholas approached a young woman and got into her car, where he tried to abuse her. The victim managed to escape, but to do so she had to jump into the river, and swim for a long time until she was a safe distance from the perpetrator. Patrick spent 4 years in prison, after which he was released. The next crime that the police caught him for was in 1994 when he tried to abuse an underage young woman. He was arrested again, but his DNA was not entered in any database. The reason for that is strange. The article he was prosecuted for was not hard enough to collect DNA, and the police never came across his name in 3 decades. He also didn't appear in any of the 4,000 leads obtained over the years. It also turned out why genetic genealogy experts could not trace them back to Robert Fulleret. It turned out that Patrick's biological grandfather was adopted and grew up under the adopt-a-family name. One of the men who discovered Sarah's body as children in 1991 immediately stated that Patrick was without a doubt the killer. He admitted that the incident had had a profound effect on him. He was only 12 at the time the body was discovered, and the perpetrator had seen his face for years. The witness was constantly afraid that the killer would come after him, and it was only after Patrick's arrest that he finally felt safe. Patrick's trial did not begin until 2023. The man insisted on his innocence, and his lawyer tried to challenge the main evidence. In his opinion, the presence of Patrick's semen on the clothes of the murdered young woman did not prove his guilt, but this argument did not work. The lawyer also tried to challenge the accuracy of the DNA analysis itself, but the experts declared the absolute invalidity of such claims. Patrick was eventually found guilty of first-degree murder without prior intent. On May 25th, he was sentenced to 45 years and 8 months in prison, virtually eliminating the possibility of ever getting out during the pronouncement of that sentence. Patrick showed no emotion. Unlike Sarah's relatives, they also spoke before the judge, thanking everyone involved in the trial and the investigators for bringing the killer to justice, even though he had managed to evade justice for 28 years. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we will talk about a story that happened in 2019. Jassy Correa planned to celebrate her 23rd birthday at one of Boston's entertainment venues. However, she did not return home after meeting up with friends. What happened to her was widely reported on American television channels. Jassy Gelsa Pires Correa was born in Praia, the capital and largest city in Cabo Verde. Jassy and her father immigrated to the United States when she was 3 years old. They resided in Dorchester, Massachusetts. Boston became her home, where she grew up, attended school, and eventually became a devoted mother to her daughter Gabriella. Jassy's personal life was not a fairy tale. Approximately a year before the events we'll discuss today, Gabrielle's father, Miguel Castro, attacked her. She wanted to leave, but Miguel refused. Instead, he beat her severely. Jassy later reported Miguel to the police, and the court eventually sentenced him to 4 years in prison. Jassy worked as a waitress at Boston's Del Frisco. She enjoyed dancing and was enthusiastic about photography. The young woman valued her time spent with her family, friends, and daughter. She enjoyed visiting the park with her young daughter. On the evening of Saturday, February 23, 2019, Jassy left her 2-year-old daughter with her family to celebrate her birthday with friends. They chose the venue, a nightclub on Warrenton Street in Boston's Theater District. She wore her new orange jumpsuit and had a good evening. A few days later, her friend informed the police that she and Jassy had spent the night dancing and drinking champagne. After the nightclub closed, Jassy and her 2 friends went outside. As is often the case, the friends parted ways, leaving Jassy on her own. She didn't return home after that night. Her phone was turned off, and all calls went to voicemail. There was no news from Jassy on Sunday morning. Nobody has seen her since she left the venue on Sunday morning. On Tuesday, February 26, her father, Joaquin Correa, went to the police station with a friend of Jassy to report that his 23-year-old daughter had gone missing. The police opened an investigation. The first thing the detectives needed to figure out was where Jassy went after leaving the club. Her family and friends distributed information flyers to passers-by and throughout the city. I was hoping someone would share important information. Detectives speak with Jassy's friends who were with her that night. However, because they had no idea where she had gone, this did little to help the investigation. After leaving the nightclub, they said their goodbyes, with Jassy intending to return home. Police interviewed witnesses and examined CCTV footage from the club and surrounding streets. One of the recordings showed Jassy on the sidewalk on Fremont Street near the nightclub, where she spoke with several people at 2:14 a.m. It was after she had left the nightclub. The footage also showed Jassy, who appeared to be under the influence of alcohol, getting into an Uber that she had not ordered. The young woman accidentally got into the wrong car. To put it mildly, the driver was upset about it. They began arguing, and he pushed her out of the car. What happened next was of particular interest to the investigators. She continued to argue with the driver after being forced out of the vehicle. At that point, an unknown man approached her and offered to take his hand. He took her aside briefly, and they began talking about something. Perhaps she wanted to leave, but this man refused to let go of her hands. In this video, you can see them standing on the sidewalk, and the man holding Jassy's hands pulls her towards him. Further investigation of the CCTV footage revealed that Jassy left the area with this man, knowing how the story would end. One realizes she fell into the hands of a predator who decided to exploit the situation. The next video from the cameras shows Jassy jumping on the man's back and being carried to his car. They got in the car and left 14 minutes later. The police had to find answers to numerous questions. Who was this man? Where has he taken Jassy? Fortunately, they quickly learned his name and address. The man Jassy was with turned out to be Lewis Coleman, 32. He grew up in a good family, and some sources say he had a master's degree in physics and had no legal issues. The police database contained no information indicating that Lewis Coleman owned a car. Coleman's mother, who lived in California, had a red 2016 Buick, which was exactly the type of car Coleman put Jassy in. Korea Coleman resided in Providence, Rhode Island, approximately 50 miles from the venue nightclub. The police arrived at his home, but the man was no longer present. CCTV cameras inside and outside the building confirmed both the police and Jassy's family's worst fears. Coleman's drive from the venue club to his apartment in Providence took about an hour, so he must have stopped somewhere because he returned to his apartment at 4:15 a.m. on Sunday. He got Jassy into his car about 2 hours later. Coleman emailed his colleagues the next day, informing them that he would be away for a few more days. Hello, everyone. I just wanted to let you know that I am still out sick. I will be back in a few days, Coleman wrote. According to what he wrote, he needed time to hide the evidence of the crime. That's what he tried to do over the next 2 days. We'll now look at more cat TV footage to see what happened to Jassy after she left with Coleman. For ethical reasons, the police never released the first recording, which showed Coleman going to his apartment with Jassy. The following is how FBI Special Agent Thomas Zukaskas described what he witnessed on the recording. Coleman walked from the red sedan to the front of the building carrying a body with long hair and orange pants. I believe the footage shows Coleman carrying the victim into his apartment building. According to Zukaskas, the video from the building's lobby shows Coleman entering the building around 4:27 a.m. with a woman in his arms. Then he took the elevator up to the 6th floor. Jassy wasn't moving at the time. She was either unconscious or had already died. Coleman was caught on camera at Walmart on Tuesday, February 26, the same day that Jassy's father reported her missing to the police. The list of goods he purchased was very revealing. The receipts obtained by the police showed that he had purchased 3 Tyvek suits, duct tape for candles, electrical tape, a mask, surgical gloves, 2 pairs of safety goggles, a respirator, and the Clan Release bleach bath the next day. On the Clan Release bleach bath the next day, on February 27, Coleman returned to Walmart while relatives and friends distributed information flyers featuring Jassy's picture to passers-by. The footage was shot at 9:22 p.m. He is shown wheeling a cart that contains very characteristic items. He purchased a large suitcase and a canister on February 27, 2019. Coleman was captured on video entering the apartment building around 9:58 p.m. with what appeared to be a large suitcase. The footage then shows Coleman wheeling the suitcase away from his apartment unit, towards the elevator, out of the building, and into the parking lot to his vehicle on February 28, 2019 at 2:15 a.m. More comments are unnecessary for this footage. Simply watch it, and you will understand everything. Coleman appeared to have difficulty lifting the suitcase into his car's trunk. Around 2:44 a.m., Coleman allegedly exited the building several times between 4 and 4:02 a.m., carrying cardboard boxes, trash bags, a bottle of bleach, a computer tower, a black laptop case, and a small duffel bag. Jassy Correia has not left Coleman's apartment since the morning of February 24. The U.S. Attorney for Massachusetts, Andrew Lelling, told reporters later that day, on February 28, 2019, the police obtained a search warrant for Coleman's apartment, and they discovered 2 packages of hooded coveralls and 2 respirator masks. They also examined a sofa with 4 large cushions, one of which was missing a cover, in a dumpster outside the apartment complex. They discovered white trash bags, a bag containing plastic sheets, men's bleach, stained jeans and a belt, a white nylon hooded cover, an unopened box of baking soda, clear safety goggles, duct tape packaging rubbing alcohol, Walmart bags with plastic gloves, and an empty package from a car air freshener. I used 3 packs of purifying charcoal and a sponge. On the afternoon of February 28, 2019, police stopped Coleman's car near Wilmington, Delaware. Coleman was ordered out of the vehicle by the officers, who also inquired about the presence of any other passengers. According to some sources, Coleman responded, "She is in the trunk." Officers discovered Jassy's body wrapped in a sofa cushion cover in the trunk of Coleman's vehicle, inside a black trash bag inside a large suitcase similar to the one Coleman brought into his apartment on February 27, 2019. Experts who examined the vehicle discovered 2 cracks in the windshield on the passenger side. It gave police reason to believe that the man assaulted Jassy in his car. They arrested Coleman and took him to a Delaware State Police barracks. Coleman had a large bandage covering the right side of his face. When asked about it, he allegedly said, "It's from the girl." During the forensic examination, experts determined that Jassy died from strangulation and blunt force trauma. Furthermore, they discovered seminal fluid on her body, the DNA samples of which matched Coleman's. Prosecutors claim Coleman's DNA was also at Jassy's fingertips. At the same time, experts couldn't say where Jassy died. It could have occurred in either the car or Coleman's apartment. Jassy's death shocked her family. Her 2-year-old daughter had also lost her mother, which was equally heartbreaking. Some Boston officials paid a visit to the Correia family and promised to seek justice for Jassy. As is customary, some people accuse Correia on social media of being alone on the street at such a late hour. Rachel Rollins, Suffolk District Attorney, expressed her thoughts on this. She claimed that Jassy was not in the wrong place at the right time. She was right. Every woman has the right to celebrate her birthday on a night out with friends. Let's not get into a debate over whether we should walk home alone or how many people we should call when we leave the club. If anything, we should remind the men in our lives that violence against women is not a woman's issue. It is a problem that men accept responsibility for in their own lives. The lives of their sons and their social lives with friends and colleagues, On Saturday morning, March 9, 2019, mourning family and community members gathered at St. Peter's Parish in Dorchester to say goodbye to Jassy Correia. Some loved ones dressed in all white, while others pinned buttons, shirts, and sweatshirts featuring Jassy's face and the phrase "Justice for Jassy as a family man." We express our sadness as friends and community, but we must also accept Jassy's death. We don't know, but God does, and I have complete faith and trust in God that her death was not in vain, stated Michaela DeAndrade, Jassy's cousin and best friend. While delivering the first eulogy, Boston Mayor Marty Walsh promised to work to make the world a safer place for women. Young women deserve to go out at night to celebrate their birthdays with their friends and then return home to their children and families. Walsh stated that no family should ever go through what Jassy's family has. Correia's father, Joaquin Correia Jassy, thanked the congregation of more than 200 people inside the church. According to a cousin, Jassy's mother, who lived in Portugal and hadn't seen her daughter in 20 years, was also present. The parents appeared to be overcome with grief as they prepared to lay the 23-year-old to rest. There were no empty seats in the church, and many people lined the back wall. Joaquin Correia thanked the city for its support, as well as all of the various law enforcement agencies and departments that spared no effort or resources in carrying out their noble and risky mission in the 3 states involved. "My dear Jassy, rest in paradise," he said. "Rest in peace, my beloved child." Lewis Coleman was charged with kidnapping, which led to his death. The charge of kidnapping resulting in death carries the death penalty or a life sentence. But in November 2019, prosecutors announced that Coleman would not face capital punishment. During the trial, prosecutors presented a variety of evidence, including a video of Coleman dragging J.C. Correia's body into his Providence apartment and a history of his online searches in the days after her disappearance. FBI agents described Coleman's online searches in the days following the alleged kidnapping, which included how a person can fit in a suitcase and how to extract a tooth that is not loose. However, Coleman's legal team has argued that the evidence presented by the prosecution had little to no relevance to the charge against him. It is not a question of whether he handled himself appropriately following her death, or whether he did anything illegal or inappropriate after that. And, frankly, that is where the majority of the government's evidence has been gathered. I would argue that none of these factors are determinative of the elements of the kidnapping allegation, according to Attorney David, whose several motions filed by the prosecution and defense detail what happened the night of J.C. Correia's disappearance and the days before police discovered her lifeless body. Both sides had different stories about what happened. However, the documents revealed disturbing details about the events leading up to J.C.'s death. Prosecutors proved Coleman was at the same nightclub as J.C. and her friends, where he was chatting with a woman he had recently met. It was not J.C. They talked, danced, and exchanged phone numbers. They texted each other while at the club, and when it closed, the defense and prosecution expressed opposing viewpoints. Prosecutors claimed J.C. was not the aggressor, and that Coleman killed her after duping her into believing he would drive her to a friend's apartment. Coleman's defense team argued that J.C. was aggressive after the Uber driver pushed her out of the car. At trial, defense lawyers attempted to argue that J.C. started the fight with Coleman on her own initiative, and that the crime was a spontaneous altercation, rather than a planned and executed stalking, kidnapping, and deprivation of life. Prosecutors said the defendant's argument appears to be that the victim, who weighed 119 pounds at the time of the autopsy, assaulted the defendant, who weighed 200 pounds when he was arrested. Coleman's lawyers attempted to downplay their client's involvement in the crime. After all, in addition to alcohol, the toxic illogical examination found traces of a variety of prohibited substances in J.C.'s body. Coleman was convicted of one count of kidnapping with a fatal outcome in June 2022. The defense team filed a new motion, arguing that there is insufficient evidence to support a conviction. However, they were unable to influence the trial's outcome. In October 2022, the court sentenced Louis Coleman, 36, to life in prison without parole for kidnapping and murdering J.C. Correia. The court also ordered him to pay her family approximately $60,000 in compensation. J.C. Correia, 22, was a vibrant and beautiful woman with a toddler daughter. Louis Coleman, a complete stranger to her, abducted, raped, and strangled her to death. This sentence will never alleviate the pain and suffering that Louis Coleman caused J.C. and Correia that night, as well as her loving family, her mother, father, brother, and so many others, every day since February 24, 2019. By his depravity and callous disregard for Ms. Correia's life, Louis Coleman gave up his right to live freely, and society still believes that Louis Coleman has shown no remorse. According to First Assistant U.S. Attorney Joshua Levy, after luring 22-year-old Ms. Correia into his car, we assaulted and killed her. Louis Coleman did not even consider turning himself in. Rather, he devised a gruesome plan to conceal the assault, or he simply committed it. Today's sentence of life in prison is just. Levy said this in a statement. It is unclear where Louis Coleman was taking J.C.'s body and what he planned to do with it. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this episode, we will discuss the events of 2014. Carly McBride, 31, disappeared under mysterious circumstances after visiting her ex-boyfriend's house. After receiving a missing person report, the police launched an investigation. However, the authorities took nearly 2 years to respond to the question, where has Carly vanished? Carly was born on April 14, 1983, into the family of Steve McBride and Lorraine Williams. She was a cheerful and outgoing child who had a strong bond with her parents. Carly became increasingly troubled as she grew older, and she began abusing alcohol and illegal substances. Nonetheless, she made an effort to overcome her harmful addictions. Carly was 31 years old and lived in Belmont, New South Wales, Australia, in 2014. She was a mother to 2 children. William is 7 years old, and Cadence is 3 years old. Carly had children with various men, but I couldn't find any information about her relationship with her former partners. However, we know that Andrew Easton, Cadence's father, was among the last people to see Carly. Carly sought treatment in 2013 to overcome her drug addiction. While there, she met Sale Kenneth Newson, and their friendship developed into something more. In August 2014, Carly and Sale began spending almost all of their time together. The couple fought occasionally, but they appeared to be happy on the surface. On September 30, 2014, Sale drove Carly to Muswellbrook, where her 3-year-old daughter Cadence lived with her father, Andrew Easton. Carly came to stay with her for a few hours. She entered her former partner's home around 12:30 p.m. Sale did not stay with her, but they agreed that he would return in a few hours. However, when Sale arrived to pick up Carly, she was no longer present. Carly's ex-partner Andrew Easton claimed they fought, so Carly departed. She planned to visit the nearest McDonald's, which was about a 20-minute walk from Andrew Easton's house. She was perplexed that Carly had not called to tell him where she would be waiting for him. Sale began addressing her as himself. Since all attempts had failed, Sale drove towards McDonald's, where she allegedly planned to stop along the way. He looked around, hoping to see Carly sitting somewhere waiting for him. He suggested that her phone had died, but Carly was nowhere to be found. She wasn't at or near McDonald's, where she was supposed to have gone. Sale drove around Muswellbrook streets for a while, but it was in vain. Carly appeared to vanish into thin air. When she did not return home to Belmont that evening, Sale called the police. The detectives questioned him about what had happened. It would be precisely the same thing each time. I would drop her off, and she would exit and head to the front door. She'd hold her daughter in her arms, turn around, and wave me away. Newson said she would call and text me twice during each visit to let me know she was fine. But on that particular day, I dropped her off around 12:30 p.m., and everything changed, and I did not hear from her again. Not a thing. I texted her. I called her, but the phone simply rang. Newson said he arrived at the house around 4:30 p.m. As usual, I went to pick up Carly, only to be told by her ex that she had left after an argument earlier that afternoon and was walking about a mile away to a McDonald's. Undoubtedly, the following question arose. Did Carly leave her ex-partner's home, or was Andrew Easton concealing something? His story suggested that he was the last person to see her. However, no other witnesses could confirm that Carly had actually left his house. Police interviewed neighbors and people who lived along Carly's route to McDonald's. The fact that no one saw her has fueled suspicions about her former partner. Unfortunately, no surveillance cameras near Andrew Easton's home could confirm or deny his claim that Carly left around 2 p.m. After reviewing the recordings from McDonald's surveillance cameras, the investigators discovered no evidence that she was ever present. Police investigated the fields behind a nearby residential area for clues. However, the chief investigator in this case stated that nothing particularly remarkable had been discovered and that the investigation would continue. They urged anyone with information about Carly McBride's disappearance to contact the police department. She was last seen in blue jeans, sandals, and a yellow t-shirt, carrying a tan handbag. After obtaining a search warrant, police investigated the house where Carly was last seen. A group of police officers went there, hoping to find evidence that would shed light on what had happened to the mother of 2 children. However, after searching Andrew Easton's house, the police discovered no new clues. Nothing indicated that a crime had been committed in that house. However, investigators discovered something suspicious. They discovered Carly's Facebook account was deleted a few hours after she vanished, prior to the official report of her disappearance. The mysterious deletion of her social media account sparked many questions, including whether the account deletion and Carly's disappearance were linked. Was she the one who deleted her account? Or did somebody else do it? Why was the account deleted? Perhaps the Facebook messages contain information about what happened, which is why the account was deleted. To learn the answers to these questions, the detectives turned to the U.S. Department of Justice, hoping that they could help restore Carly's account and determine who deleted it. Facebook's data analysis takes place at its headquarters in Menlo Park, California. However, Sergeant Wright stated that Ms. McBride's Facebook friends could assist the New South Wales police. We're wondering if anyone had contact with Carly via Facebook or other social media in the days leading up to her disappearance. If anyone notices anything unusual, please come forward and let us know. He made this statement in light of the timing of the Facebook page's closure, and in the context of the disappearance, we believe it is highly suspicious. However, it may contain important information about what happened to Carly. Carly's parents couldn't believe their daughter had just fled to begin a new life. Kylie Smith, a close friend and flatmate, said nothing unusual occurred while she spoke with Carly on the phone and traveled to Muswellbrook. She was very down to earth. I would describe her as a free spirit. She was easygoing and just enjoyed life. Ms. Smith claimed she was always there for her friends. If you were having a bad day, she knew and would contact you. She also made a plea. Every day, we wake up with no idea what has happened. I don't know where she is. She stated that you must have a conscience to come forward with some news. Please give us something. The police thoroughly searched the area where Carly was prior to her disappearance. The search involved dogs, police divers searching the Hunter River and its surroundings, and aerial and trail bike patrols. And yet none of this helped to find any traces of Carly McBride months ago, and the investigation yielded no results. Carly did not leave any digital footprints. She never turned on her phone after her disappearance. Her social media accounts were inactive, and she did not use any bank cards. Investigators began to believe Carly was no longer alive. Carly's parents asked for help finding their daughter 9 months after she went missing. They were joined by Detective Timothy Seymour, who could help by requesting any information relevant to the investigation. Lorraine Williams, Miss McBride's mother, cried during the public appeal and begged for assistance in finding her beloved daughter. Anything, no matter how small. Please come forward and assist us, she advised. Steve and Lorraine stated that their family faced difficulties following Carly's disappearance. We are doing our best. According to Mr. McBride, the situation with Carly's children is quite complicated. Both children have 2 different fathers. And to be honest, we haven't had much close contact with those kids. So we're just hoping that changes so we can continue to communicate with them. Detective Inspector Timothy Seymour stated that officers had worked tirelessly since Miss McBride's disappearance. We are sorting through a plethora of information. However, we continue to appeal. Inspector Seymour stated that the breakthrough moment may come from someone who believes they have innocuous information. Carly's parents gradually realized that they would likely never see their daughter alive again. Lorraine wrote a heartbreaking letter to the man who robbed her of her daughter. I don't think there's a single person who doesn't know what happened to my bum or hasn't noticed what happened that fateful day. Please help us with her children. They are innocent and beautiful babies. Whoever you are, you have taken away their mother, their only source of fun and happiness in their lives, their tower of strength. They will never feel her soft, warm, and reassuring kisses and big, warm hugs, along with her contagious belly laugh and radiant smile. Their memories are lost. They cannot say goodbye to her. Our pain, anguish, angst, and frustration are dragging us all down, causing us to wake up terrified that we will get a call saying they have found my baby. Whoever you are, you chose that day to take my daughter away from us. You, the bottom, feeding runt, have left us with question after question. We don't know how or why we're grieving. We're in a kind of grief limbo. Our little beautiful and poor babies need to know where their mother is. They are the innocent victims of the terrible nightmare we are living. Please come forward so that they can move on and become the amazing people their mother would have wanted them to be. We cannot honor or respect Carly's life until she is found. My daughter is luring you in, and you will be a good catch when you least expect it. This is my only wish, that we find my baby and put her to rest. It is a fundamental human right, with the dignity and respect she deserves. Then her babies, with their beautiful but broken hearts and heads, can begin to heal, and they may be able to live a life free of anguish, pain, and anxiety. You did not give my daughter a chance. Please let her children know that they ache for William, and Cadence should not be burdened with this pain. Please assist us in providing them with a sense of grief and loss throughout their journey. Carly is a proud Aboriginal woman, as is her lovely sister, and I am honored to be their mother. Nobody deserves this in life, but my baby is drawing you in. You're breaking as we're aching. Your truth is Carly's truth, and therefore our truth. Please, speak up." Because the police were unable to connect Carly's disappearance to her ex-partner, Andrew Easton, they turned their attention to another possible suspect, Sale Newson. During the investigation, they discovered that Carly and Sale's relationship was far from perfect. The man was extremely jealous, which was a frequent source of their disagreements. Despite their brief relationship, Newson told everyone he was deeply in love with Carly, claiming she was the first woman he had fallen in love with in the previous 14 years. He desperately sought any information, helped launch a Facebook page offering financial incentives, and knocked on every door in the area where she was last seen. Despite these public declarations of love and devotion, Newson almost immediately began intimate relationships with other women. Furthermore, just hours after reporting Carly missing, he offered sexual intercourse to several women. Carly vanished on September 30, and on October 2, Sale spent the night with another woman, but in public, he acted like a heartbroken man who had lost the love of his life. Detectives also discovered an argument between Sale and Carly 2 days before her disappearance. Carly allegedly received Facebook messages from other men, which sparked the fight. However, all of this was just circumstantial evidence. They needed direct links to charge Sale Newson in April 2015. The authorities searched 3 addresses, 1 in Muswell Brook and 2 in Scone. Scone is a town in Upper Hunter Shire, Hunter Region, New South Wales, Australia. The distance between Scone and Muswell Brook is approximately 15 miles. During the searches, they seized 3 firearms and an unspecified amount of illegal substances, as well as arresting James Cuneen, a 24-year-old man. However, the police stressed that the charges were unrelated to the ongoing investigation into Carly's disappearance, despite the fact that they arose during the investigation. We should keep this name in mind. Carly has been missing for nearly 2 years. The police continued their investigation, but there were no new leads to help solve the case. But then there was a breakthrough. On August 7, 2016, local pedestrians discovered the remains in a shallow grave in a bush just a few feet from the road. A forensic examination confirmed that these were Carly McBride's remains, a mother of 2 from Belmont who went missing on September 30, 2014, at Muswell Brook. The police delayed announcing the discovery of her body by 4 days in order to gather more evidence. Superintendent Guiana reiterated police suspicions that Carly, 31, had been kidnapped from the street by an unknown person. "We do not believe this was a random act. So we're looking into her past and as many people as we can find," he said outside the school and police station, but he didn't name any suspects in the case because it's still too fresh. "It took us 2 years to achieve this breakthrough, and we have a large volume of new evidence that needs to be thoroughly evaluated." He stated that "we have worked very hard on this over the last 2 years. The team here is eager to resolve this for Carly's family, and we now have so much new evidence that it will require a significant amount of work, but we are well underway." He stated that the heartbroken parents had expressed their desperate need for answers through tears. "Please come forward with any information," Lorraine sobbed. "We still want to know who did this to my baby." The couple stated that they now have some closure after her body was discovered, and they are extremely grateful to the police and public health for finding their last daughter. The investigators worked for 10 months before issuing an arrest warrant for Newson on June 19, 2017. He was arrested and brought to the police station. Newson denied having any involvement in Carly McBride's death. However, Sale Newson was not the only one who faced charges. Police suspected that 26-year-old James Cuneen helped Newson dispose of the body. Carly McBride, Sale Newson, and James Cuneen met at an alcohol and drug rehabilitation center. Each left the center at a different time and for different reasons, but they remained in contact. The trial of Sale Newson began in August 2018 and lasted several years because the police only had circumstantial evidence. Prosecutors say Newson met Carly after she left her ex-partner's house, struck her several times in the head and back in a jealous rage, and threw her body away. Forensic experts determined that Carly McBride died as a result of multiple blunt force traumas. She suffered 23 skull fractures, 13 torso fractures, including spinal and rib fractures. According to the judge, Carly McBride died as a result of blunt force injuries from Newson. Judge Arraes also mentioned that Newson told police during an interview that he was a skilled mixed martial arts fighter. His primary sport was that boxing. I had 20 fights and 20 victories. I trained alongside world champions, but as I improved, I became too old. He informed the police that the deceased died as a result of severe brain trauma caused by a high level of force applied to his head. The judge stated, "I am satisfied that the offender caused death through the use of fists, feet, or both, or the use of objects." While looking for a nuisance house, the police discovered the map and a shoebox beneath the bed. This map featured a circle drawn around the towns of Muswellbrook and Scone. Carly's remains were discovered exactly within this radius. That map also had the numbers 1, 2, and 3 written on it in locations outside Muswellbrook, with Senior Constable Mohini indicating that the first 2 numbers represented the location of point-to-point, 2-point cameras. After the police discovered Carly's remains in 2016, Newson contacted her father, Steve. During the conversation, Newson mentioned that the found skeleton lacked hand bones. However, the police never disclosed this information. The only people who knew about it were the police, Carly's parents, and the Department of Forensic Medicine at John Hunter Hospital, as the authorities assumed Newson knew because he was familiar with the crime scene, and he was the one who left Carly's body where they discovered it 2 years later. Furthermore, the clothes on Carly's remains matched those she wore on the day she disappeared. It appeared she died shortly after leaving her former partner's home. The police couldn't find her phone. When police investigated a suspicious mobile phone, they discovered that he had deleted Google location services between September 18 and October 2, 2014. During the trial, the investigators discovered that the photo of Carly that Newson took on the way to Muswellbrook and later used in missing person flyers was edited and cropped before the police received the report of Carly's disappearance. When the search for Carly began, Newson offered a $20,000 reward for information on her location. However, his bank account showed that he was broke, implying that he offered the reward solely because he knew no one would ever find her. Thus, he would not be required to pay. Newson jumped right into the police investigation, attempting to deflect suspicion onto others and gathering information about where police and other emergency services would be searching. He also searched the surrounding streets for CCTV or witnesses, which the police claimed was done not to find information, but to suppress it and determine whether anyone had seen him intercepting Miss McBride. And while volunteers and police searched for her in Muswellbrook and distributed missing person flyers, Newson was in city messaging friends about how he was driving an Audi R8, as well as that Newson claimed to know the area where Miss McBride was found, like the back of my hand, and described it to Carly McBride's father, Steve McBride, despite only seeing footage of a police-staged crime. The images you're seeing now are not from a real crime scene, but rather a staged one that the police used to get a nuisance reaction from. The more investigators dug into Newson and interviewed him, the more they looked through his Facebook messages. The more he listens to his phone calls, the more he reflects on himself. After reviewing his internet search history, investigators discovered that he was looking for instructions on how to delete Facebook account. His account remained active, but Carly's account was deleted soon after. Although all of the evidence was circumstantial, the prosecutor stated that there were puzzle pieces that, when assembled, revealed a picture. These pieces eventually came together to form an irrefutable case, ruling out any other possible explanations for Carly McBride's disappearance and the discovery of her body approximately 82 feet from the side of the road. The judge concluded that the brutal and unplanned attack on Carly was motivated by Newson's jealousy. When he picked up Carly from Muswellbrook, he discovered she had spent approximately 90 minutes with her ex-partner rather than spending time with her daughter as planned. Carly's daughter was not home at that time, and being alone with her ex-partner for an hour and a half allegedly resulted in Noose attacking Carly in a jealous rage. Lorraine Williams, Ms. Zenz, McBride's mother, told a sentencing hearing that she had lived in a state of grief and anxiety for 2 years while waiting for her happy, gorgeous, and outgoing daughter to return home to her 2 young children. Instead, the next time she saw Carly, she was in the morgue. She described the worst day of her life with tears. Carly should be present, living her life with her children. Her sister, her father, and me, Ms. Williams, stated that after today, she will never hear, speak, or see the man who killed her beautiful daughter again. He no longer has the power to harm me, and I refuse to think about him anymore. Mizzy, Williams said she will miss Carly every second of her life, nearly 7 years after he reported her missing. Newson, 43, was found guilty in December 2021. He was sentenced to 27 years in prison, with parole eligibility in 2038. Following the sentencing, Newson turned to the judge and reiterated his innocence. "I understand that the verdict is final," he said, "Your Honor, I am innocent. From the day I reported Carly missing until today, I've cooperated with the police, the courts, the jails, and everything, and I've been convicted of a crime I didn't commit. Someone out there committed this crime, and it was not me. It was not me. And now I have a difficult task ahead of me in trying to clear my name through the courts." James Cunningham, who assisted Newson in disposing of Carly McBride's body, denied any guilt. However, in July 2022, a jury convicted him. According to the judge, Cunningham lied to police during 3 interrogations to create a false alibi for Newson and deleted data from his phone to cover his tracks. "Unfortunately, I couldn't find his photo." However, it is known that when Cunningham was charged in the Carly McBride case, he was already in prison for possessing illegal weapons and prohibited substances. In November 2020, the 31-year-old Cunningham showed almost no reaction when he was sentenced to 7.5 years in prison with a 4-year parole period. Following the trial, Carly's parents stated that, while justice had been served, no matter the outcome, nothing would ever return their daughter. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A young woman disappeared from her apartment, which she rented with her sister. The police couldn't find a single clue, and the case went cold for decades. It wasn't until 53 years later that they were able to uncover the gruesome truth, and it happened in a very unusual way. Pamela Dorrington was born on November 23, 1948, in the small American town of Helena, Montana. She grew up in a close-knit family and had many friends. Her acquaintances noted that the girl from an early age was responsible and could always come to their aid. Pamela also loved animals, and her parents bought her a black Labrador. She did well in the local school, and in high school, she was passionate about learning the Russian language. After high school, the young woman took a job as a surgical nurse at St. Peter's Hospital in her hometown. Although her parents' home was relatively close to work, Pamela sought to establish an independent life. For this reason, she moved out of her parents' house and moved into a rented apartment. With her cousin Mary, who worked at the same hospital, the young women rented a 2-bedroom apartment on the 2nd floor of an apartment complex. Early in the morning on February 17, 1968, Mary went to work at the hospital. Pamela was still asleep since she had to go out for the evening shift that day. The Labrador also slept in her room. A few hours after Mary left for work, Pamela's father drove by their apartment complex near the building. He noticed his daughter's Labrador running around without a leash the week before. The dog had broken loose and run away from its owner, and Pamela had to pick it up from the local shelter, so what he saw didn't surprise the man. He knocked on the door of their apartment, but there was no answer. Thinking his daughter had gone to work, he took the dog and left at 3 p.m. Pamela was supposed to go to work, but she never showed up at the hospital. Her cousin tried to call the home phone at their apartment, but there was no answer. When she got home, Pamela wasn't there, and Mary and her parents began to get seriously worried. Pamela was a very responsible person and would never miss her shift without a good reason, especially without notifying management. Besides, if the young woman was going somewhere, she would certainly tell her parents and sister. Another cause for concern was the fact that Pamela's car was parked in the parking lot of the apartment complex. This fact also made it less likely that the young woman had gone somewhere on foot all day. The relatives waited until the next morning and contacted the police. They took a missing persons report but were in no hurry to start a search. Pamela was 19 years old, and investigators did not rule out that she left home of her own free will. After inspecting her apartment, detectives found no signs of forced entry or a struggle. Everything looked routine. They asked her sister to look through Pamela's things and tell her if everything was there. Mary noticed that her coat, terry cloth, robe, purse, and winter boots were missing from their apartment 2 days after Pamela's disappearance. Police organized a search operation within a 30-kilometer radius of her home. They searched fields, forests, and bodies of water while volunteers and the young woman's relatives handed out flyers on the city streets. A patrolman interviewed Pamela's neighbors, co-workers, and acquaintances. None of them had seen the young woman the day she disappeared and had no idea where she might have gone. Her supervisor at the hospital said Pamela was supposed to pick up a check for $200 that day but never showed up. This further indicated that the young woman was unlikely to have run off somewhere, leaving behind the money she had earned in the first days of the search. The police interviewed more than 100 people who had anything to do with Pamela. Some of them were interrogated by polygraph, but it yielded no results. Investigators were also unable to find any evidence that the young woman might have left town with no leads in their hands. The police concentrated all their efforts on the search operation. They expanded the area to about 50 kilometers around the city and brought in additional forces because many parts of the area were not easily accessible to pedestrians and cars. The search involved many officers on horseback. Speaking to reporters, the sheriff said that this was the most effective as a person on horseback could see better and an animal could smell a dead body and demonstrate this behavior. The search continued for a month, but was inconclusive, and eventually the sheriff decided to suspend the search operation since. Then the case has essentially come to a standstill as the detectives have had no leads on their hands. In April, 2 months after Pamela disappeared, something unusual happened. A patrolman in Great Falls, a town about 140 kilometers from Helena, stopped a car for speeding. He issued a warning to the woman behind the wheel and let her go. Later, as he was writing the report at the station, his colleagues noticed one odd thing. The driver's license the woman showed the officer was issued in the name of Pamela Dorrington. The Helena detectives asked for a description of the woman's appearance, and from what he said, it looked very much like she was the one behind the wheel. This news gave new hope to the relatives of the missing young woman, except that investigators never managed to find the car and its driver. On June 13th of that year, nearly 4 months after Pamela's disappearance, the sheriff's office received a call from a national park ranger just a few miles from Helena. Helena was walking near the docks of the lake and noticed a human body in the water. Police officers arrived on the scene and extracted a human torso about waist and knee from the water. It was turned over to experts, who proceeded to examine it and determined that it belonged to a woman about 17 to 23 years old. Detectives almost immediately made the assumption that the deceased was Pamela Dorrington. Along with it, they found several items of clothing that were similar to items from Pamela's closet. They showed them to her sister and parents, and they confirmed that Pamela did have something similar. Medical examiners found several stab wounds on it and signs that the young woman had been abused, but the torso alone could not be identified. All of this was before DNA testing was available. The only thing the experts could surmise was the approximate time the body had been in the water. In their opinion, it could have been there for about 4 months, which coincided with the time of Pamela's disappearance in the weeks that followed. Investigators, along with divers, searched the lake and the adjacent Missouri River, trying to find missing body parts, but it was inconclusive. Despite failing to identify the deceased, the sheriff told reporters that the body was very likely Pamela's, so police were no longer investigating a missing person but a murder. However, this discovery did not bring them any closer to the perpetrator himself, as there were still no leads. Since then, there has been no progress in the case. Police told reporters and Pamela's family that they'd had several suspects, but it was impossible to determine their involvement without any evidence. A year after the murder, the sheriff contacted a psychologist in Detroit who specialized in particularly violent crimes. From the information available, he concluded that the perpetrator was a psychopath with twisted desires, which was the motive for the murder. Given this, it is unlikely that he could have stopped at one murder, and detectives should expect more similar episodes. At the same time, the experts suggested that this man was capable of easily hiding his true face and leading an ordinary lifestyle. The man gave the psychologist the names of his suspects and asked him to assess which of them could commit such a crime, but the expert could not draw such conclusions without additional evidence. Pamela was not buried until 7 years after the murder on June 14, 1975. In all that time, investigators never found her other remains, nor did they come any closer to catching the perpetrator. Nevertheless, they continued to consider all sorts of possibilities once the detectives even turned to clairvoyance, but the result was quite expected. 15 years after the 1983 murder, something interesting happened. The landlord of the apartment Pamela and Mary had rented was found guilty of murdering his wife. In 1968, a man named Brooke Atlas lived on the first floor directly below their apartment. He had been on the list of possible suspects since the early days, but a complete lack of evidence prevented any conclusions about his involvement. He later married and moved into a private home with his wife. In 1983, their home burned down and experts were quick to determine that it was arson. Moreover, the body of Ellis's wife was found in the house, but the cause of her death was not fire. The pathologist determined that she had been killed by strangulation. Investigators assumed that the man decided to get rid of his wife and house because of financial problems shortly before he declared bankruptcy, and the loss of his insured home could have resulted in a hefty payout from the insurance company. But instead, he received a life sentence for murder without parole and an additional 20 years for arson. Investigators in Pamela's case were interested in this episode. The man could have used a spare key, and over the months of living near the young woman, he may have well learned their work schedules. Detectives talked to Atlas, but he denied all allegations. Given that there was not a single piece of evidence against him, the cops had no choice but to accept it and hope that sooner or later new leads would emerge in the case. In the 38 years that followed, no progress was made. Pamela's parents passed away without learning the truth, and of her closest relatives, she had only a younger brother. He had given up hope of finding out what had happened to his sister. But in 2021, the case was given another chance. It was turned over to the Unsolved Homicide Squad, and the new detectives decided to reopen the investigation. Pamela's murder was not typical of such units. They usually reopened old cases where the perpetrator left his DNA behind. But because of the lack of analytical tools in those years, it was impossible to use that to catch the killer. In Pamela's case, there was no evidence at all, and the detectives could only hope for luck. They studied all the materials left by their predecessors, including a list of possible suspects. The man was 79 years old at the time and was still serving his sentence. Investigators realized that proving his guilt after 53 years would be very difficult, and the man was unlikely to live the sentencing. Not only could the trial drag on for years without a single piece of evidence, but no judge would even consider such a case, so the detectives decided to take a very unusual approach to the matter. They went to Atlas in prison and offered him a confession to Pamela's murder. In exchange, they guaranteed him that he would receive no additional punishment for it. Such moves on the part of law enforcement are quite rare, especially when it comes to a brutal murder. But in this particular case, they knew they had only two options: wait until they got their hands on some new evidence, which was highly unlikely, or get a confession, and given Alice's age, the second option could disappear at any moment. Besides, Pamela's only living close relative was her brother, who was also of advanced age. The detectives wanted him to know the truth and told him about the possibility of such a deal, and the man agreed. The investigators brought their offer to Atlas and waited to their surprise. The perpetrator said he was ready to confess, but the detectives were in no hurry to confess. They needed to make sure that the man was really involved in the murder, rather than taking the blame for someone else's crime. They spent many hours questioning him about the details of the murder. Atlas confessing that he had planned Pamela's murder in advance. After waiting for her sister to go to work, he went up to their apartment and rang the bell. When Pamela opened the door, he told her there was a leak in one of the pipes in her apartment and urgent repairs needed to be made. Pamela let the man in without a shadow of a doubt once. In the apartment, he attacked her and strangled her, then took her body back to his apartment and abused her. This was the main motive for what he did. Atlas then placed her in a barrel and took her to the warehouse of the small airport where he worked as a flight instructor that very day. A few hours after the murder, the man was quietly conducting a few lessons with his students. The barrel stood in the warehouse for several days, after which Atlas took it to the banks of the Missouri River, separated the body, and dumped it in the water. In addition, the man told police several facts and were never divulged, so only the killer could know them. With all this information in hand, the detectives said no doubt that Atlas was telling the truth. 53 years later, they finally succeeded in solving the case. Though they had to guarantee the murderer full immunity, remarkably, the murderer decided to accept the deal for a reason. He said that during his imprisonment he believed in God, began to feel remorse, and apologized to Pamela's relatives for what he had done. The Detroit psychologist's analysis turned out to be quite accurate. Atlas really seemed like a decent man for a long time. He had worked as a heavy equipment operator, then he began teaching flight lessons and started a family. Only after the murder of his wife did his true nature become clear. The victim's brother thanked the investigators for bringing the case to an end. The man understood that a conviction and an additional life sentence for Atlas wouldn't have changed anything, and thanks to the detectives, the case was over. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Kelsey Smith went shopping for a gift and then vanished. How often do state laws or individual company rules and policies intended to protect people and make their lives more comfortable and safe end up causing more harm than good? In today's story, a mobile phone operator refused to provide a missing girl's location, citing privacy laws. In reality, the company was obstructing the investigation, delaying it, and it was too late to help the girl. In other cases, timely access to such information may save someone's life. The tragic death of young Kelsey Smith, just a month after her 18th birthday, not only shook the United States but also captivated the world's attention as it was widely covered in international media. The girl was abducted in broad daylight from a crowded area, and her body, which showed signs of violence, was later discovered outside the city. The search for Kelsey lasted nearly a week due to the inability to track her movements using her cell phone signal. This situation sparked widespread debate and established a precedent, resulting in a series of amendments and the passage of a law named after the victim. But let's start with Kelsey Smith's story and try to figure out how she was abducted outside a shopping center in front of dozens of surveillance cameras, and whether this tragedy could have been avoided. We will also look at the personality of Edwin Hall, the abductor and criminal who was widely regarded as a loving husband and father. We'll start our investigation into this difficult case by getting to know the man who caused the terrible tragedy. Edwin Roy Hall, also known as Jack Hall to his friends, was born on April 17, 1981, in the small town of Lee's Summit, Missouri, near the border with Kansas. He was the second child in a low-income, very disadvantaged family. Edwin's childhood was difficult, if not harsh, because his parents consumed large amounts of hot drinks and illegal substances, were uninterested in child rearing, and mistreated him. Later, Paul will tell how, at the age of 5, he was intimately abused by his uncle, his father's brother, but he will either confirm or deny that this statement is simply not true. Many people believed that this detail was invented by the perpetrator's lawyer in order to make his client appear to be a victim of circumstances during the trial, and thus reduce his sentence. Regardless, Edwin was placed in an orphanage when he was 6 years old, after his father was imprisoned and his mother was stripped of parental rights. In the years that followed, the boy moved around to different foster families, but each time he was abandoned and returned to the orphanage. This was due to the child's uncontrolled aggression and cruelty. Paul had sadistic tendencies toward animals since a young age. He enjoyed torturing them and watching them suffer. The boy refused to recognize authority, disobeyed his foster parents, stole, and fled home. Edwin was 15 years old when his last foster family returned him to state custody. This came after the teen attacked his stepsister with a knife. The tragedy was avoided, and the boy was pitied rather than prosecuted. However, a year later, he was arrested again after intentionally hitting another orphanage student on the head with a baseball bat. As an adult, Hall had no criminal record, and he appeared to have matured, taken charge, and eventually reformed. At the age of 20, he married a girl named Leader, who gave birth to a son a year and a half later. Edwin obtained an old Chevrolet truck from the 1970s with which he worked, transporting various goods. His neighbors knew him as a quiet, humble, and friendly man who cared about his family. However, he also had a secret life, which was revealed only after Hall was arrested for serious crimes. Who was the victim? Kelsey Smith. Kelsey Ann Smith was born on May 3, 1989, in Overland Park, Kansas, the state's second most populous city. Gregory and Missy Smith had 5 children, and she was the third. She grew up very close to her older brother Steve and sister Lindsay, as well as her younger siblings Katie and Zach. Gregory Greg Smith, the family patriarch, was a former military man and U.S. Navy veteran. He had also served in the police force for more than 2 decades and was now enjoying a well-earned retirement. Meanwhile, the mother, Mrs. Smith, had dedicated her life to healthcare, having spent many years working at one of the local hospitals. Despite her professional commitments, she brilliantly balanced work with raising her numerous children and creating a comfortable home environment from a young age. Kelsey was a very energetic, sociable, and theatrical child. She enjoyed singing and dancing, went to a music school where she learned to play several musical instruments, and eagerly participated in school plays and choir performances. In addition, she enjoyed gymnastics and soccer, and she frequently attended sporting events with her father and brothers, as well as supporting the local team. Young Smith had many friends, had a great sense of humor, was talented in a variety of fields, and knew how to make a good impression on those around her. She had a deep love for animals since she was a child and hoped to attend college after high school to become a veterinarian. Kelsey joined the local orchestra as a clarinetist during her senior year of high school and performed at various city events. This job enabled her to save enough money in just 6 months to purchase her first personal vehicle, a 1987 Buick Regal. Her parents didn't like the fact that her car was older than she was and offered to add money to the family budget to buy something newer. However, it was critical for her to purchase her first vehicle independently with her own money, so she turned down their offer. Kelsey's personal life: the Smiths went to great lengths to ensure that their children received the best possible education and holistic development. However, they raised their children with a strong sense of discipline. There were clear rules in their home that everyone followed without exception. For example, all family members were expected to share their plans and to notify each other if they would be out late. Kelsey was always on time, never late, and told her parents where she was going and who she was spending time with. During her senior year, Kelsey began a romantic relationship with John Smith. Kelsey described it as a deep, mutual love at first sight. The couple, the kind you read about in books or see in movies, rang in the new year of 2007 together, and they were practically inseparable after that. Smith's partner, a year her senior, appeared to be a serious young man who treated his beloved with the utmost concern and respect. Both parents supported their children's decisions and did not interfere with their relationship. Kelsey turned 18 years old in May of 2007. That same month, she graduated from high school and was overjoyed to learn that she had been accepted to a prestigious Kansas college where she planned to study veterinary medicine. The next few days were, without a doubt, the happiest of the young woman's life. Unfortunately, they proved to be her last. Smith and her classmates attended parties to celebrate the end of high school. She had a great time, enjoying both the festive atmosphere and romantic dates with her beloved. At this point, she had achieved everything she had wished for: admission to her dream college, a relationship with a deserving young man who was about to propose, and it appeared that she would have a long, happy life. The absence from the mall parking lot. Kelsey and John were getting ready to celebrate an important milestone in their relationship on June 2, 2007. On their 6-month anniversary of dating, John planned to make the occasion even more memorable by proposing to Kelsey. He had a beautiful engagement ring custom-made for the occasion, reserved a table for 2 at a restaurant, and the evening was described as one of the happiest of their lives together. Kelsey was unaware of the upcoming proposal, which was intended to be a surprise. She, too, was looking for a gift that would surprise and delight John. That Saturday, she styled her hair, applied makeup, and drove to a Target Corporation store only 10 minutes away. There was no warning of the tragedy that was about to occur. Around 7 p.m., she called her mother to say she had found a gift for John but needed to find the right gift bag for it, preferably something romantic. Missy suggested Kelsey visit a shopping mall across the street from Target, confident that it would have what she was looking for. Kelsey thanked her mother for the advice and stated that she would be home shortly, where John was scheduled to pick her up at 8 o'clock. That was the last time Missy heard her daughter's voice. Kelsey never got back home. When John arrived at 8 o'clock with a large bouquet of flowers, he was surprised and terrified to discover Kelsey was not present. Her parents were equally terrified because she didn't answer the phone or text messages, which was completely out of character. She vanished in broad daylight in a busy area, and no one noticed her absence. Search and investigate. The family patriarch, along with his 2 eldest children, set out to find their daughter. When I found her car parked at the Oak Park Mall, I had a glimmer of hope that Kelsey was still inside for some unknown reason. However, after searching all of the floors and stores and asking salespeople and security guards if anyone had seen the girl, they were certain she was not present. Returning to the car, which appeared unharmed with no signs of struggle or violence, the father, drawing on his experience as a former police officer, decided not to touch anything. It was possible that the car was part of a crime scene, and no evidence should be tampered with or destroyed. The girl's parents reported her missing to the police the same day, but were initially opposed to conducting an immediate search. The explanation was that Kelsey, who was 18, would not be legally considered missing until 24 hours had passed since her disappearance. Kelsey, on the other hand, is not one to give up, and he insisted on an immediate search for his daughter, leveraging his old connections. Furthermore, he inquired whether any hospitals in the city had admitted women who matched their daughter's description. Chelsea's family and fiancé were interviewed that same evening to establish their alibis and rule them out as suspects, per standard procedure. The surveillance footage from the Target store was also reviewed. The videos showed Kelsey entering the store, browsing the selection, making a purchase, and then exiting the building while talking on the phone to return to her car. She was talking to her mother at the time, asking where she could find a gift bag, and then heading to the mall across the street, per her mother's advice. Kelsey basically drove out, turned around, and parked at Oak Park Mall, leaving her car near the side entrance, almost against the wall. Her vehicle was thoroughly inspected by experts. It appeared unaltered from the outside. The gift she bought for John was on the passenger seat, and her personal belongings, a tablet and a wallet containing approximately $300 in cash, were in the back. Therefore, a robbery was quickly ruled out. The car's owner appeared to have left with only her credit card and phone in her pocket. Because everything else remained inside the car, no signs of a struggle, blood, or damage were discovered. Except for one on the driver's seatbelt, no foreign fingerprints were discovered. This fingerprint did not belong to Kelsey's relatives or boyfriend. Issues with the cellular company tracking the young woman's location could have been caused by the signal from her mobile phone. By then, the device had become inaccessible, most likely because it had been turned off or damaged. However, it was still possible to determine the last known location where the mobile phone was active in order to narrow the search area. However, the wireless carrier Verizon Communications failed to provide the necessary data for the investigation for several days. Interestingly, the company did not outright refuse to cooperate, but instead kept promising to look into the matter, effectively delaying the process. Telecommunications companies were allowed to withhold subscriber data from law enforcement agencies, such as the police or the FBI, without a specific court order as of 2007. They cited information privacy laws and even situations in which an individual's safety or life could be jeopardized. We are not considered exceptions to the rule of disturbing strangers. A closer look at the surveillance footage revealed a chilling detail: a mysterious stranger was following the young woman like a shadow. He didn't stand out at first because he kept his distance and never tried to interact with Kelsey directly. The individual in question was a Caucasian male with a pleasant appearance, believed to be in his early to mid-20s, with dark short hair and a light beard. He was dressed casually, wearing a white t-shirt and black shorts. He entered the Target store about a half-minute after the girl and followed her through all of the sections she visited, keeping a few meters distance. This mysterious man was captured by all of Kelsey's surveillance cameras, and during the trial, the prosecution described his behavior as that of a predator stalking its prey. He exited the store after her and, once she was alone, drove her to the Oak Park parking lot in his Chevrolet truck. He was almost directly behind Kelsey while she was on the phone, so he most likely overheard her conversation with her mother. As a result, he could have learned about her plans to visit the nearby shopping center. Unfortunately, Smith parked her car in an unsuitable location next to a side door near a storage area, where shadows fell on her vehicle, making it nearly impossible to discern the events on the camera footage. Kelsey remained seated in her car as the truck parked beside her, and a figure in a white t-shirt and black shorts emerged. The stranger approached her through the driver's side door, and she, presumably under threat of harm, got behind the wheel of his Chevrolet, which drove away in an unknown direction. The media were enlisted to cover the investigation from the start, thanks in large part to Gregory Smith's connections and experience. Smith understood that the louder the outcry, the wider the coverage in the press, and the more attention it received, the better their chances of finding their daughter and bringing the responsible party to justice. The story was covered by both national and international media, including the popular show America's Most Wanted. When surveillance footage revealed the mysterious stranger following Kelsey, the frame with the most clearly visible face was broadcast on the news, urging people to come forward if they recognized the man. That same evening, Police began receiving calls from people claiming to have seen the man in various cities and states. Although the majority of these reports were incorrect, each was investigated. Mrs. Miguel called on June 6th, saying she recognized her neighbor Edwin Hall in the footage, but had been hesitant to report it because she was unsure. However, seeing the information about the truck cleared up her last doubts, as Hall also drove an old 1970s Chevrolet. Following Horace's horrific discovery at Longview Lake and the suspect's arrest on June 6, 2007, several pivotal events occurred in the investigation. Verizon Communications finally provided the first critical information about Chelsea's last known location for her phone signal. A specific cell tower was pinpointed, resulting in a search radius of 1.1 miles north. Within 45 minutes of beginning the search, the young woman's lifeless body was discovered in the brush near Longview Lake, Missouri, about 30 miles from where she was abducted. The medical examiner determined that Kelsey was brutally assaulted and strangled with her own belt. Her body was discovered naked, except for the belt used to strangle her around the neck. Following the assault, her body was discarded in the bushes, barely covered by dry branches. It remained exposed to the June sun for 4 days. Her remains were severely disfigured by insects and other wildlife, rendering them nearly unrecognizable. Nonetheless, the examination determined that it was the missing young Smith. The second significant event on June 6th was the arrest of the primary suspect. When the police arrived at the man's house, he remained calm, admitted that his friends called him Jack, and agreed to give a statement at the station. During his interrogation, he identified himself as Edwin Hall and was shown a photograph of Kelsey. He claimed not to have seen her before, even when shown surveillance footage from the store showing him closely following her. He insisted that he had only visited the store for personal reasons and had not noticed her, implying that their appearance together in the footage was merely a bizarre coincidence and irrefutable evidence. Edwin was clearly confident that he had left no trace and could not be held accountable. His van was clean. He assaulted the victim with contraception, leaving no DNA evidence. As a result, Hall agreed to cooperate with the investigation and even offered to provide his DNA sample and fingerprints. His thumbprint matched the one found on the victim's car seat belt buckle, which proved to be crucial evidence. Furthermore, during a thorough search of the suspect's home, a hidden air pistol was discovered with Kelsey's DNA traces on the barrel. Hall was then charged with kidnapping, assaulting, and murdering the young woman. Smith was abducted in Kansas, but her lifeless body was discovered in Missouri, raising concerns about the trial's jurisdiction. This detail was extremely important because it affected the potential sentence. In Missouri, the perpetrator faced the death penalty. Trial and sentence Hall recognized the gravity of his situation and, after consulting with his attorney, decided to fully admit his guilt and disclose the details and circumstances of the crime in the hopes of receiving a lesser sentence. He described how he saw Kelsey enter the store and followed her. He was close enough to overhear her phone conversation and learned she was planning to go to the shopping center across the street. Edwin ensured Smith was alone, followed her to the adjacent parking lot, and was pleased when she parked in a quiet spot near the side entrance. He then emerged from his vehicle, armed with a pistol, and waited for the victim to return to her car, preventing her from closing the door as she entered the driver's seat. She had apparently already removed the seatbelt, but he refused to let her buckle it, leaving his print on it in the process. Next, he inserted the pistol barrel into the unfortunate girl's mouth, forcing her to move to the driver's seat under threat. Smith drove the haul truck while pointing the weapon at her and directing her where to go. When they reached a remote area near the state border, he ordered her out of the truck and led her into the bushes. He assaulted her, strangled her with the belt, and wrapped her body in branches. He meticulously cleaned his truck's cabin to remove any fingerprints, DNA, or other traces of the victim's presence before hitting the pistol with Kelsey's saliva at home, confident it would never be discovered. When asked about his motivation, he couldn't give a clear answer but simply commented on her amazing legs. During the investigation, several other women and girls who had been victims of Hall's actions came forward. It was discovered that he had threatened a 14-year-old neighbor into intimacy, harassed a local waitress, and fled a restaurant without payment. As a result, charges of corruption, minor harassment, and theft were added to the already existing accusations. Hall's lawyer attempted to elicit sympathy from the court by highlighting his client's troubled childhood, previous victimization, lack of parental care, and upbringing in foster homes. The defense's efforts were in vain. but the lawyer was the only one who spoke on the defendant's behalf and supported him. Paul's wife attended all court hearings but sat quietly in the corner, refusing to defend her husband. On September 16, 2008, Johnson County's judge sentenced Edwin Roy Hall to 27 life sentences with no possibility of parole. Following the verdict, the defendant apologized to the Smith family for his actions before breaking down in tears. He is currently serving his sentence at the Hutchinson Correctional Facility in Kansas under the Kelsey Smith Act. The role of Verizon Communications in this case, which waited 4 days to provide information about the last known location of the missing girl's phone signal, drew significant attention. The company's leadership cited privacy laws and the lack of a court order, which would take time to issue, but it was later determined that this information would not have saved young Smith. In other cases, it may help save the lives and health of people in danger. This prompted Kansas to enact the Kelsey Smith Act in 2009, which requires telecommunications companies to provide subscriber location information when the individual is at risk of death or serious physical harm. By 2012, an additional 29 states, including Missouri, had passed similar legislation. Oklahoma, Montana, and Illinois passed the Kelsey Smith Act in 2021 as well. Since its enactment, this law has saved many lives. For example, when a perpetrator stole a car with a child in a car seat in Lenexa, Kansas in 2015, police were able to locate him within half an hour by tracking the signal from the child's mother's mobile phone left on the backseat in 2021. In Illinois, a similar method was used to locate a young woman who attempted suicide by jumping off a cliff. She survived, albeit with serious injuries. However, the prompt tracking of her phone signal resulted in a rescue. Interestingly, the Smith family did not request that the law be named after their late daughter. Kansas Senator Rob Olson proposed the idea. Following their tragedy, the girl's family established a foundation to help crime victims and continues to educate young people about safety concerns. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Riley Goodrick was born and raised in the American city of Corona, California. In school, she played volleyball and was a cheerleader, as well as having many friends. They described her as a positive, open, and fun-loving young woman with a big heart. After graduating from high school, Riley received a scholarship to Grand Canyon University in Arizona. She moved to a dormitory but tried to visit her family whenever possible. In the summer of 2021, she finished her first year and returned to Corona for the holidays. On July 4th, on Independence Day, her friends threw a big party. There, Riley met a young man named Anthony Barra, who was a year older than her. They quickly developed a liking for each other and continued to communicate in the following days. Anthony unexpectedly became a popular figure on TikTok in 2019. He created an account where he posted various humorous videos. At some point, his videos began to attract the attention of a wide audience, and by the summer of 2021, he had almost 1 million subscribers. The guy also actively developed his account on Instagram, but was still trying to figure out what to do in the future. Continued to run his blog as his main activity, or do something else. After chatting for some time on social media, they decided to go on a first date, but it was important for Riley that her father Dave approved of her choice. Despite the fact that she was already 18 years old at that time, the young woman was very close to her parents and wanted them to meet Anthony first. At first, the young woman's father was skeptical, mostly because Anthony made a living through TikTok. It all seemed not very serious to him. However, when they met in person, Anthony made a good impression on Dave, and the father approved of his daughter's choice. The guy seemed to him to be kind, well-mannered, and overall a positive person. In the end, Riley and Anthony decided to meet on July 26th and go to an evening movie session, choosing the movie The Forever Purge. The plot of the film is based on the fact that in the United States every year they legalize any crime for 12 hours, including murder. They had dinner at their favorite restaurant, Riley, located nearby. Their screening started at 9 p.m. and ended closer to midnight considering it was a weekday. During the movie, Riley messaged her mother that the film seemed boring to her, but she still enjoyed the day with Anthony. The young woman did not contact her mother anymore after that. When the movie ended, a theater employee went into the hall to clean up the room. To his surprise, he found Riley and Anthony there from a distance. It seemed to him that the couple was just sitting or sleeping in their seats, but as soon as He took a few steps towards them. He was horrified to discover that both visitors were seriously wounded and unconscious. After calling 911, the police and ambulance arrived at the scene. The medics almost immediately determined that Riley had already passed away. Anthony was still alive, but in a serious unconscious condition. He was taken to the local hospital and connected to life support equipment. While detectives began investigating the crime scene, at first, it was difficult for them to understand what had happened in the theater. The only thing they managed to establish almost immediately was the fact that Riley and Anthony were shot in the head. However, there were no clues at the crime scene that could shed light on what had happened. Of course, it was absolutely useless for detectives to take fingerprints or search for DNA samples in the cinema, so they went a different way. Almost immediately, the story spread through California media and later throughout the country. In the first hours of the investigation, there was even a theory that Anthony could have been the killer, allegedly shooting Riley and then taking his own life. But the police did not even consider this version, if only because in that case the weapon would have been lying nearby and it was nowhere to be found. As soon as the detectives identified the victims' identities, they contacted their families and informed them of what had happened. Riley's parents simply could not believe that their daughter was dead. Just a few minutes before her death, she was texting with her mother, and no one could have thought that something so tragic could happen during a movie screening. In addition, the police could not provide any details to her relatives about what had happened, as they themselves still had no idea what had happened in that theater. As for Anthony, the doctor's prognosis was bleak. The young man had suffered a serious injury, and the medical staff had to do everything possible to help him. First, the detectives questioned the theater employees who worked that evening. It turned out that only 6 tickets were sold for the showing, which meant that the killer was most likely one of the 4 visitors. There was another aspect that puzzled not only the police but also everyone who learned about this incident from the news. If the killer was one of the 6 viewers, how did the other 2 visitors not hear the sounds of gunfire? The theory that the killer struck during one of these scenes was not excluded. However, this mystery was quickly solved. Detectives found that out of all the tickets sold, 4 were purchased by one person for himself and 3 of his friends. This led the police to think that the crime could have been committed by a group of people. The investigation continued all night, and the next day, the police announced the arrest of the suspect. He turned out to be 20-year-old Joseph Jimenez. The interesting fact here is that pure chance helped to catch the suspect. It turned out that Joseph himself called the police the next day after the murder, but he did not do this to confess to the crime. At around 9:30 p.m., Joseph called 911, reported that someone was chasing him. When the police arrived, they found him in the middle of the street with a gun in his hand and arrested him. They immediately realized that the attack in the theater was carried out using a weapon of the same caliber, so they handed Joseph's gun over to the experts. Having 3 empty shelves from the theater in their hands, they established that this was the same weapon. Jimenez denied his involvement in the murder, but the detectives quickly found another weighty piece of evidence. While searching the suspect's house, they found Riley Goodrich's wallet. Later, the police located the other 3 individuals who were at the movie theater with Joseph. It turned out that they were all friends with him, but their story truly shocked the detectives. According to them, none of them had any idea that a simple trip to the movies would turn into such a tragedy. They were just sitting and watching the film, but during the screening they began to notice something strange. Joseph suddenly began to behave very suspiciously. He was talking to himself and muttering something unintelligible. At some point he said that he needed to go to the bathroom and left. However, instead of going to the bathroom, he went to his car, took out a gun, and returned. After sitting for some time, he suddenly told his friends that he had brought a gun from his car, and they began to panic. In the end, the friends allegedly lied to him, saying that they also needed to use the bathroom and would return, but instead they left and went outside. There were many strange moments in their story that could be doubted. The most concerning part was their escape from the theater. Did they really not try to find out why Joseph brought a gun, and did they not consider that he might use it against the 2 other moviegoers? Moreover, the friends did not report any of this to theater staff or the police. Joseph's practically indisputable indicated that he was planning to do something bad, but his friends decided to simply ignore the entire situation, and they admitted that as soon as they heard about the murder, they immediately thought of Joseph. All of this was enough to arrest him, as on 3 charges: murder, attempted murder, and robbery. At that time, Anthony was still on life support, but in the end, the doctors could not help him. On the evening of July 31st, he passed away without regaining consciousness. In Connection with this, Joseph was charged with an additional account of murder which carried the possibility of a death sentence. While detectives tried to get any information from him, hundreds of concerned people held a farewell ceremony in memory of Riley and Anthony outside the movie theater. They lit candles and expressed words of support to the families of the victims. It was then that it became known that long before the incident, Anthony had signed papers allowing his organs to be donated to those in need in the event of his death. The young man could hardly have imagined that it would happen so soon. The situation was not looking good for Joseph Jimenez. With the evidence against him, he was almost guaranteed to end up on death row. Apparently, he understood this perfectly and decided to confess to the crime. However, his story raised even more questions. Joseph claimed that he was diagnosed with schizophrenia 9 months ago, which he had been managing with medication. Shortly before the incident, he stopped taking his medication and voices started to appear in his head. At first, they told him that someone was going to steal his car and TV, but later, they threatened to kill his entire family. On the night at the cinema, he heard the voices again, and this time they ordered him to kill Riley and Anthony. They also promised to kill his entire family if he refused. According to Jimenez, he tried to resist these voices, but in the end he gave in. Committed the crime. In his speech, he devoted a lot of attention to how scared he was during the murder and in the following hours, as well as how he worried about his future. Of course, this turn in the case was perceived ambiguously. Let's look at the facts and try to understand if we can tell. Could Joseph have made up this whole story about the voices? Of course, and only serious mental problems could have saved him from the death penalty in this case, so it was his only chance to avoid such a sentence. In addition, the petty theft of Riley's wallet does not fit into his story, according to which Joseph was so frightened that he immediately ran out of the cinema and got into his car after the shots. In a panic, he was going to steal a wallet. On the other hand, there are still many strange moments in his actions. If we believe his friends, he talked to himself and behaved suspiciously. In addition, Joseph himself called the police, saying that someone was chasing him, but in reality he was just standing in the middle of the street with a gun. If we assume that all of this was a planned game, the plan to avoid responsibility seems too complicated, but if we still consider such an option, the situation could have developed in a completely different way. During the movie, Joseph realized that there were only 2 random people in the theater who he could rob. He went to his car to get a weapon, but something went wrong, or perhaps he truly intended to commit murder. It's possible his friends were even present at the time and didn't leave the theater. However, it's unclear why he didn't take the victims' smartphones. If that was his motive, and why did he call the police the next day instead of hoping not to be caught? Additionally, Joseph had no criminal history and had never been in trouble, even for minor offenses. It's hard to imagine someone without a criminal past suddenly committing double murder over a wallet, especially with such a high likelihood of being caught. In late September, the first court hearing took place, during which Joseph pleaded not guilty, citing his mental state. This doesn't mean he denies involvement in the murders, but now the court needs to consider the issue of his sanity. Semena stated that he would only plead guilty if deemed insane. The next court hearing was scheduled for the first half of 2022. A decision about the defendant's mental state has not yet been made, as he still needs to undergo evaluation. In any case, whatever the outcome of this case, it is shocking in its injustice. The 2 innocent young men simply wanted to spend an evening at the movies and ended up as victims of a completely random act of aggression. The public and media blamed the theater management for not checking Joseph upon entering the theater, but should they be blamed? In the United States, theater staff only check backpacks and bags to prevent visitors from bringing in outside food, but if someone brings a gun and hides it under their clothes, no one will ever know. The only thing that can be done in such a situation is to install metal detectors in every theater. Perhaps this will become a mandatory requirement over time. What do you think? Was Joseph truly mentally ill, and that led to his horrific act, or was the story about the voices fabricated to avoid a death sentence? Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we will talk about what happened in Windsor, Canada in 2018. Autumn Taggart, 31, lived on the 3rd floor of this building with her son, Gavin. On June 10, the boy awoke and went into his mother's room. Her room was completely disorganized. He tried to wake up his mother, but Autumn lay motionless. The Autumn Taggart case received widespread attention, and Canadian police enlisted the assistance of their American counterparts to locate and apprehend the suspect. Autumn Taggart was a single mom in 2018. Her son Gavin was 9 years old, and they lived in Windsor, about a mile from the border between Michigan and the United States and Ontario, Canada. On Saturday, June 9, 2018, Autumn and Gavin spent the afternoon with the child's father, Chris Sherwin. Autumn maintained friendly relations with him after their breakup. They both did their best to ensure that the breakup did not have a significant negative impact on Gavin. At the end of the day, the three of them went grocery shopping before Chris drove Autumn and Gavin to their third-floor apartment. After that, Chris returned home. Before going to bed, Gavin played video games with his mother, unaware that the following night would be an unimaginable nightmare for him. Gavin awoke to a noise while it was still dark outside. He was startled and opened his eyes to see an unknown man standing next to his bed. Before leaving Gavin's room, the stranger instructed him to close his eyes and sleep. His mother's room was behind a wall. It's on the right in this image. After about a minute, Gavin heard her scream. The boy had never felt such fear before. A few minutes later, silence hung in the air. His mother stopped screaming, and he quickly fell asleep. When Gavin awoke, it was already morning, and he was getting out of bed. He first went to his mother's room. Everything there was shattered and destroyed. Autumn was lying on the bed. Gavin, 9, initially believed his mother was sleeping, but when he saw the blood on her nose, he knew she was dead. It shocked him. The boy was unwilling to believe it was true. He spent the first half of the day playing on the console and watching YouTube videos, attempting to distract himself from the fact that his deceased mother was lying in the next room. In the afternoon, he couldn't take the pressure anymore. He began crying and decided to tell someone about it. After entering his mother's room, he took her phone and used Messenger to contact his father. He texted him that Autumn hadn't woken up. Chris and his girlfriend drove immediately to Autumn and Gavin's house. After parking and exiting his car, Chris noticed his son standing behind a sliding glass door on the third floor. Chris did not have an electronic key to enter the building, so Gavin went downstairs and let him in. He asked his son to stay with his girlfriend while he investigated why Autumn hadn't woken up, then entered the apartment and the bedroom. Chris noticed that Autumn was very pale. She had bruises on her face and body, and her nose was bleeding. The man immediately dialed 911. The police and an ambulance arrived at the address he provided, but the paramedics were forced to declare Autumn dead due to the injuries on her body and the signs of a struggle in the bedroom. It was clear that it was not an accident. Investigators began searching for possible evidence in the apartment. Meanwhile, a child interrogation specialist speaks with Gavin and learns about the overnight guests who told him to sleep. The boy claimed he heard his mother's screams, but they quickly stopped. He described the man he had seen in his room at night. The boy thought the man was white, about average height, and had messy hair. He looked like he'd just gotten out of bed, the boy testified. I believe he was thin, but not too thin. I believe he was skinny. The forensic experts who conducted the autopsy determined that Autumn died as a result of strangulation. Someone beat her up before she died. Furthermore, there were injuries in her genital area and male DNA samples found on her body. Among other things, the police had to answer the following questions. How did the perpetrator enter the apartment? What was his motivation? And, most importantly, who was the man who entered the building? People required an electronic key. The police immediately ruled out the possibility that the killer was one of the building's tenants because Gavin knew all of his neighbors, and the man he saw on the night of the crime was not one of them. In addition to obtaining an electron key to enter the building, the perpetrator had to enter the victim's apartment. However, there were no signs of forced entry on the door leading to Autumn's apartment. This could indicate that she let the perpetrator in herself or that she failed to lock the door. Eventually, the police will discard both of these assumptions after discovering evidence that the perpetrator climbed to the third floor. He began by ascending to the second-floor balcony and then to the third. The door was open, and he entered the apartment without difficulty. In addition to the DNA sample, the police discovered fingerprints whose owner they were attempting to locate. Only 12 days after the body was discovered did the police release the victim's identity in the hopes of receiving tips from the public. Authorities have urged anyone with information that could aid the investigation to contact detectives. On the night of the crime, someone noticed a new black SUV, possibly a Honda Pilot, in the parking lot next to the building. It was there until around 6 a.m. Detectives suspected that the owner of the SUV was involved in Autumn's death. They believed he first climbed onto his car's roof and then went higher from there. The building's corners have repetitive, decorative protrusions that could have served as steps for the criminal as he climbed from the second to the third floor. The crime happened at night, so investigators began looking into the activity of mobile phones in the area where Autumn lived. In this case, the fact that the crime occurred at night simplified the task because most people are asleep at that time. There were few phone numbers that were active near the crime scene. During the investigation, the detectives learned that one of the phone numbers belonged to Autumn's neighbor, despite living in the same building as Autumn. She stated during the police interview that she knew nothing. However, she was not only talking on the phone in her apartment, she had moved around the city several times and turned off the phone around the same time that someone had killed her. She was either in her apartment or close to it at the time. It was impossible to say for certain because there is always an error rate when determining the phone's location, but there was no doubt that this woman was concealing information from the detectives investigating the case. So they went to speak with her again. Her name was Michelle, and she insisted that she didn't know or hear anything, but the police warned her that if she withheld critical information for the investigation, she could become an accomplice to the crime. She therefore began to speak. She said that around 2 a.m. that night, a man they knew as Jay contacted her boyfriend, who was looking to buy an illegal substance and hire an escort girl. All three drove to the ATM, where Jay took out cash. They then gave Jay some of the substance. Michelle admitted that she and her boyfriend were dealing with the issues themselves. Jay eventually asked them to sell him more. Then, according to Michelle, she directed Jay to the parking lot near her building. The woman admitted that she and her boyfriend intended to rob Jay. When they arrived at the building, all three consumed illegal substances, and Michelle and her boyfriend decided to flee with the remainder. Interestingly, before fleeing, Michelle hid a bag of the substance in her genitals. Fortunately, there are no details on how she did it, but it's worth remembering this moment. It will be necessary in the future. According to Michelle, she and her boyfriend fled, taking not only the substance but also some of Jay's money. They dashed to the building's entrance and then went upstairs to their apartment, where they locked themselves in, sat quietly, and did not turn on the lights. Jay was unable to enter the building because he did not have an electronic key. He couldn't shout or honk because someone would have called the cops. Furthermore, according to Michelle, when they looked out the window, they noticed shoe marks on Jay's car roof. The man drove away around 6 a.m., and investigators assumed Jay climbed into the building to find the people who stole the substance and money from him, but he had no idea where Michelle lived. So he probably entered Autumn's apartment by mistake. The police now had the suspect's phone number and photo. These images are from a camera at the bank's entrance, where he was withdrawing cash to buy the substance, as well as an ATM camera. After checking the phone number, investigators discovered that his name was not Jay. The man's real name was Jitesh Bogle, and he was a 27-year-old Canadian citizen living and working as a car development engineer in Warren, Michigan. He also owned a black Honda Pilot SUV and used to visit Canada almost every day. To get to Windsor, he only needed to cross the river via bridge or tunnel. Authorities were able to track his movements and discovered that he had left Canada on the morning of June 10. The day Autumn died, he left the country and has not returned since. Jitesh sold his car after the police released details about the black SUV incident at the victim's home. The Canadian police contacted their American counterparts and asked for assistance. They learned that Jitesh was planning to relocate from Michigan to Washington State. His parents lived in Kent. After leaving a good job for unknown reasons, he returned to his parents' home. The fact that he decided to relocate, get rid of his car, and stop visiting Canada was very suspicious. However, the police required irrefutable evidence to arrest and extradite him to Canada. The Windsor police asked the U.S. National Security Agency to assist with the investigation and track the suspect's movements. The male DNA discovered on Autumn's body most likely belongs to Jitesh. To prove it, they needed to collect a sample of his DNA for comparison. Agents from the United States tracked the suspect's movements. They were aware that he was planning to relocate to Washington State and were concerned that he might leave for a third country. Jitesh also tried to change his appearance by removing his beard and wearing blue contact lenses. Fortunately, Jitesh was not particularly cautious. One day, he went to one of Warren's bars and drank. When he finished his last glass and left the bar, the agent seized the glass, obtaining a sample of his DNA. It took some time to compare it to the sample on Autumn's body, but the results were not unexpected. The victim's body contained male DNA that matched Jitesh Bogle. On August 17, 2018, more than 2 months after Autumn Taggart's death, Jitesh was arrested at his parents' home in Kent, Washington. The arrest surprised him. The man appeared to believe that the police would not track him down. The U.S. authorities have begun the extradition process to his homeland. In the extradition documents, the prosecutor stated that Jitesh was a threat to society, posing a flight risk and being unpredictable. Shortly after, Canadian police charged him with the murder of Autumn Taggart. The trial was postponed for an extended period of time due to country-imposed restrictions. It started in November 2021. There were 3 separate courtrooms, allowing for social distance. The main courtroom housed the judge, the prosecutor, the jury, and the defendant, along with his defense. The other 2 courtrooms featured large screens that showed the trial to Autumn's relatives and others. Jitesh Bogle pleaded not guilty to first-degree homicide, claiming that he accidentally killed Autumn. He described how some dealers stole money and an illegal substance from his car. It upset him, so he got out of the car to find them. He didn't remember much of what happened that night because he had consumed so much alcohol and other substances. He remembered climbing onto the balcony before entering the apartment. Autumn was asleep in her bed when he mistook her for Michelle, the woman who had robbed him. When Autumn awoke, she began screaming. He told her to stop making noise, but Autumn did not listen. He put his hand over her mouth, causing her to suffocate. According to the man, he realized he had accidentally killed Autumn after the scream stopped. He then performed CPR on her, but it didn't work. Jitesh couldn't remember how the genital injuries appeared on Autumn's body, or how he left her apartment. Jitesh and his attorneys asked the prosecution to dismiss the first-degree life deprivation charges because they believed it was an unintentional crime. According to them, Jitesh was unaware of his actions due to the large quantity of substances he consumed. The hand over the mouth indicates that they want to be quiet, not that they want to die. Bogle lacked the ability to form intent or understand the consequences of his actions. According to defense attorney Peter Thorning, there is only one explanation for his behavior: intoxication. It is true that terrible things can happen without our knowledge. That is what happened here. This death was unintentional. He was intoxicated or didn't realize that his actions would not result in death. He added, his lawyers also claimed that there was no evidence that the defendant had intercourse with the victim. This is an important consideration because it will have an impact on Jitesh's sentence. Yes, Autumn's body contained Bogle's DNA, but it was not seminal fluid. The lawyers believe it could have been caused by cross-contamination or DNA transfer from one surface to another. For instance, through a forensic expert's gloves. Bogle's lawyers attempted to persuade the jury that John Lasorda, who worked in the forensic unit during the investigation, performed his duties incorrectly by transferring their client's DNA to Autumn Taggart's body. Lasorda's role was to photograph the scene and collect any evidence that came into direct contact with the victim. Bogle's defense lawyer, Peter Thorning, suggested to Lasorda that rotating the body on the bedsheet, which the police seized, could result in DNA or fluid transfer from the body to the sheath, or vice versa. This is known as cross-contamination. It is not impossible, Lasorda stated during cross-examination. Thorning asked Lasorda if he had the necessary training to work as a forensic identification expert. Lasorda stated that he changed gloves between touching each piece of evidence and grabbing his camera to photograph it to avoid cross-contamination. Lasorda examined the evidence in Taggart's room, looking for fluids, urine, saliva, and sperm. Lasorda testified that the likelihood of actual assault increases when there is a deceased female victim compared to a male victim. The court heard that Lasorda discovered no fluid depositions consistent with a jewel assault. He admitted his examination of the body was limited because he was not a trained medical official, such as a coroner. Nothing overt on or around the body would indicate a sexual assault, Lasorda stated in court. He also stated that there were no visible signs of a struggle. Lasorda clarified in court that signs of a struggle would include broken furniture or glass, forced entry, tampered locks, or blood spatter. none of which were found in Autumn's apartment. However, the prosecutor held a different view. Recalling that Michelle hid the substance in her genital area, the prosecution claimed that the defendant was aware of it and searched for it in the same part of Autumn's body, and that even though he did so with his hand, nothing changed. He committed all of the assaults. "You searched her," the prosecutor said, "which is disgusting." "I disagree," said Bogal. "Why didn't he call 911? The prosecutor asked. Autumn stopped breathing. Jitesh responded that he was afraid the police would arrest him because he was sure no one would believe him. "Nobody believed me. I barely believe myself." Bogle testified that he does not remember much of what happened in Autumn's room. He said he recalls performing CPR on Autumn after she stopped screaming. He previously testified that he remembered counting 5 or 6 ribs down before beginning CPR, and that he performed 15 compressions and 3 breaths. The prosecutor also disputed that the defendant's strangulation of the victim was accidental. After all, he could have simply placed his hand over Autumn's mouth to stop her screaming, but he also closed her nose, depriving her of the ability to breathe. And he needed to do it for a while, so he knew what he was doing. Autumn's son, Gavin, who has since turned 13, also testified at the trial. The boy testified at the trial? The boy testified in a separate room in the courthouse from the main room, which housed the judge, jury, lawyers, and accused. He was accompanied by a support worker as he gave his testimony. That was how he described the events of that night. "Someone came into my room and said something I can't recall. He was kind of close." He also testified that no contact was ever made. "When he left my room, it was quiet for a short while. Then I heard my mother scream that night. That scream lasted a while before ending. And then before I knew it, I had fallen asleep again and woke up. When the boy woke up in the morning, he went into his mother's room. Everything was knocked down, broken, and destroyed. My mom was sleeping. Well, that was what I thought at first, but there was blood on her nose, which led me to believe she had died. She was killed." He said I was shocked. He said I was shocked. I could not believe it. I cried, but I tried to cope with it. I simply went about my day unconcerned. The boy testified. He claimed to have spent some of the day playing video games and watching YouTube videos. The date was June 10, 2018. Later that day, he sent a message to his father using his mother's phone. "I could not take it anymore. I needed to tell someone about it." Gavin said. Chris Sherwin Taggart, his former partner and their son's father, testified that he last heard from her via text message around 12:30 a.m. On June 10, in the morning, he texted again, but no one responded. At that point, he expressed concern. Later that day, he claimed to have received a text from Taggart's phone. He soon realized it was his son. A copy of the text messages was displayed in court for the jury to view. On December 1, 2021, a 12-person jury convicted Jitesh Bogle of first-degree life deprivation. They discovered no conclusive evidence that Bogle had intercourse with Autumn. "I can't say we were not nervous. It's definitely the correct decision. Autumn deserved it. Her son deserved it. John Taggart, Autumn's father. Justice. That's exactly what we wanted. That's what we have." The family members hugged and expressed relief. On January 5, 2022, the court sentenced Jitesh Bogle to life in prison. He will have to serve 25 years before being eligible for parole. He appeared on video in jail wearing an orange jumpsuit and a black mask. He sat against a wall away from the camera while listening to the victim's impact statements. Finally, the judge asked if he had anything to say. "It's difficult to express my sorrow and remorse, but I'm glad for the family that they have a sense of justice and can move forward. That day, a part of my soul also died." Bogle stated that we would still like to see the laws in Canada change from life to actual life, rather than 25 years and then parole. "We want life to mean life for all victims," said John Taggart. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Gloomy love. Teenage years are the most difficult of all stages of development. You are no longer a child, but you are not yet an adult. This time, the body experiences a massive hormonal overhaul. This transitional period is further complicated by the fact that yesterday's obedient child has become unstable and rebellious. A teenager's worldview is a picture of contrasts in black and white shades. The dominant color in teenagers' judgments and actions is heavily influenced by their surroundings. The story we're about to tell took place in Medicine Hat, in the southeast of Alberta, Canada. The Richardson family suffered unspeakable cruelty and betrayal, and their tragedy captured national attention. Once again, the Gothic subculture came under fire. In town, the Richardson family was regarded as exemplary. Deborah and Mark, along with their 2 children, Tyler, 8, and Jasmine, 12, lived in a beautiful and cozy home. They were very hospitable and sociable. As are all Canadians, their home was frequently full of guests, and the atmosphere was based on love and respect. Everything was going well until the eldest daughter reached puberty. The calm girl transformed beyond recognition. First and foremost, Jasmine's personality shifted. She became bold and frivolous. Conflicts between her and her parents began to arise, and her academic performance declined. Second, her music and clothing preferences changed. She used to enjoy modern pop but now prefers heavy rock. Bright colors and clothing were replaced by shades of gray and black, and her dressing style became provocative. Jasmine wanted to appeal to boys, so she started emphasizing her rounded features. Her interactions with former friends declined noticeably. She began to spend more time alone in front of her computer screen, and the door to her room was frequently closed. With the advent of the internet at home, she became interested in Gothic themes, dark poetry, criminal psychology, and human anatomy. Miss Richardson even identified as a witch and preached the Wiccan religion. For this purpose, she visited various similar websites and discovered a circle of friends who shared her interests. The greeting on her social media page read, "Welcome to my tragic world." It appeared to be a typical adolescence, complete with excessive dramaticism and mysticism. However, the girl's relationship with her family grew increasingly distant. In her profile, she used a fictitious name and stated her age as 15. She preferred older interlocutors and aspired to be like them. During this difficult time, her parents tried to support her by suggesting that they spend time together. They searched for common ground activities. However, she found this uninteresting. Jasmine thought her younger brother was an annoying nuisance. She spoke to him less and less, but she could spend hours on end on the computer talking to strangers. Deborah and Mark recognized that their current state was only temporary. She would grow up and gain wisdom. As a result, they were very accepting of her new hobbies. Jasmine one day expressed an interest in attending a punk rock concert. Her parents agreed. If only they knew what this excursion would lead to. Early 2006. Jasmine Richardson attended a local youth band concert, pursuing her own interests, knowing that he would be present. The boy who had been stirring her heart for months, Jeremy Allen Steinke, was also fascinated by Gothic culture. They met on a vampire enthusiast website and occasionally communicated. Jeremy portrayed himself as a 300-year-old werewolf looking for blood. To prove it, he wore a vial of blood around his neck, but it was unclear whether the fluid was human or animal in origin. Nonetheless, the boy clearly considered himself unique, which Jasmine found appealing. The young people's feelings for each other grew stronger after meeting at the concert. Steinke eventually asked her out, and she happily agreed that everything would be fine, except that Jeremy was 23 years old. The couple knew her parents would not approve of their relationship, so they kept it a secret. Furthermore, his troubled past will not endear him to them. The young man was poor, living in a trailer with his mother and sister. His relationship with his mother was strained due to her heavy drinking. Jeremy had to deal with her constant stream of volatile partners, many of whom beat him in drunken rages. As a result, by the age of 13, he was struggling academically and had a fragile mental health. Steinke was tempted to commit suicide when he couldn't bear such a life, but he was saved just in time. Later, doctors diagnosed him with depression and hyperactivity. He dropped out of school after being bullied. Over time, Jeremy imagined himself immortal and began visiting websites with similar themes. His online profile included topics such as pain, self-harm, blood, and razor blades. Except for their friends, no one knew about the couple's forbidden relationship, which they found strange. Their communication would have remained private had the Richardsons not begun monitoring their daughter's excessive internet usage. Deborah and Mark discovered Jasmine was communicating with strangers, which alarmed them as any parent would. They therefore decided to remove the computer from the girl's reach. Furthermore, they were surprised to learn that she had fallen for an adult man with questionable interests. His nickname, Soul Eater, spoke volumes. As a result, Jasmine and Jeremy's relationship was forbidden in order to help their daughter break free from this toxic relationship. Deborah and Mark saw 2 psychologists and sincerely believed that counseling would improve their parent-child relationship. It worked out well for them. Jasmine demonstrated compliance and appeared to be returning to normal life, as if everything was behind her. She received her computer back. This became Richardson's final fateful decision, resulting in their demise. Saturday, April 22, 2006. Mrs. Richardson was getting ready for bed when she heard a noise in the basement. Rats again, she thought. As she descended, she turned on the light and noticed someone wearing a ski mask. He stood opposite her and looked at her. She screamed out, startled. The stranger rushed towards her, covering her mouth. His efforts were vain. Deborah struggled and screamed louder. He stepped back, drew his knife and stabbed her in the chest, then again and again. When Mark heard his wife scream, he dashed down and grabbed the first thing he could find, a screwdriver. He had been fixing an outlet that day and, by chance, had left the tool out. When he entered the basement, he was confronted with a horrifying scene: his wife lying in a pool of blood, with someone standing beside her. Mark immediately attacked the intruder, but was stabbed in the stomach, followed by more stabs as the agonizing pain subsided and his eyes closed. "Mr. Richardson asked quietly, "Why? Because your daughter wanted it." The attacker responded. Upstairs, Tyler was the only one remaining. The boy sat on his bed wearing his pajamas, too afraid to move. The approaching footsteps became louder, and the bedroom door opened. Several days before the murder. Jasmine was overjoyed. Her parents believed in her remorse, which allowed them to communicate again. Mobile phones were just becoming popular at the time, so the computer was the only way to communicate. When Miss Richardson regained internet access, she immediately wrote to Jeremy, "It all begins with them disappearing and ends with us remaining together," she told him. During her visits to the psychologist, the young lady devised a terrible plan. It solidified after several days of punishment. Surprisingly, Steinke Co. found it enticing, but emphasized the importance of being creative and paying attention to detail. The couple knew they couldn't be together as long as the Richardsons were alive. Later, Jasmine's friends recalled how frequently she mentioned her parents, particularly how much she disliked them. Therefore, she wanted to end their lives. However, nobody took Jasmine's words seriously. Saturday, April 22, 2006. Garrett walked across the street to his friend Tyler's house. The boy wanted to play. Despite the cold weather, it was pleasant outside. This was the spring of that year. Garrett approached the house and noticed that the blinds were still closed. Nobody answered his knock at the door. Strangely, he assumed the Richardsons would be home. Their car was parked in the driveway. The child looked into the living room window, hoping to see someone, but there was no one there. Garrett then decided to walk around to the back of the basement, where he frequently plays with Tyler, while peeking through the window, and he noticed something strange on the floor. It appeared as 2 silhouettes in a pool of blood. The boy informed his mother, who was skeptical, so she decided to check on the family across the street. They approached the house together. Garrett pointed to the window he'd looked through earlier. The woman looked inside and recoiled in horror. She immediately contacted emergency services. Something happened at the Richardsons. They appeared to be lying on the basement floor, covered in blood. A neighbor reported. The police arrived promptly. They broke down the front door and descended to the location where Garrett and his mother had seen something. When the officers entered the dark basement, they had difficulty recognizing the people lying on the ground. Their bodies were mutilated and bleeding. However, there was no doubt. It was Mark and Deborah Richardson, and they had died. Blood was all over the floor, walls, and ceiling, a bloody mess. There was no other way to describe what lay before them. Later, the police searched the house. In the upstairs children's room, they discovered a small child. The boy lay in bed among toys covered in blood and visible knife wounds. The child's throat was severely cut. Medicine had never witnessed such horror. One officer said, "It would take me decades to forget what I witnessed today." After searching the house, police discovered that one family member was missing. Richardson's eldest daughter was gone. Officers are concerned she may be in danger. Everything indicated that the attack took place in the basement and child's room. The rest of the house was undisturbed. And at first glance, nothing was amiss. The state of the body suggested that the crime had occurred the night before. Apparently, the perpetrator broke into the house and assaulted the boy and his parents. So what happened to Jasmine? And where was she? The police began to develop theories about what had occurred. Perhaps by chance the girl was safe outside the house, or the perpetrator had abducted her and was now harming her, or a ransom demand from relatives would arrive in due course. However, as time passed, there were no obvious answers. Detectives quickly turned to the media, requesting assistance in the search for the missing girl. They hoped Jasmine would make contact or that someone would provide useful information. Meanwhile, the investigation into the crime continued. Investigators spoke with relatives, friends, and colleagues about every aspect of the slain family's life. Were there any adversaries or enemies capable of such heinous acts? However, as the investigation progressed, the situation became clearer. There was no reason to wish death upon anyone in the Richardson family. With the exception of the eldest daughter, they were truly wonderful people, faithful spouses, and loving parents. The officers discovered that the girl had been causing a lot of trouble lately. This time, the investigation aimed to find a person of interest. It was entirely possible that the girl was aware of the crime or had been involved in it. Given the suspect's age, the media could no longer publish her real name under Canadian law. As a result, news outlets began to refer to Jasmine Richardson as Jr. When her relationship with Jeremy Steinke was revealed, the couple was declared wanted. Initially, the search for the young lovers began among their friends and acquaintances, believing they were hiding with them. However, while this lead proved to be a dead end for the police, they did discover something intriguing. Several hours after the crime, the young couple was seen at a restaurant and a party hosted by an acquaintance. Someone in their circle of friends mentioned that Jasmine appeared unchanged. There was no evidence she had been abducted or was in shock. She was drinking and having fun. When friends asked how they got away from her parents, Jasmine laughed and Jeremy and I just took care of them. Yes, the boy agreed. I cut them up like fish. The party guests laughed, believing it was a cruel joke, not realizing that the statement was true. A comic found in Jasmine's school locker confirmed her involvement in the crime, as it detailed how she would deal with each of her family members, with her boyfriend acting as her accomplice. Photographs of the suspects were widely distributed. It was only a matter of time before a citizen came forward with information on their whereabouts. Soon enough, information arrived. A couple was spotted in the community of Leader, Saskatchewan, about 130 kilometers from Medicine Hat. They got caught off guard. Jasmine Richardson and Jeremy Steinke were discovered sleeping peacefully inside a pickup truck. They were escorted to the police station without resistance. Naturally, the couple was interrogated separately, beginning with Jasmine. She revealed that she was deeply in love with Steinke, and he reciprocated her feelings. However, their age and social status differences served as a barrier. Jasmine believes the Richardsons would never have accepted their relationship. As a result, Jeremy committed the ultimate act of love. He ended her parents' lives, giving them the opportunity to be together. When detectives asked if Jasmine was involved in the crime, she replied, "I wasn't home when it happened. I wasn't sure what had happened. When I found out, I accepted it. I loved Jeremy so much that I ran away with him." Detectives needed to figure out who was the main instigator because breaking the suspects proved difficult. The investigation employed a cunning strategy. They placed an informant in the cell with Jeremy, and he skillfully extracted details that contradicted Jasmine's statements. Jeremy admitted to the informant that the plan to end her parents' lives was Jasmine's idea. He wasn't initially supportive, but he agreed after they discovered the forbidden love and took her computer. I cared for Deborah and Mark Richardson, while Jasmine looked after her younger brother on her own. She begged me to leave Tyler for her. I was pleased to settle scores with all of them. Jeremy made a cruel revelation. Following the confession, investigators confronted Miss Richardson with the recording. She had no choice but to confess everything, admitting that she stabbed her younger brother out of mercy, not wanting to leave him as an orphan. Later, the couple shared their social media profiles and passwords with the investigators, who began looking into their correspondence. They exchanged thousands of messages confirming Jeremy's statements. Jasmine devised the plan on her own. Steinke claimed that Jasmine was the only person who understood and approved of his tastes. He feared losing her as he replaced the society from which he felt alienated. He contributed to the realization of the dreadful idea. "I want to cut their throats. They will regret what they have done, especially when I know they're gone. They will pay for the insults. Finally, there will be silence, and their blood will be the payment. Jeremy supported his beloved. His friends also claimed that just a few hours before the attack, they watched the 1994 film Natural Born Killers, which depicts a couple committing 9 heinous murders. This story inspired their friend, who said he wanted to carry out a similar plan with his girlfriend. I think it's the greatest love story of all time. Steinke made this claim based on sufficient evidence. The suspects have been charged with 3 counts of homicide. The detectives pieced together the accused's confessions, witness testimonies, and other case evidence to form a more complete picture of the crime. Jeremy was intoxicated prior to the act. Jasmine led him inside the house and directed him to the basement, where he assaulted her mother. Deborah was the first to die, with 12 stab wounds to her body. The deepest wound pierced her chest, measuring 12 centimeters and striking her heart with rage. Jeremy mercilessly continued his assault on Mark, who received 24 wounds, 9 of which were in the back. The family patriarch, like his wife, bled out on the basement floor. Tyler Richardson was the last to die. While Steinke dealt with the parents downstairs, Jasmine stabbed her younger brother 5 times upstairs. After finishing, Jeremy went upstairs to assist his girlfriend with the child, coldly slicing the boy's throat as if carving a pumpkin. After that, Jeremy went home to wash off the blood, while Jasmine took a taxi to the restaurant where the couple had planned to meet. After discussing the night's events, they went to a party. Kate Lancaster, a friend of Jeremy's, assisted them in disposing of the evidence and traveling to Saskatchewan. Words are insufficient to describe the horror they created. The couple went on their murderous spree with such ease and nonchalance, as if possessed by an otherworldly force. It is shocking that no one expressed regret or remorse for their actions during interrogation or while in custody. While detained, they wrote letters to each other, referring to themselves as legends and immortals. Steinke was able to propose to Richardson in a single letter, which he gladly accepted. However, their mad love began to fade like last year's snow during the trial. They shifted the blame to each other. Jasmine Richardson was the first person to go on trial in June 2007. She pleaded not guilty, claiming to have been in a zombie-like state and unable to act while Jeremy murdered her family. She also claimed that she only injured her younger brother and that Steinke was responsible for his death. Jasmine insisted that their discussions about ending her parents' lives were only hypothetical, but they appealed to Jeremy so much that he forced her to make them a reality. Miss Richardson was sentenced to only 10 years in prison for 3 counts of homicide, thanks to the nuances of Canadian juvenile criminal justice law, which states that people under the age of 14 cannot be sentenced to more than 10 years. The sentence was intended more to rehabilitate and restore the girl's psyche than to punish her. When Jeremy Steinke's trial began in 2008, he insisted that he had no intention of killing his girlfriend's parents. However, when he was found in the basement, he felt compelled to attack. He claimed he did not hurt Tyler, implying Jasmine was to blame while he simply watched from the doorway. The defense claimed that Jasmine intentionally seduced him in order to free her from her parents' strict control. Some friends testified that Jeremy had asked for their help with the act because he was so afraid of losing Jasmine that he was willing to do anything. The lawyers also requested that the charges be reduced to manslaughter, claiming Steinke was under the influence of drugs at the time of the incident. Steinke's inconsistent inconsistencies were revealed. When asked by the prosecution why he committed the act, he stated, "When you find your other half, you do whatever it takes for them." Throughout the trial, he remained unconcerned, but broke down when his mother, Jacqueline May, testified in his defense. She admitted to bearing significant guilt for his upbringing, as he was frequently attacked by her partners, beaten, and rejected. Steinke was found guilty on 3 counts of first-degree homicide and sentenced to 3 life sentences. He would be eligible for parole no sooner than 25 years later, in 2033. Casey Lancaster's charges of complicity in the act were dropped in Medicine Hat Court. However, she was found guilty of obstruction of justice, sentenced to a year of house arrest, and prohibited from consuming drugs or alcohol. While in custody, Jeremy Steinke changed his name to Jackson May. Jasmine Richardson's 10-year sentence included 4 years in a psychiatric facility where she was diagnosed with conduct disorder and oppositional defiant disorder, which indicate a refusal to follow rules and socially unacceptable behavior that is typically associated with children rather than adults. This highlighted her psychological immaturity and instability throughout her relationship with Steinke. Medical professionals reported genuine remorse in her final years of conditional community supervision and attendance at special programs. After serving her full sentence, she was released in 2016. Jasmine Richardson currently lives in Canada under an assumed name. Her true identity is still hidden from the media. Her return sparked heated public debate, with some claiming she deserved a second chance and others believing she deserved a harsher sentence. Nonetheless, Medicine Hat residents would prefer not to have Miss Richardson as a neighbor again, given the brutality of her crime. It's unclear whether Jasmine has truly changed after spending her formative years in detention. Time will tell. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A woman was found dead in her own home, and the police quickly solved the case, but what happened next is more reminiscent of a twisted detective movie than a real-life story. There are so many unexpected twists and shaky moments in this case that it is rightfully considered one of the most intriguing in history. Donna Brown was born on November 10, 1963, in Miami. She grew up in a large and friendly family with two younger sisters whom she got along with very well. When Donna was young, her parents divorced, and she remained living with her mother. Despite this, her father remained actively involved in his daughters' lives, and they remained quite close after finishing school. Donna received medical training and became a surgical assistant at a local hospital. Her colleagues quickly grew to love her because she took her work seriously and was also a kind and open person. Her life was going quite well, but Donna wanted to start her own family for complete happiness. In the late 1980s, Donna went on a date with a man named Mark Winger, and she almost immediately knew she had met her match, who was charming and intelligent, worked as a nuclear engineer, and dreamed of having a large family. They began dating and decided to get married in 1989. Shortly after that, Mark received a job offer at a nuclear facility in Springfield, Illinois. It was a big step up the career ladder for him, and he and Donna decided to move there. The couple settled in a nice neighborhood, and soon after the move, Donna got a job at a local hospital. They only liked children for complete happiness, but all their attempts were unsuccessful. At some point, Donna learned that she was medically unable to conceive, and it was a devastating blow for her. Both she and Mark dreamed of a large family, and all the conditions of their lives were favorable for it, but fate decided otherwise. The couple began to consider adoption but kept postponing this serious step. This continued until 1995, when everything changed, and one day a pregnant underage girl was admitted to the hospital where Donna worked, and she wanted to give her child to a loving family. Mark and Donna immediately decided to adopt the baby. In June, right after the birth, they adopted a girl and named her Bailey Elizabeth Winger. The day they took her home coincided with the anniversary of their engagement. The couple and all the relatives were happy that they finally had a child. In August of the same year, Donna went to Florida with her 3-month-old daughter, the visitor parents, and introduced them to their granddaughter. The family had a great time, and sometime later the woman returned home. She flew to the nearest airport, which was 2 hours away from Springfield, and then hired a taxi to her city through a special company. This trip greatly spoiled Donna's mood because the driver behaved quite inadequately the whole way. He talked about how several personalities lived in him and they forced him to do various terrible things, such as killing people. In addition, the driver talked about how he regularly participated in orgies and even invited Donna to participate in them. The man also violated traffic rules and drove the car quite dangerously. When Donna got home, she told her husband about it, and he was furious. Mark called the company the driver worked for and demanded that he be fired. It turned out that the driver was 27-year-old Roger Harrington, and after the complaint, the management decided to suspend him from work, but that wasn't the end of it. During the next week, an unknown man called Winger's home phone, refused to identify himself, and asked for Donna. She and her husband suspected that the caller was Roger, and she was seriously concerned about her safety given that the man knew their home address. She was afraid that Roger might harm her. On August 29th, a distress call was made to the Springfield Police Department. Mark Winger was in a panic and reported that an unknown man had broken into their home and attacked Donna with a hammer. Mark, shocked and terrified, took his gun and shot the intruder. When the officers arrived at the scene, they found 2 bodies on the floor with Mark in a state of panic. The police officers detected the faint pulse from both individuals on the floor and called an ambulance while trying to obtain information from Mark. But what had happened? Although Mark could barely speak, the detectives managed to piece together a rough idea of what had occurred. Mark explained that he was using the treadmill in the basement when he heard a noise upstairs. He went upstairs to the main floor and found his 3-month-old daughter unattended on the bed. When he went to another room, he saw an unknown man attacking his wife with a hammer. Mark panicked and grabbed his gun, shooting the attacker before calling the police. While waiting for the ambulance, one of the officers found a wallet in the attacker's jacket with documents belonging to Roger Harrington. The detective knew this person well. Roger lived in a trailer park in Springfield and had a criminal history mostly related to minor offenses. He also had mental health issues and was generally known to be quite aggressive. Both Roger and Donna were taken to the hospital, where they died without regaining consciousness. Meanwhile, the police examined the crime scene, collecting evidence. Next to the bodies was a bloodied hammer, while Mark's gun was found on a table nearby, along with a pack of cigarettes and a paper cup of coffee. Mark told the detectives that the cigarettes and coffee were likely brought by the killer, and the hammer was from his tool set as he was planning to hang some pictures that day, so he prepared it and left it in the living room near the Wingers' home. Roger's car was found, and detectives discovered a note inside that contained Donna's home address, Mark's name, and the time of 4:30 p.m. When asked if he knew the attacker, Mark initially denied it, but when the police mentioned Roger's name, Mark realized with horror that the driver was the same person. He told the detectives the story of how they knew Roger, his strange behavior towards Donna, and the creepy calls to their home number. The investigators spoke with acquaintances and relatives of Donna who were aware of her fears. She had repeatedly complained to them that she was seriously concerned about Roger and was afraid that he might come to her house one day and seek revenge because he lost his job after she complained to their superiors. Donna even wrote down all the details of her trip with Roger on a piece of paper in case she had to go to the police. The police found this paper at their house, and the investigation lasted for 2 days before the case was closed. No charges were brought against Mark for shooting Roger because his actions were classified as self-defense. He continued to be in a state of shock, and his relatives flew to Springfield to support him and help take care of his daughter. Donna's relatives also provided him with all kinds of assistance. Months went by and Mark continued to struggle with the loss of his wife, and his family began to notice negative changes in his behavior. He began drinking heavily, although he had never consumed alcohol before these events. He also often visited local bars. His relatives tried to support him in every way possible and help take care of Bailey, but ultimately they had to return to their own cities. Donna's parents understood that it would be difficult for Mark to take care of his daughter, so they suggested finding a nanny. In the end, Mark hired a woman named Rebecca, who specialized in round-the-clock childcare, so she spent most of her time at their house. Rebecca took care of the girl and got along great with her. Mark gradually began to recover, stabbed, drank, and returned to work. This went on for several months, and during this time a romance developed between him and Rebecca. She hardly ever left his house, and they spent time together with Bailey, constantly communicating. Eventually, this led to mutual sympathy. Rebecca also sincerely loved the girl, and a strong bond was formed between them. In 1996, a woman became pregnant, and Mark was given another chance to start a big and strong family. Rebecca also monitored this, and the couple got married in October. Mark and Donna's relatives were surprised that he started a new relationship just a few months after his wife's death, but ultimately supported him as the new family was beneficial, not only to him but also to Bailey. All the relatives sympathized with Rebecca, seeing her sincere love and care for the girl. Mark decided to sell his house because it constantly reminded him of Donna's death, and after what had happened, he did not want to raise children there. He and Rebecca decided to buy a house with a large plot of land outside the city, renovate it, and start to build their new life. Soon they had a daughter, and over the next few years they had another daughter and a son. Thus Mark and Rebecca raised 4 children, and the man's dream of a large family came true. Over time, Mark became more distant from Donna's relatives, who tried to be present in their granddaughter's life. The problem was that Bailey didn't remember Donna at all, and considered Rebecca her mother. Mark didn't want the girl to know about the tragic past of their family from an early age, and ultimately he forbade down his parents from calling her their granddaughter. They tried to persuade him, but in the end, they gave up all attempts. The relatives understood that it might be better for the girl to grow up away from what had happened. In the following years, Mark and Rebecca happily lived in their new home, raised their children, and made plans for the future. The tragedy of the past gradually faded, but its echoes continued to haunt the family. In 1999, Mark decided to sue the company that hired Roger Harrington as a driver. In Mark's opinion, this company did not make any effort to check this person's sanity, and as a result it led to the murder of his wife. The company did not want to admit its guilt, and Mark hired a lawyer to determine their guilt. The court decided to study all the materials of the case and the evidence which were handed over to the lawyers while they were preparing for the trial. Something completely unexpected happened in February of the same year. A woman named Deanne Schultz came to the police and told detectives a shocking story. Deanne was Donna's best friend and worked with her at the hospital. When Donna had a child, Deanne actively helped her take care of the girl, but Diane's story turned everything upside down. She confessed to the police that she had been having an affair with Mark for several months, which they had kept hidden from their spouses. It all started 3 months before Donna's death. Around the same time, the couple adopted a daughter. Mark and Deanne were secretly seeing each other, but this was just the tip of the iceberg. The woman told detectives that Mark wanted to get rid of his wife to be with her one day. He said it would be so much easier if Donna just died. He then began to persuade Diane to help him with a plan, but he did not reveal the details. Mark said that all Diane needed to do was go to their house, find his wife's body, and call the police. The woman thought Mark couldn't be serious and was just joking, but he continued to share troubling things with her. After Donna complained to him about Roger Harrington's behavior, he told Deanne about it and said he had planned to frame the driver. He added that he just needed to figure out how to lure him into the house. A week before the murder, he called Deanne and asked if she would still love him no matter what, to which she answered yes. A few days after Donna's murder, friends and family gathered at their house to support Mark. When he was alone with Diane, he said, "It seems like the police believe me. I did it for us." The woman was shocked, but Mark demanded that she not tell anyone, and she obeyed. They continued to secretly see each other and even exchanged rings, planning to get married in the foreseeable future. But in the following months, Mark started a romantic relationship with the nanny and eventually broke up with Deanne. She was devastated. She had kept this terrible secret from Mark, and he had traded her for someone else. Diane never dared to tell the police about everything, realizing that part of the blame was on her. Over the next few years, the woman repeatedly tried to take her own life, and only after 3.5 years did she finally overcome herself and go to the police station. The detectives were completely shocked. All this time, Mark had been considered a victim and even a hero who tried to save his beloved wife from a terrible killer. But Diane's story changed everything, and the police looked at the case from a completely different angle. The investigators decided to re-examine the evidence, but they were met with an unpleasant surprise. All of it had been handed over to lawyers who were preparing Mark's case against the transportation company. It would take time to retrieve them, but some materials from the case remained at the station. The photographs from the crime scene. The lead detective looked at them and realized with horror that they had missed some obvious things all these years. The investigation had been quickly closed after the murder, as no one doubted Roger's guilt. But now, as the detectives out these photos for the first time, he realized that the positioning of the bodies did not match Mark's story at all. He had told them that when he entered the room, Donna was lying on the floor and the perpetrator was striking her with a hammer from above, and then he shot him and Roger fell next to the woman. In reality, however, his body was lying in the opposite direction, and he physically could not have fallen in that direction. The detective realized the Mark story was a lie, and it made him rethink a whole series of moments that now made much more sense. First of all, no one ever figured out how Roger got into the house. There were no signs of a break-in, and Donna certainly would not have opened the door for him. But if you remember the note inside Roger's car, everything falls into place. It had Mark's name and the time, which looked like a reminder of a meeting. Remembering Diane's story, detective concluded that Mark had somehow invited Roger to their home on some pretext and let him in, after which he shot him. Secondly, in Roger's car, they found a knife and several other items that he could have used for the murder, but he did not take them with him and used Mark's hammer, which the man took out of the closet on that very day, and left him plain sight. All of this sounded completely illogical if you assume that Roger came to the house to kill someone. Moreover, he left a pack of cigarettes and a paper cup of coffee on their table, a very strange thing for a person who came there to kill. The detective listened to the recording of the 911 call made by Mark and was once again shot. Mark told the operator that he had shot the attacker once, after which there was a male mumble in the background as if someone was trying to speak. Mark told the operator that his daughter was crying and he needed to go to her, after which she hung up. However, there was no hint of a child's crying on the recording. A more realistic scenario was that Mark did not shoot Roger once, and on hearing the gunshot Donna rant, her husband hit her with a hammer. After that, he called the police and pretended to be panicked, reporting what had happened. Suddenly, Roger woke up and tried to say something, and those sounds were recorded on the call. Mark lied about his daughter crying, hung up, and shot Roger again. In support of this version, there was another fact that the investigators completely ignored. Mark and Donna's neighbors said during the questioning that they heard 2 shots. However, about 5 minutes had passed between them, which did not fit with Mark's story but completely matched the more realistic version in which he was the killer. But that wasn't all. During the initial investigation, which lasted only 2 days, the experts did not even examine the evidence. However, now that Mark decided to sue the transportation company, they hired lawyers and were going to win this case. The lawyers requested an independent examination of the clothing of all 3 participants in those events. The results spoke for themselves. Blood spatters and traces indicated that Mark's story had nothing to do with reality. According to him, Roger was hitting Donna with a hammer, but there was not a drop of her blood on his clothes, not even the smallest well. There was plenty of blood from his wife on Mark's clothes, which directly indicated that he had killed his wife. The police took the evidence from the lawyers and conducted their own analysis, which showed exactly the same result. In the end, the police reopened the investigation, but this time it was about a double murder in which Mark became a suspect. His family was in shock, and no one believed that the man was capable of such a brutal crime. Donna's relatives were skeptical of the suspicions against Mark until they heard all the information that the detective said uncovered. The only ones who insisted on Roger's innocence from the first day were his friends and family members. They were all aware of his minor criminal history, but did not believe he was capable of murder. Moreover, their neighbor Roger, with whom they shared a rental, initially gave the police important information that they overlooked. It all looked as if Mark had scheduled a meeting with him, but the police did not attach much importance to it. Rebecca experienced the greatest shock from the whole situation. She knew Mark as a loving and caring father who had never shown any aggression during their time together. She refused to believe that this person could be his wife with a hammer and frame someone else. After several weeks of investigation, the police decided to arrest Mark, and he was arrested right at work. The case was sent to court. Mark was granted a $1 million bail. He cannot raise that amount, so he remained in custody awaiting trial. The trial did not begin until 3 years later in May 2002. All his close ones, and even Donna's relatives, hoped that this would be a big misunderstanding and that the court would prove Mark's innocence. None of them were prepared for the opposite, and his lawyers insisted on the truthfulness of Mark's version. They noted that the crime scene photos could have been taken after the medics moved Roger's body. Considering that the doctor's actions were not documented, it was possible to prove or disprove this possibility. In addition, the lawyers emphasized Roger's criminal history, his mental problems, and his inappropriate behavior with Donna during the trip. Deanne Schultz became the main witness in this case. By law, she could have been punished for keeping Mark's secret all these years, but the judge decided to grant her full immunity. In exchange for her testimony, the male lawyers tried to discredit Diane in every possible way, pointing out that she had attempted suicide multiple times, which could indicate psychological problems. The defense also suggested that she had made it all love out of jealousy, seeking revenge on Mark. The prosecution insisted that the evidence in Diane's testimony unequivocally pointed to his guilt, as her motive lay in the mistress's story. Mark lost interest in Donna long before they adopted Bailey. He had been having secret affairs with her best friend, but he could not divorce him because he would have to split their expensive home and other assets, which was unacceptable to him. After Roger gave Donna a ride from the airport, Mark saw the perfect opportunity and decided to act. As terrible as it sounds, Mark was lucky to have encountered a man with a criminal record and mental illness who claimed to hear voices telling him to kill people. After Roger complained to management, to have encountered a man with a criminal record and mental illness who claimed to hear voices telling him to kill people. After Roger complained to management, he lost his job, which became the perfect motive when both the prosecution and defense laid their cards on the table, leaving only the jury's decision to wait. Despite the compelling evidence against Marv, There were still doubts about his guilt among both his family members and Donna's relatives. None of them could imagine a loving father and respected member of society as a killer. Nevertheless, the jury unanimously found him guilty of the double murder. In the end, Mark received a life sentence without the possibility of parole, and Roger was posthumously exonerated. Rebecca could now believe that her husband had actually killed Donna. It took her a long time to impartially consider all the evidence of his guilt until she finally came to terms with the fact that he was truly a murderer. The chief detectives apologized repeatedly to Donna's and Roger's families for the sloppy initial investigation. He admitted his guilt in accepting the most logical version of events as the only correct one, overlooking all the contradictions. If you think that's the end of the story, then I have another unexpected turn for you. Even after the conviction, many doubted whether Mark had actually done it, but in 2006, those doubts were dispelled in Mark's prison cell, where they found 19 pages of handwritten text in which she was plotting to kill Deanne and another person. Mark wanted to hire a hitman stray from prison through other inmates or people on the outside. His desire to kill Deanne was understandable. He wanted to avenge the woman for revealing all his secrets to the police. The second person on the list was a man named Jeffrey Gellman. His childhood friend detectives quickly discovered the reason for such a decision. Mark asked him for $1 million in bail, but the friend refused to provide such a sum from these handwritten pages. It followed that Mark wanted to kidnap the man to get a solid ransom for him and then kill him. Why he needed money for life imprisonment was unclear. Perhaps he planned to eventually get out or escape, but in the end, the man faced another trial and received an additional 35 years in prison. She was planning a double murder, and after that, no one doubted that Mark was the one who killed Donna. Rebecca raised 4 children alone, and they all know what kind of monster their father is. They changed their last names and do not plan to communicate with Mark in 2019. Rebecca decided that Bailey should renew contact with Donna's relatives, who had not seen her since she was 3 years old. Bailey was already 24 at the time, and she went to Florida and had a great time with them. They still communicate, and the young woman learns more about Donna from them. As for Mark, he is still in prison and denies his guilt. Perhaps he would never have been held accountable for what he did if it weren't for 2 factors that happened almost simultaneously. The first is the testimony of his former mistress. She could no longer keep this secret, especially watching how the killer creates a new family and raises children. The second factor is Mark's greed. Almost 4 years after the murder, he decided to sue his employer, Roger Harrington, for a substantial sum, even though he was earning very good money himself. Apparently, he did not expect third-party experts to study the evidence much more carefully than the local detectives. Interestingly, the end decided to turn to the police, including. After learning about this lawsuit, it became one of the last straws and the woman who revealed Mark's terrible secret. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The Amato family case illustrates how obsession can transform a quiet person into a monster. Like many serious addictions, which can be compared to severe illnesses with psychological, biological, or social underpinnings, this case involves a destructive habit, such as an urge for alcohol, prohibited substances, gambling, or an obsessive need for a specific activity or interaction with a specific person or group. It is tragic when addiction affects not only the individual but also their loved ones who sincerely want to help. The once prosperous and happy Amato family faced a dilemma head-on. Because all of the family members were healthcare professionals, they felt confident that they could handle the situation on their own. It was too late for them to realize how serious the situation was. This isn't a story about addiction, but of a young man's intense obsession with a woman he'd never met. His addiction to illegal substances, combined with the pathological proclivity for theft, exacerbated the situation. The situation devolved into a horrific outcome. Let's look into this case to see if there was a way to change the course of events and avoid the tragedy. On January 25, 2019, a concerned man called Seminole County Police in Florida. He reported that his close friend and colleague, Nurse Cody Amato, failed to show up for his shift at the hospital, which was highly unusual for him. The day before, Cody had left work about 15 minutes early due to urgent family matters at home, leaving so quickly that he forgot to collect his pay for the day. Attempts to reach Cody, 31, by phone were unsuccessful. He was simply not responding. Cody's girlfriend, with whom he had recently lived, stated that he went to his parents' house the day before at his father's request but never returned to her place, and she, too, was unable to contact him. All of these signs triggered alarming thoughts, prompting the dispatch of police officers to the specified address. The Amato family home, located in a suburb of Orlando, had a large adjoining area with a stable and a horse walking area. Cody's car was parked in the driveway, and lights were turned on in several rooms of the home. At first glance, everything appeared normal. There were no signs of forced entry or struggle, and the doors and windows were intact. When the sheriff's deputy knocked, there was no answer, and calls to the landline went unanswered. The police then requested permission to enter and, once granted, cautiously unlocked the back door with a knife to slide the bolt. Inside, an eerie silence filled the lit room, implying that someone was present. Indeed, the homeowners were present. The officers found the lifeless body of 59-year-old family patriarch Chad Amato on the kitchen floor in a pool of his own blood, with close-range gunshot wounds to the chest. Cody was then found curled up on the staircase opposite the main entrance, dead in a large pool of blood. Finally, they discovered 61-year-old Margaret Amato sitting at her computer in the home office. At first glance, she appeared to be sleeping with her head resting on her arm, if not for the blood splatters on the monitor and the large spreading stain beneath her head. The murder weapon and Iowa Jericho 941 pistol discovered next to Cody's body were later determined by forensic experts to have his fingerprints, with no signs of breaking or external presence, and no items missing from the home. Cody appeared to have ended their lives and then shot himself in the chest, possibly as a result of a family dispute. However, smeared blood on the front door indicated that it was locked by someone leaving the house following the incident, implying that the perpetrator was not one of the deceased family members. Few people questioned the likely suspect. Those who knew or were connected to the Amato family mentioned their youngest son, Grant, who had gone missing since that evening. His car, a white Honda, and some personal belongings, including a laptop from Grant's room, were missing, implying that the owner had taken them. Grant was declared a person of interest, and a search was launched for his whereabouts. What is known about the Amato family? Margaret Ann Amato, née Wade, and Chad Robert Amato got married in the mid-1980s. Margaret, your senior Chad, was already raising a 3-year-old son named Jason from a previous marriage. Chad was undeterred by her having a child. Instead, he was prepared to raise Jason as his own. In 1988, on May 20th, 1989, the couple welcomed their first child, Cody, followed by their youngest son, Grant Tiernan Amato. The brothers had a close relationship since childhood. They grew up in a wealthy family and rarely faced denials. To earn certain privileges, they had to follow family rules, perform well in school, assist with household chores, and demonstrate good behavior. They strived to be the pride and support of their parents. Both parents had advanced degrees in healthcare. Margaret was a senior operational manager at a prestigious private clinic. Chad began his career as a clinical pharmacist but later specialized in software. The family was quite wealthy, living in a large suburban home and raising their own stable-bred thoroughbred racehorses as a hobby. Jason left home at the age of 18, went to university, and began his own life. He married, raised a family, and relocated to another state while maintaining close ties with his parents and younger brothers. Cody and Grant were almost inseparable. They went to the same school, played on the same sports team, and spent weekends at the shooting range with their father. The Amatos had an impressive firearm collection, including rare pieces that were only accessible to the family patriarch due to safety concerns. Grant, the family's youngest son, received the majority of everyone's attention and admiration, as is customary. As a child, he was frail and sickly, so everyone tried to show him love and care. He grew up to be a modest and shy boy who struggled to connect with his peers and relied solely on his brothers for friendship. Grant became especially close to Cody after their eldest brother, Jason, grew up and left the house. Following high school, the brothers pursued medical degrees together and eventually became anesthesiologists. Cody excelled in his studies, becoming the top student in his class, whereas Grant struggled and received low grades. Nonetheless, both were able to find jobs in their field at a hospital. Cody built a reputation as a dependable professional, but Grant was prone to making mistakes and needed his work double-checked. Grant's hospital career came to an abrupt end in the summer of 2018 when he was caught stealing strictly controlled sedatives that caused euphoria and hallucinations and were rarely used for anesthesia. The discovery prompted police action, and Grant was arrested. During interrogation, he admitted to the theft, claiming that he gave the drugs to patients who, in his opinion, were undertreated. Many people believed Grant was using or selling drugs illegally. Even though there was no direct evidence, he was immediately suspended and later fired. His criminal case for theft was eventually dismissed, reportedly due to parental intervention. He was unemployed and relied heavily on the internet. After losing his job, the 29-year-old man, who was already a loner, became even more isolated. He spent weeks indoors glued to his computer, primarily browsing adult websites. Grant had no girlfriends and struggled with social interactions with women, making him feel inadequate. He watched adult content and frequently interacted with webcam models on specialized platforms, attempting to fill the void of an absent personal life. This private interaction, of course, cost money. Grant could easily access funds from his parents' and older brother's accounts for these activities. This obsession quickly developed into an addiction, exacerbated by irregular alcohol consumption. But Grant seemed content with his lifestyle, relying on his family and spending their money without contributing anything in return. Eventually, his father issued an ultimatum: find a job soon or leave home and lose all financial support from his family. Grant promised his father that he would resolve the issue, but he had no intention of seeking employment. He stated that he would become a streamer, earning money by broadcasting video games. His parents, seeing this as preferable to nothing, agreed to set up a streaming station for him. Once everything was in place, Grant pretended to be streaming, requesting privacy. But in reality, he was locked in his room, indulging in his favorite pastime, browsing adult-only websites while on a trip to Japan. Cody took a vacation from work in August 2018 and decided to travel around the world for a change of scenery, with the goal of visiting Johan. He invited his younger brother Grant and his best friend Jeremy. Cody and Jeremy had saved up for the trip on their own. Grant's vacation was funded by their parents. However, instead of giving the money directly to Grant, they delegated it to Cody, who was more responsible. Grant appeared disengaged throughout the trip, which lasted nearly 2 weeks. He showed little interest in tours or landmarks, instead focusing on his smartphone screen. He often stayed at the hotel and used his brother's laptop. On the day the group visited Lake Kawaguchi near Mount Fuji, Jeremy accidentally left his credit card in their hotel room. Seizing the opportunity, he hacked into Jeremy's account and withdrew thousands of dollars, which he spent entirely on private sessions with his favorite webcam model. Jeremy discovered the theft later but had initially suspected fraud. He was unable to identify the perpetrator and continued to investigate the incident after returning home, unaware that Grant was involved. Sylvia releases his lava. Now, Sylvie, let's get to the most intriguing part: the identity of the mysterious webcam model. Grant became obsessed with a website where Grant paid for private online interactions with various women. He met the stunning Sylvia and expresses his love for Ova from Bulgaria. Also known as Sylvie, she captivated him with her striking appearance, confidence, charisma, and passion. Sylvie made Grant feel special, loved, desired, and distinctive. He began to believe that her feelings for him were genuine and that they could form a real relationship. Brand was convinced they were in a relationship, and he needed to separate this fiery brunette from her other admirers. He spent hours and thousands of dollars every day to make sure she didn't have time for other men. Grant also showered her with gifts such as expensive lingerie and jewelry, which she wore during their video calls. Desperate to impress Sylvie Grant, she constantly made up stories, losing touch with reality. He claimed to live alone in a large house, own a profitable business, and could afford to lavish her with money. He supported his claims with money transfers, initially sending a couple of $1,000, $10,000, and even $100,000 as birthday gifts. Naturally, his parents were aware of his lavish spending because he was using their accounts. At first, he explained that it was an investment in his own online project to build an audience. However, Chad and Margaret soon realized their son was lying. A scandal escaped the rehab clinic, and a serious family feud broke out at home. The patriarch demanded that the youngest son pack his belongings and leave right away, but his mother and Cody stood up for him. The family recognized Grant's severe internet addiction. However, they were perplexed as to how he had spent nearly $200,000 from their accounts. A thorough search of his room revealed vials containing potent substances. Grant explained that he used them to avoid going insane. The parents announced that they would deactivate his accounts and send him to mandatory drug and internet addiction treatment. Grant responded by declaring that he was tired of everything and wanted to end his life. He then dashed out of the house, jumped into his car, and drove off at high speed in an unknown direction. Later, it was discovered that Grant had gone to his aunt and uncle's house, crashed through their fence, and hit the garage wall. Knowing about the turmoil in the Tomato family, his relatives sympathized with him and offered him a place to stay until things settled. He readily agreed, but the next day he robbed his kind-hearted relatives, taking thousands of dollars from their accounts to pay for interactions with Sylvie. When Grant's aunt and parents met, they asked her not to contact the police, promising to resolve the situation and return the stolen money. That same day, Chad personally went to their house and took Grant, who desperately needed help. Chad, Margaret, and Cody realized that reasoning with him was pointless, and if he left home, he was likely to commit theft again. They then presented the Grant with a different ultimatum: either go to a rehabilitation clinic for addiction treatment or face jail time for theft. Grant reluctantly agreed to enter the clinic, where he would spend 2 months free from temptation. He was admitted to the medical institution near the end of December 2018, a grown man's little secret. While Grant was in treatment, his parents checked his computer and discovered that he was spending thousands of dollars each day from their family accounts. They discovered the profile of Sylvie, the woman who had a profound impact on their son. After reviewing their correspondence and discovering hundreds of recordings of their intimate private online interactions, which were treasured and frequently revisited, the comatose decided to inform Sylvie that her admirer, who had showered her with money and gifts, was not a businessman but an ordinary unemployed man suffering from drug and internet addictions. They also stated that the funds transferred to her were stolen, potentially exposing him to criminal charges. However, Sylvie remained unconcerned for her. It was simply a job, and she had no intention of returning the money. Grant abruptly returned home on January 5, 2019, only a few weeks into his treatment, having completed less than a quarter of the required rehabilitation program. He had fled the clinic, where he was known for his complete lack of cooperation. Grant tearfully promised to change his life and find work, but he threatened to commit suicide if forced to return to the rehab facility. His parents agreed but imposed strict rules. Grant was prohibited from using the computer. He had to adhere to a strict schedule, and all of his earnings were closely monitored. He was also given a part-time job at a local grocery warehouse. For about 3 weeks, Grant appeared to comply, leading his parents to believe he had matured and overcome his addictions. However, everything changed on Thursday, January 24, 2019, when Grant persuaded his mother to let him use the laptop briefly to check his email and post his resume on the internet. He hopes to find a more challenging job than his current warehouse position. Margaret trusted her son and let him use the laptop, making a fatal mistake. Naturally, Grant attempted to contact Sylvie, only to discover that his parents had already written to her, revealing the truth about him. He saw it as a betrayal. Furthermore, his parents had humiliated him in front of the only woman he loved, and they had to pay the consequences. The brutal dismantling of the family. Remember the previously mentioned home firearms collection? Chad had kept it in a large, special safe with a key he didn't trust. However, Grant was aware of another gun stored in his parents' bedroom, which his father always kept loaded, and he chose to use it. His mother was working on the computer in the home office when her youngest son quietly approached her from behind and shot her in the back of the head. Her body position indicated that she did not have time to turn around or understand what was going on. Next came his father, who was about to return home from work. Chad was confronted with Grant as soon as he entered the kitchen and was shot twice in the chest. Grant tensely considered his next move, devising an even more monstrous strategy. He decided to frame his own brother Cody, the only person who had ever defended him, assisted him, and been his best friend. Cody had already moved out of the family home and was living separately with his girlfriend. To bring Cody home, Grant used his now deceased father's phone to send several messages requesting that he return immediately, because something terrible had occurred. He didn't elaborate, knowing that this information would be enough to make his brother rush home from work. The Grant calculation was correct, and Cody did arrive, even leaving work early. When he entered the house, he only made it to the bottom of the second-floor staircase before being shot and collapsing. Cody did not die instantly. He had time to recognize the horror of the situation but was powerless to change it. After killing his family, Grant wiped his fingerprints off the pistol, placed it in his brother's hand to leave his prints, and then left it next to the body, making it appear as if Cody had shot their parents and then himself. The killer spent the rest of the evening calmly packing his belongings, downloading video files of his conversations with Sylvie from the computer, and even texting her. After completing his tasks, he loaded his belongings into the car and drove away. Arrest and trial. It took police just over a day to find and arrest Grant, who was hiding in a small roadside motel in Orange County. He was not surprised, rather disappointed that he had been discovered so quickly, but he vehemently denied any guilt. During his interrogation at the station, he told unbelievable stories about his father's extreme cruelty, alleging mistreatment of his mother and brother. Grant also discussed his father's attempts to separate him from his beloved girlfriend Sylvie, with whom he claimed to share true and pure love, following the events at their family home on the evening of January 24, 2019. His account was unclear and inconsistent. He suggested that his father and brother got into a fight. Cody grabbed a gun and killed Chad, with Margaret being an unintentional victim. Grant claimed he could only guess the chronology of these horrific events because he was not a witness, and that he spent the night in his car with his belongings after his father kicked him out. In the morning, he claimed he simply drove away, unaware of the tragedy that had occurred at home. His story seemed disjointed and unbelievable, and the evidence indirectly pointed to him as the sole perpetrator. As a result, Grant was arrested as the prime suspect in his family's triple homicide. He was held on a $750,000 bond and was unable to post it, so he remained in custody awaiting trial. The trial began on July 15, 2019. Notably, almost all of the witnesses in court testified against Grant, including his older brother Jason, relatives, and Cody's friend Jeremy, from whom Grant stole money during their trip to Japan. Those who knew the defendant personally described him as a pathological thief, a liar, and someone who struggled with addictions. The main evidence against Grant was a large bank transfer from Chad's account to his younger sons. This transaction took place late at night, when all family members had already died. To confirm the transaction, the defendant used his deceased father's finger as identification. The prosecution advocated for the death penalty, while Grant's defense claimed that he was ill and needed treatment. The final verdict was issued on August 12, 2019. Amato, 30, was convicted of first-degree triple homicide and sentenced to life in prison without parole. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A quiet American town was shaken by a terrible event. A young girl disappeared, without a trace from her own home, leaving her belongings, phone, and car. Over time, the investigation of this case began to resemble a typical detective series, with one difference: it all happened in real life. A small town is plunged into an atmosphere of fear and mistrust because of the disappearance of the girl. It could have involved any of the inhabitants. But only 12 years later, the whole world learns the eerie truth. Tara Grinstead was born in 1974 in Hawkinsville, USA. During her high school years, she actively participated in beauty contests, winning prizes. The girl from an early age set a goal to get a quality education, so the money earned in competitions she put aside to pay for her education. After college, Tara earned a master's degree in education and landed the job she had long dreamed of. She became a high school history teacher in Acela, Georgia. This tiny town was a typical low-rise America. Its population did not exceed 4,000 people, most of whom knew each other well. Life was quiet and measured, and none of the locals could think that any serious crime could occur in Acela. Tara Grinstead had worked at the local school for several years, and during that time she had developed a great relationship with both staff and students. She was a kind and outgoing person who was always supportive and helpful. In October 2005, this help came in handy for Tara's students, who were preparing to participate in a local beauty pageant. Given the fact that their teacher had won prizes at similar events many times, the girls were thrilled to have her support. On Saturday, October 22nd, Tara helped the students with the final touches before the pageant. Afterwards, she went to a picnic with her high school friends and didn't return home until 11 p.m., having parked her car outside under a carport. Since then, Tara had stopped making contact with her mother, who lived in another city, was the most worried. Her daughter always picked up the phone or called back, but this time there was no answer. On Monday, October 24th, her anxiety reached its peak and Tara did not show up for work. Such behavior was highly unusual for her. The girl took her job seriously and would certainly have warned her bosses that she needed time off. Concerned acquaintances of Tara called the police chief, Billy Hancock, and asked him to see if she was all right. At 10 a.m. that morning, he went to her address. The policeman thought the woman's phone was just dead and that she was either sick or had overslept. When he arrived at her house, he found Tara's car in its usual spot. Her doors were unlocked, but that didn't surprise Billy. In a town this small, the residents had no worries about their cars being stolen. Then he noticed an envelope on a dashboard containing $100 in cash. It was already strange. How could someone as responsible as Tara leave money in a prominent place? Billy knocked on the door, but no one opened it for him. After that, he decided to look around the house. At first glance, everything seemed perfectly ordinary, no signs of a struggle or break-in, but in Sarah's bedroom, the detective found a real mess, quite uncharacteristic for a woman. Her belongings were on the floor, including the clothes. She had last been seen on her cell phone charging on the nightstand. It looked as if Tara had left the house briefly, but she was nowhere to be found on the ground outside the house. The police found the first piece of evidence that suggested a possible crime. There was a latex glove lying around that someone might have used to conceal her fingerprints. The detectives did not consider the possibility that the glove might have belonged to Tara. Hardly anyone used such gloves in the home since then. The Georgia Bureau of Investigation, the equivalents of the FBI only at the level of one state, got involved in the case. The main version of the investigation was kidnapping, and there was very little evidence besides the glove. The detectives found only two questionable things. Tara's torn chain was lying on the bedroom floor, and her alarm clock was not in its usual place. But all this did not help detectives solve the mystery of her disappearance for the small town. This Monday was truly a terrible day. Tara's house was cordoned off, and the school had a meeting. Sarah's co-workers and students tried their best to help in the search by forming a group of volunteers. They printed out a stack of flyers with a woman's picture and informed them about her disappearance, and within hours the flyers were posted all over the city. Volunteers stayed home that day until 1 a.m. Agents from the Bureau of Investigation interviewed Tara's neighbors and investigated the neighborhood in which she lived. The search involved sniffer dogs that had been brought in the hope of picking up the missing person's trail. Investigators still hoped that Tara had simply left on foot and the dogs would find her easily. In the meantime, the latex glove was given to experts whose goal was to collect as much data as possible. They managed to get a DNA sample, but no matches could be found in the FBI database. All that was known was that the sample belonged to a man, Tara, as if she had evaporated from her own home. Then investigators began to dig into Tara's personal life and past. It often happens that when a woman disappears, someone from her inner circle is to blame. After studying the man with whom Tara was in a relationship, detectives were unable to identify any suspects. She dated Marcus Harper, a former policeman and military officer, for the longest time. The couple broke up at Sarah's initiative about a year before she disappeared. The reason was that the woman wanted to build a family, and Marcus was not ready for that. After the breakup, they maintained an amicable relationship, calling and texting each other. Detectives later uncovered one interesting detail. Marcus had come to USA 3 weeks before Tara disappeared, but he had not told her. Upon learning of Marcus's arrival from mutual acquaintances, the woman became very upset. She repeatedly called him, trying to find out why he had not informed her of his arrival. Soon, Tara's condition turned into a real hysteria. Her relatives were very worried and even wondered if Tara was going to do something reckless. However, the girl soon came to her senses and the police did not consider Marcus a suspect. The couple had been together for a long time, but their relationship ended, and the detectives could not find a motive for the crime. An interesting twist soon awaited them. Please learn that Tara had been threatened by her former student on March 30th of 2005. 7 months before the girl disappeared, he came to her house and behaved extremely aggressively. When Tara refused to let him in, the guy started banging on the door, and the neighbors had to call the police. It turned out that the young man had been in love with the teacher since high school. According to her acquaintances, the former student was emotionally unstable and behaved strangely, and even frighteningly. Tara tried to help him deal with his problems for a while, but his mental state only worsened after that incident. When the young man tried to break into her house, the woman filed a report against him. She seriously feared he might hurt her after Tara went missing. The police tracked the young man down. He worked in a neighboring town about 150 kilometers from Asila. The boy provided detectives with an alibi for the night's disappearance. It was impossible to establish his involvement in the case. A business card of a certain police officer was also found in the woman's house. It turned out that Tara had been dating him for some time, but at the time of her disappearance, he was already living in another city. The policeman also provided an alibi for the nights of Tara's disappearance. This effectively ended the list of possible suspects. With no leads in hand, the police decided to organize a search for the girl 2 weeks after her disappearance. Such a belated decision seemed strange after all. It was clear of the first minutes Tara had not left home of her own free will. Hundreds of volunteers were called in to search the area around the cellar. Volunteers went through forests, ditches, and rivers, but they couldn't find a single trace of Tara. During the search, it was reported that a housing car had burned down near Tara's home. Locals almost unanimously agreed that the incident had something to do with the woman's disappearance. Perhaps the perpetrator was trying to cover his tracks, or the people were so shocked and frightened that they found each event suspicious. Whatever the case, the search yielded no results, and the police were faced with a grim reality. They simply had no leads left. The next few years brought the police no closer to solving this mystery. It wasn't until 2009 that an event occurred that brought the missing Tara Grinstead back into the spotlight. A user created a YouTube channel and posted an extremely creepy video. A man was sitting in the frame, his face plastered over, and his voice altered in the video. He claimed to be involved in the disappearance of 16 girls, naming them by name. Among them was Tara Grinstead. The unidentified man added that he had hidden the bodies securely and would give clues about the burial site in new videos. Police immediately checked the video and found that all 16 names did indeed belong to the missing women. The FBI was able to track down the author of the video fairly quickly. It turned out to be 27-year-old Andrew Haley. After his arrest, he said that he was just joking. The police could not connect Andrew with any of the 16 missing girls, but he still could not avoid a trial for perjury and tampering with evidence. The man was sentenced to 2 years of forced labor and 13 years of probation. Momentary hopes of solving this cold case faded, and once again, the police were left without a single lead. In December 2010, Tara Grinstead was officially declared dead because there was simply nothing to work with. As the years passed, the townspeople remembered Tara Grinstead's disappearance perfectly, but less and less discussed. Ark of Tara remained only behind closed doors. The topic hardly ever came up in everyday life. The town had changed forever. Fear of mistrust permeated the locals for years to come. It wasn't until 2016 that something happened that got people talking openly about terror again. Atlanta-based journalist Payne Lindsay created his own podcast devoted to mystery cases, and for the first issue, he took on the Tara Grinstead case. The man and his colleague traveled to Asila, where they met private investigator Maurice Godwin. Together, they began working on the case literally from scratch. They had no access to police records, so the only available source of information were the people of the town. At first, they were only able to talk to friends and relatives of Tara outsiders. They avoided talking about the mission girl in every way, but it didn't last long. Lindsay's enthusiasm managed to revive interest in the case, and soon the people of Asila were discussing it again. Lindsay and Godwin worked through every possible lead. They considered 3 possible suspects: Tara's ex-boyfriends and the students who tried to break into her house. Along the way, talked to anyone who might have any useful information. They were so passionate about the case that on several occasions they thought a clue was literally 1 step away. One day, Payne received a call in which an unknown person suggested they look for remains on Tara's property. The police did so, and at some point they managed to find the bones. True experts quickly determined that the bones belonged to an animal. Despite the excitement and a new wave of interest in the case, no serious progress was made, or rather, they failed to solve the case directly during the creation of the podcast. But it was this amateur investigation that was decisive in the long-awaited Numo, and the Numo came completely unexpectedly in early 2017. Brooke Sheridan came to the police. Her story shocked the detectives, who no longer believed that the truth would ever come out. Brooke told investigators that her ex-boyfriend named Bo Dukes once confessed to her. He had helped his friend dispose of Tara Grinstead's body. Upon learning of this, the girl repeatedly begged the guy to confess to everything, but he remained silent. After listening to Brooke's story, the police did not rush things. Who knows, maybe this woman just wanted fame and attention, especially when a successful podcast got everyone talking about the case again. The detectives decided to play it safe. They asked Brock to wear a wire and go to Bow to beat out a confession, and it worked. The man didn't deny his involvement, and the police had probable cause to arrest him. To their surprise, O immediately cooperated with the investigation and laid all his cards on the table. Later, detectives would say that he was just tired of living with his burden on his soul. Late that night, he got a call from his friend and former classmate Ryan Duke. He asked to borrow a truck to help him with something, then added a broken door to Tara Grinstead's house to steal some money. But something didn't go according to plan, and I killed her. At this point, he decided to break into someone's house to steal money, and his choice was Tara's house. He was under the influence of illegal substances at the time. After opening the door with a credit card, he broke into the house and began looking for money. Tyra spotted him, and a struggle ensued between them, from which only Ryan came out alive. When Bo arrived at Tara's house in a truck, they loaded the woman's body into it and drove her into the woods, then got rid of the body for several days. This story shocked the residents of Asila. Jukes and Duke were never considered suspects, for they simply had no motive, nor were there any clues that could link these two to the disappearance of the woman. Despite a full confession that Dukes would not testify against himself in court at the trial, he spoke to Tyra's relatives and apologized for what he had done. Bo spent a long time in the military, was a veteran, and had many decorations, but the court ruled 25 years in prison for helping cover up a crime. Tara Grinstead's murder trial by Ryan Duke was shut down for April 1, 2019, but the Georgia Supreme Court postponed the trial. On March 28, 2019, after Duke's attorney said they were unconstitutionally denied funding for experts to testify on Duke's behalf, the trial began on May 9, 2022. Ryan Duke pleaded not guilty to murder and charged Bo Dukes with murder. On May 20, 2022, a jury found Ryan Duke not guilty of murder, aggravated assaults and burglary, and guilty of concealment of death at trial. Duke testified that his confessions to the murder were false, telling the jury that he had done it under the influence of drugs and in fear of the real killer, his friend with a similar last name. Dukes, he said. Both Dukes woke him up in the mobile home where they lived together in 2005 and told him he had killed Tara Grinstead, then showed Dukes their teacher's purse and wallet, although her body was never found. Investigators matched Grinstead's DNA to bone fragments and found that the location where Ryan Duke testified to investigators that he and Bo Dukes had burned her on May 23, 2022, was Shedden Spidey of the ruined County Superior Court. Ryan Duke was sentenced to 10 years in prison for concealing the body. The sentence imposed by the judge was the maximum penalty allowed. By the time Ryan Duke was sentenced, he had already served about half of that sentence. While the waiting trial, prosecutors insisted that Duke's confession included details that only the killer knew, such as Duke telling investigators that he called Grinstead's home from a pay phone after running away from home to see if she would answer. When she didn't, he returned and found her dad. Investigators also found Duke's DNA on a latex glove found in Grinstead's yard. However, his testimony raised enough doubt in a jury's mind that he was acquitted of all charges except concealing her death. Dukes was subpoenaed to testify but refused to answer the court's questions, citing his Fifth Amendment right against testifying against himself. When the truth about his high-profile case came out, Tara Grinstead's friends and relatives relieved themselves of the burden of obscurity. Her mother confessed that all these years she had secretly hoped for a miracle, that her daughter would return to her alive. Alas, reality turned out to be cruel, senseless, and devoid of any miracles. At least now the whole world knows exactly what happened in that little town back in 2005. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more.